Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
Yi-Chen jolted awake as a loud crash echoed through the room. His bloodshot eyes snapped open. In front of him stood a massive alchemy furnace, still radiating warmth. A faint burnt smell lingered in the air. The room itself was a disaster. Herbs, clothes, bottles, and jars were scattered across the floor as if a storm had swept through. Looking around, Yi-Chen let out a helpless sigh. So it was true. He had really transmigrated. 3 days had already passed since he arrived in this unfamiliar world, yet he still couldn't fully accept it. More than anything, he wanted to return home. Back on Earth, he had been nothing more than an ordinary office worker. Life wasn't extraordinary, but it was comfortable. His new identity, however, was far less fortunate. He had become an 18-year-old cultivator from a small family with mediocre alchemy skills. In theory, he should have enjoyed family resources, focused on cultivation, and steadily improved his pill refining abilities. Instead, for reasons he still didn't understand, he had been sent to Silver Moon Market and forced to work as an alchemist to earn money. The worst part? His alchemy talent was terrible. Even compared to ordinary alchemists, his success rate was barely half as good. If anyone discovered the truth, he would immediately lose his position. Alchemist jobs were highly sought after, and countless people were eager to replace him. Once reassigned to other work, his life would become even harder, more dangerous, and far more exhausting. Judging from the memories he inherited, the original owner of this body had spent countless nights desperately refining pills, hoping to improve his skills and meet his family's expectations. In the end, he had literally worked himself to death. And that was when Yi-Chen arrived. Now all those problems belonged to him. During the past few days, Yi-Chen had repeatedly tried refining pills, hoping he possessed some hidden talent. Reality proved otherwise. The original owner's foundation was weak, his training incomplete, and the memories left behind were fragmented and confusing. After several days of failure after failure, Yi-Chen's results were somehow even worse than the original owner's. At this point, he had completely given up. In fact, he had even considered abandoning cultivation altogether. Maybe he could escape to a mortal city somewhere and spend the rest of his life as an ordinary person. Unfortunately, the world wasn't that kind. His cultivation was only at the second layer of qi refining. Outside the safety of the market, countless rogue cultivators preyed on the weak. If he encountered one of them, death would come quickly. Even a life of laziness wasn't something he could afford. Forget it. Yi-Chen muttered as he rose to his feet. Whatever happens, happens. Since arriving in this world, he had hidden inside his room, terrified that someone might notice something strange about him. But now, he simply didn't care anymore. With a decisive push, he threw open the door. A freezing gust of wind immediately rushed inside. Damn it. Shivering violently, Yi-Chen hurried back into the room and grabbed another layer of clothing. Only after wrapping himself up properly did he step outside again. The moment he entered the courtyard, he noticed a figure approaching from the front yard. A woman. She wore a flowing white robe that seemed dull compared to her flawless skin. Her elegant figure remained impossible to hide despite the thick winter clothing. Yet none of that captured Yi-Chen's attention as much as her face. Her features were delicate and youthful, while her bright eyes carried a gentle warmth capable of stirring affection in anyone who looked at them. The moment he saw her, memories surfaced. Lin Kur. A cultivator at the shop and a third-layer qi refining expert who worked as a receptionist and guide for customers. Seeing Yi-Chen standing outside, Lin Kur's beautiful face lit up with relief. Fellow Daoist Yi, you've finally come out. She smiled warmly. I noticed you hadn't left your room for 5 days. I was worried you had overworked yourself refining pills, so I came to check on you. Seeing you safe and healthy puts my mind at ease. Looking at the stunning beauty before him, Yi-Chen almost felt his heart skip a beat. Then he remembered who she really was. A professional green tea girl. And instantly, the feeling disappeared. 42. Poor Excavation Princess, toyed within Bai Fu's palm. When Excavation Princess locked the camera onto Bai Fu and Anya, who were standing under the orange-yellow light, the previously somewhat quiet live stream room was instantly flooded by a barrage of dense live stream comments, as if a typhoon had just swept through. Damn, Fu. Seriously? Am I hallucinating? Woo-woo, thank goodness, Fu really doesn't look hurt at all. Ah. My dream of being the first to find Fu has been shattered. Ha 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 ha. It's been so hard, really, so hard. Now it's time for my favorite phrase. Among thousands and thousands I searched for her, then suddenly I turned around and there she was, in the dim light. What can I say? It all happened too suddenly, no one had anticipated it. At this moment, Excavation Princess's thoughts were not much different from the scrolling live stream comments. What else could she say? An immense surprise exploded in her heart. She clutched her chest with one hand, unable to utter a word. She was afraid this was just an illusion, that if she moved, everything before her would vanish like a mirage. Seeing her react this way, the players in the live stream room grew anxious. After finally running into Bai Fu and confirming she was fine, how could anyone hesitate at this moment? Digging, what are you standing there for? Go. I wish I could take Excavation Princess's place. Wait, Fu is coming over. Yes, Bai Fu initiated the approach. Before Excavation Princess could even reach Lin, Bai Fu had already noticed her. She had intentionally delayed her appearance to meet Excavation Princess, just to make this reunion seem more hard-won and dramatic. Just like in an animated show. After a long and touching journey, in the finale, accompanied by a beautiful BGM, two people with deep bonds suddenly reunited in a crowd, and then, the story ends with a flourish. Of course, there was no way it would really end with a flourish here. For Bai Fu, this reunion was just the beginning. Just now, she had taken a moment to glance at the live stream room. The steady stream of live stream comments confirmed that half of her plan had succeeded. The other half depended on how she approached Excavation Princess next. As for that, Bai Fu was full of confidence. On her way here, she had rehearsed dozens of times in her mind. First step, the moment her gaze met Excavation Princess's, her body would tremble slightly. Her expression wouldn't change much, but her eyes would ripple like a lake disturbed by falling pebbles. Second step, while Excavation Princess was momentarily stunned, she would let go of Anya's hand and slowly walk toward Excavation Princess. Third step, finally standing before Excavation Princess, she would raise her right hand, seemingly about to do something, but in the end, it would just hang awkwardly in midair. You are. Bai Fu paused. You look a bit like an old acquaintance of mine. She should have died in the insect tied at the abandoned cooling plant a few days ago, but... With this complete combo, a stunned, internally hopeful, yet fearful of disappointment young girl image was vividly presented before all the players in the live stream room. This scene immediately triggered a wave of wails. Seeing our Fu baby like this, my mommy heart is breaking. No boy moms please. It's my first time seeing Fu look so fragile. So cute. Fu baby, my Fu baby. Staring at Bai Fu who had walked up to her, Excavation Princess snapped out of it just in time. Fu, it's me. Excavation Princess, she cried, raising both hands excitedly to her chest. Before Bai Fu could respond, Anya suddenly peeked out from behind her, eyes full of suspicion. You're really not dead. That's a lie, right? So many people said you died. The boss even erected a monument for you. Excavation Princess quickly extended her right hand. Really, I'm not dead. If you don't believe me, pinch it and see. Anya pecked at her hand like a chick pecking rice, then turned to Bai Fu and said, still warm. All right now. Bai Fu affectionately rubbed Anya's head. With that brief interruption, she dropped her stunned expression and turned to face Excavation Princess. Even though you two kept saying you wouldn't die, and the sacred prophecy also said you were undying ones, I waited at the abandoned cooling plant for 2 days and still didn't see you come back, so I thought you were really dead. I thought what you said before was just to keep me from worrying. As she explained, Excavation Princess kept nodding. Understood, I totally get it. How could an NPC know the game had gone into server maintenance for an update? Welcome back. Bai Fu extended her right hand, her face blooming with a warm smile like spring sunshine. Seeing the hand so close, Excavation Princess froze in place. She suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. This was exactly the kind of unusual NPC she had sensed at a glance. This respect, this closeness, this game was simply amazing. At this moment, Excavation Princess was utterly captivated by Bai Fu. She reached out her right hand as well, lightly clasping that porcelain-like hand. Sorry to have worried you. Fufu's smile, so warm, my heart is melting. They held hands. Held hands. Digging, you deserve death. This hand can never be washed again. So satisfying, Fufu's immersion is at max. In the crap game I used to play, I adventured with an NPC for years, and when we reunited, she couldn't even bother to say hi. What garbage. Digging, quick, share what Fufu's hand feels like. Live stream comments flew past. Excavation Princess also noticed Anya glaring fiercely at the hand she was holding with Bai Fu. Holding it just for the sake of holding it. Excavation Princess ignored the comments. This was her exclusive moment. Seeing her silly smile, Bai Fu chuckled secretly too. That meant 3/4 of her plan for the day had succeeded. Now, only the final step remained. To establish Excavation Princess, who had chased her all the way from the abandoned cooling plant to Lin, as a model, and lure other players to worship her like Excavation Princess. Before this, she had helped players defeat mobs, earn XP, and even used her own sacrifice to pull emotional strings. But today, on this exciting reunion day, it was time to use a new tactic to deliver emotional value to the players. The journey from the abandoned cooling plant to here wasn't easy, was it? Bai Fu suddenly asked. Excavation Princess waved her hand. Not bad. I was on a ride anyway. Didn't run into any danger. As she spoke, her stomach suddenly growled. Excavation Princess's expression stiffened awkwardly. She just said she was fine, but her hunger level betrayed her. Sometimes, games being too realistic wasn't a good thing. Thankfully, Bai Fu's smile only grew warmer. I'll take you to eat first. No, really, you don't have to. Excavation Princess quickly declined. Without giving her a choice, Bai Fu tugged her along. Don't be nervous. Anya and I came out just to have dinner. Faced with Bai Fu's assertiveness, Excavation Princess had no choice but to follow. She'd intended to show her best side and earn some favor points in front of Bai Fu. Unexpectedly, it turned into one embarrassing moment after another. But awkwardness aside, Excavation Princess was feeling smug. Especially seeing the wailing and real name envy in the live stream comments, she felt like she was floating with joy. Thinking back to when she first made a post in the community praising Bai Fu, a whole bunch of people mocked her in the replies. Only a few supported her, and most were just there for the laughs. Looking back now, what a dramatic reversal. One could only say, true wisdom is lonely. Excavation Princess had already decided that once she parted with Bai Fu later tonight, she would make another post in the community. Not to torment those who had mocked her. No, the brilliance of a sage was not built on mocking fools. She just wanted to show off a bit. She planned to thoroughly document her emotional journey from deciding to search for Bai Fu to reuniting with her. Oh, and she must describe the feeling of holding Bai Fu's hand. Such top-tier material deserved at least several hundred words. With this thought in mind, Excavation Princess followed behind Bai Fu. Soon, both she and the players watching the live stream realized that the amount of writing material accumulated during tonight's outing would be more than she could ever finish. 1903, arrived at the Red Sail restaurant with Fufu and Anya. Fufu treated. Enjoyed delicious cuisine with distinct wasteland characteristics. 1952, left the restaurant with Fufu and Anya. Strolled along a path lined with metal pipes. Unexpectedly learned Fufu has a sweet tooth. She snacked while walking. Surprisingly cute. 2026, visited an amusement park called Mechanical Power with Fu Fu and Anya. Viewed scrapped power armor. When the colored lights cascaded down from the poles, felt a hint of envy toward Fu Fu and Anya's close bond. 2128, climbed to the top of Lin's tallest radio tower with Fu Fu and Anya. The wind at the top was strong, but standing beside Fu Fu, her whole body felt warm. Standing at the viewing platform atop the tower, gazing over the slumbering Lin under the night sky, Excavation Princess's thoughts drifted afar. During her outing with Bai Fu, Starplay Society was on the verge of exploding. From the abandoned cooling plant subforum to the main board, player activity levels were off the charts. Something's wrong, big news. What big news? Another fight? Excavation Princess's live stream, go watch for yourself. Many players rushed over upon hearing this. When they arrived at Excavation Princess's live stream, they were all stunned. Damn, you could play it like this? This strange atmosphere, this bizarre live stream content, someone who didn't know better might think they were watching an anime. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. I'm going blind. Kill digging, steal Fu Fu. Why is it her standing next to Fu Fu and not me? Damn, showing off like this. So if you raise an NPC's favorability enough, you get this kind of experience. Someone tell me how much Bai Fu's favorability toward Excavation Princess is. I need a benchmark. Holy crap, you can actually play the game like this? I feel like if you raise an NPC's favorability high enough, you might really be able to get married. After venting in the live stream, these players returned to the community to continue their madness. Under their influence, even players who weren't initially interested in this topic put down what they were doing and poured into Excavation Princess's live stream. Fortunately, the servers of Beyond the Stars were unbelievably stable. Otherwise, the live stream room might have crashed from the overload. That night, Bai Fu's popularity exploded again, but this surge was different from before. In past popularity spikes, her name circulated only within the game. But this time, thanks to many passerby players who normally didn't follow her or didn't even play in the community joining in, and spreading Excavation Princess's live stream content to external social media platforms, Bai Fu suddenly became a minor promotional symbol for Beyond the Stars. Shocking. A streamer turns Beyond the Stars into a dating sim. Still looking for a caring virtual friend? Beyond the Stars, you deserve it. Quick, look. This woman is called Xiaomei, and the one beside her is. One outrageous article headline after another began to pop up, and in a short time, they actually attracted quite a few new players to Beyond the Stars. Even Bai Fu herself, the one behind the scenes as the developer, hadn't expected her plan to be so effective. Her mood suddenly surged with excitement. If she could become the poster girl of Beyond the Stars, wouldn't the developer have to buff her across the board just to make sure she wouldn't die? Alright, new hope had emerged. 2206, Bai Fu descended from the radio tower with Excavation Princess and Anya. Seeing that it was getting late, she booked a room nearby for Excavation Princess so she could stay temporarily. I've paid 5 days of rent for you, so there's no need to worry about lodging for now. If something urgent comes up, you can find me. I live at. Bai Fu gave Xia Shi's address. Take these too. Bai Fu then pulled out 500 credit coins and stuffed them all into Excavation Princess's hands. Excavation Princess was stunned, and so were the players in the live stream room. Bai Fu had already exceeded expectations by treating Excavation Princess to dinner, showing her around Lin, and paying her rent. Now, she was even handing her $500 on parting. What kind of spirit was this? Wow, boss, you've never even given me that much pocket money. Anya jumped out. Bai Fu immediately suppressed her, don't speak nonsense. Anya cooperatively retracted her neck. Seeing this, Excavation Princess wanted to say something, but Bai Fu interrupted her. Take it. I received a bonus from the Intelligence Division 4 of the Gene Primordials. Without you guys, I wouldn't have gotten that bonus. Oh right, I also found a few profession knowledge books in the Wildfire Gang's library. I remember you all really needed those. I don't have any use for them, so I'll bring them to you next time we meet. This time, even without anyone interrupting, Excavation Princess couldn't say a word. She gives money, she gives profession knowledge books. Can you find a better NPC than Fu Fu in this game? Why are you still standing there? Join Fu's sect and start praising Fu Fu with me. Damn, now I absolutely have to max out Bai Fu's favorability. Even if she doesn't have a hidden quest, it's still totally worth it. Looking at the screen filled with envy, Excavation Princess felt like she was about to cry. This was the first time she'd ever been moved, not because of some tear-jerking plot, but out of genuine emotion. Fu Fu, you've been so good to me. In the world I originally came from, even my parents haven't cared this much about me for a long time. Bai Fu froze for a moment. Excavation Princess gave a bitter smile but didn't elaborate. With so many livestream viewers watching, she couldn't bring herself to talk about how her parents divorced when she was young, or how she faced constant setbacks in school and work. It would just sound like she was trying to gain sympathy. There was no need for that. Even without selling misery, she was doing fine now. She was just a bit emotional. It had been so long since she felt cared for like this, and it was from a game NPC. Fu Fu, can you tell me about yourself? I'm still weak right now and might not be able to help you fulfill your wish, but I'll do my best. Even if I can only help a little, I'll give it my all. Excavation Princess summoned her courage to say those words. Once spoken, she held her breath. The players in the live stream also quieted down. Would Bai Fu reveal her true identity this time, and release a hidden quest? Bai Fu stared intently at Excavation Princess. According to her original plan, she was supposed to share the story she'd made up after some time had passed. But now that Excavation Princess had taken the initiative, and the live stream atmosphere was heating up, why wait? Can I come in and sit for a bit? Excavation Princess's eyes lit up. It worked, huh? It worked. She quickly invited Bai Fu and Anya inside. After serving Bai Fu and Anya some boiled water, she nervously sat on the sofa in the guest room, along with thousands of players, all eagerly waiting for Bai Fu to finally lift that sheer silk veil from her face. 43. Shocking. Bai Fu's true identity. Bai Fu didn't speak immediately, but instead slowly took a few sips of water, deliberately keeping everyone in suspense. Only after the live stream room was flooded with urgent, I'm the urgent king, did she finally open her mouth. You should still remember what I said that night when you all came to my place, right? Excavation Princess, who had been sitting upright, couldn't help but blush and quickly nodded. Of course she remembered. How could she possibly forget? That night, Bai Fu had even lifted her high in the air. Bai Fu placed her cup on the coffee table. To be honest, I didn't really believe in that sacred prophecy. Sacred prophecies aren't 100% accurate to begin with. That night, after learning that you all were very likely the undying ones mentioned in the prophecy, my faith in it wavered even more. Excavation Princess. Good grief, was she being looked down on? Just as the players in the live stream room were about to say something, Bai Fu spoke again. At the time, I couldn't imagine the undying ones being more than just one person, let alone a whole group. It was even harder to imagine that a group who approached everything with such silliness and laughter could be the undying ones. But what happened later proved me wrong. Maybe your personalities are eccentric, maybe your strength is mediocre, but... A faint smile appeared on Bai Fu's face, fresh and elegant like a jasmine blossom. The smile came and went so quickly that some players almost thought they had imagined it. Judging by your performance during the insect tide incident, there's no doubt that you are the true heroes of legend. As soon as these words landed, the players felt an immense relief, like something that had been suppressed for so long had finally been released. So satisfying. Especially those who had participated in the insect tide event, they were ecstatic, sharing their achievements non-stop in the live stream comments. Bai Fu chuckled inwardly. Silly things, how could I not know how to stir your excited hearts? Seeing the players had all fallen into her rhythm, she shifted the topic to a new stage. I know you really want to help me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chased me all the way from the abandoned cooling plant to here. But I must pour a bucket of cold water on you. Ah! Excavation Princess had been overjoyed. She hadn't expected Bai Fu to suddenly drop such a statement. Her hands clenched together involuntarily. Fu, go ahead. Bai Fu looked serious. I admire your courage, but in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, courage alone is useless. It only leads to unnecessary sacrifice. Do you understand this principle? I understand. Excavation Princess paused, then couldn't help but ask, Fu, is the situation you're facing really that dangerous? I know I'm weak, but Starfish Bro, Fu, their strength. Humph, I see you really don't get it. Just then, Anya, who had been playing in the room, suddenly jumped out. Excavation Princess was confused. Anya put her hands on her hips. You think Big Sister Leader is afraid of those bugs? Or that meaningless woman? It's just that Big Sister Leader hasn't recovered from her injuries. Back when she was in her prime, with just a thought, never mind those people, even this entire planet. Anya. Bai Fu quickly stepped in to stop her. But this time, Anya suddenly refused to comply. Big Sister Leader, what's the harm in saying it? You are from the Garden of Silence. She had only spoken halfway when Bai Fu directly pulled out her trump card. You still want dessert or not? Anya shrank her neck. Sorry, my bad. Seeing this, Excavation Princess quickly stepped up to smooth things over. Fu, Anya didn't mean any harm. Don't be mad. Bai Fu nodded, then suddenly let out a long sigh, as if lamenting how hard it was to raise a child. Don't take what Anya said to heart. Excavation Princess really wanted to say, okay, but how could she possibly not take it to heart? She was an host who specialized in digging up game lore. Although Anya had only said 2 incomplete sentences, not even 100 words, the content of those words had gripped her like tentacles. Here comes the big one. Now it all depended on whether she could catch this big wave. Excavation Princess was so excited it was like she had just seen Ultraman beating up a monster with her own eyes. The other players in the live stream room felt about the same. Holy crap, did I just hear that right? Fu has been in an injured state this whole time. Fu has been helping us all this time while injured, crying to death. Why are you crying your balls off? Is this really the time? The key is what Anya said - this planet. Damn, that line carries way too much information. Exactly, was she referring to something on this planet, or the planet itself? Either way, it proves Fu's true strength is extraordinary. But if it's the latter, damn, is Fu an alien? Excavation Princess, don't tell me you've uncovered a supermassive hidden quest. Excavation Princess was actually thinking the same thing. Considering Bai Fu's serious demeanor earlier and Anya's arrogant tone just now, she felt there was a 90 or even 100% chance that Bai Fu was a cosmic being stranded on Origin Star. The crux lay in the term G_G_G_Ting. As long as she could figure out whether the Garden of Silence was native to Origin Star, she could draw a conclusion. Of course, even if she figured that out, it would only be lifting one of the countless veils over Fu's face. Excavation Princess decided to test things a bit and took the initiative to break the long silence. Fu, so you've been fighting all this time while injured? Bai Fu shook her head. Don't worry, those injuries won't affect my actions. Excavation Princess changed the topic. Then, the Garden of Silence, is that the organization you belong to? This question made Bai Fu fall silent again for a long time. She appeared to be struggling, but in reality, she was peeking at the players in the live stream room conspiring loudly. Digging, don't waste your time trying to dig deeper. There's no way Fu would reveal this stuff. Yeah, no story just spills all its secrets right away. Normally you have to complete a chain of quests, and go through several major patches to uncover the truth. That's true for other games. Beyond the Stars is different. What's different about it? Fu won't talk, but Anya is another story. She's not tight-lipped. We can get close to her and try to fish for intel. Hiss, that might actually work. A bunch of players got excited. Bai Fu got excited too. Perfect, it looked like the players had fully taken the bait. This way, Anya's standing in their eyes would also rise dramatically. Even if Bai Fu wasn't around, Anya could still command them. Everything Bai Fu said today had been carefully planned. She deliberately used Anya to let slip that she'd been injured, to fill a massive narrative gap. Once the players accepted this setup, they wouldn't question her future rocket-like rise in strength. It would also give the developer room to write enhancements into her character. As for the rest of Anya's comments, they were meant to send the players into wild speculation. She wasn't afraid they'd imagine too grand a backstory for her. What she feared was a lack of imagination. Even if in the end they found out she wasn't a cosmic being, Bai Fu wasn't worried. Anya never finished her sentence, after all. That gave her the leeway to explain it however she wanted. This planet could be expanded into, this planet will also explode, or even the strongest beings on this planet must die. As for the final explanation, that would depend on how her story developed and which enhancement path the developer chose. There are some things I don't want to tell you, not because I don't want to, but because I can't, said Bai Fu. Even knowing those names would bring you endless nightmares. With your current strength, if you truly want to help me, if you truly want to become the savior heroes of legend, then the most important thing is to improve yourself through tempering. So Fu really wasn't giving a direct answer. Just as Excavation Princess started feeling disappointed, a surprise came forth. Big Sister Leader, they're not completely useless, right? At least here, if their strength gets just a little higher, they could help us find that thing. Anya peeked her head out sneakily. Nice job, Anya. Excavation Princess excitedly echoed, yeah, exactly. Bai Fu stared at Excavation Princess for a while before finally saying, all right then. When your strength improves a bit more and you reach the advanced threshold, we'll talk again. Otherwise, even if you are one of the undying ones, it's just too dangerous. She subtly signaled Anya to continue. That's right, reaching the advanced threshold should do it. As soon as Anya, now acting as a quartermaster of the faction, finished speaking, Excavation Princess noticed she had triggered a quest. Improve strength. The rewards were nothing special, just 1000 XP and 5 points of faction reputation. But Excavation Princess still jumped up in excitement. This was the key to getting close to the real Fu. Who cared about the reward? She'd go for it even if there was none. I triggered a K dash. Halfway through her leap, she awkwardly sat back down. Stay calm. Fu was still sitting across from her. Damn it, I'm dying of jealousy. Digging really got ahead of everyone this time. Don't get cocky. I'll be in Lin the day after tomorrow. Who'll unlock the advanced class first is still up in the air. The players in the live stream room were all fired up. Just like that player said, the winner had yet to be decided. Excavation Princess may have been the first to arrive at Lin and the first to receive a quest from Bai Fu, but she was only level 7, and also not good at action games. It was still unclear if she'd be the first to unlock the advanced class. For a while, nearly all the players in the abandoned cooling plant were itching to act, including the Iron Rain Guild, who were planning to defect to the Truth Society. Sword Chi Soaring had a clear idea. If they wanted to defect to the Truth Society, they needed to first make contact with someone from it. Until then, his plan was to orbit around Bai Fu just like the others. He wasn't interested in increasing Bai Fu's favorability. His main goal was to gather intel about her and then use that information as a gift when pledging allegiance to the Truth Society. Charge. Step by step, I'll climb to the top, surpass Excavation Princess, and become the player closest to Fu. No sleep tonight, I am grinding all the way. Seeing the players all fired up, Bai Fu finally felt at ease. She was now essentially bound to this group of players. The faster they leveled up, the faster she could level up with their help. The Truth Society wants to assassinate me. Then I'll bring tens of thousands of players with advanced classes and show you what true worldly terror looks like. It's getting late. You should get some rest. I'm heading back first. Bai Fu stood up. Excavation Princess still wanted to ask her to stay the night, but Bai Fu politely declined. What a pity, but understandable. Just before parting, Anya secretly glanced at Excavation Princess and saw that she was still grinning like a fool. Poor Excavation Princess really thought she had gained something big, when in fact she was being toyed with by Big Sister Leader. Anya, am the true treasure in Big Sister Leader's heart. Anya lifted her chin proudly and followed behind Bai Fu. After leaving the hotel, Bai Fu couldn't wait to open the community. As expected, players were already analyzing her identity. The most eye-catching post among them was, "I suspect Bai Fu is actually the final boss of Beyond the Stars." Question marks filled Bai Fu's head. She had worked so hard to finally sever her ties with the Wildfire Gang, all to avoid being treated as a villain by the players. And now, what do you know, someone just slapped a final boss label right on her. She clicked in, curious to see what insights this player had. In fact, the post contained no analysis at all. The player was simply comparing it to another game the entire time. In another game I played before, there was a very special NPC in the newbie village. She was as beautiful as Fu Fu, cared about players like Fu Fu, and had a mysterious identity like Fu Fu. In the end, after completing a series of quests, players discovered she was a legendary apostle, even the final boss in the game. So, I boldly conclude. I'll boldly smack you with a hammer. Unsurprisingly, the post got flamed. Also unsurprisingly, it went viral. Though the poster was clearly talking nonsense and not doing proper validation like Excavation Princess using dialogue and lore, the theory that Bai Fu was the final boss still hit many players' XP points. White-haired final boss. I'm in. If Fu Fu really is the final boss, I'll be the first to join her. You think you'll be first? I'm first. Bai Fu twitched her lips. She had no interest in being any kind of boss unless it was the kind that didn't have a visible HP bar. She'd wait a bit more, see if any of the upcoming player theories were useful. If so, she'd copy them outright. Wait, no, copying player ideas in a game wasn't copying, it was meeting player expectations. Bai Fu, with Anya in tow, quickly returned to the area near Xiaoshi's residence. But as soon as she reached the staircase, she stopped. The lights were off inside. Xiaoshi wasn't home. She looked around. The agents that Division 4 Director Lu Yuelin had sent to protect her were also missing. That was clearly not right. Bai Fu had always been one to suspect the worst in any unusual situation she encountered. A few seconds later, she heard footsteps in the stairwell, along with the static of a walkie-talkie. No sign on my side. Hurry up over there. Right after that, a fully armed man stepped out from around the corner. Bai Fu? The man clearly hadn't expected to run into Bai Fu here. He paused for a moment, then a smile crept onto his face. Well, what a pleasant surprise. You messed with the Truth Society, serves you right to die here tonight. So it really was a Truth Society assassin. Bai Fu began to worry about Xiaoshi's safety, but now wasn't the time for that. She placed her hand on her thigh, where her gun was holstered. Anya, get behind me. Time to see just how much her strength had improved since unlocking her advanced class. 44, Black Knight, she like a ghost god. The air over the clearing in front of the corridor carried a cold and deadly tension. The moment she shielded Anya behind her, Bai Fu cast a psionic vision skill at the assassin across from them. The skill connected successfully, and the target's basic stats were quickly relayed back. Name, Elite Assassin, Elite. Template, Ordinary. Main class, Wilderness Hunter LV3, Lower class Wanderer LV10, Max level. Subclass, None. HP, 260/260. Stats, Strength 15, Agility 21, Constitution 13, Intelligence 5, Spirit 9, Inspiration 8. Skills, Mobile Shooting LV3, Dual Gun Hunt LV2, Precision Burst LV1, Hound Steps LV2, Intermediate Shooting Specialization. Talent, Scavenger. Favorability, Contempt, -13. Danger Level, Green. Bai Fu tugged the corner of her lips after scanning the data. So they just named him Elite Assassin because he's an elite mob? That was pretty sloppy naming. Still, despite the random naming, this Elite Assassin stats ranked third among all the opponents she had encountered so far, right after Yulia and the mutated number 9. With agility as high as 21, once he went full throttle, he could definitely create afterimages like that super speed boss in Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. Speed was one thing, but this elite assassin also had 3 gun-type skills and 1 mobility skill. He was practically born to be an assassin. If his target this time had been Xia Shi, even with Xia Shi's near-protagonist here great luck buff, the odds would not have been in her favor. Too bad he ran into me. Bai Fu thought to herself. The danger rating given by psionic vision was green, meaning this elite assassin was weaker than she was. That assessment was spot on. She pulled up her own attribute panel. HP, 770/770. Psionic value, 115/115. Stats, Strength 11, Agility 7, Constitution 37, Intelligence 5, Spirit 14, Inspiration 23. Bai Fu believed that if the assassin had something like psionic vision too, he would not be smiling right now. You're right. But this is Bai Fu, 770 HP, 37 Constitution, and elite of the elite mobs. She has fanaticism, hardening, and can steal buffs using chain reaction. She has both soft and hard control, costing only 20 psionic points. When using psionic boil, her basic attacks come with bonus damage, no cooldown, and enjoy critical hit bonuses. With battle etiquette locking the enemy down. If she didn't have to protect Anya, Bai Fu would have already charged up to wrestle with that elite assassin, to show him what a peak state warrior looked like. To kill me, it looks like you've brought quite a few people. Don't you need to call over your comrades? Bai Fu looked at the assassin calmly, trying to find out how many people were in his group. The elite assassin sneered, how many people were sent doesn't matter. All you need to know is that I alone can kill you. I'm nothing like those brainless muscle-bound mutant freaks mass-produced by the Truth Society. He was clearly excited. This assassination was a group operation, but only the one who killed Bai Fu would receive the largest bounty. Just minutes ago, he had been searching all over and thought he might miss his chance tonight. But then he turned a corner and unexpectedly stumbled upon Bai Fu all alone. It could only be called his lucky day. The goddess of victory was smiling, and so was he. The elite assassin drew a pistol. Failing to extract useful information, Bai Fu felt a little annoyed but didn't dwell on it. She also drew a pistol from her thigh. Seeing this, the assassin laughed even harder. Trying to outshoot me? Maybe you don't know they call me the sharpshooter. I've got 10 ways to kill you before you even land a shot. Bai Fu shook her head. This gun isn't loaded. The assassin paused, not quite understanding what she meant. No bullets. Then why pull it out? Trying to scare him? Or was she baiting him into lowering his guard? Looks like you really don't get what kind of opponent you're facing. The elite assassin quickly raised his gun. Can you keep up with my speedy dash? But just as he was about to pull the trigger, something strange happened. He suddenly found that his finger couldn't move at all. Ruined, I've been immobilized. The elite assassin's expression changed drastically. What he didn't expect was that Bai Fu didn't aim the gun at him but instead pointed it at her own abdomen. Even more unexpected, after Bai Fu completed that motion, his own right hand began to mimic Bai Fu's right hand uncontrollably. In that instant, the elite assassin seemed to understand something. Stop it now. He tried to halt his own right hand, but no matter how hard he tried, no matter how he screamed inside, it was all useless. He could only watch helplessly as his own hand turned the gun toward his abdomen. Bai Fu opened her mouth, smiled, and softly uttered a bang. In the next second, the elite assassin followed Bai Fu and fiercely pulled the trigger. Once, twice, 3 times, 7 shots per second. Watch closely, this is the hand speed of someone single for 20 years. Bullets that strayed slightly upward pierced through the assassin's belly without mercy, shredding his intestines, while those that strayed slightly downward landed true critical hits. Blood drew cruel arcs through the air. 2 long seconds passed, and battle etiquette concluded. The elite assassin's body finally broke free of control, but by then the spreading agony from his wounds had already robbed him of the ability to move. Spasms racked his body, and he collapsed with a thud, his left forehead slamming into the cement ground, splattering even more blood. The elite assassin had no time to mind the pain. He couldn't utter a word. Thankfully, with a spirit stat of 9, he could barely hold on to the last shred of consciousness and watch Bai Fu walking toward him step by step. Bang! Bai Fu drew another pistol from her thigh and cleanly fired a shot into the assassin's head. You have killed elite assassin, contribution 100%. After level correction, you gain 4,800 XP. The game notification rang. Bai Fu smiled. Defeating a speed-based troublesome opponent in 2 seconds, this was the power of battle etiquette. And that wasn't all she was pleased with. The XP reward from the elite assassin was also satisfying. One elite assassin gave 4,800 XP, 5 would be 24,000. Combined with what she had left before, she could level up again. Bai Fu bent down and picked up the dropped walkie-talkie, pressing the call button. Hello, hello. You. The person on the other end of the walkie-talkie froze upon hearing the unmistakable female voice. Who are you? Are you Bai Fu or someone else? Bai Fu said, that gunfire just now was loud. Everyone nearby surely heard it. It won't be long before Division 4 shows up. You don't have much time left to kill me. Bai Fu. Don't think that just because you sneak attacked and killed Scavenger you can act all cocky in front of me. Even a fool could tell by now that the person speaking was Bai Fu. Enraged, the assassin roared through the device. You're downstairs now, aren't you? Don't worry, I'm coming down right now to send you to your grave. I'm in no hurry. I'll be waiting downstairs. If you're in a rush to reincarnate, you better move fast. Bai Fu remained composed. You just wait. The assassin on the other end was so furious at Bai Fu's calmness that he smashed the walkie-talkie onto the floor and stomped it into pieces. The sound came from upstairs. Bai Fu perked up her ears. She heard a door open and 2 sets of urgent footsteps, meaning there were at least 2 more assassins. Whether 2 or 3, now that she confirmed battle etiquette worked so well, she wasn't worried at all. She brought Anya to a cement-poured corner. It seemed like a dead end, but only a place like this allowed her to shield Anya with ease. Boss, those assassins look tough. Shouldn't we run? Bai Fu gently patted Anya's head. Just watch your boss in action. She didn't want to get into conflict with the Truth Society, but since they insisted on killing her, her stance toward them could only be, since you've come, I'll settle you. Back in the day when she was still a player, she had killed the Greek gods multiple times. Now that she had hardened her resolve, was she supposed to fear a powerless Truth Society? A minute later, the 2 assassins who rushed down from upstairs finally found Bai Fu. I thought you'd run after all that bluffing. Seems like you've got some guts after all. But this spot tisk tsk. Is this the grave you chose for yourself? The tall assassin who had smashed the walkie-talkie grinned wickedly and aimed his gun at Bai Fu's leg. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Bai Fu. After getting roasted like that, he needed to torment her properly for payback. Bai Fu replied calmly, have you heard the saying? Never lower your guard to what's behind you, even if it's a trusted comrade standing there. Huh. The tall assassin sensed something was off and quickly dodged to the left, but it was already too late. Bai Fu had switched to a new battle etiquette, raised her gun, and pulled the trigger. At that instant, gunfire erupted both in front and behind him. Bai Fu's shot grazed his left arm, searing pain erupting, while the bullet from behind slammed into his scapula. It felt like a hammer blow to his back, and his body pitched forward uncontrollably. Ah! A scream tore through the night. As he fell, the tall assassin was utterly confused. Just now, the only one behind him had been the shorter assassin who came down with him, so that bullet must have come from him. Realizing this, the tall assassin was both furious and panicked. You bastard! Who gave you the guts to betray the Truth Society and join Bai Fu? Now injured, if he got caught in a pincer, he had no hope of surviving. The short assassin was panicking too. He had no idea what had just happened and could only keep shouting, I didn't do it on purpose. My hand moved on its own. Screw you. What next? If you shoot me to death you'll say the bullet did it, not you. The tall assassin turned to shoot the short one. At the crucial moment, Bai Fu stepped in. Seriously, if they shot each other, wouldn't that reduce the XP she'd get from taking them down herself? To stop the internal infighting from the source, Bai Fu quickly shot the tall assassin. The pain made him drop his weapon instantly. The short assassin looked at Bai Fu in shock. Bai Fu's expression remained indifferent. No need to thank me because you're next. Bang bang bang. Bai Fu fired several shots into the fallen tall assassin. Large damage numbers floated up along with splashes of blood. A few seconds later, the tall assassin's body finally stopped moving. Bai Fu strode forward in big steps. The short assassin broke into a cold sweat and kept retreating. Don't come over, don't come over. After shouting several times, he suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled out his walkie-talkie, shouting into it. Back up, send backup now. If no one comes, we're all going to die here. The person on the other end of the walkie-talkie was momentarily speechless. Although it was sudden, he quickly understood the situation. The operation to assassinate Bai Fu had failed, and those assassins were about to be wiped out. Bai Fu. A hoarse voice came through the walkie-talkie. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on, let me deal with this guy first. Bai Fu stopped next to the tall assassin, then kicked him hard in the jaw. Ah dash. The tall assassin, who had seemed dead just moments ago, screamed miserably as Bai Fu's kick sent him flying into a wall. Playing dead in front of me? What a joke. Bai Fu retracted her foot. A kill should trigger a game notification. If it didn't, it meant he wasn't dead yet. Ah ah ah. The short assassin was so frightened by the scene that he fired 3 shots in succession. The bullets pierced the air and all hit Bai Fu, but the expected image of bullets tearing into flesh and blood splattering never occurred. Under the faint light, the short assassin saw Bai Fu loosen her clenched right hand. Clack clack clack. The 3 bullets slipped from her palm and hit the ground with sharp, metallic clinks. Die, die already. The short assassin was mentally collapsing. He fired wildly, hoping even a second's delay could be gained, but even after emptying his magazine, Bai Fu remained unharmed and walked right up to him. Looks like your gun isn't very useful. Bai Fu reached out and grabbed the barrel of the short assassin's pistol. Ah, monster, she's a monster. The short assassin screamed frantically. His screams agitated the person on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Stop yelling. What the hell is happening? Damn it, I said shut up. No matter how loudly he shouted, the short assassin continued screaming until a few gunshots rang out, and all fell silent. Huff, huff. The person on the other end of the walkie-talkie started breathing heavily. Bai Fu, do you know who you've provoked? The Truth Society. You all want to kill me, and I'm supposed to just let you? If you're not convinced, come here yourself. Once you arrive, you'll understand what just happened. Bai Fu, you'll regret this, the voice from the walkie-talkie roared. Bai Fu replied calmly, threatening me? Watch your tone. I'm the one who won today. Clack. The conversation was forcibly cut off. Bai Fu smiled. She hadn't just said that casually, she had intentionally provoked the person, trying to lure them out. She casually tossed the walkie-talkie beside a corpse on the ground, then quickly led Anya back to Xiaoshi's room. She retrieved the grenade launcher hidden under the floorboard, something she had acquired from the Wildfire Gang's warehouse. With this, she should be able to blast that person to the heavens. If 1 shot wasn't enough, then 2. Bai Fu went to the 4th floor window and waited silently. 45, the 4th calamity has entered the city. Bai Fu's marksmanship was terrible. Even though she had been putting in extra practice for a while, it still wasn't up to par in actual combat. Considering the dire situation she was currently facing, she had already decided to use her remaining free class slot to learn a sharpshooter-type class. That class didn't need to be leveled too high, just enough to earn some stat points and unlock a few skills that could improve shooting accuracy. That would suffice, so she wouldn't slow down the leveling speed of her main class. The class system in Beyond the Stars didn't limit the number of classes a player could learn, but initially, players were only given 3 free class slots. Once those were all filled, to learn a new class one had to spend a certain amount of XP to unlock an additional class slot. Unlocking the first new class slot wasn't expensive, only requiring 10,000 XP, so Bai Fu wasn't worried about possibly encountering a better class in the future and being unable to learn it. Just 10,000 XP. For her current self, it would only take defeating 3 elite assassin-level elite mobs to save up that much. If it were an opponent like the one she had just exchanged words with over the radio, one would probably be enough. That person's strength might not necessarily surpass the 3 assassins she had just taken down, but the XP awarded for killing in the game didn't rely solely on a monster's strength. It was calculated based on multiple factors including strength, level, template, and identity. Take the mysterious and unpredictable president of the Truth Society as an example. Even if his true strength was only equal to 1 Anya, thanks to his identity bonus, the XP reward for taking him down would definitely surpass that of 10,000 Anyas combined. Bai Fu was quite looking forward to seeing what kind of reward that person she had just roasted might bring her. But unfortunately, she had squatted on the 4th floor for over 10 minutes so long her legs had gone numb and still hadn't seen the guy show up. She was a bit speechless. After being flamed publicly by her and hearing his subordinates get taken out with his own ears, all he did was shout a threat and then immediately turned into a turtle hiding in its shell. You've mastered the art of strategic cowardice too. Bai Fu suspected that in his previous life, that guy must have hung around the Doghead bar. Weren't those lines he shouted over the radio basically? Do you know who you've messed with? You've messed with the noble desert death god. Be arrogant now, but when I finish gathering my gear and descend from the mountains, that will be your moment of regret. Her assessment, wonderful idea, but she wasn't a squishy support, she was a full tank build Desert Emperor. This was the story of the Desert Emperor, Bai Fu, and her many individually gear customizable and upgradable sand soldiers, players, fighting against the Desert Death God. Bai Fu put away her grenade launcher. During this process, shouting had already started coming from downstairs. Division 4 had arrived. Leading the charge was Xiaoshi. Her face was full of anxiety, especially after seeing the corpse of the elite assassin. Her concern for the safety of Bai Fu and Anya only grew stronger. Why did it have to be now? She was about to rush into the stairwell when a special agent in power armor reached out from behind and grabbed her arm. Did you forget what the Intelligence Bureau Agent Handbook taught? The killer might still be around. Charging in recklessly is suicide. Just follow behind me obediently. Xiaoshi wanted to argue, but her strength was nowhere near that of the power armor, so she had no choice but to comply. Bai Fu, Anya, you two better not die on me. A group of over a dozen people checked the corpse of the elite assassin, faces grim as they ascended the stairs. Every step was taken with extreme caution, as if expecting assassins to leap out of the shadows. Even when they neared Xiaoshi's residence, nothing unexpected had happened. The special agent in power armor gestured for the others to stay put and let him go in to scout the situation first. After everyone gave the okay, he stepped forward steadily toward the door, but stopped after only 2 steps. Footsteps. In that instant, all Division 4 agents present held their breath and locked their eyes on the figure emerging from the room. Closer. The footsteps were getting closer. The special agent in power armor raised his left arm, which was equipped with a heavy rotary machine gun. The moment the person inside showed their face, this heavy weapon would turn them into a sieve. Relax. It's me. A female voice came from inside the room. Xiaoshi was the first to react. That's Bai Fu's voice. As soon as she spoke, Bai Fu stepped out from the room holding a cup of water. Despite being stared down by more than 10 guns, her face showed no trace of fear. You Division 4 people really have a special way of welcoming guests. Looking at the smiling Bai Fu, the special agents from Division 4 exchanged glances. They thought they had seen wrong. After receiving the news of an attack at Xiaoshi's residence, most of them assumed Bai Fu was doomed. Even if they rushed over, it would only be to collect her corpse. But now, Bai Fu was not only alive, there wasn't even a single visible wound on her body. The assassin didn't come for you, the special agent in power armor asked urgently. Bai Fu took a sip of water. They did. Where are they? You already saw one on the way upstairs, right? The other two are lying near the trash incinerator. The group of agents no longer cared about anything else and hurried back downstairs. When they saw the two corpses lying neatly in the corner of the wall, they were all stunned. I know this guy, he's a B-rank certified assassin from the dark web, Hyena. His expression, what the hell is this? Hyena had taken 4 bullets, one of which struck his heart that was likely the fatal shot. But no one was focused on that. All eyes were drawn to his face. It was a face twisted in horror, like someone who had just witnessed Sadako crawling out of a television. What on earth did he go through before he died? The agents present felt a chill down their spines. Instinctively, they looked up toward Bai Fu, who stood at the window at the end of the 3rd-floor corridor. All of this had been done by this woman from the abandoned cooling plant. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate Bai Fu again. Several minutes later, in Xia Shi's residence, everyone was gathered around the tea table. Miss Bai Fu, said the special agent who had stepped out of his power armor with a serious expression, I am Su Hong, captain of the 1st Squad of Division 4's Action Unit and the commander of this operation. I need to confirm something with you. You want to ask how I killed them, right? Actually, I'm a psionic per-user. Bai Fu revealed information that was safe to make public for now. Even if she didn't say it, Division 4 and the Truth Society would suspect she had special abilities. So she might as well selectively disclose a part of it to conceal her greatest trump card. A constitution so high it was like flipping the middle finger at her enemies. Sure enough, upon learning that she was a psionic per-user, all the special agents from Division 4 revealed enlightened expressions. That explains it. A psionic per-user, a noble caster class, more inclined towards support but exploiting information gaps to catch assassins off guard and eliminate them all, wasn't entirely implausible. Su Hong nodded slightly. Regarding tonight's assassination attempt, I owe you an apology. Division 4 promised to protect you, but still. Captain, don't you think something about this is strange? Xia Shi suddenly interrupted Su Hong. Su Hong frowned. Strange? Xia Shi said, the timing of the assassin's arrival was precisely after I received the message to attend the emergency ops meeting. It also happened to coincide with the shift change of the guards assigned here. I don't believe that's a coincidence. Division 4 must have a mole. Xia Shi. Su Hong snapped. The emergency meeting was convened on the orders of Intelligence Bureau headquarters. Are you implying there's a mole in headquarters? Xia Shi wasn't at all intimidated by Su Hong's tone. There might be. Who can guarantee that headquarters is clean? This must be investigated thoroughly. Bai Fu is a hero in the fight against the Truth Society. We cannot sit by while a hero is harmed by the Truth Society. Otherwise, who would dare to stand up against them in the future? Su Hong stared sternly at the unyielding Xia Shi for a long while before finally forcing out a reply, don't say things that undermine unity. He turned to Bai Fu with an apologetic face. Sorry to make you laugh. Bai Fu remained calm. It's nothing. Su Hong stood up. I don't have any more questions for now. I must take the items recovered from the assassins back for analysis. Don't worry, these next few days, they'll be stationed here. Unless the Truth Society has gone completely mad, they wouldn't dare make a move during this time. Bai Fu nodded. After seeing Su Hong off, only she, Anya, and Xia Shi curled up on the sofa remained in the room. After a moment of silence, she asked, do you have a deep grudge with the Truth Society? Xia Shi looked up, her brown eyes filled with confusion. Why do you ask? Bai Fu replied, because your attitude toward the Truth Society is more intense than anyone else's. Xia Shi explained, oh, that. Actually, Captain Su and the others have an even deeper hatred toward the Truth Society. Captain Su, never mind that. I just personally despise the Truth Society. They kill and burn, commit all kinds of atrocities. A protagonist's characteristic sense of justice? Actually, I also dislike the Human Alliance, but at least those people kill for a reason however extreme. The Truth Society is different. You can't comprehend them. They act without rules, and before any action begins, no one knows what they're going to do. I hate this kind of disorder. That's why I joined Division 4 to eliminate the Truth Society. I see. A lawful good alignment. Bai Fu smiled faintly. In that case, if Xia Shi found out her real identity, she would definitely dislike her. After all, she was perhaps the most rule-breaking NPC in this world. Her very existence was disorder. As Xia Shi was denouncing the Truth Society's atrocities, her personal terminal similar to the Pip-Boy from Fallout suddenly rang. Hold on a second. She got up and went to the balcony. A few minutes later, she came back, her expression extremely grim. Bad news. The director just contacted me. The Truth Society has revised the bounty on you. This didn't surprise Bai Fu at all. What's the new bounty? Xia Shi said, Class A bounty. The reward is 500,000 sky high. They also declared they'd eliminate you within half a month. Well now, I'm worth 500,000. Bai Fu asked, what's the highest bounty on the dark web? 25 million credit coins. That's for the Truth Society president himself. 50 times more. Bai Fu was slightly shocked, but quickly regained her composure. 500,000 wasn't her limit. She was destined to become the queen of the wasteland. If all went well, she would eventually top the dark web bounty list. As she sighed, a game prompt sounded in Bai Fu's ears. You have triggered the special quest Shadow of Truth. She opened the details page. Quest description, the Truth Society has issued a new bounty on you. It seems your actions have enraged them. They are determined to use more powerful forces to kill you and declare to the world that the Truth Society's authority must not be challenged. But they underestimate the vitality of weeds. The wildfire cannot be extinguished. Can even a storm uproot it? Quest objective, repel the upcoming new wave of assassinations from the Truth Society. Reward, 30,000 XP, 15 Origin Star Reputation, title Shadow of Truth. Note, based on task performance, you may have the chance to unlock new quests. This quest is mandatory. The quest rewards were quite appealing, 30,000 XP and a title. The wildfire title she obtained earlier had provided her with a 30 HP bonus, and this Shadow of Truth clearly looked higher tiered than wildfire, so the bonus would definitely be greater. Bai Fu almost wanted to shout for the storm to hit her harder. Xia Shi said, you're in great danger right now. For safety's sake, I suggest you find a place to hide, or simply cooperate with our Gene Primordial's Intelligence Bureau. Even though there are moles in the Bureau, it's still the safest place aside from the military. I'll consider it seriously. Bai Fu felt that, in terms of intelligence, it was still better to rely on Division 4 for now. Over the next 2 days, Division 4 was constantly in meetings. In the mornings, they discussed the attempted assassination of Bai Fu. In the afternoons, they discussed intelligence from Bureau headquarters. Not long ago, agents from Division 3 intercepted a secret message from the Truth Society and confirmed the location of one of their bases. The Gene Primordials had already decided to launch a raid on that base to wipe it out completely. As Division 4 got busy, Bai Fu found herself with some free time. Apart from unlocking a sharpshooter class, she spent most of her time watching player activity. Excavation Princess's success had inspired many players. Now, all the players at the abandoned cooling plant were trying to save up enough money to buy train tickets. On the third day after Excavation Princess and Bai Fu met, another train departed from the abandoned cooling plant headed straight for Lin. Almost everyone on that train was a player Starfish Bro, Black Tiger Ah Fu, Calamity Dragon, convert to Mai Fu, who had good relationships with Excavation Princess and got notified right away, as well as Iron Rain Guild Sword Chi Soaring, who had purchased their tickets through guild fundraising. As the scenery of the abandoned cooling plant receded rapidly outside the window, convert to Mai Fu clenched his fists with excitement. Lin, here we come. Seeing the posts they were making, Bai Fu also became excited. My sand soldiers have arrived. With players, she was finally in her complete form. So you want to assassinate me, huh? I'll show you the true meaning of terror. 46. the terror of a hardcore savage. Division 4 had been in meetings for 2 full days and still made no progress. Though many were reluctant to admit it, from the attempted assassination of Bai Fu, it was highly likely that a spy from the Truth Society had infiltrated the upper ranks of the Intelligence Bureau. That presented a very real problem. Could the intel intercepted by headquarters have been fake news planted by the spy? If so, proceeding with the original plan would be walking into a trap. If not, since they had no idea whether the spy had already passed the information to the Truth Society, they also couldn't act recklessly and could only send scouts first. But doing so risked missing the best window for a strike. Damn this bullshit. The head of the action unit had a hot temper. Seeing everyone in the conference room remaining silent, he slammed the table hard. Not everyone was like Director Liu Yuelin, who had accepted the situation. The action unit leader had hoped this operation would be his time to shine, laying a solid foundation for promotion and a raise to reach the peak of life. But now, as long as the spy issue remained unsolved, the operation couldn't proceed. If I ever find out who the mole is, I swear I'll shove the gun barrel up his ass and let him experience the bliss of a bullet slamming into his prostate. As the action unit leader's words grew more outrageous, Liu Yuelin coughed lightly and changed the subject. Let's wait and see what headquarters says. I still trust everyone in this division. The action unit leader gave a cold snort. The conference room fell into silence again, but it didn't last long. Another high-ranking figure in Division 4, Secretary Li Cheng, broke the silence. We could try to draw that spy out. How? Bai Fu, Li Cheng slowly uttered the name. The spy revealed himself to kill Bai Fu. After the failed assassination, the Truth Society immediately raised the bounty on Bai Fu, all the way to 500,000 in one go. That's no small move. Even the director's head is only worth $1 million. Clearly, they've now listed Bai Fu as a must-kill target. If there's another opportunity to kill her, I believe that spy will act again. The action unit leader said, Li Cheng, if I remember right, just 2 days ago you were saying Bai Fu might be a spy from the Truth Society, that everything she did was part of a self-sacrifice plot they staged. And now you want to cooperate with her? Everyone turned to look at Li Cheng, but his face remained unchanged. This is also a test for Bai Fu. We can take the chance to observe her. Between believing that there's a Truth Society spy in our leadership and suspecting she staged the whole assassination herself, I'd rather believe the latter. It wouldn't be hard for her. Nice theory. But how do you get her to cooperate? We both know how dangerous being bait is, the action unit leader pressed. Li Cheng remained calm. Didn't she want to see our advanced applications of psionic power? Tell her that if she helps us find the spy, we'll let her see it. The action unit leader twitched his lips. Are you dangling pie in the sky? First off, there's no guarantee the higher-ups would agree. Second, adding a spy catch condition before she gets anything. Only a fool would accept that. What if she dies midway and gets nothing? You go do it. I'm not. Others didn't dare talk back to Li Cheng because he had backing. But the action unit leader wasn't afraid he had backing too. Li Cheng's face darkened, but he didn't lash out. I'll submit the proposal to the higher-ups. Of course, if you can come up with a better plan, I'll shut up immediately. As always, Peacemaker Liu Yuelin stepped in. He checked his watch. It's getting late. We're not making any progress anyway. Let's eat. That immediately piqued everyone's interest. What's the cafeteria serving tonight? Fried chicken legs. Great, I can scarf down a few more bowls of rice with that. Li Cheng said nothing and left with a face like thunder. When news arrived that Bai Fu was not only alive but had also killed all 3 assassins sent after her, even the usually calm president of the Truth Society looked a bit green. 3 against 1 and all 3 got killed. Do they even know how to play? He immediately summoned the combat unit commander and roared. Didn't you say you had this under control? That I could rest easy? This is how you reassure me? Fine, if they couldn't kill the Gene Primordial's leader, but now they couldn't even beat a small fry who had to burst free from Yulia's doppelganger with brute force. On top of that, they exposed the existence of the spy. What next? Getting humiliated by random nobodies. This was utterly disgraceful. The combat unit commander was sweating bullets and rushed to explain. Bai Fu didn't die because she's actually a psionic per-user. No one knew this before, so she used the information gap to pull off a surprise reversal. Now that we've figured out her class, we can send a stronger assassin to finish her off anytime. However. What do you mean, however? The commander, trembling with fear, first reported the situation on Division 4's side. President, actually, the fact that Bai Fu wasn't assassinated this time may not be a bad thing. Right now, the Gene Primordial's Intelligence Bureau is in chaos due to the mole situation. They're trying to use Bai Fu to play a game of lure the snake from its hole and capture our spy, so they have no energy left to monitor our other operations. The president paused in thought. That was indeed a valid point. From this perspective, Bai Fu was actually a very useful piece. Her existence could tie up much of the Intelligence Bureau's resources. Then let Bai Fu live a few more days. Let our people have some fun with the Bureau. When the time comes, we'll send Bai Fu on her way. The combat unit commander hurriedly agreed. The president sneered. Just a little underling did she think she could defy the heavens. Bai Fu waited for an entire day. During that time, since Excavation Princess hadn't seen her for almost 2 days, many people on the forum thought something had happened to her. She specially sent someone to inform Excavation Princess that she was fine and had just encountered some minor trouble. Unexpectedly, this small move sparked intense discussion among the players. Many thought her actions carried deeper meaning. What? Fu ran into trouble. What's the big deal? If Fu didn't have trouble, how would we get our chance to show up? Digging treasure is only level 9 now. She's still got a way to go before unlocking an advanced class. If I remember right, this game's quests change dynamically. It's not like other games where you can delay quest completion. That segment just now was clearly urging Digging Treasure to hurry up and level. If she's too slow, she might miss the follow-up quests. Suddenly showing up to prompt her. Could something have happened to Fu? Judging from how Fu spoke to Digging Treasure earlier, probably not. That doesn't prove anything. Maybe Fu pretended to be relaxed so we wouldn't worry. Don't forget she's still injured. I don't believe those wounds had no effect on her. This got a bunch of players riled up. They hated that they couldn't get to Lin right now. Even if they wanted to help, they were powerless. They didn't even have the heart to be jealous of Starfish Bro and the others who were about to arrive in Lin. Instead, they kept tagging Starfish Bro and others in the forum, urging them to quickly raise their strength once they got to Lin, then check on what trouble Bai Fu had gotten into. Starfish Bro and the others turned grim when they received the messages. They were anxious too, but leveling up wasn't something that happened overnight. They knew absolutely nothing about Lin. They could only hope to unlock their advanced classes before the timer ran out and trigger the new quest. Who knew if there would still be a chance to receive Bai Fu-related quests after this chain broke? Driven by urgency, as soon as the train arrived at Lin Station, Convert to Bai Fu sprang into action. Let's split up first, get familiar with Lin, and see if we can find any XP looping errands. If we don't find anything, we'll regroup to find Excavation Princess. Sound good? Fine by me. Let's do it then. Convert to Bai Fu's suggestion got unanimous approval. After separating from the other players, he opened his live stream. He actually wasn't interested in live streaming at all. He played games purely for his own enjoyment and never intended to share that joy with others. But when it came to quest finding, he was a total noob, so he figured he might as well consult the live stream viewers. Back in the day it was crowdfunding novels, now it's crowdfunding gameplay. Totally reasonable. Once Convert to Bai Fu started the stream, a flood of players poured in. Bai Fu also saw the related posts on the forum and joined. Since she had nothing better to do, she figured she might as well observe these players' actions. That way, when she met with them next time, she'd know better how to manipulate them. 8 p.m. I'm level 8 right now. To unlock an advanced class soon, I need over 37,000 XP to hit level 11. Honestly, the pressure's intense. Back at the abandoned cooling plant, I could team up with other players to farm Type 2 amoeba, but there are barely any players here. Group farming isn't an option. For now, I'll have to look for delivery quests. Best would be ones that reward both XP and money. Only with money can I buy high-grade weapons and food. This game's hunger system is way too realistic. Get too hungry and your stats drop, might even die of starvation. That'd be such a waste. Convert to Bai Fu walked through the streets of Lin, explaining the challenges he was facing. With advice from the live stream viewers, he triggered several hidden quests with no prompts. Unfortunately, after an hour's grind, he'd only racked up just over 1,000 XP and a few dozen credit coins. At this pace, who knew when he'd hit the XP goal? Maybe 4 or 5 days. But by then, would Bai Fu's quest chain still be available? Convert to Bai Fu realized he had to change tactics. He needed to take on some hardcore savage stuff. Make a quick buck, then spend it on gear, then grind monsters or take monster-killing quests. Maybe I should rob a bank. He quickly shot down that idea. First, he had no decent weapons. Second, Lin was nothing like the abandoned cooling plant. It was a major settlement under direct control of the Gene Primordials, with Intelligence Division 4 and various law enforcement agencies. If he tried robbing a bank now, that'd be like a dung beetle going on a road trip asking for shit. Even if he didn't get shot dead on the spot, he'd end up in a detention center. Robbery was out. He didn't know how to forge money. So what else could he do? Be a con man, a mercenary, an assassin? Convert to Bai Fu was stuck. As he walked, he saw someone nearby walk out grinning. Ha! I've got money now, I'll definitely make it back this time. Well. A gambling addict? Convert to Bai Fu turned his head and saw a dozen people crowding around what looked like the gate of a factory. He squeezed in and listened for a while before understanding they were here to borrow money, the kind with sky-high interest. The lender was a guy called Brother Dao. All the borrowers were broke, and the only thing they could offer as collateral was themselves. I'll pledge a kidney. I'll pledge. Convert to Bai Fu's mind started spinning. He wasn't good at other things, but not paying back loans. That he could manage. He quickly moved in and grabbed someone who had just borrowed money. They're not afraid you'll run off without paying. The borrower shrugged. Run. Run where? Other than the station, every place around here is crawling with mutated monsters. And there are always people watching the station. Even the cops are no help, they've got connections in the police department. Hearing that, Convert to Bai Fu grinned. That's exactly what he needed. It meant Brother Dao wouldn't refuse to lend him money just because he was a stranger. Sure enough, once Brother Dao heard he wanted to borrow money, his grin bloomed brighter than a chrysanthemum. But when he heard that Convert to Bai Fu was willing to pledge everything he had, Brother Dao's expression turned a bit odd. Are you sure? I'm sure. Bro, you've got quite the gambling streak. But since you want to bet, I'll play along. Just like that, Convert to Bai Fu successfully obtained 5,000 credit coins, and he couldn't help but grumble. Pawning every valuable part of my body only got me 5,000 credit coins. Sure, credit coin buying power is high, but this is daylight robbery. After securing the cash, he asked for the black market's location and immediately rushed off to buy weapons. Lin was Lin, after all. Handguns, which were nearly impossible to find at the abandoned cooling plant, could be bought here via the black market. Just as Convert to Bai Fu was examining his newly acquired handgun, Brother Dao, who had lent him the money earlier, suddenly showed up with a group of people. Isn't the repayment deadline not up yet? What are you looking for me for? Brother Dao's face was cold. Bro, you bought so many weapons, looks like you're planning something big, huh? I don't think you have the means to pay me back, so I need to reclaim your collateral in advance. That statement was the spark. Seeing the other side ready to use force, Convert to Bai Fu dropped the act. You think just because you showed up right away I can't make money off you? He shot Brother Dao, who was charging at him twice, killing him instantly, then shot himself just as the others were about to grab him. His ruthlessness stunned everyone. What kind of lunatic was this? Things go south, and he instantly offs himself. It really felt like they had provoked something terrifying. After respawning, convert to Bai Fu immediately contacted Starfish Bro and the others. P-Dog, I found a way to make money. He shared the borrowing scheme with Starfish Bro and the rest. That very night, several lone shark gangs in Lin's settlement all experienced extremely bizarre events. Out of nowhere came a group of hardcore types. These people would pledge their entire bodies to borrow money, then go buy weapons. When the lenders came to collect, these hardcore types attacked without saying a word, then killed themselves. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the lone sharks were completely confused. What the hell? They were all boiling with rage, but had nowhere to vent. The people who pissed them off were already dead. In the end, all they got back was a few weapons and a corpse. What they didn't know was that Convert to Bai Fu and the others had already regrouped. After borrowing the money, the first thing they did was stash part of it. After self-termination and respawning, they would secretly retrieve the stashed cash. Totaling it up, they made 20,000 credit coins in a single night. Holy crap, you can play the game like this? Viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Legendary move, but don't use it too often. Do it enough times and the other side will catch on. Jesus, toying with NPCs like this wears your conscience. Even Bai Fu was speechless. As expected of you guys, the ones who enchant weapons with golden oil. 47, New knowledge chain unlocked. The actions of Convert to Bai Fu and the others in Lin's area quickly caused a sensation on the forums. Players born near Lin were so envious they were stomping their feet in regret, blaming themselves for not catching the car headed to Lin. As a result, Convert to Bai Fu and his group got there first and cut off this money-making path. If anyone else dared to pull the same stunt in Lin again, let alone borrowing money, they'd be lucky not to have their legs broken on the spot. Players in other regions, upon seeing what Convert to Bai Fu and his group had done, beamed with delight. That path might be blocked in Lin, but it was still wide open elsewhere. The smartest batch of players sprang into action the moment they received the news. Almost simultaneously, different black evil forces across various starter planets in different galaxies were taught a brutal lesson by players. Lending is risky. Be cautious when dealing with players. If you try to get rough with players, they'll show you what it truly means to be a hardcore savage. Being ruthless to others is nothing. Being ruthless to oneself is real ruthlessness. Those who pulled off a big job rushed to share their achievements on the forum. Among them, the most impressive record came from a player born on Crow Star, Snowing in Summer. After borrowing some money, Snowing in Summer went and made a few bombs. Then he carried those bombs and stormed into the headquarters of the black evil force that had lent him the money. Surrounded by grunts, he detonated the bombs. Coincidentally, the explosion occurred right next to their ammo depot, triggering a sympathetic explosion that blasted the entire organization into oblivion. Legendary. After this bold move, Snowing in Summer's level skyrocketed, claiming the top spot across the server. He was then promoted exceptionally as a city hero in the anti-crime campaign and directly recruited into the national faction system, pulling far ahead of other players. How much dog poop did you step on to get this lucky? Quick, confess, are you the developer's biological child? Luck goddess. Seeing Snowing in Summer's record, the forum exploded. Even Convert to Bai Fu and the others, who pioneered this tactic, were stunned. Suddenly, the 20,000 credit coins in their hands didn't feel all that valuable anymore. Don't panic. Being fast for a moment doesn't mean being fast forever. Besides, he's not even directly competing with us. As long as we unlock our advanced class quickly and trigger Bai Fu's new quest, we'll be fine. I believe that the reward we'll get from Bai Fu's quest will definitely surpass his. Guild Master of the Iron Rain Guild, Sword Chi Soaring, said with a cheerful smile. Convert to Bai Fu and the others nodded repeatedly. They all had a good impression of Sword Chi Soaring. At first, when they took the ride with Sword Chi Soaring, they thought that, as a guild master of a major guild, he would be difficult to get along with. But after spending time together, they found that not only was he very pleasant to talk to, but he was also eager to teach them various in-game tricks and details. No wonder the Iron Rain Guild had remained strong across multiple games. They couldn't have imagined that all of this was just an act by Sword Chi Soaring. The night before the trip, Sword Chi Soaring had held a meeting with the core members of the Iron Rain Guild and gave them important instructions. While looking for an opportunity to join the Truth Society, they should also increase Bai Fu's favorability just like the other players. The purpose of doing so wasn't for Bai Fu's hidden quest, but to gather more intel on Bai Fu, which would then be presented as a generous gift to join the Truth Society. He had no intention of starting from the bottom once he joined the Truth Society. He wanted to go big from the start. Given that they didn't know Bai Fu at all at the moment, an Excavation Princess and others had already raised Bai Fu's favorability above 80, Sword Chi Soaring issued a second directive. When approaching Bai Fu, they had to be willing to invest, be it money, supplies, or even throwing themselves into danger. As long as they could quickly raise Bai Fu's favorability, it was okay even if it slowed down their leveling speed. Although we might suffer a bit early on, as long as we bring intel on Bai Fu to the Truth Society, everything will turn out well. Honestly, if Bai Fu weren't so famous and not so many players were trying to get close to her, Sword Chi Soaring wouldn't even consider such a roundabout strategy to join the Truth Society. During the meeting, some players voiced concern. They agreed Sword Chi Soaring's plan was excellent, but feared that targeting Bai Fu might upset many players and hinder the guild's growth. Sword Chi Soaring waved his hand. Relax, we're not going to go after Bai Fu directly. We're just going to use her and Excavation Princess and the others to gather intel for the Truth Society. Once we're in the Truth Society, our level will rise quickly. At that point, why would we care about ordinary players? What matters is completing the sponsor's mission. The sponsor is God. Thinking that he was about to meet Bai Fu soon, Sword Chi Soaring couldn't help but get excited. Let's meet up with Excavation Princess first. We'll need her help to find Bai Fu. The other players had no objections. A group of more than 10 people moved out with their money. Seeing how quickly the players had adapted to Lin in the live stream room, Bai Fu nodded in satisfaction. She had already worked well with Excavation Princess, Starfish Bro, Convert to Bai Fu, and the others earlier. Now with another batch of professional players arriving, she felt even more confident dealing with Division 4 and the Truth Society. Gotta find an opportunity to give them those profession knowledge books, otherwise they'll get stuck on their level caps. The next day, Bai Fu got the chance. Xia Shi sent word, Division 4 had something important to discuss with her. On her way to Division 4, Bai Fu handed Anya and the profession knowledge books over to Excavation Princess. She didn't feel comfortable leaving Anya alone at Xia Shi's house. Who knew when an assassin and that spy might start coordinating again? It was safer to let the players watch over Anya. Given Anya's relationship with her, the players would never just watch an assassin kill her. Bai Fu arrived at Division 4, where the entire upper management was waiting for her in the conference room. I'll let my secretary, Li Cheng, explain the details, said Lu Yuelin, giving the floor to Li Cheng. Li Cheng stood up and went over the cooperation details discussed in a recent meeting. I know you're interested in advanced applications of psionic power, so I specifically submitted a request to the higher-ups. I just received the data from headquarters. He raised a hard drive. Bai Fu immediately used psionic vision on the drive. Data drive, special. Quality, white. Additional effect, a hard drive that appears ordinary, but contains advanced applications of psionic power held by the gene primordials. Bai Fu's breath hitched slightly. Yes, this was it. She had been hoping for this for a long time. She didn't expect it to just show up like this. She forced herself to keep a calm expression, so as not to let others see anything strange. Li Cheng continued, being bait is dangerous, you could die at any moment. But if you cooperate with us, not only will you get a chance to obtain the advanced applications of psionic power you want, the threat from the Truth Society will also be greatly reduced once the spy is caught. Think it over carefully. Bai Fu replied with a soft She was thinking about whether to cooperate with Division 4. Given her actual strength, normal assassins could hardly kill her, but that didn't mean she could act without restraint. What if the assassin had a large-caliber sniper rifle or a powerful bomb? Of course, special assassins like Yulia, who possessed supernatural abilities, could also pose a threat to her. For safety's sake, she should reject Li Cheng's offer. But if she missed this opportunity, who knew how long it would take before she could get access to the psionic knowledge chain held by the gene primordials. Bai Fu's eyes moved slightly as she thought of a good plan. After pretending to think for a while, she raised her head. In that moment, she brought out the same level of performance she'd used the night she parted with the players. Time to act. There's been a spy watching from the shadows for a while now. It's really annoying, Bai Fu nodded. I can agree to cooperate with you, but there's one condition. Li Qing asked, what condition? Bai Fu said, Director Lu mentioned that even with his authority, it's very difficult to get advanced applications of psionic power. But you managed to obtain them. Although the situation is different now, I still want to verify the goods first just in case I'm being tricked. Li Cheng's face darkened. Are you questioning my credibility? Before Bai Fu could respond, the head of the operations team jumped in to undercut him. Your credibility? Yeah, it's definitely worth questioning. Bang! Li Cheng slammed the table hard. Say that again. Lu Yuelin quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Peace brings prosperity. What's the harm in verifying it? Let her verify it, it'll ease little Bai's mind. Just use the terminal in the conference room. The others couldn't keep watching the drama and chimed in one after another. Let her take a look. What could go wrong? You really think Bai Fu could steal the data in front of all of us? The hard drive couldn't possibly have fake data in it, right? Haha. Division 4 had a lot of nepotism, and internal factions were extremely complex. But most of them shared one view: they didn't like Li Cheng. In a spy thriller, Li Cheng would be the guy desperate to rise up and prove himself, but who ended up alienating nearly all of his co-workers. Seeing this, Bai Fu knew she had won. Sure enough, amid all the discussion, Li Cheng's face was ashen as he handed the drive to her. You don't need me to teach you how to use a terminal, right? Bai Fu smiled. No need. Li Cheng said coldly, there are over a dozen pairs of eyes watching, and all of Division 4's terminals are specially encrypted. Bai Fu put on an innocent face. What bad intentions could a little white rabbit like me have? You think I'm some genius hacker who can copy the data off the drive without anyone noticing? You're really overestimating me. I'm just a perfectly ordinary wall hacker. Copy? I'll just read the progress bar directly. In front of everyone, Bai Fu connected the hard drive to the terminal. As soon as she opened the file reader, a prompt popped up. You have begun reading Advanced Applications of Psionic Power held by the Gene Primordials. Intermediate psionic specialization is in effect. Your reading speed plus 20%. Current progress, 0.1%. No wonder it was advanced knowledge. The reading bar was much longer than usual. Previously, it had taken her just 20 minutes to read other books, but now it would take several hours. Of course, since this was just a verification, Division 4 would never let her sit at the terminal for several hours. But that didn't matter. Bai Fu only cared about the psionic knowledge chain contained within, so she focused on those parts. The conference room fell into silence. Li Qing sat in his chair, staring expressionlessly at Bai Fu's back. No one knew what he was thinking. After more than 20 minutes, Bai Fu received a game prompt. You have unlocked Psionic Knowledge Chain, 2. After mastering 2 knowledge chains, her knowledge chain bonus became all psionic active skill effects plus 40%, psionic resistance plus 40%, psionic recovery speed plus 2 per minute. Note, unlocking a new knowledge chain grants plus 20% to all psionic active skill effects, plus 10% psionic resistance, and unlock psionic bonuses. This bonus instantly delighted Bai Fu. Counting the bonus from intermediate psionic specialization, her active skill effects were boosted by a total of 60%, thoroughly outclassing an average psionic per user. The gap between an advanced class and an advanced threshold class was precisely in things like this. This was also why many top-tier players in the community advised against staying underleveled or training multiple classes simultaneously. Even if one wanted to multi-class, it was best to level up the main class to advanced first, otherwise, it would be easy to fall behind others. Bai Fu's gaze lingered on the psionic bonus mentioned in the note. This bonus was also crucial. It not only improved the player's attributes and strength, but transitioning from an advanced threshold class to an advanced class also involved a real class transfer, just like in DNF when reaching a certain level allowed the Ghost Swordsman to transfer to classes like Berserker, Soul Reaper, or Azura. In Beyond the Stars, the direction chosen for the bonuses also determined the player's future specialization path. The psionic stream started off with a support role leaning towards buffing, but as levels rose and more skills became available, there were builds focused on combat, curses, or healing. Although she had already unlocked the psionic knowledge chain, Bai Fu didn't stop reading, because she found there were still plenty of other good things on the hard drive like an incomplete psionic knowledge chain, and some special skills. Li Cheng was starting to get impatient. How long are you going to check this? Bai Fu remained calm. What's the rush? If I don't check thoroughly, how would I know if the contents aren't made up? A few minutes later, Li Cheng got up and walked over to the terminal. It's already been half an hour. If you keep stalling, this meeting might as well be cancelled. Fine. Bai Fu reluctantly shut off the terminal. During that time, she had accumulated quite a bit of knowledge, and even unlocked a new skill, Psionic Shield. Psionic Shield consumes psionic value to generate a full-body shield equal to psionic value *2, lasts 5 minutes, cooldown time 12 seconds. If she used up all her psionic value, she'd gain 230 HP out of thin air. But the power of Psionic Shield didn't stop there. Before the shield was depleted, all damage she received would not affect her actual HP. In a battle of attrition, this gave her a significant advantage. Time to eat again, brothers. Facing Li Cheng's gloomy expression, Bai Fu was in high spirits. I just went through the data on the hard drive. I can't speak for the rest of it, but the parts one checked were fine. I believe in your sincerity to cooperate, and I'm willing to assist in luring out that spy. Hearing this, Li Cheng's tense expression eased slightly. Pleasure working with you. Pleasure, pleasure. Bai Fu really was pleased. Now that she had the knowledge chain, she could have just bailed, but she wanted to see if she could pick up a few more high-reward quests from Division 4. If she could, she'd stick around a bit longer. If not, she'd take Anya and scram. After seeing everyone out, Li Cheng also broke into a smile. Spy. He was the spy. But no one knew this, no one even suspected it. Because before Bai Fu showed up, he was already known as the guy who clashed with everyone, so continuing to be hostile toward Bai Fu just looked like business as usual. After leaving Division 4, Li Cheng sent a message to his contact. In the upcoming operation, Division 4 would implement a total network lockdown on all of Lin, so this would be his last message to the Truth Society for a while. Bai Fu, I'll play this game with you slowly. Once the guild leader officially makes a move, and there's no need to keep distracting the Intelligence Bureau, it'll be your time to die. Division 4's work was quickly set in motion. When Bai Fu went to pick up Anya, she found Sword Chi Soaring playing with her. From the looks of it, Sword Chi Soaring was clearly trying to extract information from Anya. But who was Anya? Anya was her top disciple. After Bai Fu briefed her, Anya turned into a masturbator delivering vague hints and half-truths to the max. Sword Chi Soaring spent 2 whole hours buying her snacks and running errands, but still didn't get any useful intel. Damn it, you're telling me I can't even fool a little kid? Sword Chi Soaring was so mad he could grind his teeth to dust, but he had to keep pretending to be a gentleman. Endure the hardship, and you shall rise above. Soon, Sword Chi Soaring got his chance to build favorability with Bai Fu. It was the day after they met. I can't move freely right now. I need your help to investigate something. 48, the mantis stalks the cicada, and Bai Fu is behind. A few hours before Bai Fu found the player, Xia Shi had brought the latest intel from Division 4. The mission assignment has arrived. What mission? A surprise inspection of the Truth Society's secret base in Lin set up by the dark web. Xia Shi began explaining in detail. On Origin Star, aside from the 5 major factions like the Gene Primordials and the Truth Society, there were many other smaller yet formidable forces. The Makarov family, operators behind the dark web, was one such force. Before the war, the Makarov family had been a world-renowned mercenary organization. After the war, the surviving members expanded their business for survival and entered the assassination trade. These people were extremely skilled over a dozen years without a single failure. Eventually, they transitioned behind the scenes to create a platform. The Makarov family was widely praised for their tight lips, never leaking client information, and thus the platform they established received immediate attention from both assassins and those in need of their services. To instill confidence, the Makarov family head at the time boldly declared that all agreements between assassins and employers on the dark web would be fully guaranteed by the Makarov family. Any party daring to breach an agreement without prior negotiation would be seen as challenging the Makarov family and would be hunted down by them. When the platform first launched, the Makarov family even introduced a second head half-price promotion for lucky clients. With this brilliant strategy, the Makarov family's platform blazed a trail, crushing all competition. It had since become the undisputed god of the assassination world, even gaining official partnerships with several major factions. More efficient, faster, stronger, need someone dead. Call Makarov. Seeing the slogan on the official dark web homepage Xia opened in front of her, Bai Fu didn't know what to say for a moment. Good grief, DD kill, huh? Xia added, the logistics team reviewed the signal records from the radio tower around the time the assassin came for you. They didn't find any anomalies, which means that Spy is most likely hiding in Lin. And their communication with the assassin and the Truth Society was probably conducted through the dark web. Bai Fu asked suspiciously, didn't you say the Makarov family is known for keeping secrets? Would they just hand over their communication logs? And wouldn't that mean we're burning bridges with them? At this point, who still cares about all that? Xia scoffed. Even if the dark web doesn't give us anything, we can find the logs ourselves. Honestly, it's not a big deal if we don't. This operation is basically our official declaration of war against that spy. We're only giving them 3 chances. She held up 3 fingers. This is the first time. There will be another operation. If he still doesn't show himself, the director plans to take you to Haidu. Once we're there, it'll be even harder for him to make a move on you. What if he never comes out? Tough luck. Xia shrugged helplessly. If it really came to that, Division 4 would simply take a break and stay out of all Intelligence Bureau operations for the time being. Bai Fu seemed thoughtful. After Xia briefed her on the current situation, she received an in-game notification. You have triggered the mission raid on the dark web. Mission description: to flush out the hidden spy, Division 4 has devised a plan to conduct a surprise inspection of the dark web's base in Lin. They hope you, acting as bait, will cooperate with the operation. Mission objective: locate the database at the dark web's Lin base. Reward: 5,000 XP, 5 Gene Primordials faction reputation. Accept/decline. As a support personnel, earning 5,000 XP just by completing a mission was quite generous. But Bai Fu was not satisfied. After acquiring the psionic knowledge chain, from the Gene Primordials, she had been considering leaving Lin to collect more pieces elsewhere. She had stayed only in hopes of snagging a few high-reward missions from Division 4. Now it seemed she could give up on that idea. 5,000 XP might have been a lot for her in the past, but now it wasn't even enough to raise her by half a level. Still gotta do it myself, huh? She was definitely leaving, but before that, Bai Fu planned to complete the Shadow of Truth mission, which had been triggered after the Truth Society raised the bounty. That mission offered not only 30,000 XP but also an additional title. The mission objective was to eliminate the new assassin, but due to the tight protection by Division 4, those assassins wouldn't dare show up anytime soon. Need to come up with a plan. Bai Fu set her sights on the player. If Division 4 could use her as bait, then she could also use the player as bait. She hadn't raised the player's favorability for nothing. Thus, Bai Fu brought Anya to the inn where Excavation Princess lived. At the moment, there were only a few players inside the inn, the rest had gone out to look for suitable attack targets. Using the money they borrowed from local criminal forces, Starfish Bro and the others had bought a good number of firearms. With the overwhelming firepower of those weapons, they had taken down several small black market gangs in the past couple of days and were rapidly gaining XP. Among them, Starfish Bro, who already had the highest level, had successfully unlocked the advanced class martial artist, evolving from a rookie into one of the core combatants of the newbie village, stirring envy among countless players. Upon hearing that Bai Fu needed her, Excavation Princess, Calamity Dragon, and Convert to Bai Fu quickly surrounded her. Here's the situation. Surrounded by the group, Bai Fu began telling a half-truthful, half-fabricated story. The general idea was: I'm investigating a group of very, very bad people. During the investigation, another group of very, very bad people started watching me. I'm not sure whether these two groups are connected. In order to continue the investigation smoothly, I need to find out who is tailing me. But I can't test them too blatantly, as that might alert them and ruin everything. Bai Fu deliberately didn't say that the ones targeting her were the Truth Society. She mainly did this because when she had bluffed Excavation Princess earlier, she specifically emphasized that there were things she still couldn't tell players, not even names, otherwise it would bring them endless nightmares. If she now revealed that she was investigating the Truth Society, wouldn't that contradict what she said earlier? Besides, by not revealing who she was investigating, she could create an air of mystery for the players, driving them to get closer to her in pursuit of the truth. Excavation Princess said, Fu, just tell us, what do you need us to do? Bai Fu explained, before coming to you, I thought all night, trying to come up with a suitable plan. But no matter how I tossed and turned, I realized that if I want to find out who's targeting me at the lowest cost possible, I have no choice but to rely on your strength. What, rely only on us? Excavation Princess's chest puffed up involuntarily. That was recognition. She could already imagine how the other players would react when they heard that. Thankfully, she had started video recording. She'd post this in the community later. I need you to pretend to be me and act as bait. This mission is dangerous and you'll probably die. But you're one of the undying ones, so, sorry. Bai Fu lowered her head, looking slightly guilty. Hearing this, Excavation Princess brightened up. Seeing how nervous Bai Fu looked, she thought it was something serious, but it was just acting as bait. She was a player, what did she have to fear from death? Leave it to me. But, Excavation Princess scratched her head, I'm about the same height as you, Fu, but the rest is completely different. Pretending to be you might be tough. Calamity Dragon nodded in agreement. Hair can be dyed, chest can be padded, but the face, no matter the makeup, it won't be the same. That's easy. Bai Fu took out 2 black masks. I'll wear this during the operation. You wear one too. Oh, and this outfit. She pulled out a bag containing a matching set of her clothes and pants. With this gear, we can look pretty close. But to fully fool those hiding in the shadows, we might need something more. At that moment, a spark of inspiration flashed in Excavation Princess's mind. Fu, can you say a few lines? Say what? Just these few. Bai Fu immediately understood what Excavation Princess meant. She wanted to use the in-game voice recording function to record Bai Fu's lines and play them back while impersonating her. Dressed the same, sounding the same. Who could say Excavation Princess wasn't convincing? Very good. I dub you the idea queen. Bai Fu gladly complied. At that moment, in a corner of the room, looking at the lively chat among Bai Fu and the others, Sword Chi Soaring's face turned slightly green. That year, at 18, meeting in a hotel, standing like a lackey. It was supposed to be a story they all starred in together, but in the end only Excavation Princess got a mission. He was even more pathetic, he didn't even get a chance to talk to Bai Fu, a complete outsider. Sword Chi Soaring was triggered. After all, he had always been the brightest one in the center of the crowd. But this was only temporary. He made a silent resolution, in the next operation, if he had the chance, he would win everything. Bai Fu's favorability, Anya's favorability, and the key to the Truth Society, all of it, he wanted it all. That night, Bai Fu regrouped with the action squad from Division 4. Seeing her new outfit, Xia Shi and Squad 1's Captain Su Hong were stunned. Why are you wearing a mask? Bai Fu explained, this way the dark web members won't recognize me so easily. My name is already on the dark web bounty list. Unless necessary, I don't want another direct clash with the Makarov family. It was a reasonable explanation, so Xia Shi and Su Hong didn't press further. Move out. Including Bai Fu, the group of 5 rushed toward the dark web's base in Lin at high speed. The base was well hidden, ordinary people would never notice anything strange. Although Division 4 had long since identified its location, they had always treated it as if it didn't exist due to the dark web's dealings with the gene primordials. The dark web's operators were usually tactful and never initiated any friction with Division 4. Tonight's situation was rather unusual. When Su Hong led the charge into the base, the people inside were completely caught off guard. Hands up. What are you doing? A few people sitting around a table playing cards stood up. They threw down their cards and raised their hands obediently. As Su Hong approached, one of them suddenly turned pale. Aren't you with Division 4? What is the meaning of this? Su Hong sneered and pressed his gun to the man's forehead. You tell me. Was the person who hired an assassin to kill Bai Fu communicating with the killer through your private network? Is he hiding in Lin? The man frowned deeply. The dark web's doctrine is to never disclose client information. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. You don't need to say anything. I'll investigate myself. Su Hong signaled his subordinates with a glance to tie up the card players. The man at gunpoint shouted, what you're doing is sabotaging the relationship between the Makarov family and the gene primordials. If the higher-ups place blame, can you take responsibility? Su Hong acted as if he hadn't heard the shouting. Once the tying was done, he led the search of the base. Just as he reached the entrance of a storage room, Bai Fu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Careful, there's someone inside. But it was already too late. Su Hong had just placed his hand on the doorknob when the door swung open, and what met his eyes was a pitch-black gun barrel. Damn! Even with a bulletproof vest on, at such close range, the vest couldn't possibly stop a round of that caliber. Bang! Flames burst from the muzzle as the bullet shot out. For a moment, Su Hong was overcome with despair. But when the bullet struck him, he realized the pain wasn't as intense as expected. He quickly looked down, first seeing the bullet that pierced through the vest, then noticing the impact mark that, although swollen and red, hadn't bled much. A small psionic technique it can strengthen the skin's defense. Bai Fu calmly walked past Su Hong and grabbed the ambusher by the neck, slamming him to the ground. This. Su Hong and Xia Shi were both stunned. Did she have to be this composed? She was a support role. What are you standing around for? Hurry and check if the records are hidden in this room. Bai Fu urged. Su Hong rushed in. Right away. While waiting for Su Hong's findings, Bai Fu stayed on high alert. She had no idea when a killer aiming for her life might jump out from somewhere. In her assessment, that spy wouldn't dare act during this operation. It would be too conspicuous and would easily expose his identity. After over 10 minutes, Su Hong came out of the room carrying several data drives. Leave the rest to the identification team. Take everyone in this base into custody, lock them up first. Hearing this, the dark web people panicked. What are you trying to do? Even if the gene primordials aren't afraid of the Makarov family, aren't you afraid yourselves? Let go of me. Let go. Damn it. I was about to win that round of cards, and now you've messed everything up. No matter how much they shouted and cursed, Su Hong remained calm and unbothered, as if he didn't hear them at all. That's just how the captain is, Xia Shi whispered to Bai Fu. It's all thanks to you tonight. Otherwise, even if the captain didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. Bai Fu nodded lightly. The mission was complete. She had gained 5,000 XP, but she didn't care about that anymore. The next operation would be the real highlight of the night. At the inn, Sword Chi Soaring was also full of anticipation. Soon, he would show Bai Fu his courage and brilliance. He'd beat up the ones trying to harm her, then throw himself in front of her to take a bullet. There was no way he wouldn't raise her favorability this way. Once Bai Fu's favorability was high enough, he could start extracting intel from her. Truth Society, prepare to witness my worth. I will help turn the tide for you. Sword Chi Soaring stared intently out the window. Several minutes later, he shouted on the squad channel. Bai Fu has arrived. 49, Birth, I've already remembered you. While Division 4 was urgently decoding the data obtained from the dark web base, Bai Fu strolled leisurely past the window of the hotel sponsored by Excavation Princess and others. This was her signal to the players. She believed that the recent commotion must have drawn the attention of the assassins and spies lurking in the shadows. Without a doubt, the new assassin was now watching her from a hidden location. As long as she showed the slightest flaw, those assassins would jump out and send her to the afterlife. Of course, all of this was Bai Fu's speculation. She couldn't be certain whether those assassins truly dared to act while Division 4 had already locked down Lin. Not all assassins were like the Makarov family, who would try to complete the task once accepted, even if it meant sacrificing themselves. Most assassins would retreat once the situation turned unfavorable. Being an assassin was for money. If your life was gone, what use was the money? After confirming that the players in the hotel had taken notice of her, Bai Fu, under the cover of Xia Shi and others, returned to Xia Shi's residence. What followed was waiting. She chatted idly with Xia Shi, mainly wanting to learn more about her. From the conversation, Bai Fu learned that Xia Shi had grown up in a single-parent household. Her father was a senior official of the Gene Primordials Technology Bureau, a true second-generation official. But after graduation, Xia Shi had a major disagreement with her father regarding career choices. Her father wanted her to follow in his footsteps and join the Technology Bureau, but out of hatred for the Truth Society, she defied all persuasion and insisted on joining the Intelligence Bureau. In her own words, "I haven't spoken a single word to that old stubborn man for 2 months now." Bai Fu nodded inwardly. On the surface, Xia Shi seemed like a bright and successful person from a privileged background, a winner in life. But considering that she was likely a key plot character or even the protagonist of the Origin Star main storyline, she was very likely about to encounter some big trouble. These kinds of games rarely featured a protagonist who was invincible from start to finish. That would leave players with no sense of participation. Players came to games for enjoyment, not to be workhorses, and certainly not to be told off after doing the grunt work. Why are you still here? Once Xia Shi drifted into sleep, Bai Fu began her operation. She quietly slipped out of the house, avoided the guards whose positions she had already confirmed, and made her way straight toward the hotel. 20 minutes later. Starfish Bro, convert to Bai Fu, Sword Chi Soaring, and others left the hotel one after another. Once everyone was in position, Excavation Princess, who had long since dressed up as Bai Fu, also walked out of the hotel. Excavation Princess, I've left the hotel, feeling good. Starfish Bro, Excavation Princess, it's all up to your performance now. Calamity Dragon, don't worry, Excavation Princess, I'm watching from upstairs. If anyone approaches, I'll notify you immediately. Sword Chi Soaring, remember to glance around at every intersection, act like you're checking whether someone is tailing you. Excavation Princess, I've already rehearsed in front of the mirror many times. She took a deep breath and crept forward along the wall. The street beneath the night sky was deserted. An eerie and intimidating atmosphere loomed everywhere, but Excavation Princess wasn't afraid at all because she was looping Good Day. While surfing the internet before, she had read that replacing jump-scare horror music with cheerful tracks drastically reduced the fear factor. Turns out, it was absolutely true. Accompanied by, today is a good day, everything you wish will come true, even the vicious stray dog darting across the road looked elegant to her. If I play Good Day during battles too, maybe I won't be so nervous. Excavation Princess dismissed the thought. Killing people with blood and limbs flying while playing Good Day. Outsiders might think she was playing some crazy footpad game. Worse yet, her live stream might get reported and shut down. While Excavation Princess was slowly making her way to the battlefield, Li Cheng was leisurely reading at home. Beep, beep beep beep, beep. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie on the round table beside him transmitted 3 knocks in a short-long-short pattern. The code was correct. Li Cheng put down his book and picked up the walkie-talkie. What is it? Keep it short. The assassin on the other end spoke urgently. Bai Fu sneaked out of her place alone. We've been tailing her. She stopped outside an abandoned hospital and seems to be speaking into some kind of communicator. Exclamation point. Li Qing sat upright. He had known all along that Bai Fu wasn't simple, it was impossible, she was just some village girl who awakened superpowers by luck. Quietly move closer, try to figure out what she's saying. What if we're discovered? Li Qing tapped his index finger lightly on the table, closed his eyes, and thought for a moment, capture her alive if possible. If not, kill on the spot. His original plan was to toy around with Bai Fu and Division 4 a bit longer before making a move. That would better distract the Intelligence Bureau. But now, there was no need. Bai Fu wandering outside alone in the middle of the night and getting caught or killed was enough to throw the Intelligence Bureau into disarray. Preferably, capture one alive. Li Qing narrowed his eyes. He couldn't wait to let Bai Fu witness the Truth Society's methods of torture. As professionals, the assassins moved swiftly upon receiving the order. They proceeded with extreme caution, even employing special abilities. But they had no idea that on a nearby rooftop, a player was using the game's built-in video recording function to monitor them. Did they even understand what a long focus lens that could capture every pore meant? They're coming, 4 of them in total. Calamity Dragon shouted in the squad channel. All the players tensed up, especially the 5 from the Iron Rain Guild. They were the most excited. Sword Chi Soaring immediately switched to the guild channel. Old Dog, be ready. The player called Old Dog, whose nickname was Cobalt, a veteran of the Iron Rain Guild, replied, Frowny face, relax. With our strength and coordination, if we get serious, it's easy to win favor with a Saintess character like Bai Fu. Sword Chi Soaring placed his hand on the gun at his waist. He had waited too long for this moment. While squatting in the sewer earlier, he'd been filled with anxiety, worried that those watching Bai Fu wouldn't make a move, wasting their entire night. Though he always appeared confident in front of others, he actually bore considerable pressure. He was the guild leader, but the guild wasn't a dictatorship. The others had unanimously supported his decision to side with the Truth Society because they believed in him. He had to live up to that trust. If his decision caused the guild's progress to fall behind expectations, even if the others didn't blame him, their sponsor would surely have something to say. Fortunately, his expectations were met. The 4 scum lurking in the shadows had indeed taken the bait. He was now only 2 steps away from success. Step 1, use this opportunity to increase Bai Fu's favorability. Step 2, find the Truth Society. As for extracting intel from Bai Fu, Sword Chi Soaring didn't even consider it a challenge. Just like Cobalt said, Bai Fu had been willing to sacrifice herself for the safety of the abandoned cooling plant. Despite the burdens of her past, she was undoubtedly a Saintess, in a positive sense. If gaining a Saintess character's trust still didn't make information extraction easy, then it would betray Bai Fu's own Saintess setup. Sword Chi Soaring locked eyes on the game footage and scouting data shared by Calamity Dragon. Now all they had to do was wait for those 4 assassins to make the first move, then it would be their time to strike. Excavation Princess asked in the squad channel, hey, if they attack me, should I run or just stand there and take it? Starfish Bro frowny face, running might alert them that something's off. Try to stall as long as possible. Once Fufu gets the message and arrives, everything will be fine. Just as Excavation Princess was about to respond, an unusual chill suddenly clung to the back of her neck like a block of ice. A shiver ran down her spine. In the blink of an eye, not only her back, but her entire field of vision was swallowed by darkness. All the lights around her disappeared. You've been affected by dark corruption. Determination failed. Your vision minus 100%. You are entangled by shadows. 2 consecutive prompts appeared. Excavation Princess realized the situation, but it was too late. A sharp object pressed against her lower back, and a soft feminine voice whispered into her ear. Little sister, you'd better not move. Otherwise, Big Sister's dagger might go straight into your kidney. Excavation Princess used all her strength to keep her body from trembling. She quickly asked in the squad channel, what's going on? I didn't even see anything. Calamity Dragon frowned, frowny face, I saw that woman melt. She turned into a shadow. By the time she reappeared, she was already behind you. What a powerful ability. The opponent had superpowers. That complicated things. But it didn't make the players back down. Are you kidding? Her HP bars visible now. Notify Fu Fu. Excavation Princess should try to stall her in conversation. We're on our way. Roger. Everyone sprang into action. Meanwhile, Bai Fu, who had been hiding in the hotel, received a reminder from the player beside her acting as communications officer. The assassins this time even have superpowers. No wonder the mission reward is so high. Bai Fu felt her blood boiling. The stronger they were, the better the stronger they were, the greater the reward for taking them down. She opened the door. The hotel and the abandoned hospital where Excavation Princess was located were separated by several streets, but that distance was nothing to her now. After unlocking the sharpshooter class and leveling it to 5, her stats had become Stats, Strength 11, Agility 12, Constitution 47, Intelligence 5, Spirit 19, Inspiration 23. She also unlocked 2 new skills. Basic Shooting Specialization, plus 10% Shooting Accuracy Correction. Precision Shooting LV3, plus 6% Shooting Accuracy Correction, plus 3% critical hit rate for ranged attacks. Although 12 agility couldn't match an average elite assassin or special agent, it was more than enough to travel quickly through the city. The 16% total shooting correction from the 2 new skills might not be much, but it was enough to evolve her from a body outline shooter to someone who had a solid chance of hitting the target at 20 to 30 meters. Let's go. Bai Fu dashed into the darkness. Elsewhere, Excavation Princess, with a blade pressed to her, tried asking the assassin behind her some questions. But the female assassin completely ignored her and instead pulled out handcuffs, intending to shackle her hands. Well, there was no choice. Suddenly, Excavation Princess lifted her right foot and stomped hard toward the assassin's foot. The female assassin seemed to have expected this. She sidestepped 10 centimeters to the right just enough to dodge the stomp. Little sister, you're being naughty. In that case, big sister will have to teach you a little lesson. She stabbed Excavation Princess in the back. The strike was calculated precisely to cause excruciating pain, but not enough blood loss to be fatal. But what the female assassin didn't expect was that Excavation Princess, whom she had just stabbed, broke free of her restraints as if nothing had happened. Turned, drew her gun, fired all in one motion. Bet you didn't expect that I didn't turn on pain feedback. The female assassin jerked her neck aside. She dodged swiftly, but a sudden, burning pain flared on her neck, continuously searing her nerves. You're asking for death. She made a move to stab Excavation Princess to death. The 3 assassins hiding in the shadows quickly stepped out. Calm down, the employer wants her alive. How am I supposed to calm D-? She had barely spoken half her sentence when several gunshots rang out from the dark, silencing her. It's an ambush. The expressions of the 4 assassins changed drastically. They scattered at once and, upon confirming that the attackers' marksmanship wasn't that great, they let out a sigh of relief, but they still underestimated their opponents. Although the players' individual strength was completely crushed by them, the players had the advantage in numbers and also had Calamity Dragon reporting from above. What happens when 4 experts go up against more than a dozen rookies with full map vision who aren't afraid to die? Why are bullets coming from places like this? How did they spot me? How many of them are there? Damn it, I got shot in the butt. The 4 assassins, blinded in the dark, grew more alarmed with each passing second. Their opponents didn't utter a single word, just kept firing with cold precision. For a moment, the assassins even hallucinated that they were the civilians and the other side were the real killers. The female assassin gritted her teeth and focused on the fallen Excavation Princess. Perhaps only by controlling the Bai Fu decoy could they break out successfully. I'll suppress their fire. You 3, grab that woman. Her body turned into a shadow and vanished on the spot. The remaining 3 assassins had no time for anything else. They dodged bullets while gradually approaching Excavation Princess. After a chaotic exchange, one assassin rolled right up to Excavation Princess. He pointed a gun at her forehead and shouted, "Drop your weapons or I'll kill her now." He was met with even denser gunfire. Bang bang bang. Bullets rained down, hitting both Excavation Princess and the assassin. The assassin's eyes remained wide open even as he fell. He couldn't understand why would the hidden attackers kill Bai Fu too. Were they not on the same side? The female assassin, having just taken down a player with her superpower, was also stunned at the sight. How do you fight a bunch of lunatics like this? She just wanted to run now. But as soon as she was about to act, Sword Chi Soaring came charging out from the side. The Iron Rain Guild had turned this into their stage for glory. They were going all out. So what if the enemy was strong? Even if they only lasted a few seconds before dying, as long as they bought time for Bai Fu to arrive, every sacrifice would be worth it. For Bai Fu's favorability chargee. One Iron Rain Guild player rushed forward. Then two. Then three. As they charged, they shouted. How dare you try to assassinate Fu Fu? I'll send you straight to hell. Die die die. Anyone who opposes Fu Fu must die. F****ku. You dared to target Fu Fu. The female assassin was stunned. Watching this unfold, she thought she had accidentally walked into some fanatical idol fan meeting. Wait a second, if you guys revere Bai Fu so much, why did you just shoot her to death? Even Starfish Bro and the others were dumbfounded. Damn, so the Iron Rain Guild were also crazed Fu Fu fans. That was unexpected. Convert to Mai Fu began to wonder if his own support for Bai Fu had been lacking. After all, he hadn't charged out to block the three assassins like the Iron Rain Guild members did. The female assassin stabbed the nearest player through the heart. Just as she was about to move on to the next target, she was shocked to find that the stabbed player clung tightly to her leg. He wasn't dead. Get off me. She kicked the player flying, then turned into a shadow and reappeared behind Sword Chi Soaring. Sensing danger, Sword Chi Soaring gathered his strength and lashed out with his elbow, slamming it hard into the female assassin's abdomen. It was a fierce move, forcing her to block with her right hand. Got her weight, no. Before he could rejoice, Sword Chi Soaring saw the female assassin split into several illusions. One illusion moved, and a blade sliced cleanly across his chest, spilling blood. Damn it, she's too strong. There's no way to win. But Sword Chi Soaring didn't give up. Instead, he shouted even louder. Since you came here tonight, as long as I still draw breath, you'll never escape. I won't let you keep harming Bai Fu. You. The female assassin sneered. In the next second, a bullet shot through the darkness and struck her left arm precisely. Ugh. She grunted, trying to see who ambushed her. When she finally caught a clear glimpse of the person emerging from the night, her heart sank. It was Bai Fu. That meant they had really walked into a trap tonight. Without a word, Bai Fu opened fire at the female assassin. The assassin spat in frustration. There'd be no kills tonight, but if she wanted to escape, no one here could stop her. She turned into a shadow once more, but this time, instead of the ground, she shot straight toward the rooftop. Humph, trying to escape. Bai Fu was unfazed. This female assassin's superpower was indeed formidable, but she made one mistake. Of all the directions, she shouldn't have chosen to go upward. The moment the female assassin reached the rooftop, Bai Fu used battle etiquette on her. This time, Bai Fu didn't make any unnecessary moves. She simply stood there quietly. She stood very steadily, but under the female assassin's feet, there was only air. The female assassin fell straight from the rooftop over 30 meters high. At the moment she hit the ground, Bai Fu fired 6 consecutive shots at her head, blasting her face into a bloody mess, so dead she couldn't be more dead. You killed Shadow Serpent, contribution 94.2%. After level correction, you gained 6,594 XP. Bai Fu looked over at Starfish Bro, Sword Chi Soaring, and the others. To be honest, she was a bit surprised. She didn't expect the leader of a major guild to be such a fanboy, and to perform so fiercely in battle. It seemed her charm was truly exceptional. She nodded, then quickly charged toward the other assassins. Starfish Bro, Sword Chi Soaring, and the others who witnessed this scene couldn't help but gape. Since when had Bai Fu become this powerful? Oh right, the injuries. It had to be that her injuries had healed somewhat, so her strength had partially recovered too. At this moment, Sword Chi Soaring was in high spirits. Tonight's performance had maxed out Bai Fu's favorability. Most of his plan had already succeeded. Ha ha ha. In that instant, Sword Chi Soaring's mind filled with the perfect trajectory, using tonight's action to earn a ton of favorability from Bai Fu, then indirectly extracting large amounts of intel from Anya about her. After that, he'd defect to the Truth Society with the intel, be highly valued, and help Iron Rain Guild rise to become the top guild and beyond the stars, securing his place in online gaming history. In the time that followed, Bai Fu cooperated with the few surviving players to take down another assassin. Only one remained, and she deliberately let him escape instead of giving chase. Of course, not chasing didn't mean she hadn't ordered a player to secretly tail him. Damn it, where the hell did that freak Bai Fu come from? Cold sweat streamed down the surviving assassin's forehead. He'd taken a bullet to the butt, but fortunately, it was because of that bullet that he had kept hiding and moving cautiously, managing to break out of the encirclement by sheer luck. Now, he had zero intention of continuing the mission. I have important intel. I must report to you in person. After contacting Li Cheng through the walkie-talkie, the surviving assassin limped along for over 20 minutes before finally meeting him. What is it? Don't you know it's a sensitive time? See for yourself. The surviving assassin handed over the footage captured on his terminal to Li Cheng. The more Li Cheng watched, the darker his expression became, especially when he saw the message from Iron Rain Guild's Kobold. At that time, another assassin had shouted at Kobold, "You're defending Bai Fu like this, aren't you afraid of retaliation?" Kobold responded like he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. He clutched his belly and laughed. Retaliation? From you? Or from those garbage behind you? If you've messed with Fu, you'd better surrender right now. Otherwise, there's no one in heaven or earth who can save you. Arrogant. This was the first time Li Cheng had seen someone this arrogant. Fine. That name of yours, I'll remember it. That face, I'll remember it. If I ever catch you, I'll make sure you beg for life but can't die even if you want to. Li Cheng turned off the terminal and suddenly said to the assassin before him, "Go take out the person outside." Outside? The assassin froze. Li Cheng snapped, "Idiot. He's been tailing you all this time and you still haven't noticed." The assassin's eye twitched. So, he had been followed. I'll take care of it right now. 50. The world focuses on you, White Death Bai Fu. Sword Chi Soaring, I've already found the place where that assassin is hiding. A player from the Iron Rain Guild crouched in the corner of a wall and shared his location with Sword Chi Soaring. Nice work. Sword Chi Soaring beamed with joy. He had been a little worried that his guildmates wouldn't be able to keep up with the assassin. Although even if they had lost track halfway, their performance tonight was already enough to greatly increase Bai Fu's favorability. But who didn't like to see things done flawlessly? Now that they had successfully uncovered the assassin's hiding place, their image in Bai Fu's eyes would probably not just be reliable followers anymore, but promising young heroes. Try to get a few photos from inside. Sword Chi Soaring immediately issued the final directive. Just as he sent the message, the player crouched in the corner suddenly had a bad feeling. Wait a minute, why did the lighting suddenly darken? The player jerked his head up and found the assassin he'd been tailing had somehow appeared right in front of him. *T. He tried to dodge, but the assassin's punch struck his face squarely. The violent impact slammed him into the wall. Before he could react, his neck was already locked in a chokehold. You dared to tail me. Got guts, huh? But it's a pity you won't be leaving with the information you just gathered. The assassin had actually been observing from the shadows for a while. He had confirmed that the stalker didn't carry any communication devices. In that case, as long as he killed this player, the slip he had made earlier would be completely covered up. Tell me your relationship with Bai Fu. Who is she? I can make your death quick and painless. If not, how about experiencing what it feels like to have your nose twisted like a washing machine dial? The assassin laughed cruelly. But to the player, his act was just a wasted performance. Idiot. You think your dad here is scared? I never change my name no matter where I go. I'm the Crouching Dragon and Young Phoenix of Iron Rain Guild. Just wait, Iron Rain Guild will send you to the afterlife soon enough. The assassin's forehead bulged with veins and rage, and in a fit of fury, he snapped the player's neck. Damn it, what was wrong with today's youth? So hot-tempered, willing to risk their lives just to get the last word in. He dragged the player's corpse back into the house. I questioned him. He wouldn't talk. Just said he was from the T_U Guild, nickname, Crouching Dragon and Young Phoenix. T_U Guild. That name sounds a lot like the Railway Guild. Could Bai Fu be a special agent from the Railway Guild? Li Cheng's expression darkened slightly. No matter what, he had now memorized that name and that face. If not for these punks, Bai Fu would never have escaped tonight. He had to find a way to get this intel back to the Truth Society as soon as possible. But before that, there was still something he had to deal with. You go tend to your wounds first. Even though your mission failed, I'll still pay you part of the reward. Really? A good deal like that? The assassin beamed and thanked him repeatedly. Letting down his guard, he went inside to fetch the medkit. But he had only walked a few meters when Li Cheng suddenly appeared behind him and smashed a hammer onto the back of his head. Bang bang bang. 3 strikes and the assassin was completely still. Li Cheng dragged away both the assassins and the players' bodies to bury them, then returned to the house and cleaned up the bloodstains. His face didn't change the entire time. He wasn't sure if the assassin would have exposed his involvement, but he knew one thing: dead men tell no tales. With that, no one would know that this assassination had been orchestrated by him tonight. We can't allow Bai Fu to keep interacting with Division 4. She must be captured alive as soon as possible so we can uncover her true identity. Thinking of everything that had happened tonight made Li Cheng's blood boil again. He decided to take a risk and personally deliver Bai Fu a little surprise in the next operation. You have completed the special mission Shadow of Truth, and received 30,000 XP, 15 Origin Star reputation, and the title Shadow of Truth. While waiting for news from the player who was tailing, Bai Fu received a system prompt. Counting the 2 assassins she had just eliminated, she had earned a total of 40,885 XP tonight. More than the XP, what caught her attention was the newly earned title. Shadow of Truth, all stats +2, psionic value +30, plus 10% attack damage against Truth Society faction members, plus 20 favorability from opposing factions when negotiating. Note, you have become the shadow cast over Truth. Once the opportunity arises, the Truth Society will spare no effort to kill you. Although the number of bonuses from Shadow of Truth was less than half of that from the Cursed Luck title, it still completely outclassed her previous Wildfire title. Just the 12 stat points alone were equivalent to leveling up more than 2 levels in one go. Now this was what a proper title bonus should look like. After successfully equipping Shadow of Truth and leveling up once again, her personal panel underwent a major overhaul. Main class, Psionic per user LV3, plus 10, Unemployed Drifter LV5, Max, Sharpshooter LV5. Subclass, None. HP, 1050/1050. Psionic value, 165/165. Stats, Strength 13, Agility 15, Constitution 51, Intelligence 8, Spirit 21, Inspiration 27. Skills, omitted. Talent, Luck. Titles, Wildfire, Shadow of Truth. Reputation, 18, Origin Star. Seeing her lowest stat, Intelligence, about to break the 10-point mark, Bai Fu felt like she had just downed an ice-cold Sprite in the heat of summer. Refreshing. Sure, the cost of becoming stronger was that she had now become a thorn in the side of the Truth Society, but they were already enemies, so what was there to be cautious about? Doing everything she could to grow stronger was the best way to strike back. Bai Fu felt that even if she stood still and let that knife-wielding, superpowered female assassin stab her, it'd be hard to hurt her now. As for ordinary firearms, dream on if they thought they could do damage. Although her extreme tankiness came at the cost of her offense, that wasn't a big issue. Her strength wasn't just hers alone, she had a whole group of players to command. They might not be strong now, but if dozens or even 100 players fired at the same target together, not many could withstand that. Just then, Bai Fu received another game prompt. Based on your performance in the Shadow of Truth mission, you have unlocked the story quest Truth Untold. Quest description: for a century, the Truth Society has been a ghost drifting above Origin Star. No one knows what truth they seek. The terror they have brought upon the world is etched into every Origin Star native's blood. But even such an elusive ghost can be troubled by shadows. Now, you too have become one of the shadows. Will you flee in panic, or rise up in resistance? The choice is yours. Quest objective: eliminate the Truth Society. Current contribution: 0%. Reward: depends on your contribution to the destruction of the Truth Society. Accept/decline. Was this the follow-up mission mentioned in the Shadow of Truth's note? The objective was to eliminate the Truth Society. No reason to hesitate. Accept. To Bai Fu's surprise, eliminating the Truth Society wasn't even a main quest. It seemed Origin Star's main quest was buried much deeper than she had imagined. While Bai Fu was pondering, Sword Chi Soaring hurried over. Big sis Bai, my people have found the assassin's hiding place. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to get a picture of who the assassin was meeting with, but don't worry, I'll find out soon. He gave Bai Fu the address. Bai Fu looked comforted and started to praise. You've already done a great job. To be precise, you've really surprised me tonight. I didn't expect you to drive off those assassins without my help. At the speed you're growing, maybe the sacred prophecy really will come true. Sword Chi Soaring smiled modestly. Stay calm, stay calm. He wasn't aiming to be some hero. Excavation Princess and the others, on the other hand, beamed with joy. They were praised by Fu Baby again. Convert to Mai Fu stole a glance at Sword Chi Soaring. When Bai Fu had been giving her praise, her eyes were locked on Sword Chi Soaring. That made him secretly resolve to outdo Sword Chi Soaring next time, no matter what. Excavation Princess was the minister of the Fu Sex Propaganda Department. How could Convert to Mai Fu not aim to become the sky-piercing general to live up to his name? Roll it up. Bai Fu paused for a moment, then deliberately said something ambiguous. In any case, with your help, I'm now more confident I can find a way out of here. She hadn't said where "here" was, but since the players had already assumed she was a cosmic being, they naturally believed "here" meant Origin Star. I got it. Excavation Princess shouted excitedly in the party channel. I knew it. Fu Baby is clearly a cosmic being. She logically shouldn't have any ties with the natives of Origin Star. So why was she investigating the Truth Society at the abandoned cooling plant? Turns out, she's looking for a way to leave Origin Star. That method must be in the hands of the Truth Society. Sword Chi Soaring's breathing became slightly erratic. At this point, he fully agreed with Excavation Princess's interpretation. First, the explanation made sense. Second, since the game's launch, Excavation Princess's guesses about Bai Fu had never been wrong. Thinking of this, he could barely contain his excitement. He decided joining the Truth Society had been the right choice. Not only could he monopolize tons of quests for the guild, if he was lucky, he might even find the way to space before any other player. One step ahead, every step ahead. Damn it, Excavation Princess and Bai Fu were practically his lucky stars. For a brief moment, Sword Chi Soaring even felt that using Bai Fu's intel as a stepping stone to join the Truth Society was a bit too low. It's just a game, don't overthink it. What matters is making the Iron Rain Guild's name shine. Division 4 should be arriving soon. To avoid trouble, you all better hide for now. I'll come find you later. At Bai Fu's urging, all the players left happily. Tonight, not only had they earned Bai Fu's trust, but they also gained a big chunk of XP. Even the lowest level player could now unlock an advanced class. And unlocking an advanced class would unlock new quests. They were very eager to see what Bai Fu would have them do next. Bai Fu stood still for over 10 minutes. As she expected, Division 4 quickly arrived. Leading them was Su Hong, with Xia Shi in the squad. "What are you doing here alone?" Su Hong snapped immediately. Bai Fu didn't speak. She simply pointed to the 3 corpses on the ground. Su Hong turned his head. When he saw the female assassin whose face had been half pulverized, he was speechless for a moment. "You. Holy assent that the shadow serpent. Last time, our captain almost died at her hands. But now." Bai Fu took her down. A dozen special agents turned to Bai Fu. If they had only been surprised and amazed when they saw Bai Fu kill 3 assassins last time, now their eyes were filled with shock as if they were staring at a monster. This was a superpowered individual, someone even Su Hong found troublesome. But now, she lay dead, discarded like a filthy rag on the roadside. Miserable. Too miserable. What exactly are you? Su Hong's voice trembled slightly as he spoke again. Just a passing Cayman rider. Of course, Bai Fu couldn't answer like that. She said, "When I was investigating the dark web base, I already sensed their presence. I don't like being watched all the time, so I deliberately left an opening just now to lure them out. Sorry for making you worry. What the hell are you apologizing for? I just want to know which deity you are." Su Hong howled inwardly. Bai Fu smiled and said, "As for my true identity, I am Bai Fu, and Bai Fu is me. You don't need to doubt that. The Truth Society wants me dead, so my goal is to bury the Truth Society. On that point, I believe we can cooperate quite well." Su Hong slowly calmed himself. "What happened here is a bit beyond my imagination. The director might have a few questions for you. I hope you can cooperate." Bai Fu nodded. She also had a few things she wanted to ask. On the way to Division 4, she chatted intermittently with Xia Shi, mainly asking about her mechanical crafting skills, hoping to order some equipment from her. If possible, Bai Fu wanted to poach Xia Shi entirely, make her the merchant and mechanic class mentor of the Garden of Silence. But given the current situation, the odds of success were probably less than 1%. It was a shame. Her charm was high, but it mostly worked on players. Making an NPC kneel and swear allegiance. Impossible. Before long, Bai Fu arrived at Division 4. That night, Division 4 didn't sleep. Everyone was discussing the data found at the dark web base and the name Bai Fu. Bai Fu sat calmly in her chair. She couldn't yet tell who had ordered the assassins to kill her, but it didn't matter. The players would tell her soon enough. The next morning, Excavation Princess brought her intel. "Li Cheng. So it was you." Now the hidden and public chessboard had completely flipped. "If I take him out, I might unlock a hidden quest reward and gain a huge boost in favorability from the gene primordials." Bai Fu was full of anticipation. She had no solid evidence, so she wasn't in a rush to act. She intended to let Li Cheng strike first to avoid being countered. Given the current situation, Li Cheng definitely wouldn't be able to sit still. If he delayed any longer, Division 4 would be sending Bai Fu to the gene primordials capital, Haidu. Once she got there, Li Cheng wouldn't even have the chance to act. Division 4 investigated all night. Since they couldn't pull anything from the dark web's database and were under pressure from the Makarov family, they had no choice but to temporarily release the dark web people. And as those people were released, and Lin's dark web came back online, news of Bai Fu once again counter-killing the assassins hired by the Truth Society, including the somewhat famous Shadow Serpent, also spread. At that moment, the world of the dark web focused on Bai Fu. The Truth Society hasn't suffered a loss this big in a long time, huh? Interesting, interesting. Whose officer is this Bai Fu? The Gene Primordial special agents have really lost face. These assassins actually had to be handled by Bai Fu herself. I bet the Truth Society's president is fuming right now. Someone with too much free time gave Bai Fu a nickname. White Death. A streak of white had slapped the smug Truth Society across the face twice. If they didn't do something soon, people were going to start looking down on them. Would the White Death become the Truth Society's nightmare, or would the Truth Society end the White Death? The bets were open. Will the money really come through? Bai Fu asked Xia Shi, who was sweeping the floor while lying on the sofa. Of course it will. Buy some for me then. Bet that I'll teach the Truth Society a lesson very soon. Only a fool wouldn't make money. Bai Fu opened her wallet and asked Xiaoshi, who had a dark web account, to buy in 50,000 credit coins as a test. She wanted to buy a custom bulletproof car and order a set of power armor for Anya. But the 200,000 credit coins she had saved up weren't nearly enough to cover that hole. Fortunately, the Truth Society was a charity organization. Not only did they give her XP, they also sent her a chance to strike it rich. Amitba. Blessings upon you. Bai Fu gave thanks from the bottom of her heart. Flowers bloom in pairs, each on their own branch. At the same time, Sword Chi Soaring gathered all members of the Iron Rain Guild for a new meeting. Now that he had gained Bai Fu's trust and learned her objective, it was time to use last night's accomplishments to erase all doubts in the guild and move the plan to the next phase. What we need to do next is find the Truth Society and show them our sincerity. This will take everyone's effort. Sword Chi Soaring tapped the virtual conference table, full of enthusiasm. 51, Saint Fu Empress, let you in till you're numb. Under Sword Chi Soaring's arrangement, the members of the Iron Rain Guild began searching for traces of the Truth Society across Origin Star. At this time, other players still had no idea what scheme they were plotting. In the community, Sword Chi Soaring, Kobold, and others had already become the envy of nearly every player, just like Excavation Princess and her group. Excavation Princess was easier to understand after all. Bai Fu, this incredibly powerful NPC, was discovered solely by her. When she first posted in the community praising Bai Fu, a whole bunch of people mocked her. But she hadn't been discouraged by the ridicule. On the contrary, she had doubled down and placed all her bets on Bai Fu, repeatedly making new judgments about Bai Fu's identity. The amazing part was that every single one of her guesses had been right. Now, many players joked in the community that Excavation Princess was actually the developer who created the character Bai Fu. Occasionally, she would even receive some bizarre messages. Fu baby, can you change Fufu's profile and make her a black stockings and leather shoes lover? Nonsense, white stockings are undefeated. Let's compromise. How about 1 foot in black, 1 in white? Excavation Princess always scoffed at such messages. What stockings? She liked those combat suits that clung to the body like tight rubber. In any case, Excavation Princess was happily reaping the rewards behind Bai Fu. Other players could only envy her. No one could actually be jealous. After all, the average person didn't have her kind of outrageous insight. But Sword Chi Soaring and Kobold's situation was different. They had only spawned in the abandoned cooling plant after the insect tide incident. Their gameplay progress had been nearly a month behind the average player. However, by pooling together enough tickets, they managed to hitch a ride with Starfish Bro and the others to Lin. Thanks to this move, Sword Chi Soaring and his group quickly surpassed many players who had entered the game earlier and even unlocked an advanced class. That alone made a lot of players' eyes turn red with jealousy. Damn it! If they had managed to buy that ticket, could they have taken Sword Chi Soaring's place? When Excavation Princess posted what had happened that night to the community, a group of players erupted in complaints. I was just a few minutes away from getting that ticket. I'm so pissed I might faint. Fufu herself helping with the level up. I wonder if there will be more chances like this in the future. Crying. Thank goodness more buses have been added from the abandoned cooling plant recently. Otherwise, I still wouldn't have been able to buy a ticket. Mixed in with these posts were remarks from players of other guilds. These players were clearly up to no good. Most of them were in competition with the Iron Rain Guild. Seeing them rapidly rise by hugging Bai Fu's leg felt like being ambushed themselves. So they kept replying to posts, urging other players to head to Lin quickly. Once more players gathered around Bai Fu, no matter how much she trusted Iron Rain Guild, the benefits they received would inevitably decrease. Believe in Fu's sect, attain eternal life. Saint Fu Empress, let you win till you're numb. Hurry up, if you delay too long, Fufu might leave Lin for another place. Fufu is different from other plot NPCs. She doesn't stay in one place for long. Exactly, if you don't go now and she finds a way to leave Origin Star, it'll be hard to see her again anytime soon. Brothers, I'm not trying to scare you, but Fu is currently at a low point. Helping her now is like delivering coal in the snow. Once she recovers, helping her won't have the same effect. I compiled a route from other newbie villages to Lin. If anyone needs it, take a look. Thanks to these provocations from other guild players, for a while the community seemed full of Fu's sect members. You people from Fu's sect are really something, huh? All that could be said was that players nowadays were as scheming as Abe-san. Previously, some dumb players had even faked death while playing SLG games. Once both their allies and enemies let their guard down, they would suddenly pop out and ambush the opposing faction with their own team. Sword Chi Soaring wasn't an idiot. How could he not see through the tricks behind those familiar accounts? But it didn't matter. He hadn't bet everything on Bai Fu anyway. They must be feeling pretty smug now, but when they find out our ultimate goal is to join the Truth Society, they won't be laughing. The other core members of the Iron Rain Guild were now in complete awe of Sword Chi Soaring. With a hidden dragon like Brother Sword, how could the Iron Rain Guild not flourish? Sword Chi Soaring cheerfully closed the game's community. Time waited for no one. He had to seize the moment and extract some intel from Bai Fu's sister, Anya. Perhaps out of security concerns, Bai Fu had been sending Anya over to the hotel where Excavation Princess stayed these past 2 days whenever she had free time. After last night's incident, Anya's attitude toward him had clearly improved. She no longer ordered him around with those pitifully low-reward missions like before. Sword Chi Soaring felt this was the perfect opportunity he had been waiting for. To achieve his goal as quickly as possible, he threw away all sense of dignity, calling Anya, Anya Jia, with every sentence, and frequently handing her wasteland cola and cake-like desserts, making Anya laugh heartily. Excavation Princess, Calamity Dragon, convert to my Fu. Damn, calling a little girl your elder sister, your face really is thick enough. Though grumbling internally, Excavation Princess and the others didn't stop him. If Sword Chi Soaring was willing to do that, what could they say? Besides, they were also curious to see whether he could get some interesting intel from Anya. So far, their understanding of Bai Fu was still too shallow, vague and unclear. If they could get solid intel, who would want to keep guessing? Hard work paid off. After a wave of exaggerated flattery toward Anya and Bai Fu, praising them like they were the only ones in the world, Sword Chi Soaring finally succeeded in getting Anya to open up. That female assassin from last night was really amazing. I didn't even see what happened before she vanished in front of me. But she made the huge mistake of targeting Bai Fu Jia and Anya Jia. No matter how strong she was, just one glare from Bai Fu Jia and down she went. Humph, that's our boss. Anya took a proud gulp of wasteland cola, looking so smug her little tail could have flown up to the sky. Let me tell you, even without our boss, I could have easily taken her down back in the day. Sword Chi Soaring's eyes lit up and he quickly poured Anya another cup of cola. As expected of Anya Jia. Does Anya Jia also have old injuries like Bai Fu Jia? Anya waved her hand. Nope, I have a special healing superpower. It can not only heal others, but also strengthen myself. But later on, my power got sealed. Sword Chi Soaring's eyes gleamed again, nodding rapidly. Good, new intel acquired. Next step, steer the topic slowly toward Bai Fu. His dash, Sword Chi Soaring deliberately sucked in a cold breath. So if Anya Jia's power wasn't sealed, you could help Bai Fu Jia heal her internal injuries? Whoever sealed your power is such a bastard. Anya seemed to find resonance in his words. Exactly, exactly. If my power hadn't been sealed, our boss wouldn't be hurt. She wouldn't need to drag me around everywhere now, looking for a way to lift the seal. She stomped her foot viciously as she spoke. Sword Chi Soaring's pupils shrank sharply upon hearing this. He understood. He completely understood. They had previously thought Bai Fu was secretly investigating the Truth Society at the abandoned cooling plant to find a way to leave Origin Star. But now it seemed her main objective was actually to find a way to lift Anya's seal. This was heavyweight intel. Reporting this to the Truth Society would surely earn him a reward. But that wasn't enough. He needed to dig deeper into what exactly Bai Fu wanted. If Anya accidentally revealed Bai Fu's true identity, that would be even better. Sword Chi Soaring was full of confidence. He had already discovered the perfect trick to deal with Anya. Kids loved being praised. If he flattered her enough to make her forget herself, she'd start spilling intel like beans from a pod without him even asking. One could only say Bai Fu had been clever all her life but made a momentary lapse in judgment. Instead of keeping the big-mouthed Anya quiet, she'd handed her straight over to him. Anya Jia, you dash. Just as Sword Chi Soaring began to speak again, only having said her name, Anya suddenly clutched her belly and cried out. Ow, my tummy hurts, I need to go to the bathroom. Anya jumped down from her chair and dashed into the bathroom. Sword Chi Soaring's eyelids twitched wildly. What terrible timing. Once Anya calmed down, it would be much harder to coax information out of her again. He waited helplessly for over half an hour. During that time, Anya ran to the bathroom 4 times. Until Bai Fu came to pick her up, he never got another chance to continue the conversation. Nothing to be done, he'd have to wait for the next opportunity. Sword Chi Soaring secretly contacted the other guild members and shared with them his method of getting Anya to talk. Though he didn't believe Anya was sharp enough to notice anything strange, there was always a chance his repeated questions might raise her suspicion. Better to let others get involved and share the sense of participation. Fu. Seeing Bai Fu arrive, Excavation Princess and the others quickly gathered around her. Now that they had all unlocked advanced classes, they should be able to trigger more quests related to Bai Fu. Come in. With Bai Fu's call, Xia Shi walked in from outside. Everyone looked puzzled. Xia Shi got straight to the point. In the earlier meeting, Bai Fu recommended you to Division 4, hoping you could join the operation. The chief was hesitant at first, but with her full endorsement, the chief ultimately agreed. I'm here to ask for your opinion. You have triggered the mission special operation. Mission description: Division 4 has launched a special operation targeting wandering outsiders. With Bai Fu's endorsement, Division 4 is allowing you to join. Mission objective: eliminate the Wanderer camp. Reward: 10,000 XP, 5 Gene Primordials faction reputation. Accept/reject. At the same moment, all players in the room received the game prompt. Was the big moment finally here? I have no objections. Wherever Fu goes, I go. Same here. Not a single player hesitated. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Seeing their reaction, Bai Fu knew her plan had worked. With the current scale of the faction Garden of Silence she had established, it was impossible to issue players extremely high reward quests. But she had hinted earlier that players would gain access to more advanced missions once they unlocked an advanced class. So what could she do? Bai Fu's solution was to pull the players into the Division 4 anti-spy campaign and have Division 4 issue the quests. Xia Shi said, since you have no objections, then stay put today. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., Division 4 will send a vehicle to pick you up. Excavation Princess and the others agreed on the spot. After the briefing, Bai Fu, Anya, and Xia Shi walked back to their residence together. On the way, Anya didn't forget to claim credit. Boss, I already did what you told me. Well done. Bai Fu smiled and patted Anya's head. She had sent Anya over to the players mainly to use her big sieve nature to leak some freshly fabricated intel and, in doing so, enrich Anya's character profile. Healer, that was the role she had assigned to Anya after careful thought. Today was a good start. As for whether she could successfully persuade the developer to add more settings to Anya later on, that remained to be seen. After returning to their residence, Bai Fu asked Xia Shi with interest about the higher-ups in Division 4. She was mainly trying to see whether Li Cheng had any other allies among the Division 4 executives, so when it came to Li Cheng, she asked a few extra questions. His father is the Deputy Director of the Intelligence Bureau. Upon learning that Li Cheng, like Xia Shi, was a second-generation official, Bai Fu was genuinely surprised. If his father was the Deputy Director of the Intelligence Bureau, and if he managed his career well, it wouldn't be impossible for Li Cheng to one day become the director. With such a background, why would he be working for the Truth Society? Was it possible the Truth Society had a hold on him? Bai Fu felt the situation was not that simple. At that moment, Xiaoshi suddenly stood up. Bai Fu looked up in confusion, only to see Xiaoshi circle around the coffee table and walk up to her, leaning down as if about to pin her down onto the sofa. What are you trying to do? First, she could rule out the possibility of Xiaoshi trying to assault her. She didn't know Xiaoshi's orientation, but if she truly had such intentions, she wouldn't have held back until now. Clearly, she had seemed more delicate before. Now, with the fierce nickname White Death and the achievement of single-handedly taking out 2 waves of assassins, she clearly didn't look like someone easy to assault. Xiaoshi, I only want to ask you one question. Bai Fu, what question? Who exactly are you? Xiaoshi's gaze sharpened slightly. The first time I encountered you at the abandoned cooling plant, I thought you were just a kind-hearted civilian who awakened special abilities to save the plant, even willing to sacrifice herself. But the more I interacted with you, the more I felt something was off. Powers can be explained by awakening, but your composure when killing people cannot. Bai Fu asked, is that really so important? Xiaoshi gritted her teeth. It is. I have to understand your intentions. I've told you before the reason I joined the Intelligence Bureau was because I couldn't stand the Truth Society's senseless killings. It's the same now. I can't accept working with a cold-blooded killer. Bai Fu lifted the corner of her lips. What if I really am a cold-blooded killer? What would you do? Xiaoshi replied seriously, I would withdraw from this operation. Bai Fu couldn't help but laugh. I thought you'd say you wanted to kill me. I'm not a killer, there are just some things I can't explain to you. Xiaoshi nodded and backed away from Bai Fu. Bai Fu was a little surprised. You believe me that easily? Xiaoshi said, Bai Fu, actually, I really admire you. Huh? At the abandoned cooling plant, when you were willing to sacrifice yourself for others, to me, you shone as brightly as a meteor. It's hard for me to believe that someone who would sacrifice themselves for others could be a cold-blooded killer. So I needed an answer from you to clear the knot in my heart. Now that you've given it to me, I feel much more at ease. Bai Fu's mouth twitched. Being too naive could really cause big trouble. Get some rest. That spy might show themselves tomorrow. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, as Bai Fu was packing up her things, a new group of players also boarded a vehicle heading toward Lin. 52, didn't expect it, huh? I'm the undercover agent. After learning from Excavation Princess's live stream that her team had received a new mission from Bai Fu, the players sitting in the car were now as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Their concern now wasn't just about whether they could get a mission from Bai Fu. After Excavation Princess's analysis, combined with the incitement from players of guilds rivaling the Iron Rain Guild, a strong sense of urgency had arisen in their hearts. According to the currently known intel, there was over a 90% chance that Bai Fu was not a main storyline NPC of Origin Star, but rather an important hidden NPC tied to a much grander story. Once she achieved her goal on Origin Star, she would undoubtedly leave. If these players didn't hurry to interact with Bai Fu, they might permanently miss the opportunity to trigger that grand hidden quest. Oh wait, not necessarily permanently. We'll meet Bai Fu again when the Nostalgia server launches. Screw you, the game's only been in open beta for just over a month and you're already thinking about Nostalgia servers. Waiting for a pro to host a private server, then we'll crank Bai Fu's favorability to 100 right off the bat. Don't be too naive, young folks. With the game's performance load, no private server's gonna run this thing properly. Some players who still couldn't get a ticket from the abandoned cooling plant to Lin resorted to shady tactics, like buying cheats that could supposedly teleport them directly from the abandoned cooling plant to Lin. In the end, they got scammed, lost 5,000 yuan, and were even made into a cautionary example by the official team on the community. A top laner on Origin Star was scammed of 5,000 yuan by someone claiming to sell teleport cheats to Lin. Stay alert. After that post went up, no one dared try anything shady again. Public execution, who could endure that? They could only vent in the community, complaining to the devs a little. Not bad, not bad. Bai Fu, who had been silently lurking in the community, nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this scene. Thanks to the analysis posts published by Excavation Princess at a pace of one every 2 to 3 days, virtually every player who knew her had now reached a consensus that she was a mysterious alien from the universe. At this stage, her identity had been fleshed out well enough. Any further embellishment might conflict with future game plot developments. Her next plan was to make good use of the newly added, injured, status, making players believe she had certain abilities when not injured, thus pushing the developers to give her those abilities in a future buff. Bai Fu had a preliminary idea. Her biggest current weakness was her inability to handle pursuit battles and her lack of area of effect attacks, so she planned to work on that angle. The tactic was simple: just have Anya constantly talk in front of players about how awesome the boss used to be. That way, players would enjoy extracting lore from the big leak. Anya, Bai Fu would successfully build an expert image in front of them, and Anya would receive Wasteland Cola and dessert rewards in return. Win-win-win. Thinking of this, Bai Fu looked at Anya with satisfaction. Anya's appearance was simply perfect: a lowly, a small, weak, pitiful, and helpless-looking lowly. Just standing there was enough to earn players' trust. Getting her to deceive players was doubly effective with half the effort. Time to move out. At that moment, Xia Shi dragged a weapons case out of the room. It was approaching noon, and the operation was about to begin. Bai Fu nodded, bringing Anya along as they followed Xia Shi down the stairs. Their first stop was Division 4. Because this mission was taking place outside of the Lin settlement and would take about a day for a round trip and players would be tagging along, Bai Fu needed to first drop Anya off somewhere safe. Without a doubt, the safest place in Lin right now was the underground air raid shelter of Division 4. "Boss, you have to come back alive. If you die, I won't live either." Anya clung tightly to Bai Fu's sleeve. Bai Fu chuckled and punched Anya. "Scram. Quit talking nonsense. Your boss is tough as nails. Forget a mere Truth Society spy. Even if she accidentally wandered into Mihua City and was targeted by the Death God elementary school student, she'd still put up a fight." After settling Anya in, Bai Fu held a brief meeting with the people from Division 4. During the meeting, the leader of the operation team reiterated the mission objective. The Honey Badger Wanderer Camp. A camp of wanderers who survive by robbing others, with a population between 30 and 40. They possess 2 heavy machine guns and migrated near Lin about a month ago. Not long ago, they attacked a Lin-affiliated merchant caravan, causing 7 casualties. Our mission this time is to completely wipe them out. No survivors. The leader of the operation team spoke with killing intent in his voice. Wanderer camps were typically small groups formed by people unwilling to be constrained by the laws and regulations of major powers. Most of these were criminals so lawless they would even make an outlaw like Zhang San blush. The primary task of the Gene Primordial's Intelligence Bureau, aside from gathering intel on other factions, was regularly eliminating these roving wanderer camps. Bai Fu didn't pay much attention to what the combat unit commander was saying. She took the opportunity to cast a psionic vision skill on Li Cheng, who was sitting beside Lu Yuelin. Name, Li Cheng, Elite. Template, Special. Main class, Berserker LV6, +10. Subclass, Bartender LV2. HP, 500/500. Chi, 145/145. Stats, Strength 29, Agility 16, Constitution 22, Intelligence 7, Spirit 9, Inspiration 6. Skills, Chi Accumulation LV3, Berserker's Might LV4, Slide Step LV2, Iron Body LV1, Triple Punch Rush LV1, Blood Rage Stance, Endurance, Intermediate Melee Mastery. Talents, Naturally Robust. Favorability, Wants to Eliminate on Sight, -83. Threat Level, Blue. Bai Fu didn't care much about the stats, they weren't better than hers anyway. What she cared about was Li Cheng's favorability toward her. They hadn't seen each other for just one night, yet the value had dropped by nearly 10 points. Even if Li Cheng had no intention of acting today, a little provocation from her should be enough to make him take the bait. With that thought, Bai Fu was completely at ease. As soon as the meeting ended, she and Xia Shi drove a truck to pick up the players. Since all of Division 4's higher-ups were participating in today's operation, she had warned the players early on to disguise themselves well to avoid being recognized by Li Cheng. What reassured her was that the players had heeded her words. They not only covered their faces but also deliberately changed into different clothes from the other night. Don't be fooled by their sloppy appearance. Their combat power is no weaker than that of ordinary special agents, and in critical moments, they can deliver unexpected results. Bai Fu smiled as she introduced the players to the members of Su Hong's squad riding in the same vehicle. For real? Su Hong's squad members looked skeptical. Don't worry, you'll soon see their true strength. The special agents exchanged glances and extended their hands to the players with a friendly smile. Nice to meet you. What Bai Fu hadn't expected was that before Su Hong's squad could witness the players' strength, they first witnessed the players' absurdity. Whoa, is this power armor? That's amazing. Reach out and touch. Damn, what's this gun called? Looks even cooler than the 416 Hong Kong dollars. Reach out and touch. Can this terminal make calls? It's a bit bulky, but it'd probably be great for cracking walnuts. Reach out and touch. At first, the players were relatively normal. Even when they saw the power armor, they didn't do anything too extreme until that berserker player who always stuck with Patrick Star, Black Tiger Afu, stepped forward. Bro, your muscles are so well defined. Even through your clothes, they radiate an intoxicating beauty. How did you train them? Reach out and touch. The Division 4 special agent who was suddenly touched by Black Tiger Afu jolted and turned pale as if he had been drained of color. Damn, it's Nantong all over again. Right now he was just touching muscles. What if the next step was can need? He looked at Su Hong in horror, and Su Hong looked at Bai Fu in horror. You brought these people, go do something about them. Bai Fu's eyelid twitched slightly. That was just how players were. They always did things that could make others momentarily black out from disbelief. Only someone like her, familiar with their nature, could feel at ease bossing them around. She looked at the touched special agent. Bro, do you know there's a saying moderate workouts attract the opposite sex, excessive workouts attract the same sex? I swear on my integrity that he means no harm. He's just genuinely interested in your muscles, not in you romantically. Black Tiger Afu nodded repeatedly. Since it was the White Death Bai Fu herself who said so, Su Hong's squad members reluctantly accepted the explanation. So it was a misunderstanding, huh? Though he said so, the special agent who was touched still moved to sit far away from Black Tiger Afu. Black Tiger Afu looked innocent. What was wrong with loving muscles and combat? Wasn't that a real man's passion? An hour later, the convoy arrived near the Honey Badger Wanderer camp. It was a barren red wasteland, littered with shattered stones and scattered debris. Occasionally, half-buried skeletal remains could be seen, proof that a brutal battle had once taken place here. Lu Yuelin jumped off the vehicle and began assigning the main assault directions. Su Hong's squad, Bai Fu, and the players were assigned to the west. Two other squads went east and north, leaving the south side vacant. Upon receiving the orders, Su Hong's squad, Bai Fu, and the players quickly reached their designated positions, laying prone on the ground, waiting for the general assault signal. Soon, Lu Yuelin raised a megaphone and began persuading the wanderers to surrender. What he got in return was a barrage of gunfire. If you refuse a toast, you'll get forced wine. Open fire. At Lu Yuelin's command, the action teams from 3 directions launched their assault simultaneously. Da-da-da. The bullets formed a sweeping curtain, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, relentlessly cutting down the hastily built shelters on the camp's outskirts. The attacked wanderer camp wasn't easy prey either. With angry roars, they launched a counterattack. Kill those bastards outside. Those watchdogs think we're pushovers. I'll bash their dio in today. Alongside the cursing came an unexpectedly dense volley of firepower. Even with Su Hong's power armor holding the line, the western flank couldn't break through right away. Damn, the intel was wrong. Didn't it say they only had 2 machine guns? Why is the firepower this intense? We've got to suppress those machine guns. Su Hong was in a panic. Everyone knew they had to suppress the enemy firepower first. The problem was how this mission didn't include heavy firepower weapons. If they wanted to neutralize the machine gun nest, they could only use grenades. "I'll go." Everyone turned around and saw that the one who spoke was one of the 10 or so people who came with Bai Fu. His codename seemed to be Patrick Star. "This is too dangerous." Su Hong had just started to object, but Patrick Star was already picking up 2 grenades from the ground. In the next second, clutching 2 grenades, Patrick Star burst out from behind cover like a cheetah. His movements were immediately spotted by the wanderers hiding in the camp. Gun barrels swung toward him, and in an instant, bullets rained down on Patrick Star like a torrential downpour. Patrick Star activated a force displacement skill, sliding 2 meters diagonally to the front left, narrowly dodging the incoming bullets. Before the enemies could react, he performed a roll and dove into a pit ahead. The whole series of movements flowed seamlessly, so smooth it nearly left Su Hong dumbfounded. Was this the true strength Bai Fu had spoken of? "Quick, fire and create an opening for him." Su Hong hurriedly commanded his special agents to open fire. With the special agent squad covering him, Patrick Star, despite taking several bullets, managed to reach the machine gun nest without serious injury. He hurled both grenades into it. Boom, boom. 2 explosions later, the machine gun nest fell silent. "Charge!" Excavation Princess shouted, and in that moment, all the players surged forward. "Wait dash!" This time, Su Hong was genuinely stunned. "No way, brothers, sisters, are none of you afraid of death? What kind of special agents fight like this? Aren't they supposed to scout out the enemy's position first, then choose an appropriate tactic to strike?" But one had to admit reckless charging really worked. The players charged completely threw the wanderers into disarray. "Screw it, let's follow them." Su Hong led the way, Bai Fu right behind him. The group swiftly charged into the wanderer camp through the breach created by the players. From afar, Li Cheng, who had been observing everything, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids wildly. These people Bai Fu brought were this fierce. No wonder the second wave of assassins he sent that night was heavily damaged. No wonder these people, even when facing death, weren't afraid, instead daring to speak harshly to their Truth Society. Iron Rain Guild, is it? After the dark web reactivated yesterday, he had transmitted all the intelligence he had gathered to the Truth Society through it. He believed that, with the Truth Society's formidable intel network, it wouldn't take long for them to uncover the background of this organization and eradicate it. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. While sending intel to the Truth Society, he had also requested reinforcements from them. Though the situation had deviated slightly from his expectations, it hadn't completely derailed. What he needed to do next was lure Bai Fu into the trap he had laid out in advance. If she could be captured alive, great. If not, then it was time to send Bai Fu off. Li Cheng could hardly wait to see Bai Fu's expression when she realized he was the undercover agent all along. "Didn't expect that, did you?" 53, her back is supported by countless players. "Director, the western flank has been breached, but Su Hong and his team charged into the camp without considering the bigger picture. I'm worried something might happen to them." Li Cheng found Lu Yuelin and reported the current situation. Upon receiving Lu Yuelin's approval, he immediately led a 4-man squad toward the west to provide support. Li Cheng was excited. He had waited for this moment for a long time. After 2 failed attempts to assassinate Bai Fu, he had been under immense pressure. If he failed again this time, even if the president didn't punish him, his standing in the Truth Society would undoubtedly plummet. He had joined the Truth Society to accomplish great things. How could he tolerate becoming a marginal figure? To eliminate the nuisance that was Bai Fu, Li Cheng had made 3 preparations this time. First, a sneak attack. If that failed, he would lure Bai Fu to an ambush site. If even that didn't work, he would take a risk and have those sent by the Truth Society to assist him launch a direct assault on Division 4, and then personally find a chance to send Bai Fu on her way. There was no way he would let Bai Fu be transported to Haidu. After charging into the Wanderer camp, Li Cheng found Bai Fu and the others hiding behind cover and exchanging fire with the Wanderers. He stormed over in anger and lashed out at Su Hong, idiot, do you even know what you're doing? Rushing in recklessly, what if it was an ambush? Could you afford the consequences? Su Hong opened his mouth but couldn't find a rebuttal. What happened today, he really couldn't argue. After scolding Su Hong, Li Cheng looked around. The battle was intense. Over a dozen wanderers had been turned into sieves, but the lunatics Bai Fu brought weren't in much better shape. Of the 12, 6 were already dead, and 2 were so seriously injured they could only lie on the ground. Just as expected. Bai Fu was a psionic per user, typically a support role. Now that the damage-dealing main force was down, even the best-equipped support couldn't turn the tide alone. Look at what these people you recommended have done. If you were from Division 4, I'd fire you on the spot. Li Cheng mocked with a sneer. Bai Fu appeared indifferent, but the players squeezed into Excavation Princess's livestream to watch the battle were not having it. WTF, if not for Excavation Princess and Fu Baby, you'd still be outside freezing your ass off. Old Deng, you found your own path to death. After scolding everyone around him and perfectly playing out his role, Li Cheng pulled out his gun and opened fire toward the opposite side. One shot for freedom, one shot for death, instantly blowing the head off a wanderer who had poked out to survey the battlefield. What are you staring at? Keep fighting. Damn it, if you knew we should keep fighting, what the hell was all that yelling for just now? Su Hong's squad, grumbling, jumped back into the fight. For a moment, gunfire roared once again. Li Cheng didn't move again after those 2 shots. He was waiting. In fact, those 2 shots were signals. At that moment, inside the camp, an assassin who had infiltrated yesterday raised his gun. Deep breath, aim, fire. Bang bang. Get down. A special agent standing beside Xia Shi reacted just in time, shoving her aside. The bullet grazed Xia Shi's left arm, but the agent who pushed her wasn't so lucky. Blood bloomed like a rose from his chest, splattering Xia Shi's cheek. Enemy attack. Su Hong's eyes widened as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone present was a veteran special agent. As soon as they sensed danger, some dove to the ground, others dodged. But even their speed couldn't match that of the assassin lurking in the shadows. Witness the hand speed of a man single for 30 years. At the moment Bai Fu shielded Xia Shi, 2 more bullets flew out like shrieking blades. One struck Su Hong's scrapped power armor on the left arm, the other pierced the left leg of the special agent who had previously been groped by Black Tiger Afu. Fast as they were, Su Hong's team had been on alert, so the damage from these shots was less severe. Bastard! Su Hong lifted his machine gun and unleashed a wild barrage. Bullets rained down, turning the wooden signboard where the assassin had hidden into shredded splinters. The assassin had no chance to fire again and fled in a panic. Don't let him get away. Li Cheng roared as he chased after him. Bai Fu glanced at the bullet in her palm. In fact, that assassin had fired 2 shots during the first attack. One of them had hit her, but she was completely unscathed. However, due to the chaos at the time, it seemed no one had noticed. She used psionic vision on the fleeing assassin, and the feedback template showed mutant creature. It was hard not to associate him with number 7 and number 9 who had previously appeared at the abandoned cooling plant. So this was the new round of assassination Li Cheng had arranged for her. Weak like someone who hadn't eaten, truly disappointing. Fine, since you've made your move, it's my turn now. After all, Li Cheng was still publicly affiliated with the Intelligence Bureau. Bai Fu couldn't just shoot him in front of everyone, so she had been waiting for a moment when Li Cheng was alone. And very soon, her opportunity arrived. While she was examining Xia Shi's injuries, the assassin jumped into a pre-prepared vehicle and began to escape. After several ineffective shots at the tires, Li Cheng quickly turned back. Anyone with energy left, drive with me to pursue. The rest stay here and tend to the wounded. His gaze swept over Xia Shi and Bai Fu's faces. Now let's see if Bai Fu follows. With Xia Shi's personality, seeing someone get seriously injured trying to save her, she would definitely give chase. As for Bai Fu, Li Cheng wasn't sure. But even if she didn't go now, once she heard of Xia Shi's death, she probably would. She was, after all, the idiot who had sacrificed herself for a group of ignorant civilians at the abandoned cooling plant. As expected, Xia Shi immediately stepped forward. "I'll go." She couldn't forget the spray of blood she saw. If she hadn't been pushed away in time, she might have been the one shot just now. She dashed out of the camp, heading straight for the car they had come in. Bai Fu quickly chased after her. Just as Xia Shi was about to sit in the driver's seat, she grabbed her. "You stay here. I'll go." "No, your driving skills aren't as good as mine. What if we lose them?" Seeing Xia Shi's insistence, Bai Fu didn't want to waste time arguing and simply got in the car first. When Li Cheng, already in the car, saw Bai Fu and Xia Shi coming along, he grinned from ear to ear. Bai Fu was alone, his chance had come. When Bai Fu saw that only Li Cheng was in the car, she too grinned. Li Cheng was alone, her chance had come. Actually, they weren't the only ones chasing the assassin. There were other vehicles too, but they started much later and had fallen behind. They could only determine the lead vehicle's position via walkie-talkie and dust clouds. "This chase won't work. Xia Shi, you guys go around from the left path. I'll drive the assassin toward your direction." Li Cheng shouted loudly over the walkie-talkie. Bai Fu curled her lips. Not a chance. She wasn't sure whether Li Cheng had arranged for another assassin to ambush them on that left path. Whether or not he had, she wasn't going to follow his suggestion. "If I do whatever you say, then I'd look like I had no spine." Control had to remain in her hands. Bai Fu patted Xia Shi on the shoulder. "We'll take the right path." Xia Shi tilted her head. "Didn't you want to avenge your comrade? Then do as I say." Bai Fu's voice brooked no argument. Xia Shi didn't waver. "If you can't give me a convincing reason, I won't do it, even if you point a gun at me." Bai Fu thought about it and gave up the idea of playing bondage games with Xia Shi in the car. "Then I'll be blunt. Li Cheng is a spy planted in the intelligence bureau." "What?" Xia Shi's face changed drastically upon hearing that. She wondered for a moment if she had misheard. Li Cheng's father was the deputy director of the intelligence bureau, with a bright future. Li Cheng had almost never suffered any losses within Division 4. Although the operations team leader always seemed to dislike him and frequently opposed him, it had been Li Cheng who instigated those conflicts. No matter how petty he was, he wouldn't give up his great prospects with the gene primordials to join the Truth Society just because of such trivial matters, right? To verify the truth is simple. Just follow my lead. No matter which direction we drive, he and that assassin will follow. Bai Fu remained composed. She wasn't randomly choosing the right path. The road from the abandoned cooling plant to Lin lay to the right. Based on the information she had gathered in the community, the second batch of players from the abandoned cooling plant was about to arrive in Lin, and she planned to go greet them. Xia Shi stared at Bai Fu for a long time, but eventually followed her lead. Li Cheng, leading at the front, quickly noticed something was off and shouted anxiously, "Why did you go right? Can't you tell left from right?" Bai Fu replied calmly, "The left path collapsed, it's impassable. We're going around from the right." Then she ended the call. "Damn it." Li Cheng slammed the dashboard hard. Left or right, it didn't matter. Today, he absolutely wasn't going to let Bai Fu go. Change of plans. Head right. And inform those lying in ambush to relocate. Li Cheng immediately issued new instructions. After driving for a while, he suddenly realized this might not be a bad thing. According to the original plan, he would definitely become a prime suspect. Even though he had a way to clear himself, it still carried some risk. Now it was different. Bai Fu had ignored his orders and gone right on her own. If she died, how could he be blamed? She brought it upon herself. And so, under Bai Fu's guidance, Xia Shi led Li Cheng and others in circles through the wilderness. Each time Li Cheng questioned their sudden change of direction, Bai Fu always came up with an excuse: either the road was blocked, or they encountered a Type 2 amoeba. Half an hour later, on the main road to Lin. Players sitting in their vehicle, bored, were scrolling through the community. Just then, a modified truck suddenly appeared from the rear side. They had been on the road for nearly a day, and this was the first other vehicle they'd encountered. Some curious players poked their heads out. One glance and their eyes were drawn to the face revealed through the half-lowered window. White hair cascading like a waterfall, a frosty face, and as she swept her fingers through the hair by her ear with her index and middle finger, a charm stirred amidst her youth that rippled through one's heart. Who else could it be but Bai Fu? Damn, am I hallucinating? I think I'm hallucinating too. Hallucinate your ass, that's Bai Fu, damn, to run into Bai Fu on the road. What kind of fate is this? Is it possible it's just someone who looks like her? Absolutely impossible. That driver beside her, I recognize her. She's appeared multiple times in Excavation Princess's live stream room, it's Xiaoshi. With that, all the players in the vehicle got excited. They urged the driver to chase after Bai Fu, who had just overtaken them. Is this really okay? One radical player pressed a gun to the driver's head. You tell me if it's okay or not. Okay, very okay. The 5-player packed vehicles had no choice but to turn around. In the truck, Xiaoshi looked at Bai Fu in confusion. What are you doing? Preparing a surprise for Li Cheng. After another 10 minutes of circling, the truck stopped in a stretch of wilderness. Not far away, 2 other cars had also come to a halt. One belonged to Li Cheng, the other to the assassin. Li Cheng was the first to jump out of his vehicle, yelling as he walked, "What's going on with you two? If I hadn't chased hard enough, that assassin might have escaped." Bai Fu was the second to jump down, while Xiaoshi stayed in the truck. What's the rush? The guy didn't get away, did he? You know how bad the road is. Li Cheng took a deep breath. Forget it, I'm done playing along. If it weren't for you and Xiaoshi, I wouldn't have been able to shake off the people Lu Yuelin sent. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at Bai Fu. Bai Fu, today is your doomsday. Surprise. I'm the spy planted in the Intelligence Bureau. Shocking, isn't it? He burst into wild laughter, watching Bai Fu's reaction as he did. He was hoping to see a panicked expression on her face, but after watching his grand performance, all Bai Fu did was twitch her eyelid. She ignored the act she was supposed to respond to. Veins bulged on Li Cheng's forehead. Feigning composure. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Li Cheng clapped his hands. Come out and give our guest a warm welcome. At his call, a group of men suddenly burst out from the assassin's car. Each one was burly, eyes sharp like lightning, clearly trained professionals. Bai Fu quickly scanned them. There were 6 in total, not many, but none of them were ordinary. Using psionic vision, she saw that even the weakest among them had unlocked advanced class. The strongest was on par with Li Cheng, only falling slightly behind in stats and HP. I originally prepared over 20 people for you. But since you were running around everywhere, I had to summon just 6 last minute. Still, they're more than enough. Without that pack of lunatics, what can a mere psionic per-user like you do? Li Cheng laughed loudly. Sitting in the truck, Xiaoshi's eyes were almost spitting flames after hearing Li Cheng's confession. Why, she roared. Why become a dog of the Truth Society? Why? You ignorant fool. Joining the Truth Society at least lets me see the truth of this world. And you? You don't even know whose dog you're being. No, you don't even know who you are. Li Cheng sneered, glancing at Xiaoshi. Bai Fu, you have nowhere left to run. If you willingly confess your true identity, I can make sure you suffer less before being delivered to the chairman. If you refuse to cooperate, the only thing awaiting you is death. Trying to beat me with numbers? Bai Fu shook her head. Next, I'll show you a magic trick. It's called the Great Vanishing Act. Li Cheng couldn't help but laugh. You don't seriously think you have a way to escape, do you? These men behind me are professionally trained mutant creatures. Unlike those common assassins afraid of death, they were born for completing missions. His voice was loud, and his smile bright. But seeing Bai Fu's unmoved expression still made unease rise in his chest. Just as he was hesitating whether to open fire, the roar of engines suddenly echoed across the plain. Ha! Li Cheng whipped his head around. From the direction of the sunset, beneath the red sun, 5 vehicles drove in side by side. The 5 vehicles pulled up one after another. Doors opened, and 1, 2, 3, countless players jumped out. They walked noisily, showing no signs of formal training, but as they spread out around the area, even the earthworms passing by curled up into dead poses. Li Cheng stood dumbfounded, as if plunged into an icy abyss. One van full of breadmen was terrifying enough. This was 5 vans full of fearless breadmen. 54. The White Death is here to collect people. The players who had just jumped out of their vehicles were now boiling with rage. They didn't know where they were, nor did they recognize who was standing opposite them, and they had no clue how strong those opponents really were. But there was one thing they did know: those bastards across from them were pointing guns at Bai Fu. What more was there to say? FCK your %. I'll hack you into pieces, you #% In an instant, the players let loose a torrent of expletives, words loaded with maximum mom content, giving Li Cheng and his group a long overdue mother's calamity. After all, these players' mouths had been trained since childhood across various forums. At the top level, they could duel with gentlemen of the internet in the 6 refined arts of abstraction. At the bottom, they could weaponize their ancestral lines into verbal assaults. As a high-status individual, Li Cheng had never encountered this kind of scene before. After just a few insults, he transformed into red-heated Rambo. Madmen. A bunch of madmen. Right now, Li Cheng didn't have the luxury to ponder where these players had suddenly come from. He only knew that he was surrounded. If he wanted to survive, he had to find a way to break out of the encirclement. That was no easy feat, because at a glance, he estimated there were nearly 100 people rushing over almost 100 people packed into 5 small cars. What were they? Compressed kelp demons. He thought of those people who had helped Bai Fu kill Shadow Serpent that night, and those who had charged into the Wanderer camp today despite heavy firepower. If these people were anything like them, then his chances of getting out alive were almost 0. Li Cheng used almost 0, and not absolutely 0, because he suddenly realized that his one and only chance was right in front of him. Bai Fu, you made a mistake, a fatal one. Abandon fear, reignite confidence. As he gripped the gun in his hand, Li Cheng reverted to that boy who always loved to smile. Ha ha ha. Seems like you figured out I was the spy using some method and warned Xiaoshi ahead of time. Otherwise, she would have reacted much more dramatically after learning the truth. But he waved his left hand, and the 6 mutant creatures standing by the vehicle all raised their weapons. Li Cheng sneered, your biggest mistake was standing this close to me. Beyond 7 steps, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is both fast and accurate. He had absolute confidence that before the approaching lunatics could get to him, he'd empty the entire magazine into Bai Fu. Even without the gun, Li Cheng wasn't worried. He hadn't trained his chi for nothing. His personal combat strength might not rank first in all of Division 4, but it was still top tier. When activating Blood Rage stance to unleash his chi, he could go toe-to-toe with the strongest in Division 4, even if only briefly. Bai Fu was less than 2 meters from him. With just one breath, he could grab her by the neck. With that thought, Li Cheng aimed the gun at Bai Fu's forehead and shouted, "You scumbags better listen up, if anyone moves, I'll blow Bai Fu's head off!" Exclamation point. The players ready to rush in and smash Li Cheng into Li Cheng paced all froze in place. They were even angrier now. It felt like they might transform into super mother hunters in their rage at any moment, but no matter how mad they were, none dared to act rashly. The gun in Li Cheng's hand wasn't some toy. It was the kind of weapon that could shatter someone's head like a watermelon. They'd come all the way from the abandoned cooling plant just to meet Bai Fu. If she got shot the moment they saw her, what was even the point of this game? Spawn kill. Baby-sized villain. I knee your mother, stop. What do we do? We're screwed. I used scout skill and couldn't even detect his level. With that kind of level gap, what can we use to save Bai Fu? In the vehicle, Xiaoshi was also starting to panic. Back at the abandoned cooling plant, Bai Fu had fought fiercely against the Truth Society and the insect tied to save her. How could she just watch Bai Fu die now? Li Cheng, you're just looking for a hostage, right? Swap me for Bai Fu. Arrest me. I'm more valuable than her. With my status, even if people from Division 4 arrive, they won't dare touch you. You. Li Qing glanced disdainfully at Xiaoshi, who was leaning out the window. Don't be in such a rush. One of the reasons I betrayed the gene primordials was to wipe out disgusting scum like you. Xiaoshi, just about to retort after being roasted, was cut off when Bai Fu waved her hand. No worries. Leave this to me. Just keep your eyes on those mutant creatures. A gentle smile spread across Bai Fu's face, as if she wasn't facing a dangerous situation at all. When she turned around and looked at Li Cheng, her smile grew even brighter. I think you might have misunderstood. I called these outsiders over just to make sure they surrounded you so you wouldn't get a chance to escape later. Question mark. Li Qing stared at Bai Fu, stunned. Suddenly, he burst into laughter as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Seems like you've greatly underestimated my strength. Li Qing slightly lowered the barrel of his gun and pulled the trigger. He needed a hostage who wouldn't resist, so breaking Bai Fu's legs was clearly in his best interest. The bullet fired out of the chamber. Given the extremely close distance and the suddenness of his action, he was fully confident Bai Fu couldn't dodge this shot. So, right after firing, he quickly turned the barrel toward her other leg. Bang! Xia Shi shouted in panic, "Get down! Get down!" With what her head? Li Qing moved to catch Bai Fu as her legs snapped and she fell. But the moment he extended his left hand, he suddenly realized something was off. Where was the blood? Bai Fu's legs showed no blood, no wounds. Through the torn hole in her pants, he saw a slightly dented black one-piece armor. Li Cheng's pupils shrank. What kind of armor could stop a bullet from his modified heavy pistol at such close range? He didn't have time to think. This time, he aimed directly at Bai Fu's feet. Armor usually didn't cover those. But the moment he pulled the trigger, Bai Fu grabbed the barrel. A bullet fired. The expected scene of her hand being blown apart didn't happen. Bai Fu's body didn't even flinch. You really think this thing works on me? A pleasant voice rang out, but to Li Qing it sounded like the whisper of a devil. His composure shattered. It was one thing for Bai Fu's thighs to block the bullet, but her hand too? She was only wearing the most common pair of black gloves. In fact, that shot did cause Bai Fu a little damage, a tiny bit. After all, it was a close-range shot and the gun had done its best. Any other weapon wouldn't have even scratched her. Blame it on Bai Fu's ridiculously high constitution stat and the fact she had carefully used hardening on her palm. While Li Qing stood stunned, Bai Fu took 2 rapid steps back. Her right leg tensed like a whip snapping through the air, letting out a fierce whoosh as she kicked at Li Cheng's chin. Though she hadn't undergone professional combat training, she knew exactly where to hit to quickly disable an enemy. Damn! Li Qing realized the danger, but he didn't even have time to sidestep. He could only desperately channel his chi to protect his jaw. Boom! Li Qing was sent flying like a heavy tank. 2 damage values floated above his head. -41. -3. One from the kick, the other from the crash. With just one strike, Bai Fu had taken nearly 1/10 of his HP. Don't be fooled by all the gunfire and high kicks, this all happened within seconds. Not until Li Qing flipped up from the ground like a carp did everyone around finally react. What the heck just happened? Bai Fu sent that brute flying with one kick. Bai Fu is awesome. This clown is no match for Bai Fu. Let's go, brothers, King's attack. Amidst the noisy cheers, nearly 100 players surged toward the 6 mutant creatures. Those with guns fired, those without drew melee weapons and started serpentine dodging. Unlike the players who quickly accepted reality, Xia Shi and the others were dumbfounded. Wasn't Bai Fu supposed to be a support-type psionic pro user? Since when could she catch bullets bare-handed and kick like it was the height of summer hope? Don't think one surprise kick is enough to beat me. You're courting death. Li Cheng was thoroughly enraged. It had been a long time since he'd suffered such a setback. Once he caught Bai Fu, he'd personally rip her legs off. Ignoring the pain in his chin and the dizziness in his head, he dashed forward with a slide step, closing in on Bai Fu. As he reached her, his right fist, wrapped in blade-like chi, lashed out at her cheek. Triple punch combo, each punch stronger than the last. After 3 punches, even standard power armor would dent, let alone flesh and blood. Familiar with Li Cheng's capabilities, Xia Shi raised her gun and fired repeatedly to try to force him back. But instead, he pressed forward, enduring 1 bullet with chi protection just to land all 3 punches. Bastard! Xia Shi reached behind and pulled out a flashbang. Just as she was about to throw it, Bai Fu spoke, "Don't worry about me. Go help those outsiders. How can I just stand up?" Seeing what happened next, Xia Shi froze. She clearly saw Bai Fu raise her left arm and tank all 3 punches. Then, when Li Cheng exposed a weakness from energy depletion, Bai Fu delivered a fierce uppercut to his chin, knocking out a tooth. Af dash! Li Cheng howled, stumbling back 7 or 8 steps before he barely steadied himself. "Noticed how much stamina you've lost?" Bai Fu walked toward him. Good, she had successfully drained him. While chatting earlier, she had used the combo of Power Surge, inferior, plus Multiplier Boost, inferior, on Li Cheng twice, cutting 40% of his stamina. But a berserker is still a berserker. Losing a tooth didn't make Li Cheng weak, instead, it triggered Blood Rage stance. His body swelled visibly, muscles bulging. For a moment, he even looked a bit like Yujiro Hanma. "I don't care who you are anymore. I just want to kill you. Then try. My nickname, White Death, isn't just for show." Bai Fu drew 2 short blades from her waist and, showing no fear, charged at the now nearly twice her size Li Cheng. Chain reaction. As she charged, Bai Fu locked onto Li Cheng. Unlike him, her body didn't mutate, but her name now bore a Blood Rage stance buff. Blood Rage stance, while active, strength plus 5, agility plus 5, physical resistance plus 20%. Using battle etiquette I can outplay you, and in a direct fight I can beat you to death. Bai Fu had been building her image in front of the players for so long. Today was the perfect chance to finally showcase her upgraded true strength in front of them all. Li Cheng had already gone berserk. He completely failed to notice that Bai Fu's speed had suddenly increased, and even if he had no intention of backing down. The reason didn't matter, he just wanted to smash Bai Fu. The two clashed head-on. Bai Fu slashed once, Li Cheng punched back. Bai Fu kicked, and Li Cheng countered with another punch. This was a no-frills, brute-force battle. Even the mutant creatures ordered to kill Bai Fu were now slightly shaken, glancing occasionally at the outcome of the fight between Bai Fu and Li Cheng. Some of the players who were closer were completely dumbfounded. They wanted to help, but found they couldn't even follow the attacks between the two at the center of the battlefield. The live stream room exploded as players watching flooded the screen with live stream comments. "What's going on? Turns out Bai Fu is this fierce. I always thought she was the gentle big sister type. Hiss, if I got kicked by Bai Fu's thigh, I'd probably ascend instantly. Go, white-haired big sis. Take down that muscle monster. White Death." So Bai Fu had such a cool nickname all along. Bai Fu had no time to pay attention to the praise in the live stream room. Her full focus was on Li Cheng. With the boost from Blood Rage stance, her agility was only slightly below his, allowing her to block all of Li Cheng's attacks with her hands. Likewise, Li Cheng could block every one of her strikes. Same move-for-move response but completely different outcomes. Li Cheng punched her, she lost 30 HP. She slashed him, he lost 20 HP. It looked like she was losing out, but at the start of the fight, she had full stamina, while Li Cheng only had 60%. Moreover, her HP was 2.5 times his. That was why she dared to go toe-to-toe in melee with this berserker. Trading hits. Bring it on. In just over a minute, Bai Fu's HP dropped from 1049 to 813, while Li Cheng's fell from 424 to 207. Bai Fu looked only slightly disheveled, her hair a bit messy and some bruises on her arms. But Li Cheng was already bleeding from his hands and feet. A long health bar means you can do whatever you want. Just then, Bai Fu suddenly felt a wave of fatigue. It was the side effect of losing the blood rage stance buff. Only the fanaticism effect remained. Over half his HP is gone, and he must have lost a lot of stamina during the fight. He's at his limit. Li Qing disguised it well, but how could he fool her, with her cheat level detection? Bai Fu didn't hesitate. She stopped conserving psionic value and directly activated psionic boil, converting 10% of her psionic value into extra physical damage. She stepped forward, same approach, same target. Her right fist, wrapped in black gloves, struck like a sea dragon, smashing into Li Cheng's chin with overwhelming force. Shoryuken. -61, +16. This punch nearly true damage. Li Cheng's huge body rocketed into the air like a missile, then, like a Japanese firework, crashed down only a few seconds later. When he landed, blood sprayed like a kettle, followed by a thunderous thud. Li Qing struggled a few times but eventually collapsed due to multiple bone fractures. He couldn't move anymore. Bai Fu turned around, staring at the mutant creatures. Now it's your turn. The whole place fell silent. Everyone just watched Bai Fu stride forward on her long legs. White Death had come to collect lives. 55, Descent of the God. 6 mutant creatures stared in shock at Li Cheng, who lay paralyzed on the ground. They had always looked down on Li Cheng, but that was only because he had betrayed the gene primordials and willingly served as a lapdog for the Truth Society. In terms of strength, even the strongest among them would not dare claim they could defeat Li Cheng. Yet just moments ago, Li Cheng had been brutally crippled by Bai Fu, completely ruined in a close-quarters battle, the area he excelled in. It was simply unbelievable. The 6 mutant creatures gasped sharply. Bai Fu's main class was psionic per user, right? If she could beat Li Cheng so soundly in a domain she wasn't even good at, then how terrifying was her actual psionic power? They felt as if a mountain had landed on their shoulders. This is the true strength of the White Death. This woman isn't a good person. She's been hiding her power since the abandoned cooling plant, deliberately pretending to be weak to lure us in wave after wave. She's a menace. The priority now is to report everything that's happened here. Seeing Bai Fu walk closer and closer, the strongest mutant creature, C3, stepped forward and assumed command. C6, return to the vehicle and report using the onboard terminal. C5 and C4, keep the rookies at bay. The rest of you come with me to deal with Bai Fu. Don't be afraid. No matter how strong she is, she's only one person. Once C6 completes the mission, with all 6 of us, we might still survive her onslaught. C6 curled his lips. You think with 6 of us we can barely survive? But upon seeing Li Cheng's miserable state, he held back the urge to complain. At this point, their goal was no longer to kill Bai Fu but to avoid being captured alive by the gene primordials and tortured into spilling secrets. He turned and dashed into the vehicle, casually tossing out a heavy grenade launcher. Li Cheng was down, his identity exposed. He was worthless now. They didn't need to worry about his safety anymore. The grenade launcher had to be used, and if it accidentally blew Li Cheng up, even better. Nanny, Ah Zhen, are you for real? The nearby players were all shocked. Bai Fu might be able to block pistols, but a heavy grenade launcher. That was wishful thinking. They rushed towards C2, who had caught the launcher, but after only a few steps, C5 and C4 began unleashing a wild barrage of bullets. Fortunately, there were plenty of natural covers, and they were fast enough, otherwise a lot of them would have been lying dead already. Damn, no combat etiquette at all. They're actually using a grenade launcher. A few players who narrowly dodged the bullets hid behind rocks and started cursing loudly. They wanted to stop them, but without any ranged weapons, and with just a few small pistols, there was no way to change the situation. This is bad. Xia Shi, who had been hiding in the car all along, turned pale when she saw the heavy grenade launcher. She quickly threw a few flashbangs and smoke bombs forward, hoping to buy Bai Fu some time to dodge. Then, carrying 2 assault rifles loaded with specially made incendiary rounds, she jumped off the vehicle. Landing with a roll, she dashed behind a large rock to her right. Bai Fu, catch. I've already alerted Division 4 they'll be here soon. We just need to hang on for a few, Halfway through her shout, Xia Shi froze. Bai Fu hadn't moved at all during the smoke screen. Bai Fu, what are you doing? No matter how far forward that road stretches, it only ends in death. The flash-blinded mutant creatures were also stunned at this scene, then immediately overjoyed. This was it, this was the chance. If they could land a direct hit on Bai Fu, even if it didn't kill her, wounding her seriously would give them a shot at breaking out before Division 4 arrived. C2, now. C1 and C3 shouted simultaneously. C2, a seasoned veteran, wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. He eagerly raised the grenade launcher. Take this, Bai Fu. In that instant, everything around seemed to slow down. Bai Fu's eyes swept across the scene, catching glimpses of the anxious expressions of the players and Xia Shi, the gleeful faces of the mutant creatures. Almost everyone believed that this one grenade would shift the battle entirely. Ho, it felt just like when Dio used the world. Bai Fu, battle etiquette. In an instant, an invisible psionic force locked onto C2. C2 was horrified to find his body seemingly fused with space itself, unable to move. The sensation didn't last long when Bai Fu across from him suddenly made a throwing motion. His body, as if pulled by invisible threads from Bai Fu, mimicked the exact same throwing gesture. Thus, the heavy grenade launcher tightly clutched in his hands flew out, tracing an arc through the air toward Bai Fu. Exclamation point. This was a development no one but Bai Fu had anticipated, so by the time the other 5 mutant creatures reacted, they could only stare helplessly, unable to do a thing. There wasn't even enough time for them to question or yell at C2, their facial expressions hadn't even had time to change. Clang! Bai Fu caught the grenade launcher thrown by C2 with absolute ease. Surprise motherfucker! With her finger on the trigger, C2 had already broken free from the control of battle etiquette, and the other 5 mutant creatures now realized the full gravity of the situation. What the hell? C2, you actually betrayed us. Are you insane? Get out of the way. The tables had turned. Now it was the mutant creatures who were in disarray, while the players and Xia Shi revealed expressions of joy. Unlike last time, when Bai Fu pressed the trigger, no one tried to stop her. With a slight tremble of the launcher, an armor-piercing round shot out of the thick barrel and struck the strongest of them, C3, head-on. C3 didn't even have time to dodge. He let out a miserable scream as damage numbers floated up above his head. You dealt 76 critical damage to C3. You inflicted a crippling blow on C3. C3 has entered a mildly disabled state. C3 is bleeding, losing 2 HP per second. The armor-piercing round blasted C3 into the air, crashing into and toppling C1. During the flight, blood gushed from C3's throat, his condition even more tragic than Li Cheng's. No, I can't die so easily here. C3's eyes brimmed with pain and unwillingness. His face twisted, he struggled to get up from the ground. But just then, a second grenade launched from the barrel targeting C3 again, and C1 who had been knocked over. Boom! This one was a high-explosive round. Upon impact, both C3 and C1 were blown away. C1 was especially unfortunate, his hand was blasted clean off. Before the severed arm even hit the ground, Bai Fu pressed the trigger a third time again at C3. The grenade exploded, and flames immediately engulfed C3's body. Under the searing blaze, C3 only screamed twice before falling completely silent. 3-shot combo, armor-piercing, high-explosive, incendiary executed flawlessly. A crisp system alert rang out in Bai Fu's ears. You killed C3. 100% contribution. XP adjusted for level difference, 6,000 points. HSS-. All the surrounding players froze. They had long heard of Bai Fu's power through various sources, but they had never imagined she was this strong. Was this the true power an NPC in a hidden storyline should possess? Unbelievable. The remaining 5 mutant creatures stared at C3's charred corpse, with no energy left to blame C2. All they felt was icy dread in their limbs. Not long ago, C3 had said that with all 6 of them, they might survive Bai Fu. And now, mere minutes later, C3 had become a corpse. How are we supposed to fight this? C6, did the message get sent? Almost there, almost. C6 was panicking like a cat on a hot tin roof, terrified that Bai Fu might suddenly send a round his way and blast both him and the vehicle sky-high. The launcher he had tossed out was a heavy grenade launcher with a 30-round drum. Although it hadn't been fully loaded at the time, there were still at least 10 grenades left in it. This time, though, his worry was unnecessary. Bai Fu had no intention of attacking C6. Of course, she wasn't sparing C6 out of mercy, it was because she didn't want to damage the vehicle he was in. She had long wanted a military vehicle of her own, but felt reluctant to spend the money. If she bought a car, she wouldn't have enough left to customize power armor for Anya. Now, look at that, the Truth Society was not only delivering XP, but also gifting her a vehicle. Living Buddhas, the lot of them. Stop her, hurry. C4, C5, forget those nobodies, just cover C6. He has to send the report back. C2, who was still intact, shouted. C4 and C5 looked at C2 with strange expressions. Damn it, if you hadn't thrown the grenade launcher to Bai Fu, would things have turned out like this? They suspected C2 was trying to backstab them, but he wasn't wrong, they had to protect C6 now. As for C1, whose hand had been blown off. Just as they turned to look, a grenade struck C1 in the head. You killed C1. 100% contribution. XP adjusted for level difference, 5,000 points. Just kill them all already. Get in close, if we close the distance, we won't have to be afraid. But how could Xiaoshi, who had been hiding all this time, let C4 and C5 get close so easily? She drew her gun and opened fire. The special incendiary rounds might not be strong enough to instantly kill mutant creatures, but they were more than enough to keep them from approaching Bai Fu. Damn it! C4 and C5 were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Thankfully, C2 didn't kick them while they were down. Instead, he kept firing at Bai Fu, trying to stop her from using the grenade launcher. But Bai Fu, now on a killing spree, didn't care about those bullets. Even if she was hit in vulnerable spots, it barely cost her any HP, there weren't even any visible wounds. What was there to be afraid of? Amid the crossfire from Xiaoshi and the mutant creatures, Bai Fu strolled leisurely through the battlefield, not like a fighter, but like someone taking a post-meal walk. But after what they had witnessed, no one dared to underestimate her anymore. She wasn't in a hurry. Only when she had a clear shot would she pull the trigger, maximizing the impact of every grenade. For a moment, it felt like she was channeling the terrifying dominance of a tyrant blasting Jill with a grenade launcher. In the wilderness, explosions, gunfire, and curses mingled together. The players who had initially been eager to rush up and help Bai Fu now completely gave up on the idea. What was the point? Just to become cannon fodder? They might as well enjoy watching Fu descend like a heavenly god and take on 6 foes solo. This kind of VIP front row seat wasn't something just anyone could experience. They only regretted there wasn't someone nearby pushing a cart yelling, sunflower seeds, peanuts, folding stools. Otherwise, wouldn't this be bliss like that of the immortals? Well done, Fu. I can't even imagine how powerful Bai Fu will be once she fully recovers. She might even blow up a star. Crap, my wife's so fierce, how am I supposed to catch up to her in the future? The players in the live stream room also shed their gloom and began watching joyfully. So jealous. How amazing would it be to witness this battle live? Fu's hands are red from all the shooting. Let me blow on them. Death has arrived. Wait. It's my turn to play now. At first, Xiaoshi had been earnestly assisting Bai Fu, but after C2 and C4 were both wounded and the battle decisively turned, she stopped and kept switching her gaze between Bai Fu and the players, her face full of awe. A death god wielding a grenade launcher, harvesting lives, and a bunch of outsiders chatting and joking beside a blood-soaked battlefield. A monster paired with monsters. Maybe she really had picked up a ghost back at the abandoned cooling plant. But it was precisely these ghosts who helped Division 4 break the deadlock and snatch the initiative back from the Truth Society. Xia Shi felt a fire light up within her. She'd always been the rule-following type thanks to her upbringing, but right now, she just wanted to vent her emotions. Damn Truth Society, weren't you so arrogant? Let's see you act tough in front of Bai Fu now. Charge! Take them down. Bai Fu was startled by the sudden shout. She turned around with a strange expression and saw Xia Shi blushing, yelling at her with excitement. Question mark. Forget it, now wasn't the time to worry about Xia Shi. Bai Fu casually launched a grenade, sending the still struggling C4 off to meet his maker. Then she walked to the car. C6 was still frantically yelling into the terminal. That's enough. She pulled out a gun and emptied an entire magazine into C6's head as he stared in terror. The gunshots and screams transmitted straight through the terminal to the Truth Society. A moment later, a broken, intermittent voice came from the other end. I admit I severely underestimated you. Bai Fu put the gun away, then asked with interest, You're the president of the Truth Society? No. The person on the other side of the terminal denied it. I'm Bernardo, Minister of the Combat Unit. Dealing with you doesn't require the President's personal attention. From now on, I'm putting you on the Truth Society Tier 1 kill list. The next time we meet will be the day of your death. TCH. Anyone can talk big. Bai Fu said, Let's hope your life is as tough as your mouth. With that, she shut off the terminal, not giving Bernardo the chance to retort. Go ahead and stew in silence, old dang. After dragging C6's corpse out of the vehicle, she casually shot the dying C2 to finish him off. At this point, aside from Xia Shi firing a few supplementary shots, she had practically wiped out all 6 mutant creatures by herself at the cost of only 386 HP. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Suddenly, Xia Shi leapt forward and hugged Bai Fu, cheering loudly. Bai Fu felt like her brain was about to be shaken into mush. Stop. Stop. Don't bounce anymore, one more bounce and you'll be spitting all over my face. Xia Shi suddenly remembered that Bai Fu was still slightly injured. She quickly let go and apologized, Hold on, I'll bandage you right away. No need for that, I brought medicine. Bai Fu pulled a bottle of recovery potion she had snatched from the wildfire gang out of the tactical pouch on her hip and chugged it down. Her HP began to slowly recover. Just as she was about to say something to Xia Shi, the roar of an engine sounded in her ear. She looked in the direction of the noise and saw a familiar Division 4 vehicle approach. Finally here. She glanced at Li Cheng, who was still barely hanging on to life. You completed the mission Special Operation, reward, 10,000 XP, 5 Gene Primordials Faction Reputation. You completed the hidden mission Death of the Mutant Creatures, reward, 50,000 XP. You completed the hidden mission Who is the Spy, reward, 100,000 XP, Special Potion, Gene Enhancement Potion, Prayer Card Blueprint. A string of alerts chimed in her ear, a fat wave of gains. 56. Bai Fu's mouth, a lie. At the time she planned to take action against Li Cheng, Bai Fu had already sensed there might be a hidden quest concealed here, but the rewards granted by the game afterwards still exceeded her expectations. A standard quest published by Division 4 plus 2 hidden quests. Just the combined XP from those rewards amounted to 160,000. During the previous battle, she had also earned 31,706 XP. Adding in the 30,342 XP she had saved up, she now had a total of 220,000 XP, enough to instantly level her psionic per user from LV3 to LV6. Such a tremendous leap in levels was already thrilling enough, and to her surprise, the hidden quest Who is the Spy? Triggered by exposing Li Cheng even came with bonus rewards. Bai Fu quickly tapped on the 2 bonus items to expand their details. Special Potion, Gene Enhancement Potion. Quality, Purple. Additional effect, a gene enhancement potion developed by a secret research institute before the war. Stimulates the body's potential. Works best when used in combination with an evolution potion. Note, carries a certain risk of muscle atrophy. Though not yet perfected, after multiple iterations its success rate has reached 93.7%. Bai Fu's eyes lit up involuntarily. The mention of stimulates the body's potential in the item description translated to increased stats or acquisition of talents in practice. And that latter part was even more intriguing. Wasn't the APT-011 prototype potion she snatched from Yulia precisely the so-called evolution potion? Although the success rate of the gene enhancement potion was only 93.7%, she had the great luck talent and had no need to fear muscle atrophy from failure. The lucky talent she acquired in her last power-up had proven increasingly useful. Bai Fu's gaze then fell upon the last reward. Prayer Card Blueprint. As the name implied, this blueprint was a hands-on tutorial for crafting prayer cards. Like other schools, the psionic stream also had various specializations. One of them relied on pre-crafted prayer cards for combat. While others wielded weapons to slash or carried staves to cast Bai-Yubi spells, or operated various mechanical equipment for bombardment, the prayer card-wielding psionic prayer user fought by continuously tossing prayer cards at foes or allies. This gameplay style resembled the item spamming type seen in other games, buffing oneself, debuffing enemies, and hurling tools imbued with fire, holy water, poison, hypnosis, etc., to slam them into opponents. Bam, bam, bam. That's it. Although not as hands-free and automatic as high-level mechanics who could mow down mobs effortlessly, the tactile satisfaction of smashing enemies to death with tools was quite exhilarating in its own way. This was a good item, but unlike the gene enhancement potion, this reward wasn't perfect. Because Bai Fu's current class was the very ordinary psionic prayer user, she had no prayer card-related bonuses and couldn't use her existing psionic knowledge to derive custom effect cards. If she wanted to craft prayer cards, not only would the success rate be low, but she could only experiment with the skills she currently possessed. Her assessment of this was barely acceptable. But that was just temporary. Once she unlocked a relevant class, her strength would see another explosive leap. According to the official site, card-based psionic classes were quite rare across the game, and on a newbie planet like Origin Star, they were undoubtedly advanced rare classes. Since the rewards include a prayer card blueprint, that means Origin Star definitely has the corresponding profession knowledge book. Bai Fu was brimming with excitement. As she examined the quest rewards, a truck approaching in the distance had already stopped. Several Field Division special agents jumped down in haste, led by none other than Su Hong, clad in power armor. Though his face was obscured, the hurried strides betrayed the nervous anxiety in his heart. "Are you all okay?" That traitor Li Cheng and Su Hong stopped. He had already seen Li Cheng lying on the ground, along with the several mutant creatures who had been beaten beyond recognition. Shock. Disbelief. 1, 2, 3, 7 in total. Not one missing. Exactly the same as Xia Shi had reported over the terminal communication. He had been mentally prepared to risk his life to extract Bai Fu and Xia Shi from enemy encirclement, but unexpectedly, when he arrived, all the enemies were already down. Xia Shi was his teammate, a genius in mechanical crafting and logistics, but in combat, she could only be described as someone who seldom dragged the team down. Bai Fu's strength was formidable. This had been proven in the 2 prior assassination attempts, but for her to defeat all 7 of them alone? Impossible. So the credit for this feat must go to the dozens of unknown individuals who had suddenly appeared. Although each of them looked plain and acted sluggish, and occasionally spoke incomprehensible things, anyone capable of such acts on a blood-soaked battlefield was either a complete fool or a true master. Su Hong still found the latter possibility easier to accept. But that thought was quickly denied by Xia Shi. A special agent who had just caught up from behind gasped in astonishment when he saw Li Cheng and the others lying motionless on the ground. "Damn, what the hell happened here?" Xia Shi explained, "Li Cheng suddenly attacked with these mutant creatures. Fortunately, Bai Fu's strength is extraordinary. Not only did she severely injure Li Cheng, she nearly wiped out all 6 mutant creatures by herself." The gazes of all the Division 4 special agents who had arrived turned toward Bai Fu. The setting sun's afterglow bathed her silver-white hair, as if adorning the warrior with a medal named the blood of a hero. That beautiful face showed no expression, yet silently conveyed the coldness of the White Death. Damn it, she completely nailed the act. All the words in Su Hong and the others' hearts condensed into a single sentence. Awesome. Soon after, Lu Yuelin and the others arrived at the scene. After grasping the situation, their reactions were not much better than Su Hong's. Well done. Once we return, I'll immediately hand over the data drive containing advanced applications of psionic power as promised, said Lu Yuelin with heartfelt emotion. Bai Fu replied, pleasure doing business. While others were handling the mutant creatures' corpses, the surrounding players also tried to run over to watch the show. But the Division 4 personnel were not going to indulge them, immediately cordoning off the area. All the players could do was wave frantically at Bai Fu from outside the perimeter, hoping to catch her attention and maybe get a quest if they were lucky. But they could only be disappointed today. Bai Fu, after only a short while at the scene, drove the car she had seized and returned to Lin with the Division 4 team. Li Cheng had said the ones he called weren't limited to just those 6. Staying any longer might risk encountering others. Before leaving, Bai Fu leaned out of the car window and smiled, greeting the players. These players could be very useful. It was important to leave a good impression. Fu just smiled at me, hee hee. Smile your ass, stop being so damn narcissistic. Ugh, what a pity this time. If I had a gun, I'd have earned way more XP. XP is nothing. It's quests that really matter. Say, what class do you think Bai Fu is? Her combat power is insane. If only we could class transfer to what she has. Let's go, hurry to Lin. We'll unlock our advanced class first. A noisy group of players shoved back onto their vehicle. On the road back to Lin, Xiaoshi, after much hesitation, couldn't resist asking, I'm not sure if I should be asking this, but... Bai Fu casually replied, ask away. Xiaoshi said, why is there such a huge difference between the strength you showed at the abandoned cooling plant and what we just saw? You think I've been hiding my strength? Bai Fu slowly turned her head. Xiaoshi didn't reply, but her expression clearly showed that's what she believed. If it were simply a power awakening, the strength wouldn't fluctuate this wildly. Bai Fu nodded. Any bugs in the car? Sincerity glimmered in Xiaoshi's black pupils. No. Good. Then I'm gonna start bullshitting. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Fu rolled up the window, turning the entire vehicle into an enclosed space. No one spoke. For a moment, the only sound was the ticking of the swaying ornament inside the car. Xiaoshi's heart tensed inexplicably. Based on her experience, when things suddenly turned like this, it usually meant Bai Fu was about to make a move on her. But that couldn't be. Bai Fu didn't seem like that kind of person. And even if she were, she wouldn't do it here. The Division 4 vehicles were nearby. Unless Bai Fu was confident she could wipe everyone out. Xiaoshi quietly turned her head, trying to glimpse Bai Fu's expression. To her surprise, Bai Fu was staring straight at her. Exclamation point. She immediately straightened up, like a student caught slacking when the teacher was suddenly standing outside the window. Actually. After much build-up, Bai Fu suddenly smiled and shook her head. It's not that I deliberately wanted to hide it from you. It's just that until today, I didn't know whether you were in league with Li Cheng. Big secret detected. Xiaoshi turned her head again. This time, she saw Bai Fu gazing out the front window, staring at the vast plain speckled with stars. Her eyes were deep, as if containing an entire galaxy. What you're seeing now isn't the complete me. Xiaoshi, huh? Anya and I come from a place so distant you can't even imagine it. That place is known to some as the Afterworld. We used to be part of a mysterious organization there. But just like what you're facing now, that organization was betrayed. A traitor traded away everything we once stood for and pushed the things they had guarded for most of their life into the abyss. Bai Fu recounted slowly. Although she kept saying, we, her tone was so calm, it felt as if she were talking about someone else's story. A traitor like Li Cheng. Thinking back to her own feelings upon learning that Li Cheng was a traitor, and then realizing that at least he had been caught while Bai Fu's organization was probably utterly destroyed, Xiaoshi suddenly understood why Bai Fu seemed so calm. Because a gunshot had torn through her heart, leaving a wound that would never fully heal. After that great upheaval, I fled here with Anya. We've been searching for a way to return ever since. We've also been looking for a way to recover our strength. What you've seen as my increasing power wasn't us hiding anything. It wasn't a double awakening. It's that my injuries have been healing gradually. I'm chasing after the person I once was. Bai Fu stepped harder on the gas. Amid the roaring engine, the car sped faster toward the horizon, as if racing against an invisible rival. Xia Shi's heart was moved. Is there anything I can do to help? You saved my life, I want to repay that kindness. Bai Fu shook her head. No need. Didn't I just say? That place is so far away, you can't even imagine it. Xia Shi wasn't convinced. The Gene Primordials are still one of the 5 major factions. I may not command the Gene Primordials Intelligence Division, but helping you investigate an enemy or find their weaknesses shouldn't be hard. Bai Fu kept driving, silent. Xia Shi suddenly realized something. Her right hand and gaze lifted together, finally landing on the boundless starry sky. You mean, you're from there? Her voice trembled slightly. So did her hand. Incredible, yet somehow believable. With Bai Fu's power, there was no way she was just some nobody. But over the past days, Division 4 had been investigating in secret, even calling in help from headquarters, and they still couldn't dig up anything useful. If Bai Fu was an alien visitor, then all the anomalies, her vague identity, her rapid growth in strength made perfect sense. How you understand it is your business. But can you keep it a secret for me, Miss Xia Shi? A calm voice rang out. Xia Shi nodded instinctively. After a moment of silence, she realized a problem. Why did you go so far in explaining? You could have just made something up to brush me off. Aren't you afraid I'll expose your secret? Is it possible I did just make it up? Bai Fu held back a laugh. She went through all this effort to fabricate a story just to increase Xia Shi's favorability. What Li Cheng had angrily shouted at Xia Shi made her realize that any quest associated with Xia Shi was definitely not simple, and likely contained a massive reward not inferior to eliminating the Truth Society. By planting the impression early that she was reliable and completely trustworthy, she could enter the quest earlier and gain more rewards when the time came. Of course she wasn't worried about Xia Shi blabbing. On one hand, Xia Shi now had a 62-point favorability score with her. On the other hand, Bai Fu never explicitly said she came from the stars, so even if Xia Shi ran around chirping everywhere, she could just say Xia Shi was spewing nonsense. I won't assume all people are untrustworthy just because I was betrayed once. We've been through life and death twice together. At least for now, you seem worth trusting. And while you can't help me now, who knows, maybe one day I'll need something from you. I can see things that ordinary people can't. Your future may be far greater than you imagine. Xia Shi seemed about to speak, but held back. Her greatest dream was to wipe out the Truth Society in her lifetime. What kind of future could be even greater than that? She couldn't quite picture it. But then, she suddenly recalled a piece of information she had come across unintentionally. I don't know how to help you recover your strength, but as for leaving this place, I might have a clue. Before I joined Division 4, I found a file in my father's lab marked with the code 001. According to that document, Origin Star was once a world without psionics. Everything changed on a certain day 20 years before the war. The file speculated that psionic power was brought by an extraterrestrial life form. If such a life form really existed, then there must be a way to leave this place. You have triggered the story quest source of psionic power. The game prompt rang out, and Bai Fu was overjoyed. Excellent, excellent. The quest came this fast. 57, Becoming a Boss, Step 1. Source of Psionic Power. Mission description, Xia Shi shared her past experiences with you. Does that mysterious file 001 truly exist? Are the contents recorded within it real? A forgotten history awaits your exploration. Mission objective, locate the file 001 mentioned by Xia Shi. Reward, 30,000 XP, exploration progress, memory fragments. Accept/reject. A mission unfolded before Bai Fu. She accepted without hesitation. Though the rewards were no longer particularly high for her current level, she was intrigued by the exploration progress and memory fragments listed in the mission rewards. This was the first time she had encountered such abstract rewards. Even if it wasn't for the sake of leaving the origin star and entering the stars, she still wanted to find out what exactly those two things were. "Where is the laboratory you mentioned?" Bai Fu asked. "Xia sure didn't hide it, it's in Haidu, but the laboratory is underground. Ordinary people can't get in at all. Next time we return to Haidu, I'll help you look for it." It seemed that was the only option for now. Bai Fu wasn't one of the gene primordials, and they wouldn't allow her to enter the lab so easily. So for now, she had no choice but to rely on Xiaoshi. The car sped along, and a dozen minutes later, they finally returned to Lin. As soon as they got out of the car, Lu Yuelin sent someone to escort Li Cheng to the interrogation room and simultaneously blocked the news from leaking. It was a serious matter. Even someone as typically apathetic as him became serious at this point. Bai Fu sat alone in the long hallway. No one approached to talk to her, but everyone who passed by whispered to one another. Most were shocked or skeptical, but a few looked at Bai Fu as if seeing their own mother. White Death? No. She was the goddamn god of wealth. Not long ago, someone had started a betting pool on the dark web, gambling on whether Bai Fu would survive the next assassination attempt by the Truth Society. Some bored special agents had casually placed bets on her. They hadn't wagered much, thinking it was no big loss even if she died. Unexpectedly, not only had Bai Fu survived, but she also rooted out the spy hidden within Division 4. Now they only regretted not betting more, missing out on becoming rich overnight. "I've brought the person, and the intel you wanted as well." At that moment, the action team leader emerged from the depths of the corridor, leading Anya and handing Bai Fu a hard drive containing advanced psionic knowledge. He smiled like a sun-blessed sunflower that had become sentient. "Don't worry. If that old bastard Li Cheng's father dares give you trouble, just come to me. Here's my contact." Bai Fu didn't stand on ceremony with him. More connections meant more paths. After answering some basic questions at Division 4, she returned first to Xiaoshi's home. She sent Anya to take a shower, then claimed the reward for the mission. "Who is the spy?" A transparent glass veil appeared out of thin air in her hand. It was an oral solution good. If it had been an injectable potion, she honestly wouldn't have dared to use it carelessly, fearing she might inject it in the wrong place. She opened the sealed cap and drank the gene enhancement potion in one gulp. It had no strange taste, instead, it carried a hint of coolness. But as soon as it entered her stomach, a strange, heartburn-like sensation surged up and quickly transformed into an even more intense stimulus. Bai Fu had prepared herself and didn't cry out. The reason she didn't use the enhancement potion in the car was precisely to avoid causing a scene. She silently endured the stabbing pain that radiated from deep within her muscles. The pain came in waves, occasionally accompanied by a sudden sense of bone weakness. Honestly, this sensation was even worse than when she had unlocked the Blood of Evolution template. 1%. 2.3%. The enhancement progress bar climbed slowly. After more than 10 minutes, all the discomfort vanished, and the progress bar finally reached full. Your Blood of Evolution template has been enhanced. You have gained 5 strength, 4 agility, 2 constitution. You have acquired the talent Tough Body. This outcome delighted Bai Fu. It was already satisfying to see a substantial stat increase, but she hadn't expected to gain a new talent as well. The effect of Tough Body was extremely straightforward and brutal, a fixed plus 200 HP and 2% resistance to all status effects. Though the resistance bonus was still low and didn't show much value, the 200 HP was extremely significant for Bai Fu at her current level. Bai Fu opened her stats panel. Her current XP was 222048 points. She immediately invested some into her psionic per user class, raising its level to LV6. After this round of upgrades, her various stats had skyrocketed. HP, 1362/1410. Psionic value, 195/195. Stats: Strength 18, Agility 19, Constitution 59, Intelligence 11, Spirit 21, Inspiration 33. Compared to before she dragged out Li Cheng, her HP cap had increased by 360 points, almost the equivalent of a whole Li Cheng. It felt like she had consumed a human traffic flow. With her upgraded strength, even without wearing down Li Cheng's stamina, she could have toyed him to death with her agility advantage. Bai Fu did a rough calculation. A regular elite mob, Li Cheng had both template and talent buffs, without a special HP boost template. Even if their main class reached level 30, would typically have 500 to 1000 HP. Her main class was only at level 16 now, and by the time she hit level 30, her HP would likely surpass 2000. If she had to describe herself now in a single phrase, her choice would be Super Resilient Queen. Judging by HP bar alone, I'm already starting to look like a boss. But to truly become a boss, I still need to find better talents, rare classes, and templates. Bai Fu inserted the hard drive she got from Lu Yuelin into Xia Shi's terminal. Last time in the Division 4 conference room, due to time constraints, she had only unlocked one psionic knowledge chain and a new skill from the hard drive. Now was the perfect moment to absorb the remaining incomplete psionic knowledge chain, 7. Unexpectedly, after pushing the mastery of psionic knowledge chain, 7, to 46%, she obtained a broken psionic class from the hard drive, Apprentice Psionic Illustrator, which just so happened to be a class that used psionic cards in combat. So the top and bottom parts are actually connected. Bai Fu thought of the prayer card blueprint she got from Li Cheng. If she hadn't decided which stream to go for earlier, now her mind was made up. Yes, she would study this one. Bai Fu had always been thinking about how to continuously monetize her massive popularity among the players. This world, like the one she came from, wasn't one where money could buy everything, but without money, you could do nothing. Clearly, PUNG players into handing over all their cash wasn't a viable path. It would only ruin her reputation. And unlike ups like digging treasure, she couldn't rely on accepting advertisements for Didi or electric toothbrushes. So selling products was her only choice. What kind of product could ensure long-term sales? Bai Fu had pondered for a long time. First, she ruled out the route of debuting as a popular idol to sell photo books, merchandise, and handshake tickets. Second, selling profession knowledge books wasn't practical either. These items weren't consumables. Once sold, players could easily duplicate endless copies. In the end, she wouldn't earn much. It was better to use them as mission rewards or little surprises to boost player goodwill. The emergence of the Psionic Illustrator class perfectly resolved Bai Fu's dilemma. Psionic Illustrator wasn't a weak class at the very least, it was far stronger than her current psionic per user. Plus, the prayer cards crafted by psionic illustrators were extremely handy items that players could always use, making them perfect for consistently draining players' coins. But that was for the future. For now, she hadn't yet unlocked the Psionic Illustrator class. Although she could already make prayer cards after learning the prayer card blueprint, the success rate was depressingly low. Custom card, Fanaticism LV3, 25% success rate. Custom card, Battle Etiquette, 20% success rate. Even with a luck talent boosting her odds, these numbers were far from ideal. Bai Fu wasn't planning to invest too much effort here for now. She'd make a few prayer cards casually to test the effects. These few days Division 4 likely wouldn't have major movements. The Truth Society wouldn't immediately send assassins after her either. It was a rare moment of leisure, and she decided to use it to bond with the players. Thinking this, she opened the community to check what the newly arrived players in Lin were doing. The community was abuzz. Every post on the homepage was discussing her battle with Li Cheng and the others. 360-degree showcase of Fufu's battle aesthetics. A god descends to 1v7, this is the power of tech stream. Tech. No mysticism. The key to victory was making the enemy toss their weapon over. Some players were losing it, shouting phrases like, Fufu's legs playable for years, while others were arguing over which stream's class was stronger. Among the flood of posts and replies, Bai Fu occasionally spotted remarks from players who had actually participated in that battle. Most expressed regret. They had finally gotten involved in the plot, only to walk away with nothing due to being too weak. Sigh, I wonder if I managed to leave a good impression on Fu today. Damn it, feels like I lost $1 billion. It's all the shuttle's fault for not running enough trips between the abandoned cooling plant and Lin. Otherwise, I could have boosted Fu's goodwill earlier with Party Big Star and the rest. I better level up first. From how things went, without unlocking an advanced class, even maxed out goodwill won't land you a mission. I just saw a guy trying to copy convert to my Fu and them by taking out a loan. He ended up getting hacked to death by smarter gangsters. I laughed so hard. I'm going to buy a gun. Missions are easier with a gun. Where can I buy one? Count me in. Among all the replies, the most frequently mentioned words were, buy a gun, and, level up by doing missions. Bai Fu's brows arched slightly. She seemed to have found a method that could both boost player goodwill and make a quick profit. It was foreseeable that more and more players would soon arrive from the abandoned cooling plant, just as eager to buy guns as the ones posting in the forum. Guns cost money. If someone was going to make money off players, why couldn't that someone be her? The only issue was she didn't produce guns, but that didn't matter. She could be the delivery person. Bai Fu had her eyes on two supply sources. The first was Division 4. From time to time, Division 4 would scrap batches of guns with reduced durability. Bai Fu's plan was to buy these guns and resell them to players. She wasn't worried about damaging her reputation at all. There were no bad products, only bad prices. Those guns might be bad for professionals like special agents, but for players, they were still prized gear, especially at low prices. Just like miners selling worn-out graphics cards on seafood markets. If you disguised it as, barely used by a girl, and priced it high, you were a scammer. But if you openly said it was a miner's card and sold it cheap, you were a savior. The second was the gangs that had always been selling firearms and ammunition. Bai Fu planned to use the pretext of testing players to have the players wipe out these gangs, then secretly sell the confiscated weapons back to players. 58, the gang suffers, and I bear the reputation. The morning breeze blew, and the sound of dogs barking echoed between the alleys. As the sun gradually rose, the slumbering Lin settlement slowly awakened. Bai Fu drove straight to Excavation Princess's residence, with the task issuer from the Garden of Silence and the newly minted merchant Anya Jia sitting in the passenger seat. After turning a few corners, the outline of the inn appeared in sight. She had sharp eyes and immediately noticed over 20 of the newly arrived players standing scattered outside. As she parked the car, those players also noticed her presence. Damn, it's Bai Fu. The players who were just chatting turned around, faces filled with unconcealable excitement. They had thought they needed to unlock an advanced class before seeing Bai Fu again, but to their surprise, she showed up on her own initiative. Quick, 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 start a live stream so other players who can't come to Lin will be jealous. After getting out of the car, Bai Fu didn't rush Anya Jia to issue tasks to these players. Doing so would make her seem too dependent on them. Once players formed that perception, it wouldn't be so easy for her to gleefully reap them like wheat later. She tucked her hair behind her ear. Are you here to find Excavation Princess too? She paused for a moment, then suddenly said to the player standing in front, long time no see. If I remember correctly, we once fought off the insect tied together at the abandoned cooling plant. Your nickname is Super Big Melon Skin. Holy crap. Super Big Melon Skin was startled. He never dreamed Bai Fu would remember his name. After all, there had been over 100 players fighting alongside her back then. Could it be that Fu has feelings for me? Just as that thought surfaced, he heard Bai Fu's voice again. Your nickname is Buxiang Wan La, I remember you too. Eat or not eat pancake. Turns out Fu remembered the names of all the players who fought with her that time. Super Big Melon Skin felt a moment of disappointment, but then thought this was like a calf riding a rocket, sky-high awesome. In most games, NPCs wouldn't even remember your name, and once a task was over, they might turn their attitude around 180 degrees. No, even in Beyond the Stars, this kind of experience was one of a kind. Who else but Bai Fu, the one who would even erect monuments for players, could provide this level of emotional value. As the players on-site felt surging emotions, those in the live stream room laughed along. Everyone, please set your nickname to something human-like. JPG. Got it, next time I'll change mine to, I like you. Bid, trying to take advantage, huh? Can't believe Fufu could read these names without cracking up, too impressive. While everyone was chatting, Excavation Princess suddenly came out of her room. Fufu. Bai Fu glanced at her, then looked apologetically at the players gathered around her. Sorry, but I have urgent matters to discuss with Excavation Princess. Let's chat later. With that, she took Anyajia upstairs, leaving the players downstairs to look at Excavation Princess with envy and jealousy. Damn it. They were the ones who talked to Bai Fu first. They had been chatting happily with her. But the moment Excavation Princess appeared, Bai Fu left. Was this the benefit of entering the plot early and raising affection points in time? This sense of a love being snatched away was simply too frustrating. What made it worse was the image they couldn't shake from their minds, Bai Fu issuing new tasks to Excavation Princess inside her room. They couldn't help but feel cucked. If only they had arrived in Lin a few days earlier, would they be the ones enjoying this treatment now? Ah! The expressions of those players downstairs were entirely within Bai Fu's view. She smirked. She had come deliberately at a time when both Excavation Princess and these players were present. Most players had a competitive mindset. Especially those who rushed here early in the morning, seeing Excavation Princess being pampered like this, they were definitely fired up to perform better. When the time came, she wouldn't even need to speak. These players would come to her on their own, begging her to assign them tasks. And once they got the task, they'd certainly try even harder. In short, let them stew for a bit first. Bai Fu withdrew her gaze. You're the only one here today? Excavation Princess asked, should I call the others over? Bai Fu replied, no need, just relay the message to them later. I'm here to inform you of something important. Your performance yesterday has been recognized by Division 4. They've agreed to let you continue participating in their operations as external members. At the latest, a new operation will commence within a week. This operation is extremely important not just for Division 4, but for me as well. There might be something there that can help me further recover my strength. However, the difficulty of this task is also very high. You need to be mentally prepared. If any emergency arises and you want to withdraw, you must let me know in advance. What? A way to further recover her strength? Upon hearing this, any thought of quitting vanished from Excavation Princess's mind. She felt that all her efforts had finally earned Bai Fu's full trust. After all, Bai Fu would never have voluntarily shared such personal matters before. She immediately patted her chest and promised she would absolutely not mess things up. Good, Bai Fu said with a smile. I'll leave for now. I'll come back later to discuss the details with you all. She opened the door and was about to go downstairs when the group of players waiting below swarmed around her. Although they didn't know what Bai Fu had just discussed with Excavation Princess, it was definitely something important, otherwise, she wouldn't have been smiling so brightly. They couldn't sit still any longer. If they waited to unlock an advanced class before looking for Bai Fu, it might be too late. Fufu, look at me. I can help you too. Yeah, Fufu, we were comrades in arms. Can't you trust me? Advanced classes give great bonuses, sure, but strength isn't just about stats, it's about combat skill too. A group of players looked at her with eager eyes. Seeing that their emotions had been sufficiently stirred, Bai Fu said, it's not that I don't trust you, but what I'm doing is dangerous. Excavation Princess also went through my test before. How about this, I'll give you a different kind of test. If you can pass it, I'll recommend you to Division 4. She signaled to Anyajia to issue the task to the players. New trial, if you can eliminate the gang entrenched in Lin, Bai Fu will acknowledge your strength. Give it your all and prove yourselves. After reading the task, the players were overjoyed. They had only tried to corner Bai Fu on a whim and didn't expect her to actually change the trial task content. There was no level requirement. They just had to defeat enemies. With luck, They could finish the task today and maybe catch the last train to join Bai Fu's next mission. Amazing. NPCs as understanding as Bai Fu were rare these days. I'm going right now. Several excited players dashed off immediately. The rest began to think seriously. The task was not easy. Although the gang members weren't high-level, many even weaker than them, they had guns. If the players rushed in unprepared, they'd likely be gunned down, losing XP for nothing. Clearly, they needed to find a way to get guns. But since they were treating the gang as targets, would buying guns from the gang reduce Bai Fu's affection points? Is something troubling you? Bai Fu asked considerately. Super Big Melon Skin scratched his head awkwardly. Fu, do you know where we can buy guns in Lin? Bai Fu pondered for a moment. All the nearby players became nervous. Bai Fu had just given them a trial task, and now they needed her help. That was embarrassing. Fortunately, Bai Fu didn't show any displeasure. Division 4 has a batch of decommissioned guns. They still work, just not as good as new ones. As long as they work. Better than nothing. Bai Fu said, in that case, I'll talk to Division 4. Those guns were going to be destroyed anyway, selling them at a low price shouldn't be a problem. The surrounding players erupted in cheers. It had to be Bai Fu. Any other NPC would have probably told them to get lost by now. Bai Fu drove away and returned about an hour later. This time, she came back with not only Anyajia but also Xiaoshi and a bunch of guns. When Bai Fu first proposed selling the decommissioned guns, Xiaoshi had thought she was crazy. These guns were despised by everyone in Division 4. They had tried selling them cheaply to scavengers, but the scavengers were too shrewd, preferring to pay more for new guns than take these unreliable ones. In the end, Division 4 had given the guns to Xiaoshi, the mechanic, to deal with. But after seeing the players swarming her, Xiaoshi realized she had been wrong. Durability's only 3/4 left, but it's just 280 credit coins, not even half the price of a new gun. Damn, that's cheap. This one's got only 1/4 durability left, but the price, whoa, only 100. Even if I lose it in a drop, I won't feel bad. I'm buying 3 and rotating them. In a flash, Xiaoshi saw that every player had bought at least 2 guns from her. Including the money from selling bullets, she earned over 10,000 in one go. Before coming, Bai Fu had said there were over 60 more such buyers. That meant this business could net her 50,000. Even if she split half with Bai Fu, it was still way more than her basic salary. Even someone like Xiaoshi, who didn't usually care much about money, had her eyes light up. She looked at Bai Fu like she was a goddess. Where on earth did you find such a group of buyers? Ha! Bai Fu curled her lips. If she were the one selling, she had even more tricks for the players. Like selling the exact weapon she used, or offering weapon lucky bags, or introducing a point-based system where only by spending enough could players buy higher-grade weapons. One way or another, she'd empty their pockets and they wouldn't even call her a scammer afterward. Just like now. She and Xiaoshi had only invested a bit of time but earned a fortune. Yet in the eyes of the players, they were seen as saints who came to their rescue. If not for Bai Fu and Xiaoshi, I don't know how we'd complete this task. I think Sister Xia is beautiful and kind too. Let's go. Wipe out those gang scum and restore peace to Lin. The players who had bought guns excitedly ran off to deal with the local gang. Bai Fu smiled as she watched them leave. Once they had eliminated the local gang, their guns would be nearly scrapped. To join the next operation, they'd have to buy new ones. Considering the gang was wiped out and the black market suffered heavy losses, the only source of guns would be Xiaoshi. At that point, she would simply put the guns looted from the gang on display and make more money from the players. And since the guns were looted, she could set a lower price and boost affection points again. Victory! Bai Fu and Xiaoshi stood downstairs at the inn for 2 hours. During that time, more players came to take tasks and buy guns. Bai Fu told them to visit Xiaoshi's workshop if they wanted guns, then took Xiaoshi and Anyajia back. Using the money she won from the dark web, she ordered a set of power armor from Xiaoshi. To get it as soon as possible, she couldn't afford to keep wasting Xiaoshi's time. It was just selling goods Anya Jie could handle it. As for herself, she watched the players carry out their anti-gang operation in Lin while secretly sneaking into the gang's supply channels. The gangs in the Lin settlement were stunned. Not long ago, a bunch of hardcore savages came to borrow money and already had them paranoid. They hadn't expected another group to show up today and try to wipe them out without saying a word. Don't you know we have backers? Too bad. These people couldn't care less. So what if you've got backers? Can your backers help you eat a few more bullets? In a short period, Lin's gang suffered a devastating blow. Aside from a few who sensed danger and fled quickly, the rest were crushed by the players, and Lin's public security drastically improved. This matter alarmed Lin's administrators. The gangs had existed partly because the world was already in chaos, but also because some had been colluding with them. Now that the gangs were wiped out, those behind the scenes couldn't sit still. They hurried to find people to lobby Division 4, hoping they would step in and restrain the players. Division 4 originally intended to intervene, but once they learned the players were linked to Bai Fu, they immediately dropped the idea. If you want to intervene, do it yourself. With the kind of combat strength Bai Fu had shown, who would want to provoke her just for the sake of some gang members? 3 days later, seeing that most players had accumulated enough experience to unlock an advanced class, Bai Fu nodded in satisfaction. She had sent the players to take on the local gangs not just to raise affection points and earn a few tens of thousands of credit coins from their pockets, but also to take this opportunity to improve the players' strength. Division 4 had gained no useful intelligence from interrogating Li Cheng, so the next step was to join forces with the Gene Primordial's army to raid a previously scouted Truth Society stronghold. Bai Fu planned to take part in this operation. After eliminating the second wave of assassins, she had accepted a plot mission aimed at exterminating the Truth Society, Truth Unknown. Such a great chance to rack up points was not something she intended to miss. But for safety's sake, she planned to bring more players along. Their strength might not impact the battle much, but they'd certainly suffice as cannon fodder. Therefore, before the operation officially began, she needed to help the players level up as much as possible, otherwise, Division 4 might not want to include them. Bai Fu, someone from headquarters is on their way. That night, Bai Fu received the news from Xiaoshi. P.S. One more update coming. I didn't intentionally delay the plot to time it with the official release, otherwise, we wouldn't have had 2 updates on the first. But after this plot section, there'll be a new mini-climax. Thanks to Alliance leader Shi Bingyingyu, and thanks also to the support from Salted Fish Meat Pie Admiral, Tang Tang, and Yunluo Butsing Kyogua. 59, I'm going to fight Bai Fu. A few days ago. After learning that Li Cheng was exposed and 6 mutant creatures died as a result, the always composed president of the Truth Society finally couldn't hold back and exploded. That idiot Li Cheng, how the hell does he do things? He failed to kill a nobody 3 times, and even managed to get himself killed in the process. He cursed Li Cheng for a full 2.5 minutes in front of Minister of the Combat Unit, Bernardo, only stopping when his mouth went dry and he had to take a sip of water. Bernardo explained, President, Li Cheng did indeed mess up, but there's something strange about this incident. He then elaborated on the intelligence relayed from C6, with the most striking point being that Bai Fu seemed to already know he was a spy even before Li Cheng revealed his identity. The president said, "You're saying Division 4 had already discovered his identity and set him up?" Bernardo produced a file. According to my investigation, Division 4 likely didn't know beforehand, otherwise their response during that operation wouldn't have been so rushed. So the problem lies with Bai Fu. The president squinted his eyes. Bernardo nodded. That's exactly what I think, but I just can't figure out how Bai Fu discovered the secret. During Li Cheng's second assassination attempt, one of her subordinates tailed the assassin Li Cheng sent, but that subordinate was quickly silenced. According to Li Cheng's report, he personally confirmed that the subordinate followed alone and didn't carry any communication device. Unless he turned into a ghost after dying and then his ghost informed Bai Fu, otherwise. The president sneered. I don't believe in ghosts. Then what does the president think? The president slowly delivered his conclusion, there are 2 possibilities. First, Bai Fu can read minds. Second, we have a spy among us. Which one do you believe? It was reasonable for him to think this way. He couldn't possibly imagine that a group of beings called players had suddenly appeared in the world, capable of reviving after death. Cold sweat poured down Bernardo's back. President, this can't be, right? Only high-ranking members knew about Li Cheng's identity. A spy among the top ranks, that's. Who dares guarantee anything? The president had already decided to initiate a thorough internal purge. Actually, Li Cheng's exposure didn't significantly impact the larger picture, as he had already delayed for quite some time. But the president was simply furious. Starting from the abandoned cooling plant, that woman named Bai Fu had already messed with the Truth Society 4 times. Although none of those incidents caused major damage, the mighty Truth Society couldn't even handle a single woman. That was just too damn embarrassing. Now there were even rumors outside saying the Truth Society should rename itself the Bug Society. A chilling gleam flashed through the president's eyes. Bai Fu, huh? I don't care what your true identity is or how mysterious you may be. Once you provoke the Truth Society, there is only one ending: death. Stop hiring assassins on the dark web. Send our own assassins. Oh right, if I'm not mistaken, Yulia's new doppelganger is currently with the Gene Primordials, right? Bai Fu was the one who let her escape at the abandoned cooling plant. Send her too. Upon receiving the order, Bernardo immediately sprang into action. The Truth Society's elite assassin Guido and Yulia received their notifications one after another, each reacting differently. I'm going to fight Bai Fu. Guido's lips twitched. Bai Fu had taken down 6 mutant creatures on her own. Her strength was nothing to scoff at. Fortunately, Yulia would be acting alongside him, which cheered him up a bit. With Yulia, the psionic genius, they could win. Yulia's reaction was vastly different from Guido's. I'm going to fight Bai Fu. She uttered the same words, but her tone was filled with irrepressible excitement. It was time. She had been controlling her doppelganger from a secret lab within Gene Primordial's territory, all for this moment. She held Bai Fu's photo in her hands, eyes shimmering, cheeks flushed, and even her breathing turned rapid. Her symptoms closely resembled those of players suffering from Fu addiction. I've finally waited long enough for this day, Bai Fu. Yulia gently stroked Bai Fu's face in the photo with her nimble fingers. She recalled that day at the abandoned cooling plant. She remembered Bai Fu's furious roar of "enough," and the punch that landed squarely on her body. From that day on, Bai Fu's figure had been deeply etched into her heart. She thought of Bai Fu's body when she ate, when she bathed, and even as she slept. Bai Fu had almost become her entire obsession. When I catch you, I will slice open your body bit by bit, and see exactly how you escaped from my control as an envoy. Yulia's eyes shimmered with a strange light. As long as she figured this out, she would have a chance to break free from the Truth Society's control. Achoo! Bai Fu sneezed as she left Excavation Princess's place. She felt like something terrifying had its eyes on her, but it was probably just an illusion. Earlier, she had found Excavation Princess and the others to officially confirm the departure date to attack the Truth Society base. It would be the day after tomorrow. Time was tight. She needed to hurry and make more prayer cards. The more prayer cards she had, the more life-saving trump cards she'd have during the battle. Not long after Bai Fu left, Sword Chi Soaring immediately gathered the higher-ups of the Iron Rain Guild for a meeting in the virtual conference room. Everyone, I have good news. Ever since Bai Fu came to inform him, Sword Chi Soaring had been in an excited state. What good news? Asked Vice President Chi's Snow Leopard in confusion. The kobold grinned. Sword Bro, don't keep us in suspense. If you don't tell us, I will. Sword Chi Soaring quickly replied, didn't I ask everyone to search for the Truth Society's whereabouts? Just now, I found them. Nanny, is the intel real? Everyone in the conference room looked at Sword Chi Soaring in surprise and delight. Sword Chi Soaring explained, Bai Fu just informed me that Division 4's next operation is to attack the Truth Society base. Looks like lying low beside her for so long finally paid off. This is an opportunity, Sword Bro. Chi's Snow Leopard's mind was racing. If we can leak this intel to that base in advance, we'll be valued when we join the Truth Society. That would be incredibly beneficial for our future growth. Sword Chi Soaring fully agreed. Exactly what I was thinking. The only problem is how to inform them in advance. Bai Fu didn't tell me the base's exact location, so we can't get there ahead of time. We'll just have to play it by ear. But even if we can't notify them early, it's fine. Our main goal this time is to join the Truth Society. We can build up our faction reputation later. As far as I know, no player has joined the Truth Society yet. If we succeed, we'll become the top guild in version 1.0. His words sparked endless imagination in the conference room. The Iron Rain Guild was already quite well known, but still a step away from being a top-tier guild. Sword Chi Soaring's greatest dream was to lead the Iron Rain Guild to the summit, achieving both fame and fortune. Honestly, he had been getting along with Bai Fu quite well lately. If he weren't the leader of the Iron Rain Guild, he might have just stayed by Bai Fu's side. But there were no ifs in this world. If he wanted to be number one, he had to use Bai Fu as a stepping stone. In the time that followed, Sword Chi Soaring and the core guild members discussed how to notify the Truth Society in advance. The day before the operation, Bai Fu watched as Li Cheng was shoved into the car heading for Haidu. She had heard that the higher-ups of the Gene Primordials in Haidu planned to interrogate him personally. She didn't care much about such things. Right now, she just wanted to test the power armor made by Xia Shi. To her surprise, when she arrived at Xia Shi's workshop, Xia Shi was nowhere to be seen. After looking around nearby, she found Xia Shi dressed in athletic wear, ponytail tied, panting heavily while running. She was drenched in sweat, her body flushed as if waterlogged, yet she kept running. Are you nuts? Running here in the middle of the night? Bai Fu looked baffled. Realizing it was her, Xia Shi stopped. Her expression was a bit grim. Whenever I feel agitated, I like to run. Running helps me clear my mind so I can think better. Agitated? Don't tell me you think the custom fee I gave you for the power armor wasn't enough. That's not it. Xia Shi shook her head. When Li Cheng was sent off, he said that line to me again. What line? You haven't even figured out who you are. Bai Fu patted Xia Shi on the shoulder. That's philosophy. Lots of people don't really know who they are. Don't overthink it. Xia Shi looked dazed. I don't think he was just being cryptic. I just can't figure it out. Once this operation ends successfully, I plan to take a leave and go home to have a proper talk with my dad. Bai Fu paused for a moment. Wait, did you just raise a death flag? 60, gun in hand, follow Bai Fu. Bai Fu was very aware of how powerful a flag could be. She was still counting on digging something out of Xia Shi. If Xia Shi died without yielding any gains, wouldn't all the time she had spent getting close to her be wasted? Just as she was wondering whether to persuade Xia Shi not to get involved in the messy assault on the Truth Society's base, Xia Shi suddenly spoke. Enough, let's not talk about that. You came to find me for the power armor, right? I already finished it this afternoon. Where's Anya? Call her over, let's test it now. Seeing that Xia Shi didn't want to continue talking about her own matters, Bai Fu didn't press further. If Xia Shi's favorability decreased, it would be even harder for her to receive tasks. I'll go get Anya. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the testing site. A power armor about 1.6 meters tall stood quietly in the corner. The armor was entirely silver gray, with large alloy plates mounted on the chest, back, shoulders, wrists, and elbow joints. It couldn't be called stylish, but its rounded form constantly exuded an intimidating sense of suppression. I used the T-23 model for the power skeleton. It's the best performance for this price range. All armor components are made from the latest Type 3 alloy. You can rest assured when it comes to strength. Even Captain Su Hong's power armor can't match the one you customized for Anya in terms of overall performance. Xia Shi pressed a button on the power armor, and it unfolded instantly. She gestured for Anya to step inside and try it out. Bai Fu casually cast a psionic vision, and the power armor's data panel popped up. This was, by far, the longest equipment description she had ever seen. At a glance, the panel had nearly 30 lines, each detailing the armor's modules and the functions of each one. She only picked a few key lines to read. T-23 Modified Power Armor. Quality, Blue. Skeleton, T-23 model, durability 300/300ths, module slots used, 8/14ths. Energy, MF Fusion Core, energy 500/500, fully charged, no replacement needed. Stats, strength 27, agility 16. Durability for each part of the power armor is calculated independently. The remaining description mainly introduced the modules added to the skeleton, like the detection module on the head, weapon module on the arms, and cushioning module at the feet. Anya was only 1.3 meters tall. The reason this full coverage power armor stood 1.6 meters high was mainly due to the added foot cushioning modules. 27 strength points. This stat is already close to Li Cheng before entering Blood Rage. It's just the agility that falls a bit short. Bai Fu was very satisfied with the armor's stats. She didn't need the armor to be particularly fast. Her positioning for Anya was a stationary turret. To that end, she spent a hefty sum to have Xia Shi mount a heavy machine gun and mini cannon on the armor. The downside of a stationary turret was that it easily became a target. While the armor had high durability and defense, if it got hit too much, it would still break down. But that didn't matter. Bai Fu had already come up with a solution. During the days leading up to the operation, she had spent every spare moment crafting prayer cards. Even though the success rate was low, through sheer time and effort, she managed to create several, namely 5 general card Psionic Shield and 3 custom card Battle Etiquette. The one she valued the most was the general card Psionic Shield. General card Psionic Shield, upon use, generates a full-body shield with 390 shield points, lasting for 5 minutes. With this card, Anya and her mech could hold out even longer. Considering the operation's destination was far from Lin, Bai Fu decided to bring Anya along. She feared Anya might run into trouble in her absence. Keeping her close would not only allow Anya to provide support, but also let Bai Fu flee quickly with her if things went south. While she was thinking, Anya had already begun the tests inside the power armor. Movement, sprinting, jumping, shooting, every test passed. Bai Fu was confident that if she threw the current Anya into a group of players, she could easily massacre dozens or even hundreds. This was the power of money. Is there anything else you want me to adjust? If so, I can do it right now, Xia Shi asked. Bai Fu shook her head repeatedly. No need, this is perfect. Aside from the power armor, she had also bought plenty of weapons from Xia Shi. Everything was to maximize her gains in the upcoming operation. Tagging along with the Gene Primordials to raid the Truth Society, who knew when she'd get another reward farming opportunity like this? The next day, before officially setting out, Division 4 held another meeting. At the meeting, Lu Yuelin explained the objective of the operation and the task Division 4 would undertake this time. 2 weeks ago, agents from Division 3 intercepted a classified message from the Truth Society during an operation. The message mentioned that the Truth Society was secretly constructing a Bagaros base at the Bagaros Refuge, located between the Gene Primordials and the Old Republic. At that time, the higher-ups formulated a plan to raid the Bagaros base, but the plan was delayed due to interference from Li Cheng. After Li Cheng's arrest, we reviewed all his communications with the Truth Society but found nothing related to the Bagaros base. Right now, we can't confirm whether this classified message was intentionally leaked by the Truth Society. Even if it wasn't, since 2 weeks have passed, we have no way of knowing if the Bagaros base has already increased its defenses. You could say this operation is full of uncertainties, but the decision has been made. Even if the Bagaros base is a trap set by the Truth Society, we must destroy that trap. So you get the idea. Lu Yuelin spread his hands helplessly. Our mission is to take the lead for the military, with intelligence gathering on the Bagaros base as our top priority, and to carry out a decapitation strike on the base commander if necessary. The participants nodded silently without comment. They had already known this intel for a few days. Today's meeting was just a review. As the meeting neared its end, Lu Yuelin reorganized the special agent teams participating in this operation. Su Hong's team originally had 5 members, but during the operation to eliminate the Wanderer camp, 2 were severely injured and still bedridden. So now, only 3 remained. After consulting Bai Fu, Lu Yuelin agreed to let her join Su Hong's team as an external reinforcement. The people you recommended will be under your direct command, but let's be clear, this operation is different from usual. Before making any decisions, you must discuss them with us first. If anything goes wrong, I can let it slide, but the military representatives won't be so forgiving. They'll open fire on the people you recommended without hesitation. I don't want it to come to that. Bai Fu casually agreed. At that moment, her attention was fully on the game notification that had just popped up. You have triggered the faction conflict mission Bagheros. Though both have faction in their name, faction conflict missions are entirely different from faction missions. A faction conflict mission only triggers when 2 factions clash. Each mission typically contains multiple objectives, and completing each one grants corresponding rewards. Completing several objectives might even unlock hidden rewards. Bai Fu carefully examined the mission objectives of Bagheros. Mission objectives. 1. Probe the situation, explore the interior of Bagheros base, rewards based on contribution. 2. Ruthless slaughter, 1000 XP for every Truth Society member killed. 3. Decapitation strike, eliminate the Bagheros base commander, rewards based on contribution. 4. Team power, lead your team in combat, rewards based on your team's contribution. 5. Eliminate Bagheros base, rewards based on contribution. The 5 objectives escalated in difficulty, but what caught Bai Fu's attention most was the 4th objective. The game recognized her as the team leader, but in reality, the only ones she could command were the players and Anya. Did this mean that if players contributed during this faction conflict mission, she could also receive a share of the rewards? It seemed necessary to test this out. If that was indeed the case, then she couldn't treat the players as disposable cannon fodder anymore. She would need to tailor suitable tactics to help them earn more rewards. After the meeting, Bai Fu first had a quick talk with Su Hong, then the 2 of them informed the players of the operation's timing. Upon receiving the confirmed information, the players cheered and rushed to the community to show off. The moment has finally come. Last time at the abandoned cooling plant, Starfish Bro had his big moment. This time, I won't fall behind. Fu brought me into the mission, eat your hearts out, melon skins, ha 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 ha. This is my first time receiving a mission with such rich rewards. Feels so good. If not for Fu, Division 4 wouldn't even look at us. Fu sect forever. Those who couldn't join the mission were red-eyed with envy. Damn, I'm going to cough up blood. I won't arrive in Lin until tomorrow, but Fu's leaving today. Feels like I lost $1 billion. Cursing you all to get gunned down by the Truth Society the moment you show up, then forcibly respawn in Lin. Damn, that's harsh, but I like it. Amidst the barrage of cursing and cheering, the afternoon arrived. At that time, Lin Station, agents from Division 4 and the players had all gathered. Over 20 vehicles loaded with various weapons lined up, making the surrounding players itch with desire. That's a rocket launcher, right? No way, that's a power armor suit. If only I had one too. Lu Yuelin scanned the crowd and shouted, head count. Once confirmed, we move out immediately. The military troops sent by the Gene Primordials had already departed ahead of them. They now needed to catch up as quickly as possible. Bai Fu drove herself. She had Anya, in her power armor, sit in the back seat, which left the front passenger seat open. After glancing around for a bit, she called over Excavation Princess. You, get in. I'll drive you. Got an open seat right here. Excavation Princess climbed in with a face full of joy. This sudden turn of events stunned the surrounding players. So this is what happens when your favorability with Fu is high. Of course, Bai Fu hadn't chosen Excavation Princess at random. Though Excavation Princess's combat ability was trash, she was undoubtedly a top-tier war reporter. Her promotional skills were first-rate, and Bai Fu needed them for this operation. Bringing players to attack Bagarow's base wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Bai Fu had 3 clear motives. First, use the players as meat shields. Second, have them handle some dangerous objectives. Third, turn them into promotional examples to show everyone that following her leads to good rewards. Once Division 4 finished their headcount, Bai Fu slammed the accelerator and shot out of Lin. The journey from Lin to Bagarow spanned several hundred kilometers. Under normal driving conditions, it would take about half a day. But due to heavy pollution and rampant infected lifeforms along the route, it took the convoy 2 full days to reach their destination. It was a small settlement about 30 li from the Bagarow's refuge. The Gene Primordial's military had long sent people there to receive them. Upon arrival, Su Hong specifically came to warn the players, until Bai Fu gives the order, don't wander off. All the players nodded repeatedly, promising they wouldn't cause trouble. But shortly after Su Hong left, the Iron Rain Guild members sprang into action. Sword Chi Soaring realized this was their only chance. If they missed this opportunity, it would be impossible to alert the Truth Society once Division 4 got fully underway. Charge, 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 this is our all-or-nothing shot. After much effort, Sword Chi Soaring, Old Dog, and the others finally managed to evade all surveillance from Division 4 and slip out of the settlement. They ran freely along the road toward Bagarow's. Made it, we made it. At this moment, their mood was as euphoric as winning 5 million. No, this was even better than winning 5 million. They could now monopolize an entire faction's missions, including but not limited to faction missions and that faction's main story missions. In the game Beyond the Stars, each new B planet had more than one main storyline. Players could freely choose one to follow, and when different main storylines clashed, the dominant one would determine the final direction of that planet's plot. There was no such thing as justice always prevailing. This was one of the reasons why Sword Chi Soaring dared to bet on the Truth Society. But what he hadn't expected at this moment was that Li Cheng had already sent footage of them arrogantly cursing the Truth Society just to raise their favorability with Bai Fu back to Truth Society headquarters. Bagarow's base. The elite assassin Guido, who had just recently arrived at the base, was browsing Bai Fu's file. As he flipped through it, he came across the records of Li Cheng's second assassination attempt on Bai Fu. These people aren't weak, and they're even willing to give their lives for Bai Fu, showing no fear of the Truth Society. They're probably not ordinary folks. Guido frowned slightly. But soon his brows relaxed again. During that operation, the assassins sent by Li Cheng had already taken down several of these lunatics. The remaining ones, no matter how insane, wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. Just then, Guido suddenly heard a commotion outside. What's going on? A passing Truth Society member quickly responded, Lord Guido, a few people outside claim they've come to defect to us, and they brought intel on the Gene Primordials. Oh. Interesting. Guido decided to go take a look. 61, is this you in the photo? Bagarow's base. More than 20 burly men with hostile intent surrounded the 5 members of Sword Chi Soaring. The room was filled with a chillingly murderous atmosphere, yet those surrounded, including Sword Chi Soaring, seemed unaware. They removed the hoods they had worn while being escorted in, showing no signs of nervousness. If it weren't for the intel we got from Bai Fu, who would have known this place was actually a secret base of the Truth Society? Seriously, this game is insane. Even the AI of these minor NPCs is on par with main story characters. Good thing we're genuinely here to pledge allegiance and not as undercover agents, or else we would have been exposed in no time. Kobold couldn't help but comment in the team chat. Smart is good. The smarter they are, the more they'll understand our value. Wonder how much Truth Society faction reputation we'll earn this time. Sword Chi Soaring replied. Faction reputation determined how much players could access within a faction. Sword Chi Soaring had gone through a lot just to get to the Truth Society. Naturally, he hoped to secure a decent position right from the start and directly participate in the main storyline of the Truth Society, rather than waste time doing menial quests like regular players to slowly accumulate reputation. He was quite confident in this regard. He had brought news of the Gene Primordial's movements to the Truth Society. While not exactly a grand gesture of merit, it was still a timely gift. If the Truth Society didn't reward him generously, that would really be unreasonable. Just imagining it made him thrilled. It was still the early phase of the game. While most players, including some professional gamers and large guilds, were still exploring, they had already soared ahead, monopolizing a faction's main questline. Even if their combat strength didn't contribute much, since there were no other players competing, they could claim all the rewards from the mission's prize pool. These rewards alone would let them outpace the rest of the players by a huge margin in version 1.0. Once the next version's leaderboard and arena went live, it would be Iron Rain Guild's time to reap the harvest. As Sword Chi Soaring was secretly gloating, the group of burly men around them started to stir. He quickly turned around to see the room's main door being pushed open. A few muscular men entered from outside. "Lieutenant Qian, it's them. They said they want to join us, so I brought them here." One of the burly men in the room called out to the leading Lieutenant Qian. Lieutenant Qian said expressionlessly, "You don't seem afraid at all." Sword Chi Soaring stood tall and firm. "We came to join the Truth Society with absolute sincerity, not as spies. What's there to fear?" Lieutenant Qian was non-committal. "Why do you want to join the Truth Society?" "Because of hatred." Sword Chi Soaring immediately stood up. In front of everyone, he loudly denounced the persecution he had suffered at the hands of the Gene Primordials. His voice choked with emotion as he nearly burst into tears. "Those bastards of the Gene Primordials are nothing but hypocrites. I want to tear them apart with my own hands. But we're too weak, we have no power. Looking across all of Origin Star, only you, the Truth Society, can help us. As long as we can destroy the Gene Primordials, we'll do whatever you ask." Kobold followed up, "To show our sincerity, we specifically brought intel on the Gene Primordials this time. Right now, their people are hiding near that settlement to the south. If you don't believe us, send someone to investigate." Lieutenant Qian waved his hand. "Send someone to check it out." He didn't say anything more, and the room returned to silence. Sword Chi Soaring let out a long sigh of relief. As long as Lieutenant Qian was willing to listen to him, the biggest obstacle to joining the Truth Society was now behind them. Just as he had said earlier, he had come with genuine intentions to join the Truth Society. All that remained was to wait for this confrontation to end, and then he could happily grind rewards in the Gene Primordials territory. With that thought, Sword Chi Soaring opened his friends list and found a player named Black Bastard. Black Bastard was the guild leader of another well-known guild, Hall of Loyalty and Righteousness, and an old rival of his. In the previous game, Iron Rain Guild and Hall of Loyalty and Righteousness had belonged to different factions, and the latter often steamrolled the former, almost driving him mad. "Hey Black Bro, what you up to lately?" F***CK. Black Bastard's reply came swiftly. "Sword Chi Soaring, are you here to show off now? Don't get cocky just because you happen to spawn at the abandoned cooling plant and got early access to Bai Fu. The game just launched. Who's to say others won't get Bai Fu's hidden quest later too?" He's panicking, he's totally panicking. Sword Chi Soaring nearly died laughing. That Black Bastard really thought he came to flaunt his connection with Bai Fu. So superficial. "You guys go fight over Bai Fu's quest with the other players, I'm done playing with you. No, I'm not here to talk about Bai Fu today. You better keep your eyes on the leaderboard and the arena that'll open next version. There's a big surprise." Black Bastard was confused and sent several question marks in a row. Sword Chi Soaring couldn't be bothered to reply and simply closed the chat window with Black Bastard. Drop the bait and run, damn, that felt good. Then he messaged several players from rival guilds, sending them similar messages before ghosting them too. Now that felt great. Sword Chi Soaring resumed calmly waiting for news from Lieutenant Qian. Before long, someone else walked in from outside. Lord Guido. Sword Chi Soaring's eyes lit up. The Truth Society was efficient. How could they have investigated this fast? Guido stood by the door for a while. He had originally come just to observe, but the moment his eyes landed on Kobold and Wulong Fengchu, he suddenly froze. Why did these two faces look so familiar? He hurriedly pulled out the document he had just been reviewing. The more he read, the more his expression turned strange. Weren't these the two who had been slandering the Truth Society like crazy on camera? Wait a second, the document said Wulong Fengchu was already dead. Why was he here now? Could he have some kind of special ability? Guido's mind exploded. He got it. No wonder Wulong Fengchu dared to follow that assassin, and no wonder Bai Fu knew that Li Cheng was an undercover agent. He quickly leaned over to Lieutenant Qian and shared his discovery. Seeing the two of them whispering, Sword Chi Soaring said, "Lieutenant Qian, you believe me now, right? This time, I didn't just bring intelligence on the gene primordials, I also brought information on Bai Fu, the white-haired woman who disrupted your plan at the abandoned cooling plant." Bai Fu, huh? Lieutenant Qian suddenly smiled. Arrest them all. Lieutenant Qian's favorability toward you -60. Huh? Sword Chi Soaring and his team, who had just been grinning, were all stunned. What the hell? Why did the favorability drop so drastically? Wait a minute, bro, this is not the time to joke around. As the surrounding Truth Society mobs closed in, Sword Chi Soaring shouted. We came here to join you, what are you doing? But Lieutenant Qian and Guido acted like they hadn't heard him. Since they said nothing, the Truth Society mobs didn't stop. Very soon, they had pressed down on the shoulders of Sword Chi Soaring and the others. Sword Chi Soaring panicked and couldn't help but struggle and shout, "Are you insane? I trusted you people, believed you were the only hope against the gene primordials, and brought you intel. This is how you treat those who come to join you. This will chill the hearts of everyone loyal to the Truth Society." Kobold followed up, crying injustice, "This kind of behavior will bring your own downfall." At that moment, Guido stepped forward, shoved his terminal right in front of Kobold's face. "Is this you in the photo?" Photo. All 5 players turned their eyes to the terminal. On the screen was clearly Kobold's face. Kobold gulped, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. He denied it, "Nope. You trying to fool ghosts now?" Guido brought up a photo of Wulong Fengchu next. "Join the Truth Society sincerely? You two are Bai Fu's lapdogs. Weren't you just arrogantly proclaiming that anyone who messes with Bai Fu won't be saved by heaven or earth? Son of a..." The faces of Sword Chi Soaring and the others turned green. No matter how they calculated, they hadn't expected that the things they said to quickly gain Bai Fu's favorability would fall into the hands of the Truth Society. "You're from T_U Guild, aren't you? I want to see how your T_U Guild plans to take us down." Guido was absolutely furious. He didn't have the confidence to defeat Bai Fu, but if he couldn't handle Bai Fu, could he not deal with Bai Fu's dogs? Kobold blurted out, "Where did you get that photo?" Guido sneered. After Lin was unsealed, Li Cheng immediately sent back the video footage from that night. "I used to think he got exposed because he was too stupid to stay undercover, but now it seems he's not only not stupid, he actually made a major contribution. If he hadn't sent back that video, we really might have been fooled by you today." What? Li Cheng was a Truth Society spy. Sword Chi Soaring was petrified on the spot. This was the first time he had heard such a thing. Division 4 had always kept this kind of intel sealed tight, and even Bai Fu had never mentioned it to him before. He didn't even know those assassins were connected to the Truth Society. If he'd known earlier that Li Cheng was a Truth Society spy, why would he have gone to such lengths to find this Baghero's base? But that wasn't even the worst part. From Guido's words, it was clear that Li Cheng's exposure was all thanks to their brilliant actions. Screwed. Not long ago, he was still showing off in front of Black Bastard and the others, cryptically telling them to keep an eye on the upcoming leaderboard and arena. And now? Forget monopolizing Truth Society quests, they were about to be marked as kill on sight by the Truth Society. Once the leaderboard and arena opened, Black Bastard and the others would definitely show up to mock him to hell and back. Why stick around on Earth? Might as well hop on a rocket and launch himself out of here. It's a misunderstanding, all a big misunderstanding, really. Sword Chi Soaring's brain was about to explode. Seeing Guido and Lieutenant Qian's faces growing darker, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and pointed at Kobold and Wulong Fengchu. They tricked me too. They told me they hated the gene primordials just like I do, and I believed them, so I brought them here. Who knew they were Bai Fu's lapdogs? The other two players quickly echoed him. If you don't believe me, I'll kill the two of them right now. Sword Chi Soaring made a show of getting ready to punch Kobold and Wulong Fengchu. Guido and Lieutenant Qian exchanged glances. At this point, they couldn't be sure whether Sword Chi Soaring was in on it with the other two or not, but they did remember something he said earlier. You said before, as long as it helps destroy the gene primordials, we could ask you to do anything, right? Sword Chi Soaring nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Finally, he was off the hook. Lieutenant Qian waved his hand grandly. Sorting this out is too much trouble. Send them all to Dr. Luo. Dr. Luo? Sword Chi Soaring quickly understood what Lieutenant Qian was up to. As soon as they arrived at Dr. Luo's lab, they were immediately strapped to hospital beds. Dr. Luo came up and gave him an injection of a weakening agent, then started touching him all over. You're very well developed. These muscles are nicely defined. Sword Chi Soaring was terrified stiff. It's over, it's all over. He's not clean anymore. What the hell are you doing? Dr. Luo chuckled creepily, of course I'm making you my experimental subjects. It's not easy finding such strong test bodies like you. Don't worry, with your help, I'll do everything I can to develop the perfect APT-011 evolution potion. With it, the Truth Society's power will skyrocket. In the future, we'll definitely eliminate the gene primordials and honor your heroic spirits in heaven. I'll give you a hammer in heaven. He came to monopolize Truth Society quests, but now he was a research specimen. Who knew how long this experiment would last? He couldn't even kill himself now. If it went on for a month or worse, a year, his account would be completely ruined, and he'd have no choice but to delete it and start over. He had worked so hard to cling to Bai Fu's thigh and catch up, becoming one of the top players on Origin Star. If he had to delete and re-roll now, what was even the point? Sword Chi Soaring was about to crack. Let me go, please. Hell, just kill me, I'm begging you. Bro, I'll call you bro, okay? Dr. Luo adjusted his glasses. Kill you? No way. How could I bear to do that? Screw you, you quack. Damn Truth Society scum. I'll never forgive you. And just like that, the lab was filled with a passionate quintet of screaming. Now Sword Chi Soaring only felt deep regret. Was hugging Bai Fu's thigh not good enough? Why did he have to get clever and join the Truth Society? People say Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms. Well, he had 1 head and 2 arms. After thinking it through, Sword Chi Soaring could only come up with one last option. He quickly opened his friends list and contacted Excavation Princess. 62, Truth Society, I'm FING here. Outside the laboratory, seeing this scene, Guido silently left. He had thought these spies would be tough. Turns out. Just this. Back in the lounge, he found Yulia already there, staring expressionlessly at a photo of Bai Fu hanging on the wall. He curled his lips, saying nothing to Yulia. Yulia had an extremely poor reputation within the Truth Society. On one hand, it was because she was aloof and arrogant, always wearing a sullen face as if she looked down on everyone, which made many people hostile toward her. On the other hand, her identity was quite special. She hadn't truly joined the Truth Society of her own volition, rather, she had been forced into it after being captured by the president. Because of that, few within the Truth Society tried to build any sort of relationship with her. But one had to admit, Yulia's actual strength was terrifyingly formidable. Her abilities were classified as forbidden level within the Truth Society. Even just the ones she had shown enslaving others, creating doppelgangers, wide-area bombardments, levitating mid-air, forming psychic fields, any single one of these would make others skyrocket in standing. This was why Guido believed that with Yulia on their side, they could eliminate Bai Fu. I heard Bai Fu is here. Suddenly, Yulia's voice sounded in the room. Guido was stunned for a second before replying, that's right. Perfect. I was just about to go find her. Didn't expect she'd deliver herself. Yulia licked her lips, her ice-blue eyebrows relaxing with excitement. She didn't want to go crazy like this, but time wasn't on her side. Once the Truth Society figured out the full extent of her powers, she would lose all value. She had to break free of this cage as soon as possible. Hopefully, Bai Fu wouldn't disappoint her. Guido ignored the seemingly unstable Yulia. After sitting down on a chair, he immediately transmitted the events at the Baghero's base back to headquarters. Upon receiving the message, Minister of the Combat Unit Bernardo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately sensed trouble. Trembling, he went to find the president, who was in the interrogation room executing someone. Seeing that the person inside had already stopped breathing, cold sweat streamed down his forehead. President, Guido just sent a report. What, he and Yulia already killed Bai Fu? The president turned around, wiping his hands with a tissue. Bernardo said, no, they haven't even set out yet. Bai Fu and the gene primordials were drawn over by the bait we set at Baghero's and then. The president's face darkened. Don't tell me the operation to kill Bai Fu failed again. That's not it. Bernardo swallowed hard. It's much worse. Just now, the Baghero's base captured one of Bai Fu's lackeys. He recounted what had just happened. No explanation was needed. After hearing everything, the president immediately understood that the reason Li Cheng's identity had been exposed was 99% unrelated to an internal traitor. It was because Bai Fu's lackey named Wulong Fengchu had a resurrection-type ability. So. He turned around, looking at the high-ranking member of the Truth Society he had just killed under the pretense of an internal purge. No wonder that person had stubbornly insisted, no matter how much torture he endured, even with Yulia's abilities involved, that he had nothing to do with Bai Fu or the gene primordials. It wasn't that he had a tough mouth, but rather that, he really wasn't the mole. He had simply embezzled a large amount of money. Bai Fu. The hoarse voice was forcibly squeezed out from the depths of his throat. Bernardo was drenched in sweat. After a long while, he finally heard the president say, today's incident must not leak out. Bernardo wouldn't dare say otherwise, immediately agreeing. On the other side, as one of the main combat forces of this operation under Division 4, Bai Fu was attending a pre-war meeting hosted by the military arm of the Gene Primordials. For this assault on Baghero's base, the Gene Primordials had mobilized quite a number of personnel. Perhaps in retaliation for the Truth Society's disgraceful defection of Li Cheng, even the Intelligence Bureau had dispatched both Division 3 and Division 4. From the military side, they had also sent individuals who held significant sway within the Gene Primordials. However, this led to a problem. Too many people. Too many opinions. As soon as the meeting began, it devolved into a shouting match. Regarding whether the Intelligence Bureau should first scout and then launch the main assault, or whether the military should initiate the attack while the Intelligence Bureau seizes the opportunity to infiltrate Baghero's base, the attendees were locked in a heated argument. Lu Yuelin, who usually preferred slacking off, surprisingly became one of the main debaters this time. Even when facing threats from military representatives, he showed no fear. You might think Boss Lu usually acts all nonchalant, but when it comes to facing external threats, he really steps up. Otherwise, how could all those well-connected folks in Division 4 be willing to follow him? Who wouldn't like a leader who doesn't meddle internally but is always willing to take the heat from the outside? Su Hong whispered to Bai Fu. Bai Fu nodded. Her impression of Division 4 was actually quite decent. Except for that bastard Li Cheng, no one else had really made things difficult for her. Recently, whenever they saw her, they'd call her Sister Fu or Sister Bai, sweet-talking non-stop. Bai Fu glanced around the room, and just then, she suddenly received a game prompt. Due to your indirect influence, the Truth Society has suffered a certain degree of damage. What the heck? Bai Fu was a bit confused. She was just sitting here attending a meeting, doing nothing at all. How did the Truth Society end up damaged because of her? She quickly opened the plot quest Truth Unknown, which had been triggered after she eliminated the second wave of assassins sent by Li Cheng. After dragging Li Cheng out, the quest progress had gone from 0% to 0.13%, and it hadn't moved since. But now, she saw the progress had somehow jumped to 0.28%. What the hell, was this a bug in the game? Bai Fu was baffled. She scrolled through the game prompts for quite a while but still couldn't figure out what had happened. Still, since the quest progress had increased, that couldn't possibly be a bad thing, so she decided to let it go. Is the meeting over? She asked Su Hong and Xia Shi beside her. Xia Shi said, the final decision is that our intelligence bureau will scout first. The actual operation will begin in half an hour. Bai Fu had no objections. Not that her objections would have changed anything anyway. While she and Xia Shi were chatting, the military representative Bask suddenly walked over. You're Bai Fu, right? I'm Bask from the Gene Primordial's Combat Strategy Office. Bask wore a gentle smile. I heard it was thanks to your Division 4 that we managed to catch that traitor Li Cheng. I'm looking forward to your performance in this operation. He just gave a brief greeting before leaving. Bai Fu didn't think much of it and instinctively cast a psionic vision on the stranger she had just met, but the return data was quite interesting. Favorability, hostile, -31. Was he close to Li Cheng? Bai Fu asked. Xia Shi shook her head. Never heard of any connection between them. That made no sense. What she had done didn't affect him. Could it be that he was also a spy for the Truth Society? Or maybe he was just jealous of her beauty. Bai Fu maintained a calm expression, planning to assign a player to keep an eye on Bask in case something went wrong. She had brought over so many players, if she didn't make good use of them, it would be a total waste. Once she stepped outside, she saw Excavation Princess rushing over. This is bad, Fu, something terrible happened. What is it? Bai Fu was slightly taken aback. Excavation Princess glanced at Su Hong and Xia Shi a few times, then showed a troubled expression. Bai Fu instantly understood and took her aside. You can tell me now. Excavation Princess said, just now, Sword Chi Soaring and the others snuck off to Bagaros, and then they got caught by people from the Truth Society. Our movements are now exposed. The only good news is, they managed to transmit the location of Bagaros base. She handed Bai Fu a hand-drawn map, with a large red X marked on it. The moment she saw the red X, Bai Fu's eyes gleamed sharply. The location of Bagaros base indicated by this red X was entirely different from the one marked on the military's map presented during the meeting. So Bagaros really was a trap set by the Truth Society. They had constructed a fake base, while the real one was located several li away. Too bad, no matter how cunning the Truth Society was, they could never anticipate the existence of something even more cunning players. Bai Fu looked at the more than 100 players who had come with her. Truth Society, I'm FING here. 63, hundreds of riders raid the Wei camp, their achievements shocked the world. Half an hour later. In a dense forest over 10 miles from the Bagaros refuge, Su Hong spread out the map on the ground and began the pre-battle meeting. This time, our objective isn't to kill, but to locate the entrance to the Bagaros base. Once we find the entrance, you can deal with those Truth Society scum however you like. But until then, unless your identity is exposed and you're in a desperate situation, do not make a move, understand? Bai Fu suddenly said, if you're willing to trust me, it's best not to go to the Bagaros refuge today. What's going on? Su Hong looked puzzled. The others were also confused. If we don't go to the Bagaros refuge, how are we supposed to complete the mission? Bai Fu replied, I can say with full responsibility that the Bagaros refuge is just a decoy. The real entrance to the Bagaros base isn't there. If you go, at best you'll find a fake entrance, and at worst, you're walking into death. Where did you learn this from? Don't underestimate my intelligence network, Bai Fu said confidently. Su Hong frowned tightly. His instinct told him not to believe her, but then he remembered how Bai Fu had known Li Cheng was a spy even before Li Cheng exposed himself. That gave him pause. What Bai Fu said wasn't impossible. Even before the operation, the Gene Primordials already suspected that the Bagaros base might be a trap. Otherwise, the military wouldn't have insisted on sending in the intelligence bureau first. They clearly wanted them to step into the pit. But what if Bai Fu's intel was wrong? Su Hong pressed, what's your plan? Bai Fu said, wait. As long as we can stay patient, the Truth Society will grow more anxious than us. Before Su Hong could respond, another special agent from Division 4 jumped in. Bai Fu, I acknowledge your strength, but when it comes to intel, we're the professionals. Unless you can provide proof, it's hard to believe your words. We don't have time to delay. Every minute wasted gives Division 3 a chance to find the entrance to the Bagaros base before us. His words gained several nods of agreement. Because of the Li Qing incident, the members of Division 4 were determined to redeem themselves with an impressive turnaround. Bai Fu looked around and smiled. I'm merely offering a suggestion. Whether or not you choose to listen is entirely up to you. Truth be told, she was more than happy to have more people distract the Truth Society. That way, she could break into the Bagaros base more easily later. With over 100 players paving the way, she wouldn't have to rely on the gene primordials at all. But considering how many good things she had gotten from Division 4, she felt somewhat indebted to them, so she offered a warning out of courtesy. Division 4 was still split. Su Hong, Xia Shi, and others who had worked with Bai Fu before decided after much deliberation to trust her this time. The rest formed a new team and rushed toward the Bagaros refuge. Only after they were out of sight did Bai Fu stand up. Where are you going? To wait for the Truth Society to jump out and give us a chance to capture them. Bai Fu called for Anya Jia and Excavation Princess, then headed toward the red X marked on the map. Su Hong and the others hesitated for a moment before hurrying to follow. Since they had chosen to believe Bai Fu, they had no choice but to stick with it to the end. Not long after, they arrived at a new ambush point, a small camp typical of those found all around the area. Would the Truth Society really hide their base in a place like this? Won't we know soon enough? Bai Fu sat down with a smile. Seeing her so relaxed, the others had no choice but to settle in and wait. But inside, they were far from calm. Except for Xia Shi, the others were deeply conflicted, teetering between regret and trust in Bai Fu, unwilling to be the first to back out. This tense state lasted for quite a while until, suddenly, an explosion sounded in the distance. Su Hong shot to his feet. The explosion came from the direction of the Bagaros refuge. He looked at Bai Fu, then at Xia Shi and the others, unsure if he should go check it out. Just then, Excavation Princess, who had been a silent accessory until now, suddenly shouted. Fu, they're out. Out. What was out? Su Hong instinctively looked in the direction Excavation Princess pointed. Then he saw over a dozen people rushing out from the camp. We've confirmed it. The real entrance to the Bagaros base is in the backyard of a small tavern south of the camp. Excavation Princess pulled out the map and marked a new red X at a specific location. Bai Fu nodded excitedly. Well done. This time we will definitely wipe out everyone in this base in one sweep. Excavation Princess asked, Fu, are we rushing in now? No rush. Let's catch someone first and ask about the situation inside. Bai Fu waved her hand. Excavation Princess quickly said, Okay, I'll notify them right away. She stood still. A minute later, several people suddenly sprang out of the open field. Without a word, they pinned down someone who had just come out of the camp. Then, while nodding, she said, there are currently more than 200 people in the base. More than half are logistics department personnel, but even those logistics people are not ordinary. Besides them, there are 2 managers in the base. One of them, Lieutenant Qian, is a special agent. No one else? No. Bai Fu had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She crumpled the map in her hand, her eyes burning with battle intent. This was the Bai Fu promotional video she had prepared for all players. Previously, she had already shown off her looks, her concern for the players, and her mysterious background. Today, what she wanted to showcase was her combat power. She hoped the players' praise would urge the developer to buff her strength. But if she didn't display her abilities in front of them, even if the players wanted to hype her in that aspect, they wouldn't have the imagination to do so. Let's go. Bai Fu walked toward the camp across from them. By now, even if Su Hong and the others were slow, they understood what was going on. Bai Fu had found the real entrance to the Bagaros base. They were all shocked. Could it be that Bai Fu had planted a spy inside the Truth Society? Seeing Bai Fu, Anyajia, and Excavation Princess walking farther away, they quickly followed. 10 minutes later. At the tavern marked on the map, over 100 players lying in ambush nearby, under Bai Fu's arrangement, swarmed out. Before anyone in the tavern could react, they had already taken control. Nice, not a single one escaped. Hee, this old dang just tried to secretly contact the base. I caught him red-handed. Fu, lead us in one charge. The most excited were the players who had arrived in the second batch with Lin. It was their first time joining Bai Fu on a mission, and what a grand mission it was. Their joy was beyond words. Bai Fu didn't delay and immediately issued the command for a full assault. Move out. Upon receiving the order, Black Tiger Afu was the first to open the tavern's backyard entrance and jump in. The other players followed one after another, with Excavation Princess being the calmest. She knew her combat power was weak. She was here to live stream up close. This is reporter Excavation Princess reporting. We are now standing right above the Truth Society's Bagaros base. Not long ago, Iron Rain Guild President Sword Chi Soaring went deep into the base as bait and sent back its coordinates. Now, under Fu's lead, we're about to launch a full assault. Excavation Princess said enthusiastically to the viewers in the live stream room. Alright, now let's turn the camera to Fu. She turned around and saw Su Hong questioning Bai Fu. Who exactly are you? Su Hong's eyes were wide open, fixed on Bai Fu. I used to suspect you were a special agent from the Old Republic or the Railway Guild, but now I think that's absolutely impossible. If those two factions had an intelligence network like yours, they would have sent troops long ago. They wouldn't have left this opportunity to strike the Truth Society to us. Bai Fu smiled. I indeed have nothing to do with the Old Republic or the Railway Guild. To be precise, I have nothing to do with any faction you know of. I am who I am Bai Fu. Regardless of the past or the future, at least right now, my goal is the same as yours. And that is. Screw the Truth Society. To hear that Dao, at dawn and die by dusk I want to see where you Truth Society run to now. As Su Hong and Xia Shi stared blankly, Bai Fu jumped into the entrance. They have no idea how powerful Fu really is. Now everyone, follow my first-person view to admire Fu's heroics. Only after Excavation Princess cheerfully followed into the tunnel did Su Hong quickly pull out his personal terminal and contacted Lu Yuelin. Director Lu. Lu Yuelin's anxious voice came through. Su Hong, what's the situation over there? That Truth Society scum really laid a trap. Zhao Yan's group got ambushed and we've lost contact. The military is rushing over, but they were ambushed too on the way. Su Hong's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Yan was one of the group who had insisted on leaving earlier. Now that they couldn't be contacted, chances were grim. If he hadn't trusted Bai Fu earlier, would he have died at the refuge too? Director Lu, here's what happened. He quickly reported the situation to Lu Yuelin. Lu Yuelin's expression changed. What? She charged in herself. Stop her now. Su Hong twitched his mouth. He'd like to stop her, but he wasn't strong enough to beat Bai Fu. On the other end, upon hearing Su Hong's words, Military Representative Basque's eyes lit up. Then he deliberately let out a cold snort. I thought she was a prodigy. Turns out she's just a reckless fool. Her death isn't the problem. If she alerts the Truth Society and those bastards escape early, then her death would truly be meaningless. Relay my order, break through the Truth Society's blockade as quickly as possible and turn toward the real entrance. Lu Yuelin wanted to say something more, but both the Intelligence Bureau and the military had been ambushed. There was nothing more to be done. He could only pray Bai Fu would survive. Old dangs like him were expendable. The young were the hope of this world. If all the promising youths died, what hope was left for a world already on the brink? Lieutenant Qian, news from the front: the Gene Primordials have taken the bait. Inside the Bagaros base, a communications soldier excitedly reported to Lieutenant Qian. Lieutenant Qian nodded calmly. This wasn't anything to get excited over. Their goal was to draw the Gene Primordials' attention for as long as possible. It was only the first day. There was still plenty of time to grind them down. Activate the second plan. Send those gene primordial rats another surprise. Also notify Guido and Yulia. It's their turn to act now. Lieutenant Qian walked over to the tea dispenser, just about to pour tea, when a loud boom sounded from outside. What's going on? He immediately rushed out of the room. A logistics department staffer ran over in a panic. Lieutenant Qian, bad news, the gene primordials broke in through the back door. What? Lieutenant Qian's expression changed drastically. Weren't the gene primordials surrounded by their ambush troops? How did they suddenly show up at the back door? He grabbed a gun from the wall and walked out. He didn't get far before he saw the main person in charge of the base, Carlos, also walking out from another corridor with a grim face. The two of them hurried to the parking lot near the back door of the base, and at a glance, they saw a group of people in various outfits causing chaos in the lot. Ha ha ha, kill kill kill, tornado destroys the parking lot, crow flies the plane. Dip the beans. This feels amazing. So damn good. This is the most fun I've ever had in a fight. Damn, my Jill got shot. Lieutenant Qian was stunned. He had dealt with the gene primordials for many years and could tell at a glance that these people definitely weren't sent by the gene primordials. Where did these lunatics come from, daring to cause trouble here? He stormed angrily toward the players. One player noticed him and raised his pistol to shoot, but then something strange happened. The player was shocked to find he couldn't pull the trigger no matter what. This. Bang! Lieutenant Qian raised his hand and shot the player right between the eyebrows. Trash! He cursed impatiently. As a special agent who could control objects remotely, he scoffed at the idea that a couple of pistols could pose any threat to him. Kill them all. Just leave 2 or 3 alive. While shouting, Lieutenant Qian raised his gun and fired, killing 4 or 5 players in just a few seconds. But this bloody scene didn't scare the players at all. Instead, it made them even more excited. The more you resist, the more we. Wait, wrong script. Damn, what a strong elite mob. Could this guy be the person in charge of the Baghero's base? Killing him must give a ton of XP. Lieutenant Qian couldn't understand what the players were saying, but he knew one thing: they really wanted to kill him. He couldn't help but laugh. Just with you bunch of trash. He once again locked onto the gun in a player's hand in the front left. Then, he raised his own gun, and his right index finger pressed down heavily. But instead of gunfire, a clear and cold shout rang out. Anya! Lieutenant Qian saw her. Standing to the left of the player he had targeted was a silver-haired girl, and to her left was a slightly shorter and bulkier power armor compared to her. Fire! Lieutenant Qian realized something was wrong, but this time, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't move. This was the same restraint he normally inflicted on others, now turned against him. As he saw the power armor's right-hand heavy machine gun begin to blaze and bullets slammed into his body, he finally regained his ability to move, only to twitch violently under the impact of the bullets. Ah! The scream echoed through the parking lot. Bai Fu raised the shotgun in her hand and fired. Boom! Lieutenant Qian fell to the ground like a piece of rag. His chest, abdomen, and face were riddled with pellets, his flesh torn open. He was dead beyond dead. You killed the Baghero's base, Lieutenant. Contribution, 36.2%. After level adjustment, you gained 4,525 XP. You killed a Truth Society member. Bonus, 1,000 XP. Carlos, the base commander standing at the parking lot in trance, narrowed his pupils. A chill shot from his soles up to his crown. In contrast, the players were all dumbfounded seeing Bai Fu kill Lieutenant Qian, who had easily slain several players, in just 3 seconds. That's insane. Did Fu turn on an insta-kill cheat? The players watching this through Excavation Princess's live stream room were even more hyped. Damn, Bai Fu just recovered a bit and she's already this strong. If she fully recovers, she could probably solo the Truth Society. Solo the Truth Society? You underestimate Fu's profile. I think her original strength could destroy stars. Crap, what are you all staring for? That guy at the door is running. Go after him. With the frantic calls, the players on site finally noticed Carlos was fleeing. He ran fast, and while running, shouted at the people in the corridor to quickly lower the heavy iron door to block the rampaging players and Bai Fu. When Su Hong, Xia Shi, and the others jumped down from the tunnel entrance, what they saw was the descending iron door, Anya Jie's machine gun spewing rounds, and players' frustrated faces. Damn it, be human. The instance boss actually ran away during the raid. What the hell? We're screwed. That iron door looks at least 1 ton heavy. There's no way our weapons can bust through it. As the door lowered and gradually obscured Bai Fu's figure, Carlos behind it let out a long sigh of relief. How could he not run? He was more administrative, and while not weak, he was far inferior to Lieutenant Qian. And Lieutenant Qian got insta-killed by that silver-haired girl. What could he possibly do? What happened? A shout came from behind. Carlos turned around and saw Guido walking over. He quickly explained, a bunch of lunatics just showed up outside, those. He stopped mid-sentence, realizing Guido's expression had turned very strange. And then, a chill ran up his spine from behind. Carlos whipped around. In that moment, he was horrified to see the iron door which should have fully lowered rising again. First to appear were a pair of feet, then the dark barrel of a gun. He recognized her. It was the silver-haired girl who had just insta-killed Lieutenant Qian. 64, War God Fu Fu, rampaging forward. Damn! Carlos's soul nearly fled from terror. He had clearly instructed the logistics personnel closest to the gate button in the corridor to press it, so why did the iron gate start rising again just as it was about to completely descend? At first, he thought Bai Fu had lifted the iron gate with her superhuman strength, but on closer inspection, Bai Fu's body had not touched the gate at all. In an instant, he thought of the ability of the recently killed Lieutenant Qian. Could it be that this silver-haired girl had a similar ability? Lieutenant Qian could at most manipulate a few kilograms, yet he was already the strongest in the Bagaros base before Guido and Yulia arrived. But this silver-haired girl could control an iron gate weighing over a ton. This gap. Carlos felt like he had plunged into an ice cave. He had no doubt that if this silver-haired girl got serious, she could tear the entire underground base apart on her own. He stood there dumbfounded, watching the gate open wider and wider, with not even a trace of resistance rising in his heart. He was definitely going to die today. As Bai Fu's face came into view, Carlos suddenly snapped out of it. He almost forgot that he had one last trick left, a secret technique passed down in his family. I surrender, don't kill me. Carlos dropped to his knees on the ground. His speed was too fast, even faster than that E2E orphan solo. Whether it was his teammates, Bai Fu, the players, or the Division 4 special agent, none of their question marks could catch up to him. Question mark. When she used the custom card, Battle Etiquette, on the person pressing the door close button and had him press it to reopen the gate, Bai Fu knew this would scare the person on the other side, but she never imagined the effect would be this absurd. After all, Carlos was the Bagaros base commander. Killing him even came with a special mission reward. This was truly the aura of a king bursting forth, making the enemy bow and worship on sight. The players witnessing this scene from the back were all dumbfounded. Is this Conqueror's hockey or what? Damn, it's bad enough that the boss of this wilderness instance tries to run, now they even surrender. Just how strong is Fu Fu really? Come see the war god. Is the Truth Society really this lame? I actually wanted to join them before. Carlos never imagined his actions would deal such a heavy blow to the image of the Truth Society. His stark contrast with Bai Fu shook the resolve of many players who had considered joining the Truth Society. Bai Fu was this fierce, and the Truth Society was this pathetic. If they joined rashly, would they end up with nothing before the Truth Society itself got wiped out? As these players hesitated, Guido, who witnessed Carlos's surrender, was about to explode. Damn it, even if Bai Fu was strong, how could you just surrender like that? As a staunch loyalist of the Truth Society, Guido raised his gun in fury. But before he could act, Bai Fu had already fired 3 shots straight at Carlos's face. A shotgun blast at close range pellets tore into Carlos's head, turning it into a bloody mess. The brain matter burst out under the impact like a spring, splattering across the nearby wall. Bai Fu let out a breath of relief. That was close. Luckily she reacted fast, otherwise, someone else might have stolen the kill. You have slain Carlos, commander of Bagaro's base. Contribution, 100%. After level adjustment, gain 12,500 XP. You killed a member of the Truth Society. Additional reward, 1,000 XP. You have completed mission decapitation operation. Contribution, 100%. Reward, 50,000 XP. After a series of notifications, Bai Fu realized she had enough XP to level up again. Without holding back, she upgraded psionic per user to LV7. Now that both the commander and deputy of Bagaro's base were dead, it was time to reap the final mission rewards. Clear out this base as quickly as possible, then circle back to flank the Truth Society ambush outside. Bai Fu gave her orders. The players who had regained their senses were the first to rush past the reopened iron gate and charge deeper into the base. Su Hong and Xia Shi quickly followed suit, not wanting to be the ones who hadn't even fired a shot by the end of the battle. That would be far too embarrassing. The entire Bagaro's base instantly fell into chaos. Lieutenant Qian and Carlos had died too quickly. Even though the remaining base members knew Guido and Yulia were powerful, it was hard for them to believe the two could hold off Bai Fu. Run. Notify Dr. Luo. Notify my ass, contacting headquarters is what matters. In fact, not to mention these small fry, even Guido was extremely shaken. He had doubted from the beginning that he could beat Bai Fu. After what had just happened, he was even more certain. So when he saw Yulia walking out of the room, he quickly approached her. Old Qian and Carlos are both dead. Bai Fu seems to have some ability that can lift the iron gate. We'd best retreat for now and make long-term plans. Yulia's blue eyes flickered slightly. Are you sure she lifted the iron gate using a power, and not controlled the button pusher with psionics? Guido was stunned. By the time he came to his senses, Yulia had already grabbed the person who had tried to run past her and flung them in front of him. It was him pressing the button earlier. Ask him if he opened the gate. The logistics personnel, caught in Guido's fierce glare, were so scared their legs went weak. Master Guido, I don't know what happened. My hand suddenly moved on its own and pressed the button. By the time I realized it, it was too late. I swear I didn't do it on purpose, Gui. Smack. Guido slapped the man flying. His expression turned extremely ugly. Thank goodness Yulia had seen through Bai Fu's trick. If he had actually fled in fright, the president would have definitely held him accountable, and he would have been doomed. Stop. All of you stop. Anyone who runs, I'll kill them. Guido roared furiously. Under his orders, the chaos in Bagaro's base finally settled to a degree. We're inside the base. We have enough ammo, traps, and we know the terrain. What are we afraid of? You go kill those rampaging punks, I'll take care of Bai Fu. Yulia said, I'll grant you blessings. Leave those gene primordials to me. Guido nodded. With Yulia saying this, he felt reassured. He turned and dashed into the surveillance room to confirm Bai Fu's location. What he saw startled him. On nearly every screen showing a person, the same thing was happening. The people he had just called punks were massacring his forces. Those punks may have lacked organization and discipline, but their ferocity was rarely seen in the world. Don't talk to us about CQB, CQC, tactical maneuvers, or team coordination. In our player eyes, that's all ritualistic nonsense. Just yell, FBI open the door, on board, kill, truth is dead, Bai Fu shall rise, max out the courage stat, then kick every door, shoot every person, charge through every trap. If we can't kill you cowardly NPCs, then we players admit defeat. Truly, few could withstand the players' mad dog fighting style. At first, the players only had a pistol or two, which were manageable. But once they picked up weapons dropped by the Truth Society, their threat level skyrocketed again. Die. All of you die with me. One player caught a flying grenade and roared as he dove toward a bunker. With a loud boom, he and 4 Truth Society members flew into the air together. The next second, the other players didn't mourn his death for even a moment. They eagerly picked up the gear he dropped and continued their assault. "Ha, I've had my eye on that assault rifle he picked up," says Who. "That's the gun I was watching. Ever heard of first come, first served?" Guido's forehead veins bulged. He saw the people he had called back were beginning to lose morale again. Luckily, the president had sent Yulia this time. Otherwise, this downward spiral would have turned into a complete rout. Guido quickly locked onto Bai Fu, who was sweeping through rooms one by one. Then, locking the surveillance room door behind him, he rushed toward her location. "Bai Fu, just you wait." Meanwhile, on the other side, the Division 4 special agents following behind Bai Fu had gone numb. They wanted to help, but after witnessing Bai Fu's and the players' fighting style, they realized they could do nothing. Charge forward like the players, risking their lives. They didn't have the guts. Provide cover fire from the back. Most of the time, by the time they raised their guns, the players had already taken out the next target. Assist Bai Fu. That was even more hopeless. She fought like a war god. The players at least tried to dodge. Bai Fu didn't even bother. Her combat style was, kick open the door, draw fire, then let Anya shoot from behind. As elite special agents, how did they end up becoming burdens in a combat assault? Stunned and demoralized, Su Hong suddenly felt, maybe he was getting old. Plus 1,000, plus 1,000, plus 1,000. Bai Fu kept harvesting lives. The XP notification almost never stopped. This continued until the leading group of players suddenly came to a halt. "Stop, stop, stop, quick stop." "Stop what?" The players from behind couldn't brake in time and crashed into the leading group, toppling over each other. When they raised their heads, they were shocked to see an old acquaintance. Ice blue hair, ice blue eyebrows, long legs, a majestic bust like mountains rising and waves surging. Wasn't this the boss who rampaged through the abandoned cooling plant and once took control of Bai Fu? Actually, most players here hadn't personally seen Yulia except for Starfish Bro and Convert to Bai Fu, but Bai Fu's popularity was so high that related videos were everywhere in the community, so they immediately recognized the one who had caused Bai Fu huge trouble, Yulia. Recognizing Yulia, they instantly recalled her ability. Back up, back up, back up. Too late. Yulia's eyes flashed. Immediately, the players standing before her gained a possessed status. Then, uncontrollably, they turned around and attacked their fellow players. It's over, it's all over. As more and more players spotted Yulia, a wave of panic began to spread. They were well aware of how broken Yulia's control ability over players was. If this kept going, the situation would soon become Bai Fu and the Division 4 special agents fighting 200 people together. Although Bai Fu's identity was special and she couldn't be compared to ordinary people, winning against so many still seemed impossible. Was this combat mission really going to end in failure? Worse yet, Bai Fu might even die here. Forget about us in the back, cover Fu Fu's retreat, quickly. Things are heating up, time to scram. Convert to Bai Fu was the first to run back, preparing to warn Bai Fu. But when he got close, he found that Bai Fu had already been intercepted by Guido. Guido held a gleaming long blade, his eyes flashing red like flames were burning within. The moment he appeared, he slashed without hesitation. Bai Fu dodged in time, avoiding the strike, but the wall behind where she had been standing took the hit. The sudden burst of heat charred the impact site black. Lucky you dodged. Murderous intent surged in Guido's eyes. Bai Fu's expression turned cold. She sensed danger from Guido and decisively cast psionic vision. The data quickly returned. Name, Guido, Elite. Template, Special, Fire Element Power. Main Class, Fire Fist LV8 Subclass, Entry-Level Pugilist LV10, Special Agent LV8. Subclass, None. HP, 430/430. Chi, 165/165. Stats, Strength 33, Agility 24, Constitution 19, Intelligence 7, Spirit 17, Inspiration 18. Skills, Combustion, High Temperature Burn LV3. Talents, Lava Body, Speed of Wind. Affinity, Hatred, -36. Threat Level, Blue. Unlike Li Cheng, Guido didn't have burst-type skills that temporarily boosted his strength, but his base stats, especially Spirit and Inspiration, were far higher than Li Cheng's. Both practiced the body training stream, but Guido's high Spirit and Inspiration left him without the glaring weaknesses Li Cheng had. This was evidenced when Bai Fu's use of Power Surge, inferior, failed to register as a valid skill hit. A somewhat troublesome opponent. That was Bai Fu's assessment of Guido. If it were a 1v1 duel, she wouldn't fear Guido at all. His HP was only a fraction of hers. But from what the players had shouted earlier, she now knew Yulia was here too, which made her uneasy. Previously, Yulia's doppelganger alone had managed to fight off her, Yago, and Xiaoshi. If her real body was involved now, then things could get out of control. This had to be ended quickly. You dare space out in front of me? Courting death. Guido launched forward again. His foot slid, and his right hand dragged the blade, tracing a dazzling arc midair. When he was just 3 meters away from Bai Fu, a thunderous explosion sounded beneath his feet. Using the blast's force, his charge speed multiplied several times over. It all happened so fast, he was certain Bai Fu couldn't dodge it. Slash! The blade skimmed past Bai Fu's neck, but the expected spray of blood and slashed throat never appeared. Guido's pupils shrank sharply. What was this? It felt like he had cut into mud. Bai Fu tossed the used psionic shield card onto the ground. Guido's strike had depleted over 170 shield points. Shield value was not tied to constitution, but even with her high 61 constitution, taking a blow like that without protection would have cost at least 40 to 50 HP, along with bleeding and burn dual debuffs. A skill with burn effect? Big Delisle smashed the mask of pain right into your face. With 3 more psionic shield cards in hand, Bai Fu wasn't afraid at all. She quickly pulled the trigger, and Anya didn't sit idle either. Her autolock head and gun-mounted arms fired in tandem, bullets slicing like a reaper's scythe. Guido hadn't expected his strike to do 0 damage. In his moment of shock, he took a shot right to the face. Fortunately, he reacted fast and protected his head with chi. He twisted and weaved, slashing at the bullets with his blade. Bullets chased his movements, digging deep holes into the walls behind him. -41. Nowhere near enough. Bai Fu advanced instead of retreating, charging directly into Guido's web of blade light with her gun. She looked even fiercer than the fearless players. Guido almost laughed. He had never faced such a reckless opponent. But what good was reckless? His ability wasn't just simple slashing. The lingering burn from each strike was his true weapon. Once the burn stacked to 6 layers, it would explode inside the enemy. He and Bai Fu clashed fiercely. After a few exchanges, her wrist guard shattered, and he took 2 shots himself. The pain didn't weaken him, it only made him fight harder. Yulia! Guido shouted loudly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With Yulia's blessing, he could lock Bai Fu down with blade light and flay her to death piece by piece. But to his surprise, even after calling out, Yulia gave no response. Had something happened on her end? He had seen some of the Division 4 members head off to intercept her, but their power shouldn't be enough to truly threaten Yulia. Guido couldn't figure it out. Seizing the moment, Bai Fu grabbed the incoming blade with her left hand, used psionic shield to tank the 6-layer burn burst, then activated battle etiquette. Crap! Guido sensed danger, but it was too late to dodge. He froze on the spot as Anya, already positioned, rushed in. There was nothing to fear, and no reason to hesitate. Anya, raised in the abandoned cooling plant, was used to death. She only knew that whoever threatened Bai Fu had to die. Boom boom. The power pump roared, and the iron fist of the power armor slammed into the back of Guido's head. His skull was forced down, neck looking as though it had snapped. He wasn't dead, his chi-guarded body was far tougher than average. But Bai Fu was waiting in front of him. She snatched the blade and slashed. Guido dodged in panic. He was fast, even dazed, he avoided the killing blow. But his arm couldn't escape, it was slashed open, flesh turning inside out, a bloody mess. Yulia! Guido completely lost it. Weren't they supposed to be 2 versus 1? How had it turned into 1 versus 2? What's the rush? Yulia's voice and footsteps finally came. Guido turned with gritted teeth, only to see Yulia approaching with a group of controlled players. He secretly let out a breath of relief. Not too late. Stall her. I need to stop the bleeding. Guido rushed toward Yulia. Yulia said nothing, just signaled to the controlled players with her eyes. Damn it, seriously? Now you're making us fight Fu. The players immediately cursed out loud, but no matter how much they yelled, their bodies continued to move forward uncontrollably. Then, passing Guido's side, something no one expected happened. 4 players suddenly turned and fired at him. Bang bang bang. Guido had no defense and was riddled with bullets. Even as he collapsed with a crash, he never understood what had just happened. Bai Fu, players. Yulia stepped elegantly to stand across from Bai Fu. The smile on her face began to blossom. The annoying one is dead. Now let's have a proper talk, shall we? Bai Fu stared into Yulia's eyes, the excitement in her gaze like she wanted to devour her alive. 65, close quarters combat value. Yulia's smile was radiant, exuding a beauty as if she had stepped out of a painting. But at this moment, no one cared about her beauty, and no one felt any warmth from her smile. After she spoke, the entire corridor plunged into a bizarre silence. Guido was truly dead, killed by his own people, not part of some act coordinated with Yulia. Because the moment he collapsed and Yulia spoke, every player who had attacked Guido, including Bai Fu, received a game notification. Guido has died. Contribution, 37.1%. After level adjustment, you have gained 12,243 XP. It was a game-certified death, undeniable. No one had expected this outcome. Even though Guido's death brought Bai Fu over 10,000 experience points, she couldn't feel happy at all. There were 2 reasons for that. The first was, of course, because her kill had been stolen. She could have earned much more experience. The second reason was the overwhelming sense of danger she smelled from Yulia. She cast a psionic vision on Yulia. Skill check successful. You have acquired partial information on the target. Name, Yulia, Doppelganger, Elite. Template, Special, Child of True Spirit, Unawakened. Main class, Nascent True Spirit LV11. Lower tier class, Psionic Apprentice LV10, Defender LV9. Subclass, Doctor LV5. HP. Psionic value. Stats, Strength 14, Agility 13, Constitution, Intelligence, Spirit, Inspiration 54. Skills, Possessed, Intermediate Psionic Specialization, Substitution Game LV4, Talents, Child of True Spirit, Affinity, Mouth-watering, 21. Threat level, Red. The return data was completely different from their last encounter. Bai Fu's eyes widened. Another doppelganger? This doppelganger already had 54 points in inspiration. How high must her original body's stats be? But that wasn't even the most shocking part. The most shocking part was the unawakened tag clearly listed under template. That was absurd. If this was her unawakened state, what would she become after awakening? Judging by this status panel, Yulia was either an NPC even more important than Xia Shi or one of the big bosses of Origin Star, this newbie village planet. Bai Fu's mouth twitched. On second thought, she really didn't need to worry about Yulia's identity. The danger rating for this doppelganger alone was already red, meaning it was a life-threatening opponent. The only problem was, what's up with this affinity? Affinity 21. Bai Fu doubted her own eyes for a moment, and the description beside it was even more alarming. Mouth-watering. So you learned how to treat people from Hannibal. Bai Fu understood now. No wonder Yulia's gaze felt so off, not the excitement of wanting to kill, but the thrill of finding a new toy to torment. She recalled what Yulia had said to her back at the abandoned cooling plant. This woman was definitely a psychological maniac. As everyone's nerves were stretched taut, a startled cry broke the silence. Dr. Yulia, what are you doing? Why did you attack Lord Guido, you? A member of Baghero's base who had witnessed Guido's death collapsed to the floor in fright, shouting incoherently. The shout wiped the smile off Yulia's face, replacing it with a thick frown of displeasure. I'm talking with Bai Fu. What are you barking for? She didn't even turn around. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure filled the corridor. In an instant, a semi-transparent veil of white silk dropped onto that person, crushing their chest inward. Poo poo poo. Blood gushed out wildly. In the blink of an eye, the man fell silent forever. The scene made everyone nearby flinch. Damn, what kind of ability is that? It looked like a tough battle was inevitable next. The hearts of the players, Division 4 special agents, and Bai Fu all sank. Yulia thought for a moment and ordered the players under her control to deal with all the obstructive individuals nearby first. In fact, she could have arrived here earlier, but before making a move, she had visited the surveillance room and destroyed all the equipment inside to prevent anything that happened here from being transmitted back to the Truth Society headquarters, which would alert them to her true intentions. By the time she finished and came out, Guido was already fleeing in panic. To be honest, this outcome was a bit unexpected for Yulia. When she last fought Bai Fu's strength was definitely not at this level. Who would have thought that after just a month, the psionic power inside Bai Fu's body had increased several-fold? If she could combine Bai Fu's powers with her own, she could surely break free from the Truth Society's control and launch the ultimate revenge against them. Hiss. A tingling sensation rose from the soles of her feet to her crown. Yulia felt like she was losing control. She had had enough of being bound by that special device, and she didn't want to see her loved ones held hostage by the Truth Society anymore. Bai Fu, do you know how hard it's been for me to find you? A blush crept onto Yulia's face. No, I don't, and I don't want to know. Bai Fu instinctively took a step back. Meanwhile, the players who weren't under control had a sudden glint in their eyes. Wait a second, something's up. This doesn't look like a fight is about to happen. Could it be that this Dr. Yulia is in cahoots with Fu? That can't be right. If they were allies, why did she control us? Could she be from the cosmos like Bai Fu? Players on site and in the live stream room started heated discussions. A excavation princess who thought she had uncovered a big scoop quickly zoomed in on Yulia's face with a close-up shot. Ever since we met at the abandoned cooling plant, I've been thinking about you every day. I originally thought we wouldn't meet again for a long time, but the Truth Society president was overconfident and gave me this chance. I knew it might be my only shot, so I came looking for you right away. Thank goodness we were reunited without any mishaps. Yulia spoke while walking forward, her eyebrows practically dancing with excitement. Seeing her so thrilled, the players got excited too. Something's fishy. I smell oranges. Damn, what is this development? Wasn't this supposed to be a dungeon run? Why are you suddenly feeding us dog food? Damn it, I object to this marriage. Fu is mine. No one else can have her. I'm confused. Yulia seems to get along well with Bai Fu. If that's the case, why did they fight at the abandoned cooling plant? Was it all staged? Staged, my ass. Did you forget what Yulia said before she was killed last time? I say she's just a psycho with a one-sided crush on Fu. Whatever the truth was, seeing that Yulia didn't seem intent on fighting, the previously tense players began to relax. Not having to fight such a terrifying monster was a blessing. Who wanted to die and lose XP if they could help it? They gathered around snapping pictures, and some even started circling past Yulia to join the hunt for surviving members of Baghero's base. But just as they were about to act, Yulia suddenly stopped. Suddenly, a vast sheet of semi-transparent white silk appeared overhead in the corridor. Holy crap! The players below the silk realized something was wrong. but they had no time to dodge. The silk fluttered down, and those it covered were slammed to the ground like they had been hit with a hammer, blood splattering everywhere. Aside from 2 players with thick HP bars who barely survived, everyone else caught in it was sent straight back to the respawn point. With a single strike, Yulia had wiped out 14 players. The remaining players were stunned. Why aren't you playing by the rules? Weren't you just flirting with Bai Fu? Why are you suddenly punching the spectators? Can't we just enjoy the show? Bai Fu's eyes turned red with envy. Was this the power of a naturally gifted psionic stream powerhouse? Possessed plus wide area massacre ability, just drop her on a battlefield and she's a humanoid killing machine. What exactly do you want? Bai Fu demanded. She was already planning an escape route. Fighting Yulia in this narrow space was extremely disadvantageous. Drawing her outside and using her agility to kite was a far better bet. Yulia said, I need you. Bai Fu, ? Even though you destroyed one of my doppelgangers at the abandoned cooling plant, I don't hate you. Yulia kept closing in. Don't worry. As long as you cooperate and tell me how you broke free from my control, I won't hurt you. Can something like that even be explained? Bai Fu stayed silent, and Yulia's emotions grew a bit agitated. Not talking? Or do you not know either? It's fine. If you're willing to give me your body, that works too. I'll be as careful as I can not to damage it. Even if I accidentally do, with my medical skills, I can fix most injuries. Come on, I don't want to hurt you. Maya, she really is a maniac. Bai Fu was terrified by Yulia's words. You're already talking about damaging bodies. What kind of perverted tricks do you still have left? Get out of here. Get as far away from her as possible. She shouted loudly, urging those nearby to escape. By now, even the densest player understood that Yulia was bad news. They quickly backed away, and once they were at a safe distance, they didn't hesitate to open fire. Bullets flew. Then something strange happened. As soon as the bullets got within 2 meters of Yulia, they slowed down like they had hit a swamp. Their speed dropped hundreds of times, and even Yulia, who wasn't particularly strong or agile, could pluck them out of the air with ease. What the hell? Everyone was shocked. Just as they were about to retreat further, the white silk fell on them from above. Boom! Another 6 players were wiped out on the spot. Yulia calmly dropped the bullets on the ground and scanned the surroundings. Are you sure you want to resist, even if it means I'll make those who came with you kill each other? Bai Fu remained silent. After all, players could revive. There wasn't much to worry about. But she couldn't let that thought show on her face. She had to wait for the players to speak up on their own. Fu, don't worry about me. Don't let that pervert succeed. In an instant, cries erupted throughout the base from one player after another. Bai Fu's eyes sharpened. I don't have time to play games with you. Unless you can defeat me, you won't get anything from me. Yulia's skills were powerful, but at her level, there was no way she could use them in quick succession. Finding the gaps between her skills was the key to victory. Since you won't listen, I'll just have to use force. A flash of silver-white light glimmered in Yulia's eyes. You were attacked by possessed. Skill check in progress. Your inspiration exceeds 30. You have successfully resisted the attack. A game prompt appeared. Bai Fu didn't stay idle. She immediately drew a battle etiquette card. The reason she frequently used prayer cards instead of her own skills was because prayer cards didn't consume extra psionic power and didn't interfere with her own skill cooldowns. Very convenient. You used battle etiquette on Yulia, doppelganger. Skill check in progress. Yulia's inspiration is 5 points higher than yours. Skill failed. Useless. The psionic techniques you know can't possibly affect me, Yulia said with a smile. Bai Fu tossed the spent card to the ground. If battle etiquette didn't work, then stealing buffs with chain reaction or reducing stamina with power surge, inferior, definitely wouldn't either. Fortunately, that wasn't her trump card at all. Looks like I have to use my ultimate move, Bai Fu said seriously. Yulia looked intrigued. You have an ultimate move? Bai Fu gave a cold chuckle. It was a move she had trained for years. Run. Just as Yulia was guessing what her trump card could be, Bai Fu turned and bolted. Yulia. Bai Fu didn't get far because she found the exit door of the base had been shut. That was Yulia's doing too. To ensure she could catch Bai Fu, Yulia not only destroyed the surveillance room but also secretly closed all the exit doors of the base. Fine, you've left me no choice. Bai Fu didn't flinch. Ever since she learned that Yulia's goal was to understand how she had broken free from Possessed's control, her confidence in victory had increased dramatically. She raised the shotgun in her hands and sprayed Yulia wildly. All of her shots were blocked by the force field, but she didn't stop. Once the shotgun was empty, she switched to a handgun. When that was done, she picked up another weapon from the ground. Shrill gunfire echoed through the base. Yulia's expression remained unchanged. Pointless. We'll see if it's pointless soon enough. Bai Fu kept closing the distance to Yulia. She could already hear the rush of footsteps. Yulia had recalled the players she had sent out earlier. Those players surged toward her like a tide, and the others not under control responded immediately. Shoot his balls. Shoot his balls. Damn it, if you're playing dirty, don't blame me for being inhuman too. Both sides clashed in chaos. Despite being outnumbered, the controlled players held their own thanks to Yulia's support. Bai Fu patiently used bullets to drain Yulia's psionic power. This was where her speed advantage came into play. Under her barrage, Yulia had no way to dodge, relying entirely on her force field. Seeing Yulia start to pant slightly, Bai Fu knew her chance had come. She pulled a grenade from her belt. Just as Yulia made to hide behind the players, Bai Fu suddenly smiled. What do you think will happen if I detonate this grenade in my own hand? Stop. Yulia's playful demeanor vanished, and her face twisted with anger as she roared. Along with her shout came a wave of white silk falling from above, striking down half the players who had been locked in battle indiscriminately. Bai Fu gave a slight nod. So it was confirmed Yulia wasn't just interested in her, she saw her as irreplaceable. If she could learn Yulia's true purpose for studying her, then this Yulia might be. Bai Fu yanked the pin from the grenade. Yulia's face changed dramatically. She roared and lunged at Bai Fu. The grenade exploded thunderously in the narrow corridor, stripping paint from the walls and kicking up clouds of dust. Yulia choked hard, and the shockwave nearly flung her away, but she didn't care. She groped through the smoke, terrified of seeing Bai Fu's shattered body when the dust cleared. I was wrong. I shouldn't have pushed you so hard. You can't die. You absolutely can't die. Yulia was in a panic. Never in her wildest dreams had she expected Bai Fu to detonate herself so decisively. Just like she couldn't imagine how a close-range grenade blast had caused Bai Fu no harm at all. Used another psionic shield card. Behind Yulia, Bai Fu stood, her face dark. Thankfully she had prepared some prayer cards in advance. Otherwise, she would really have ended up in Yulia's hands today, becoming a lab subject. Now, the tide had turned. Long-range skill duels were not her strength, but this kind of point-blank melee was another story. She'd grind Yulia down if she had to. Bai Fu stepped forward, swiftly wrapping her arm around Yulia's neck. Rear naked choke. 66, Fu baby v me 50 to prove strength. On the road to Bagaro's refuge, the army from the Gene Primordial side was still entangled with the ambush troops deployed by the Truth Society. When they had just been attacked by the ambush, the Gene Primordial side had taken a heavy hit, with several of the vehicles leading the way being blown up. But the military representative Basque was no ordinary figure. He did not let down the High Command's expectations of him. He quickly calmed down from his fury and began directing the army and the intelligence bureau to counterattack. In terms of individual soldier capabilities, there was not much difference between the Gene Primordials and the Truth Society, but when it came to battlefield coordination, the Gene Primordials, who had fought in several major wars, had the upper hand. Thus, even though the Truth Society initially had the advantage of ambush, as time passed, both sides gradually returned to a stalemate. Boom boom boom. The sound of shell explosions and gunfire mixed together, composing a song of death on the battlefield. Inside the command vehicle, watching their own men going blow for blow with the ambushers by the roadside, Basque, Liu Yuelin, and the Division 3 director all wore grave expressions. This was not the situation they wanted to see. For Liu Yuelin and the Division 3 director, the longer this dragged on, the more danger those special agents sent to Bagaro's refuge would be in. For Basque, his mission here was to destroy the Truth Society's base. Before coming, he had even patted his chest and guaranteed he would handle it beautifully. With the battle turning out like this, even if he ended up victorious, he would gain no benefit from it. He had to find a way to break the stalemate. Basque's gaze landed on the two Intelligence Bureau bigshots. For the sake of his own merit, he now had no choice but to let the Intelligence Bureau people take some risks. However, since the Intelligence Bureau and the military belonged to different organizations, he couldn't directly command Liu Yuelin and the Division 3 director. It seemed he would need to offer them some benefits. As Basque pondered, the front lines suddenly became chaotic. What's going on? His brows furrowed. From the walkie-talkie came the surprised voice of the frontline commander, Commander Basque, the Truth Society thugs on my assault route suddenly withdrew. What? Basque was shocked. His first suspicion was that this was another trap. But after thinking it through, it didn't make sense. Giving up such a wide opening, did the Truth Society have enough manpower to set up another encirclement? Soon after, the walkie-talkie was filled with exclamations. Where are they? We've broken through the line and are advancing toward Bagaro's refuge. The enemy is retreating, should we pursue? Everyone around turned their gaze to Basque. It was up to him to make the call now. Basque hesitated. It was too abnormal. He couldn't understand the Truth Society's moves at all. This wasn't a rout, and it couldn't be a trap. If it were, then it would be an incredibly stupid one. Just as he was torn, someone nearby suddenly shouted. The Truth Society's base has been breached by Fu Baby. They're retreating to reinforce, we can't let them get away. What? Everyone in the vehicle turned their heads in shock and saw that the one shouting was one of those odd people brought by Bai Fu. Wasn't Fu Baby just Bai Fu? Although they had already learned from Su Hong that Bai Fu had located the true site of the Bagaro's base, to now suddenly claim Bai Fu had breached the Truth Society's base, that was just absurd. Where did you get this information? Basque demanded. One of the people attacking the base with Fu Baby told me, the named player urged quickly. Enough with the doubts, what's the point of that now? Hurry and send people to chase them down. This is a perfect chance to destroy the Bagaro's base. Wait any longer and they might escape. Basque clenched his right fist. He didn't want to believe it, but the Truth Society thugs' odd behavior could indeed be explained if Bai Fu had breached the base. Pursue. He issued the order immediately. The Gene Primordial soldiers who received the order split into two groups. Coordinating with various vehicles, they rapidly advanced. They soon crossed the trenches dug by the Truth Society. One group broke into Bagaro's refuge and rescued the surrounded Intelligence Bureau special agents, while the other charged toward the coordinates previously released by Su Hong. It was smooth, almost too smooth. Just 10 minutes ago, these Gene Primordial soldiers who had been fighting the Truth Society tooth and nail could never have imagined the situation would turn like this. For a moment, they even felt like they weren't here to fight a war, but to go on a vacation. I heard it was that Bai Fu from Division 4 who breached the Truth Society's base. For real. What new era Superman? Good thing we brought her this time. If we had kept this stalemate going, who knows how many people would have died. The Gene Primordial soldiers felt incredibly relieved. In contrast, the people of the Truth Society were on the brink of despair. Pursued relentlessly by the Gene Primordials, they fled frantically toward the base. As long as they could reach it, even if they couldn't win, at least there was a chance to escape. But what they never expected was that when they finally reached the base gate, what they saw was a tightly shut door. Anyone who doesn't surrender, kill them all. Basque shouted loudly. At the same time the Truth Society soldiers were getting thrashed, just one door away inside the base, Bai Fu had successfully deceived Yulia by exploiting her reluctance to strike back, and started attacking her. Even though Yulia was highly skilled, once Bai Fu locked her throat with her arm, her body collapsed uncontrollably to the ground. Now we're talking. Just hold on a bit longer. Once the gene primordials wipe out those Truth Society grunts outside, this battle will be over. Go Fu baby, the reinforcements are almost here. Master Fu, go for the midline. The Division 4 special agents and the surviving players who saw this scene were overjoyed. Most of the players in the live stream room were also excited. Only a few who disliked Bai Fu stomped their feet in anger, but no one paid them any mind now. Everyone was discussing how many rewards the players involved in this mission would receive once it ended. No one believed Yulia could turn the tables at this point. A squishy mage getting grappled by a tank like Fu baby and still hoping to reverse the fight. Even if Yulia had the power to turn the tide, there was still a group of Gene Primordial soldiers waiting outside. Damn, I'm so jealous. Following Bai Fu really is the best. Good thing I already bought my ticket to Lin. I'm joining next time too. Seriously, even if you didn't kill a single mob, you still get the base reward for eliminating Baghero's base at mission end. This is awesome. You all just keep being jealous. The players still present on site chuckled. They no longer paid attention to the boasting in the livestream comments but focused instead on Bai Fu and Yulia. Watching women fight was great, watching cute girls fight was even better. But soon they couldn't laugh anymore, because Yulia's throat may have been locked, but the source of her psionic power wasn't. To break free from Bai Fu's hold, she began unleashing skills recklessly and without restraint. Boom boom boom. Layers of translucent white sheer silk dropped from the sky, some slammed into Bai Fu's back, most others crashed down upon the surrounding players. Yulia hoped to distract Bai Fu by killing the players, thereby giving herself a chance to escape. Unfortunately for the players who had let down their guard, they were basking in triumph 1 second, and turned into corpses the next, losing a fair bit of XP for nothing. Under the continuous bombardment of the white sheer silk, the corridor walls and ceiling also took damage, collapsing and shattering in succession. War reporter Excavation Princess would have been smashed in the head if she hadn't dodged in time. We're screwed. Looking at the mountain of cement debris in front of her, Excavation Princess looked depressed. The live stream would have to be cut. Soon after, Convert to Bai Fu and the others arrived but were helpless. They wanted to help Bai Fu, but their strength wasn't enough to blast through this much debris. All they could do was wait. Given the strength Bai Fu had just displayed, she shouldn't lose to Yulia. Bai Fu herself was now in a tight spot. To prevent Yulia from escaping, she had not only locked Yulia's throat with her arm but also tightly clamped her waist with her thighs. Most people wouldn't last 10 seconds in this kind of hold before rolling their eyes back, but Yulia's abilities were simply too abnormal. With her psionic field repulsion, Bai Fu could never fully lock her down. She had to use fanaticism and power surge, inferior, on herself to temporarily boost her strength to 21 points. I don't believe your psionic power is infinite. Bai Fu was gambling that Yulia would run out of psionic energy before she herself ran out of stamina. Yulia struggled desperately, but unwilling to truly kill Bai Fu, she couldn't unleash anything effective. She had tried bombarding Bai Fu's arm with white sheer silk, but Bai Fu was completely unfazed. She had tried floating up and then crashing down, but Bai Fu was still unaffected. At this rate, her doppelganger would eventually be squeezed dry and then killed by Bai Fu. Too absurd. How could such a strong woman exist in this world? When she had received the order from the Truth Society president, Yulia thought her turning point had come. She hated Bai Fu so much she could eat rice with Bai Fu's photo, yet after actually meeting her, she ended up so utterly humiliated. If she died here, who knew how long it would be before she got another chance to get close to Bai Fu? Kill her, kill. No, she couldn't kill her. Yulia continued with threats, Bai Fu, this is just a doppelganger. Even if you kill this one, it's useless. I'll be back. Bai Fu laughed. Come back then. Next time, I'll serve you my triangle choke set meal with thigh neck combo. You're not afraid the people you care about will suffer? Afraid? It's not just you, one day I'll wipe out the entire Truth Society. Bai Fu sneered. She could feel it, the field around Yulia's body was weakening. Was she finally able to clamp her down completely? Yulia took a deep breath and decided to change tactics. You hate the Truth Society that much? Bai Fu said, the Truth Society wants to kill me. I can only return the favor. I actually hate the Truth Society too, Yulia suddenly said. Who are you fooling? Bai Fu curled her lip. Yulia went on, I need you because studying you can help me break free from the Truth Society's control. Then I'll be able to get my revenge. The Truth Society is more powerful than you can imagine. If you really want to destroy it, you'd better cooperate with me. Powerful, huh? I'm not feeling it, Bai Fu remained unmoved. Yulia said, you haven't met the Truth Society president. You don't know how strong he is. Once you see him, you won't think this way. Cut the nonsense. No matter how strong he is, he's dead if he runs into me. As for you, just pray I never find your true body. You're putting your hopes in the gene primordials. I advise you to abandon that idea. The gene primordials hide even deeper secrets than the Truth Society. Getting too close to them will only lead to disaster. That line caught Bai Fu's attention. Li Cheng had said something similar when he was captured. To be honest, I don't have much psionic power left. How about we make a deal? Yulia suddenly shifted her tone. As long as you agree to let me study you, I can give you anything I possess once it's done, including my life. Before Bai Fu could reply, she added, I know you won't agree right now, but it doesn't matter. Once you've dealt with the Truth Society and the gene primordials for a while, you'll believe everything I just said. Bai Fu's eyes shifted slightly. She suddenly realized this was an opportunity. Yulia was an expert in psionics, and what she currently lacked was precisely psionic knowledge. Anything at all. Anything. Bai Fu said, I don't believe you. Not unless you give me some psionic knowledge first. Rich lady, V me 50 to prove your strength. Yulia remained silent for a long moment. Go to refuge number 11 in the Jelly Desert. I'll find a way to contact you. All right. I look forward to our next meeting. Bai Fu tightened her grip further. Finally, Yulia's psionic power was depleted. In just a few seconds, she passed out from suffocation. She slowly released her aching limbs. After staring at Yulia's doppelganger for a few moments, she picked up the gun that had fallen to the ground and fired a few shots to finish off the clone. You killed Yulia, doppelganger, contribution, 96.3%. After level adjustment, you gained 43,817 XP. Seeing such a generous XP reward, Bai Fu was overjoyed. It had been well worth the few minutes she spent wrestling Yulia on the floor. Refuge number 11, huh? Bai Fu wasn't the least bit worried that it might be a trap Yulia had set. After all, she could have the players help her trigger the traps first. Of course, she didn't actually plan to cooperate with Yulia. She simply wanted to scam a bit of psionic knowledge out of her. No big deal. Didn't Yulia say she wanted to study her so she could get revenge on the Truth Society? Once Bai Fu wiped them out, what would Yulia have to blame her for? Bai Fu looked around. The trouble was solved. It was time to figure out how to leave this base. She walked deeper into the base and soon found another exit. It was sealed off, but through the door, she could hear voices on the other side. The bombs already planted, fall back. Bai Fu quickly dodged aside. With a loud boom, the door collapsed with a thunderous crash. Through the billowing dust, she saw Bask charging in with a squad of soldiers from outside. Bai Fu. Bask came to a halt. He had never expected to run into Bai Fu here. At first, he froze, then a smile spread across his face. You're alone. Where are the others? Bai Fu answered truthfully, the corridor collapsed. They're trapped on the other side. Bask nodded. Just when Bai Fu thought he was going to rescue them, he suddenly raised his pistol. Kill her. Bang! A bullet shot out and struck Bai Fu squarely between the eyebrows. 66, Fu Baby v Me 50 to prove strength. On the road to Bagaro's refuge, the army from the Gene Primordial side was still entangled with the ambush troops deployed by the Truth Society. When they had just been attacked by the ambush, the Gene Primordial side had taken a heavy hit, with several of the vehicles leading the way being blown up. But the military representative Basque was no ordinary figure. He did not let down the High Command's expectations of him. He quickly calmed down from his fury and began directing the army and the intelligence bureau to counterattack. In terms of individual soldier capabilities, there was not much difference between the Gene Primordials and the Truth Society, but when it came to battlefield coordination, the Gene Primordials, who had fought in several major wars, had the upper hand. Thus, even though the Truth Society initially had the advantage of ambush, as time passed, both sides gradually returned to a stalemate. Boom boom boom. The sound of shell explosions and gunfire mixed together, composing a song of death on the battlefield. Inside the command vehicle, watching their own men going blow for blow with the ambushers by the roadside, Basque, Liu Yuelin, and the Division 3 director all wore grave expressions. This was not the situation they wanted to see. For Liu Yuelin and the Division 3 director, the longer this dragged on, the more danger those special agents sent to Bagaro's refuge would be in. For Basque, his mission here was to destroy the Truth Society's base. Before coming, he had even patted his chest and guaranteed he would handle it beautifully. With the battle turning out like this, even if he ended up victorious, he would gain no benefit from it. He had to find a way to break the stalemate. Basque's gaze landed on the two intelligence bureau big shots. For the sake of his own merit, he now had no choice but to let the intelligence bureau people take some risks. However, since the intelligence bureau and the military belonged to different organizations, he couldn't directly command Liu Yuelin and the Division 3 director. It seemed he would need to offer them some benefits. As Basque pondered, the front lines suddenly became chaotic. What's going on? His brows furrowed. From the walkie-talkie came the surprised voice of the frontline commander, Commander Basque, the Truth Society thugs on my assault route suddenly withdrew. What? Basque was shocked. His first suspicion was that this was another trap. But after thinking it through, it didn't make sense. Giving up such a wide opening, did the Truth Society have enough manpower to set up another encirclement? Soon after, the walkie-talkie was filled with exclamations. Where are they? We've broken through the line and are advancing toward Bagaro's refuge. The enemy is retreating, should we pursue? Everyone around turned their gaze to Basque. It was up to him to make the call now. Basque hesitated. It was too abnormal. He couldn't understand the Truth Society's moves at all. This wasn't a rout, and it couldn't be a trap. If it were, then it would be an incredibly stupid one. Just as he was torn, someone nearby suddenly shouted. The Truth Society's base has been breached by Fu Baby. They're retreating to reinforce, we can't let them get away. What? Everyone in the vehicle turned their heads in shock and saw that the one shouting was one of those odd people brought by Bai Fu. Wasn't Fu Baby just Bai Fu? Although they had already learned from Su Hong that Bai Fu had located the true site of the Bagaro's base, to now suddenly claim Bai Fu had breached the Truth Society's base, that was just absurd. Where did you get this information? Basque demanded. One of the people attacking the base with Fu Baby told me, the named player urged quickly. Enough with the doubts, what's the point of that now? Hurry and send people to chase them down. This is a perfect chance to destroy the Bagaro's base. Wait any longer and they might escape. Basque clenched his right fist. He didn't want to believe it, but the Truth Society thugs' odd behavior could indeed be explained if Bai Fu had breached the base. Pursue. He issued the order immediately. The Gene Primordial soldiers who received the order split into two groups. Coordinating with various vehicles, they rapidly advanced. They soon crossed the trenches dug by the Truth Society. One group broke into Bagaro's refuge and rescued the surrounded Intelligence Bureau special agents, while the other charged toward the coordinates previously released by Su Hong. It was smooth, almost too smooth. Just 10 minutes ago, these Gene Primordial soldiers who had been fighting the Truth Society tooth and nail could never have imagined the situation would turn like this. For a moment, they even felt like they weren't here to fight a war, but to go on a vacation. I heard it was that Bai Fu from Division 4 who breached the Truth Society's base. For real. What new era Superman? Good thing we brought her this time. If we had kept this stalemate going, who knows how many people would have died. The Gene Primordial soldiers felt incredibly relieved. In contrast, the people of the Truth Society were on the brink of despair. Pursued relentlessly by the Gene Primordials, they fled frantically toward the base. As long as they could reach it, even if they couldn't win, at least there was a chance to escape. But what they never expected was that when they finally reached the base gate, what they saw was a tightly shut door. Anyone who doesn't surrender, kill them all. Bask shouted loudly. At the same time the Truth Society soldiers were getting thrashed, just one door away inside the base, Bai Fu had successfully deceived Yulia by exploiting her reluctance to strike back, and started attacking her. Even though Yulia was highly skilled, once Bai Fu locked her throat with her arm, her body collapsed uncontrollably to the ground. Now we're talking. Just hold on a bit longer. Once the Gene Primordials wipe out those Truth Society grunts outside, this battle will be over. Go Fu baby, the reinforcements are almost here. Master Fu, go for the midline. The Division 4 special agents and the surviving players who saw this scene were overjoyed. Most of the players in the live stream room were also excited. Only a few who disliked Bai Fu stomped their feet in anger, but no one paid them any mind now. Everyone was discussing how many rewards the players involved in this mission would receive once it ended. No one believed Yulia could turn the tables at this point. A squishy mage getting grappled by a tank like Fu baby and still hoping to reverse the fight. Even if Yulia had the power to turn the tide, there was still a group of Gene Primordial soldiers waiting outside. Damn, I'm so jealous. Following Bai Fu really is the best. Good thing I already bought my ticket to Lin. I'm joining next time too. Seriously, even if you didn't kill a single mob, you still get the base reward for eliminating Baghero's base at mission end. This is awesome. You all just keep being jealous. The players still present on site chuckled. They no longer paid attention to the boasting in the livestream comments but focused instead on Bai Fu and Yulia. Watching women fight was great, watching cute girls fight was even better. But soon they couldn't laugh anymore, because Yulia's throat may have been locked, but the source of her psionic power wasn't. To break free from Bai Fu's hold, she began unleashing skills recklessly and without restraint. Boom boom boom. Layers of translucent white sheer silk dropped from the sky, some slammed into Bai Fu's back, most others crashed down upon the surrounding players. Yulia hoped to distract Bai Fu by killing the players, thereby giving herself a chance to escape. Unfortunately for the players who had let down their guard, they were basking in triumph 1 second, and turned into corpses the next, losing a fair bit of XP for nothing. Under the continuous bombardment of the white sheer silk, the corridor walls and ceiling also took damage, collapsing and shattering in succession. War reporter Excavation Princess would have been smashed in the head if she hadn't dodged in time. We're screwed. Looking at the mountain of cement debris in front of her, Excavation Princess looked depressed. The live stream would have to be cut. Soon after, Convert to Bai Fu and the others arrived but were helpless. They wanted to help Bai Fu, but their strength wasn't enough to blast through this much debris. All they could do was wait. Given the strength Bai Fu had just displayed, she shouldn't lose to Yulia. Bai Fu herself was now in a tight spot. To prevent Yulia from escaping, she had not only locked Yulia's throat with her arm but also tightly clamped her waist with her thighs. Most people wouldn't last 10 seconds in this kind of hold before rolling their eyes back, but Yulia's abilities were simply too abnormal. With her psionic field repulsion, Bai Fu could never fully lock her down. She had to use fanaticism and power surge, inferior, on herself to temporarily boost her strength to 21 points. I don't believe your psionic power is infinite. Bai Fu was gambling that Yulia would run out of psionic energy before she herself ran out of stamina. Yulia struggled desperately, but unwilling to truly kill Bai Fu, she couldn't unleash anything effective. She had tried bombarding Bai Fu's arm with white sheer silk, but Bai Fu was completely unfazed. She had tried floating up and then crashing down, but Bai Fu was still unaffected. At this rate, her doppelganger would eventually be squeezed dry and then killed by Bai Fu. Too absurd. How could such a strong woman exist in this world? When she had received the order from the Truth Society president, Yulia thought her turning point had come. She hated Bai Fu so much she could eat rice with Bai Fu's photo, yet after actually meeting her, she ended up so utterly humiliated. If she died here, who knew how long it would be before she got another chance to get close to Bai Fu? Kill her, kill. No, she couldn't kill her. Yulia continued with threats, Bai Fu, this is just a doppelganger. Even if you kill this one, it's useless. I'll be back. Bai Fu laughed. Come back then. Next time, I'll serve you my triangle choke set meal with thigh neck combo. You're not afraid the people you care about will suffer. Afraid? It's not just you, one day I'll wipe out the entire Truth Society. Bai Fu sneered. She could feel it, the field around Yulia's body was weakening. Was she finally able to clamp her down completely? Yulia took a deep breath and decided to change tactics. You hate the Truth Society that much? Bai Fu said, the Truth Society wants to kill me. I can only return the favor. I actually hate the Truth Society too, Yulia suddenly said. Who are you fooling? Bai Fu curled her lip. Yulia went on, I need you because studying you can help me break free from the Truth Society's control. Then I'll be able to get my revenge. The Truth Society is more powerful than you can imagine. If you really want to destroy it, you'd better cooperate with me. Powerful, huh? I'm not feeling it, Bai Fu remained unmoved. Yulia said, you haven't met the Truth Society president. You don't know how strong he is. Once you see him, you won't think this way. Cut the nonsense. No matter how strong he is, he's dead if he runs into me. As for you, just pray I never find your true body. You're putting your hopes in the gene primordials. I advise you to abandon that idea. The gene primordials hide even deeper secrets than the Truth Society. Getting too close to them will only lead to disaster. That line caught Bai Fu's attention. Li Cheng had said something similar when he was captured. To be honest, I don't have much psionic power left. How about we make a deal? Yulia suddenly shifted her tone. As long as you agree to let me study you, I can give you anything I possess once it's done, including my life. Before Bai Fu could reply, she added, I know you won't agree right now, but it doesn't matter. Once you've dealt with the Truth Society and the gene primordials for a while, you'll believe everything I just said. Bai Fu's eyes shifted slightly. She suddenly realized this was an opportunity. Yulia was an expert in psionics, and what she currently lacked was precisely psionic knowledge. Anything at all. Anything. Bai Fu said, I don't believe you. Not unless you give me some psionic knowledge first. Rich lady, V me 50 to prove your strength. Yulia remained silent for a long moment. Go to refuge number 11 in the Jelly Desert. I'll find a way to contact you. All right. I look forward to our next meeting. Bai Fu tightened her grip further. Finally, Yulia's psionic power was depleted. In just a few seconds, she passed out from suffocation. She slowly released her aching limbs. After staring at Yulia's doppelganger for a few moments, she picked up the gun that had fallen to the ground and fired a few shots to finish off the clone. You killed Yulia, doppelganger, contribution, 96.3%. After level adjustment, you gained 43,817 XP. Seeing such a generous XP reward, Bai Fu was overjoyed. It had been well worth the few minutes she spent wrestling Yulia on the floor. Refuge number 11, huh? Bai Fu wasn't the least bit worried that it might be a trap Yulia had set. After all, she could have the players help her trigger the traps first. Of course, she didn't actually plan to cooperate with Yulia. She simply wanted to scam a bit of psionic knowledge out of her. No big deal. Didn't Yulia say she wanted to study her so she could get revenge on the Truth Society? Once Bai Fu wiped them out, what would Yulia have to blame her for? Bai Fu looked around. The trouble was solved. It was time to figure out how to leave this base. She walked deeper into the base and soon found another exit. It was sealed off, but through the door, she could hear voices on the other side. The bombs already planted, fall back. Bai Fu quickly dodged aside. With a loud boom, the door collapsed with a thunderous crash. Through the billowing dust, she saw Bask charging in with a squad of soldiers from outside. Bai Fu. Bask came to a halt. He had never expected to run into Bai Fu here. At first, he froze, then a smile spread across his face. "You're alone. Where are the others?" Bai Fu answered truthfully, "The corridor collapsed. They're trapped on the other side." Bask nodded. Just when Bai Fu thought he was going to rescue them, he suddenly raised his pistol. "Kill her." Bang! A bullet shot out and struck Bai Fu squarely between the eyebrows. 67. Super Durable Queen Bai Fu. The moment the bullet hit her brow, Bai Fu felt as if she had been flicked on the forehead. Did it hurt? Yes, it did. Was it serious? She lost exactly 0 HP. However, this was just the beginning. Although the soldiers who followed Bask inside seemed a bit confused, they were all brought along by Bask. Seeing him open fire himself, they didn't bother to verify whether Bai Fu was an ally or not. They drew their guns and unleashed a wild barrage. Bai Fu reacted swiftly, darting into a nearby corridor the instant she was shot. A hailstorm of bullets chased after her footsteps, leaving a trail of marks along the floor and walls. Running is useless, Bai Fu. The entire base is surrounded. Unless you can teleport, there's no way you're escaping today. Bask was surprised that Bai Fu hadn't been taken down in one shot, but he quickly regained his composure. It wasn't unusual for a psionic per user to have methods to block bullets. Though the sneak attack had failed, the situation was still within his control. The Truth Society and the people Bai Fu had brought with her had suffered heavy casualties, almost total annihilation. The members of Division 4 from the Intelligence Bureau, who were close to Bai Fu, were currently clearing out the remaining Truth Society forces in the Bagaros refuge. This meant no one was coming to save Bai Fu now. As long as he killed Bai Fu before Division 4 arrived, he could blame her death on the Truth Society, or even accuse her of colluding with them. Everyone else would have no choice but to accept it. Bask was thrilled. Before departure, higher-ups had secretly instructed him to eliminate Bai Fu. He had been worrying about how to find the chance. Who would have thought Bai Fu would deliver herself to his doorstep? This was a monumental achievement. Completing this mission would secure him a place in the inner circle of the gene primordials. He led the soldiers in a sweep search, gradually shrinking Bai Fu's space to hide. Have you ever felt the pain of having your fingernails peeled off one by one, or your eyelids cut away? Bai Fu, if you come out now, I can make it hurt a little less. Hearing Bask's lines that sounded like something out of a horror film killer's script, Bai Fu curled her lips. She had known from the start that this guy was up to no good. After all, they had never met before, yet Bask's favorability towards her was -31. If that didn't scream shady, what did? Because of this, she had sent a few players to keep an eye on Bask. Unfortunately, he had hidden himself too well. Until he revealed his fangs, he hadn't made a single suspicious move. Bask is weaker than Guido, let alone Yulia. Though I lost quite a bit of stamina fighting Yulia, I still have battle etiquette, a god-tier skill that lets me strike by surprise. Beating Bask won't be hard. The only issue was that Bask had brought too many people. With Bai Fu's current physique, she had no reason to fear ordinary bullets. But the elite soldiers Bask had brought along all carried special weapons like grenades and acid rounds. If she used battle etiquette to control Bask, and those elite soldiers started lobbing grenades and acid rounds at her all at once, even with a psionic shield card in her hand, she might not be able to withstand it. Still, it wasn't a big problem. The Bagaros base was a maze. Even internal personnel could easily get lost if they weren't careful, let alone Bask's team. But Bai Fu was different. She had the game map. Unless Bask blew up the entire base, she had all the time in the world to play guerrilla warfare with him. The gene primordials brought some heavy weapons this time, but destroying the Bagaros base with them wouldn't happen in a short time. Advantage, mine. To make her position even more secure, Bai Fu planned to take out an extra layer of insurance. Bask had more people, but she wasn't alone. Those 100+ players weren't just decorations. As long as she got the message out, they would quickly rush over. And for her, sending a message out couldn't be simpler. With her plan set, Bai Fu immediately ran to the spot where she had been grappling with Yulia earlier. She shouted through the wall, "Something's happened. Bask is colluding with the Truth Society. He's gone mad and wants to kill everyone who knows. I'll do my best to stall him, get out of here and spread the word before he silences everyone." Bai Fu knew that Bask would surely spread lies to smear her, so she made up the lie before he could. That one sentence stunned everyone standing on the other side of the wall. They were happy to hear that Bai Fu hadn't died in her fight with Yulia, but what was this about Bask colluding with the Truth Society? No way. Su Hong's mouth was slightly agape as he stared around in a daze. The Gene Primordial soldiers who had recently broken through the tightly sealed gate looked equally baffled. They strongly suspected that the figure standing opposite them wasn't actually Bai Fu, but rather a Truth Society thug disguised as her, aiming to throw them into chaos. "I'll contact Commander Bask right away to confirm the situation." An officer named Lu Ling hurriedly pulled out his walkie-talkie. Before he could even reach out, Bask had already taken the initiative to call in. "Urgent notice, Bai Fu is a spy sent by the Truth Society. All units immediately lock down Bagaro's base, not even a mosquito gets out. Lu Ling, lead a team to attack from the rear entrance and coordinate with me to sandwich Bai Fu." Huh? Lu Ling was full of question marks. What kind of ridiculous development was this? How had Bai Fu suddenly become a Truth Society spy? Earlier, he had doubted whether the Bai Fu behind the wall was genuine. Now he was starting to wonder if the Bask on the other end of the walkie-talkie was even real. As he wavered, Bai Fu suddenly shouted again, "He's slandering me. How could I possibly be a Truth Society spy? I not only captured Li Cheng, I also destroyed Bagaro's base. What kind of spy targets their own side like that? Bask is the real spy. He led you into a Truth Society ambush, but thanks to my actions, the ambushers had to retreat, ruining their plans to annihilate you all. That's why he hates me to the core." Bask froze for a moment. He hadn't expected to hear Bai Fu's voice through the walkie-talkie, much less that she would slander him like this. His heart sank slightly. "Bai Fu, do you even realize what you're saying?" Bai Fu let out a cold laugh. "See? He's panicking. He's even starting to threaten me now. Bask, do you think I scare easy? Your good days are over. Even if you kill everyone here today, you won't be able to hide your secret, I guarantee it." Bask's blood pressure spiked. He almost couldn't catch his breath. "You're spreading rumors about me now? Bai Fu, you've got guts typical of a spy. Lu Ling, I order you as commander, take action immediately, or face military punishment." Lu Ling, Bai Fu laughed even louder. "Military punishment? Bask, you're the one who should be punished, you're the traitor. You say I'm a spy? Show me the evidence. I caught Li Cheng and destroyed Bagaro's base. What did you do? Don't worry. Once I get out of here, I'll expose all the proof of your collusion with the Truth Society." Bask's grip on the walkie-talkie creaked with tension. Now that the truth was out, there was no point arguing with Bai Fu. His only task was to kill her, and fast. Once Bai Fu was dead, even if the Intelligence Bureau disapproved, higher-ups would protect him. "Lu Ling. Lu Ling." Bask called once. Bai Fu called once. Lu Ling felt like his head was about to explode. Damn it all. If he couldn't tell who was in the wrong, then maybe it was best to just back off entirely. Grinding his teeth, Lu Ling said "okay" to both of them, but after ending the call, he immediately contacted the Intelligence Bureau to take charge of the situation. He chose to back down, but the players wouldn't. Between Bask and Bai Fu, the players sided with Bai Fu unconditionally. She was not only beautiful, she helped them level up. Bask? Who was that nobody? Convert to Bai Fu was the first to step forward. Real or not, I'm going to find out. With him leading, the other players sprang into action, some trying to charge out of the base, others urging Lu Ling to blast open the corridor. The corridor was blocked by a pile of cement blocks. Ordinary grenades wouldn't cut it, they needed Lu Ling to use heavier explosives. Lu Ling fired a shot into the ceiling. Quiet, all of you. Until the 2 directors from the Intelligence Bureau arrive, stay right where you are. Move and my gun won't show mercy. That line fired up the players instantly. You blowing up the corridor or not? Lu Ling pretended not to hear. Convert to Bai Fu roared in fury. Damn it. If anything happens to Fu Fu, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Lu Ling raised his gun and aimed at Convert to Bai Fu. Say that again. I will. Count me in 2. If anything happens to the boss, I'll fight you to the death. Anya stomped her feet in rage inside her power armor. Seeing things escalate, Starfish Bro quickly stepped in to shield Anya. Anya was an important plot NPC. Though far from Bai Fu's level, she still couldn't be allowed to die here. Just as the situation spiraled out of control, Xiaoshi stepped forward. Everyone, stand down. Though Bai Fu's origins were mysterious, she still believed Bai Fu wasn't a Truth Society spy. Not just because Bai Fu had saved her, but because of how ruthlessly she dealt with the Truth Society. She killed without hesitation, hardly the behavior of a spy. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoshi finally made her decision. She couldn't just watch Bai Fu die here for no reason. Blow open the wall and let Bai Fu out. My father is Xiaoshi of the Technology Bureau. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. It was her first time using her father's name to pressure someone. Xiaoshi's name carried serious weight within the gene primordials. Lu Ling's expression changed multiple times, but in the end, he held firm. Director Lu will be here shortly. Until he arrives, I take orders only from him. You. Xiaoshi was helpless. She quickly tried to contact Lu Yuelin, but her terminal's message vanished into the void, no reply at all. Basque wasn't to be underestimated. After failing to command Lu Ling, he immediately had his confidant jam all signals around Bagaro's base, buying himself time. Bai Fu, you're not getting away. His roar echoed through the corridor. Bai Fu remained unfazed. Thanks to the player's live stream, she knew Excavation Princess and the others had already broadcast the events happening here. The players who had respawned at the respawn point were already rushing over. It was only a few miles. For players around level 10, 10 minutes was plenty. Bai Fu sprinted through the corridor, and before long, someone spotted her. Found her. A group of people began firing as they chased her, but she was simply too fast. With the map in her possession, she had no fear of running into a dead end. She dashed ahead without pause, while the soldiers trailing behind quickly split into scattered groups. Where is she? I think I saw her go into that room. Dense footsteps echoed through the corridor as the group rushed to a room and kicked the door open. The moment they stormed in, a figure crashed out from the side like a tank. The one leading the charge couldn't dodge in time and was slammed directly into the wall. The searing pain in the back of his head blurred his consciousness. Just as he let out a cry, he felt his neck being grabbed and the next second, a cold gun barrel was pressed to his stomach. Bang bang bang. 3 shots to kill. Using the corpse as a shield, Bai Fu continued her charge forward. Startled, the Gene Primordial soldiers quickly pulled their triggers, firing dozens of bullets that shredded the corpse Bai Fu had been holding by the neck. Here's your friend back. Bai Fu tossed the body forward, then turned and ran toward the room's other door. Don't let her get away. One Gene Primordial soldier failed to dodge and was hit hard by the body. Furious, he shoved the corpse aside, and just as he looked down he saw something alarming. Holy crap, it's a grenade, quick dash. Boom. The shockwave tore through those closest. Bai Fu was thrown to the ground by the blast. After a moment, she got up, patted the dust off her clothes, and kept running. She'd only lost a little over 10 HP. Nothing serious. During her charge, she had casually snatched a grenade from the soldier she'd killed. In such a tight space, grenades were lethal harvesters. Just one explosion earned her over 2000 XP. Upon hearing the news, Bask was about to explode with rage. What? Another 5 dead? What? The grenade didn't hit Bai Fu but hit our own instead. He finally understood how Bai Fu had managed to wreck Baghero's base. But now wasn't the time to be caught up in that. What mattered was getting Bai Fu out of the way fast. Fortunately, although Bai Fu was nimble, Baghero's base wasn't that big. With repeated pursuits, the area she could move in was shrinking. Let's see how you run now. Bask pressed in step by step. His gun was empty, but he still had 2 grenades, and his soldiers carried plenty of weapons. Bai Fu, you have no idea who you messed with. You're dead. No one can save you. Bask laughed in exhilaration. You sure about that? Bask was shocked to see Bai Fu stop at an intersection. She turned around with a smile. Take a look behind you. That's the surprise I prepared for you. Suspicious and unsure, Bask feared Bai Fu was bluffing for a chance to escape. Still, gritting his teeth, he looked back. Nothing there. But his expression changed slightly. He heard sounds. Footsteps and shouting. The explosion came from up ahead. Hurry, hurry, Fufu's probably still alive. Otherwise, the explosions would have stopped. Bastard, touch my Fu and you're dead. It was Bai Fu's people and there were quite a few of them. No. Impossible. Didn't most of them die? How could there still be so many? When he saw the face of the first player who appeared, Bask's heart nearly stopped. He recognized this person. He had seen him at the base entrance, where half his head was blasted off during the battle with the Truth Society. But now he was alive again, and without a single injury. Bask, you're dead meat. Bai Fu repeated his own words back at him. Bask no longer had time to ponder how players could return from the dead, because they had launched an attack. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. And in this clash, the bravest ones were undoubtedly the players. Black Tiger Afu charged at the front, gun in his left hand, chi-powered punch in his right, knocking Gene Primordial's soldiers into dizziness and confusion. The other players weren't far behind. Grenades? Acid rounds? Nothing in their eyes. With no pain feedback enabled, it was all about the kill. Bask's pupils trembled violently. He saw one player's hand corroded into a claw shape by acid, yet still fighting unfazed. Another had his scalp peeled off and still kept shooting. What were these monsters? He felt fear, a primal, instinctual fear. Then, he suddenly found himself unable to move. You said I don't know who I messed with. Clearly, you don't know who you messed with either. Bai Fu activated battle etiquette and shot both of Bask's knees. With his kneecaps shattered, Bask fell backward to the ground. Blood splattered as Bai Fu stepped on his chest and pointed her gun at his head. Now can you tell me why you want to kill me? Bask panicked completely. It's not my fault. The general gave the order. Li Cheng said you learned the Gene Primordial's secret from him, so the general told me to find a way to kill you. Killing me won't help. Really? If you kill me, you'll just completely enrage the Gene Primordials. My advice, let me go. I'll report that you're already dead. That way, they won't target you anymore. Bai Fu narrowed her eyes. Just now, she received a system notification. You have triggered the plot mission secrets hidden within the heart. Mission description: from various sources, it appears the Gene Primordials are hiding an unspeakable secret. To protect it, they're willing to kill even at the slightest suspicion. Mission objective: find out the Gene Primordial secret that Li Cheng mentioned. Reward: 50,000 XP, exploration rate. Note: completing the mission will unlock a new mission. Accept/decline. Bai Fu chose to accept. 50,000 XP was no small reward. She suspected this mission might be related to the source of psionic power she triggered earlier at Xiaoshi's place. It could very well be part of the Origin Star main storyline. Your intel is quite valuable to me. Bai Fu gave another shot to Bask's hand. She didn't rush to finish him off, she still needed Bask during her escape. Then, she joined the hunt for the remaining Gene Primordial soldiers. With her entering the battlefield, the players completely seized control of the situation. Mid-fight, a loud explosion came from the rear. Bai Fu stopped. She quickly glanced at Excavation Princess's livestream. Turned out Lu Yuelin and the others had finally arrived. Under his lead, Lu Ling had blown open the collapsed corridor. Looked like it was time to leave. Bai Fu hauled Bask off the ground and walked toward the blasted corridor. From afar, she heard anxious voices. "Hurry, we must stop that lunatic Bask." Lu Yuelin was truly panicked. Without Bai Fu, Division 4 would still be under Li Cheng's shadow. He couldn't fathom why Bask had suddenly gone crazy and wanted to kill Bai Fu. Bai Fu, a Truth Society spy? That excuse wouldn't fool even a fool. Military conduct is getting more and more reckless. The Division 3 director beside him frowned. Though he had always clashed with Lu Yuelin, this time he stood firmly by his side. Arguments between them were internal matters, but Bask attacking Lu Yuelin's people was something else entirely. Not standing by Lu Yuelin now would be condoning military oppression of the Intelligence Bureau, and that he could not do. The two sprinted ahead, but soon halted. "Uncle Lu, why stop?" Xia Shi asked in confusion. Lu Yuelin replied, "See for yourself." Xia Shi stepped past Lu Yuelin and immediately saw Bai Fu dragging the half-dead Bask through a corridor strewn with blood and corpses. Blood blossomed on Bai Fu's white clothes like red plum blossoms. Amidst the aura of death, she looked ever more like a reaper of souls. Exclamation point. Even players who knew she had survived were shocked at the sight. How did she do it? Su Hong was stunned. Facing that many attackers, not only had she survived, she had captured Bask alive. Was Bai Fu made of iron? A furious shout broke the silence. "Bai Fu, put down Commander Bask." It was Bask's confidant, raising his gun. Bai Fu responded by tapping the gun barrel on Bask's wound, making him shriek like a pig being slaughtered. "Are you sure you want to threaten me?" Bask's confidant turned red with rage, unable to respond. "Anya, come here." Bai Fu called over Anya. "And someone bring my car here, fast. Or else your dear Commander Bask might bleed to death." "You." Bask's confidant trembled with anger but had no choice for Bask's safety. Still, he made a side move while ordering the car. He immediately contacted the general. Bai Fu swaggered through the crowd with Anya in tow. Lu Yuelin couldn't help but advise, "Bai Fu, if you trust me, put down Bask. I'll guarantee your safety and make sure Bask gives you an explanation." Bai Fu shook her head. "I appreciate the gesture, but there's no need. I've done what I needed to do here. Now I have somewhere else to be." Lu Yuelin wanted to say more, but gave up. If Bai Fu hadn't been strong enough, she'd be a corpse now. He had no grounds to ask her to spare Bask. Bask brought this on himself. Still. Minutes later, at the base gate, Lu Yuelin saw Bask's confidant arriving with men to kill. He had guessed right. Bask was abandoned. The general has ordered kill Bai Fu directly. Don't worry about Commander Bask. He had accepted his fate before this mission even started. Damn, they're darker than the Truth Society. Bai Fu shot Bask through the eye socket. "You killed Bask. Contribution, 100%. XP earned after level correction, 10,000. Then, she quickly hopped into the car with Anya and Excavation Princess. The latter couldn't be left behind, a top-notch promotional officer. Bai Fu still needed her to guide players and attract more to join her. Stop her. Don't let her escape. Chaos erupted around the base. Many soldiers were confused. One moment Bai Fu was a hero who saved them from an ambush, how was she now a target for execution? While they hesitated, Bai Fu had already driven off. Those under orders didn't plan to let her go so easily. Just as they were about to act, Xia Shi blocked their way. "I doubt you even have the general's authorization. This is personal revenge." Xia Shi's eyes blazed with fury. Bai Fu was fighting the Truth Society, yet those who should be fighting them were fighting her. Vermin. A bunch of vermin. No wonder the Truth Society ran rampant. Basque's confidant shouted angrily, "Get out of the way or I'll shoot you." Xia Shi sneered, "Go ahead. My father is Xia Shi. So what if you have a powerful dad?" Basque's confidant ground his molars almost to dust, but still didn't dare act. Instead, he had a few men encircle Xia Shi and took a detour himself. During the standoff, Lu Yuelin quietly signaled Su Hong. These military thugs needed a lesson. Su Hong understood and rushed to deflate the tires on the military's cars. After all the delays, by the time Basque's confidant got into a vehicle, Bai Fu had already fled far away. God damn it. That night, in a tavern at Bagarrow's refuge, Basque's confidant pounded the table in rage. He had no idea how to report to the general. Just then, someone approached him. "You are." Convert to my Fu said nothing. He silently pulled out a gun. Bang bang bang. After a few shots, there was no longer a need to worry about any report. Try to kill Fu and this is what you get. Convert to my Fu calmly watched the soldiers rushing at him. On the road to the Goli Desert, Bai Fu received a new system prompt. You have completed the faction conflict mission Bagarrows. 68, Mission Settlement, the True White Death. After receiving the mission completion prompt in the car, Bai Fu didn't rush to settle the mission. Most of the roads from Bagarrows to the Goli Desert mentioned by Yulia had already been abandoned. Along the way, it was inevitable to encounter various mutant creatures or fugitives wandering in the wilderness. Worried about unexpected incidents during the mission settlement, she waited until she drove to a small settlement before starting to check the gains from the Bagarrows trip. The faction conflict mission Bagarrows had a total of 5 branch objectives. Branch 1 Scout the situation required exploring the interior of Bagarrow's base, which Bai Fu completed while playing hide-and-seek with Basque. Since many players participated in it, her contribution to this mission wasn't particularly high, just over 30%. In the end, she received a reward of 5,000 XP and 2 additional stat points. This amount of XP was insignificant to her, but the bonus stat points were a pleasant surprise. She decided to assign them to Constitution for now. Branch 2 Ruthless Slaughter and Branch 3 Decapitation Operation had already been settled before leaving Bagarrow's base, so Bai Fu ignored them and focused on Branch 4 Team Power and Branch 5 Eliminate Bagarrow's base. In this operation, she and the players made an indelible contribution, almost completely turning the tide of battle. For this, the game directly gave an excellent rating. Branch 4's reward was 100,000 XP, and Branch 5's reward was 150,000 XP and a new skill. Is there nothing else besides XP and a new skill? Bai Fu was stunned. Although the mission settlement granted her a lot of XP, the rewards aside from XP felt somewhat perfunctory. She selected the newly acquired skill and began checking the skill description. Extradimensional corrosion. Each time your skill deals psionic damage to a target, it applies an extradimensional corrosion effect. This effect can stack up to 5 layers. Each stack burns the target for 1% of their max HP in psionic damage over 5 seconds. At 3 stacks, it reduces the target's total resistances by 10%. At 5 stacks, the corrosion effect becomes highly unstable and detonates after 3 seconds, dealing 10% of the target's max HP, plus Inspiration *1, in psionic damage. Detonation cooldown, 5 seconds. Note, this skill can evolve into a special talent. Holy crap. After reading the skill description, Bai Fu's previous frustration vanished. Her eyes lit up like she had just won 5 million in the lottery. Wasn't this almost like the passive of the Fire Mage? Until now, she had been a pure support, relying on her tankiness to fight back and forth with enemies, but with this passive, everything changed. If her opponent had 500 max HP, then with her current stats, after hitting the target with 5 psionic attacks, she could deal 110 psionic damage just from extradimensional corrosion's passive. Of course, that 110 damage was theoretical. Since the target had some psionic resistance, the actual damage dealt would be discounted. Even so, it was still astonishing. The skill itself also had base damage. With 5 consecutive hits, she could nearly shave off 200 HP from the opponent. And that wasn't even the limit of extra-dimensional corrosion. With just a glance, Bai Fu had already thought of a new use for the skill. She could stack the passive on one target, and once it reached 5 layers, immediately use Chain Reaction to link the target to others. Chain Reaction had a cooldown of 1 second, and the countdown for extra-dimensional corrosion's detonation was 3 seconds. That meant, as long as she was fast enough, one stack of the passive could bomb 3 people at once. Just like iron chains binding boats, setting fire at red cliffs, you know. With this, I finally live up to my nickname, the White Death. Bai Fu was in a great mood. With this, she had truly distanced herself from ordinary elite mobs, but she still had a way to go before reaching boss level. To become a qualified boss, just being tanky wasn't enough. One also needed a bunch of skills twisted enough to torture players to death, like Yulia. Bai Fu had figured out her next step. Before trading with Yulia at Shelter 11 in the Goli Desert, she planned to first learn a few offensive psionic skills for self-defense. Currently, the only offensive skill she had was Psionic Boil, but Psionic Boil dealt physical damage and couldn't trigger the extra-dimensional corrosion passive. From Bagaros to the Goli Desert, I'll pass by many large settlements. When I get there, I'll ask around. I should be able to find skill books or a class mentor. If all else fails, I'll post a mission on the dark web. Anyway, I still have 300,000 credit coins. Bai Fu closed the skill description and used her XP to raise psionic per user from LV7 to LV9. She only needed to accumulate over 20,000 XP more to level up again. However, rather than just leveling up, she was more eager to obtain the psionic knowledge she wanted from Yulia. That way, she could unlock the Apprentice Psionic Illustrator class. The improvements brought by rarer classes far surpassed gaining 1 or 2 levels. After closing the stats panel, Bai Fu opened the mission panel. After some tinkering, the destruction contribution of the plot mission Truth Unknown increased from 0.28% to 1.19%. They had taken down an entire base, yet the progress had only increased by less than 1%. It seemed this base wasn't very important to the Truth Society. Bai Fu curled her lips in disdain. She would have to intensify her efforts. The Truth Society wanted her dead, but Bai Fu was no pushover either. Excavation Princess. After finishing her own business, Bai Fu called over Excavation Princess. She had urgent matters to entrust her with. The assassination of Basque's confidant by convert to Bai Fu at the tavern caused an uproar. The Gene Primordials officer on site almost fainted from rage. They swarmed toward convert to Bai Fu, but before they could reach him, convert to Bai Fu had already shot himself twice. Trying to catch me? I'm not playing with you. As convert to Bai Fu collapsed to the ground, everyone whether hostile or not toward Bai Fu felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Their hearts turned icy. Bai Fu wasn't even dead yet, and her followers were already this fierce. If she truly died, they couldn't imagine the kind of revenge these people would unleash. The high-ranking bigwigs always had a bunch of guards with them, so they didn't fear retaliation. But for these small fry, they couldn't withstand such devastation. Before long, the Division 4 special agents received the report and rushed over. Seeing the 2 corpses on the ground, and recognizing the familiar face of convert to Bai Fu, they immediately understood what had happened. They weren't sure whether Bai Fu had ordered it. After all, Bai Fu had already killed Basque in public. Having her follower kill Basque's confidant didn't seem out of the question. Regardless of the truth, seeing those dumbstruck military officers gave them secret satisfaction. The Intelligence Bureau and the military had always been at odds. During this operation, although Basque acted normally, his subordinates had caused plenty of trouble for the Intelligence Bureau. They'd been simmering with anger for a while. Now look at that. Weren't you arrogant before? Try being arrogant now. Bai Fu is badass. This is a huge incident. The military definitely won't let it slide. She's now wanted by both the Truth Society and the military. I wonder if Bai Fu can survive. Su Hong shook his head, sighing in concern for Bai Fu's future. Like Xia Shi, he was a staunch anti-Truth Society fighter. Though he never said it out loud, after Bai Fu clashed with the Truth Society several times, he already considered her a comrade. Xia Shi was deep in thought when someone called her name. Xia Shi, you intervened just now. The military will surely hold you accountable when you return. Xia Shi shook her head. It's fine. My father won't leave me out to dry. All right. Lu Yuelin stepped forward. For the time being, stop discussing Bai Fu. Leave everything to me. If anyone asks, say she was just a normal collaborator. Deny everything else. The Division 4 special agents all turned to look at Lu Yuelin. At critical moments, old Lu really stepped up. Lu Yuelin wasn't just putting on a show. That very evening, someone came to question him about Bai Fu, and he immediately flipped the script. When questioned, he claimed to know nothing. When accused, he asked the other party if they had concrete evidence. If not, what were they even talking about? We deal in intelligence, we care about accuracy and timeliness. If we act on mere rumors, then tell me, who among the gene primordials doesn't have connections with the Truth Society? Lu Yuelin put on a firm front, you're trying to teach me my job, attitude. The visitor was seething but helpless. His rank wasn't even higher than Lu Yuelin's. What could he do? If you find Bai Fu's whereabouts, report immediately. He could only leave in frustration after throwing down those words. Lu Yuelin had won a major victory, but his mood remained heavy. He'd heard that Basque had acted under orders from the general. Clearly, the gene primordials were hiding secrets he didn't know. He went out to find Xia Shi. Your father just contacted me. He told me to send you back right away. I've arranged a paid vacation for you. Xia Shi nodded. Thanks, Uncle Lu. She figured she probably couldn't keep being a special agent. Once she returned, her father definitely wouldn't let her roam free again. But when she had stood up to stop those soldiers for Bai Fu, she had already mentally prepared herself. So she didn't regret it. That's how life worked sometimes. Choosing one thing meant giving up another. Like how she chose wealth when she was born, and from that moment on, she never had to worry about being poor. Standing beside the vehicle in the cool night breeze, Xia Shi recalled her conversation with Bai Fu in the car after capturing Li Cheng. Back then, she had promised to help Bai Fu investigate File 001, which recorded the source of psionic power on Origin Star. This trip back was the perfect time to handle it. While deep in thought, she suddenly heard approaching footsteps. HM. If I remember correctly, aren't you one of Bai Fu's followers? Xia Shi turned her head. Starfish Bro replied, my name is Starfish Bro. I'm here to deliver a message from Bai Fu. What message? Xia Shi looked puzzled. Starfish Bro said, she said she's remembered your kindness. Anytime, anywhere, if you're in trouble, you can come to her. She'll always have your back. Xia Shi froze, then let out a laugh. Sounds nice, but I don't even have a way to contact her. If I really get into trouble, how am I supposed to find her? Starfish Bro replied, that's easy. Just find an outsider like me and ask them to pass the message. No matter how far, Bai Fu will receive it quickly. Is that so? Xia Shi didn't believe it, but she still felt uplifted. It was rare for someone to say something like that to her. A pity. She had thought she could become friends with Bai Fu, but the military went insane and messed everything up. Tell her this from me, I'm doing fine. She should worry about herself first and not get killed under an assassination bounty. After sending Starfish Bro off, Xia Shi returned to the vehicle. Not long after she sat down, she heard shouting outside. Something happened. Songshan settlement was attacked by the Truth Society. Heavy casualties. The entire Bagaros refuge was thrown into chaos. Even before chaos erupted in Bagaros refuge, the Truth Society headquarters was already in disarray. Yulia brought shocking news, Bagaros base had fallen. Carlos, Lieutenant Qian, Guido, and Yulia's doppelganger were all dead. You sure you're not telling me a sci-fi story? The Truth Society president's eyes were bloodshot, as if they were bleeding. He immediately sent people to investigate. The reality was exactly as Yulia had described, if not worse, because all of them had died at Bai Fu's hands. He'd heard that someone wanted to kill her. Not only did I take out the assassins you sent, I even wrecked one of your bases. How does that make you feel? Angry. The president was so furious, he turned into the Tom who read Jerry's diary and went full rage mode. Trash, all of you are trash. He immediately ordered Minister of the Combat Unit Bernardo to further raise the bounty on Bai Fu. The previous amount had been far too low. This time, he wanted to raise it in one go to 3 million, a number insane enough to drive most assassins wild. Bernardo hurried to carry out the order, but when he logged into the dark web, he suddenly discovered a problem. President, the gene primordials have also issued a bounty on Bai Fu. The bounty amount is 1 million. What? The president's face slowly returned to normal. What's going on? Bernardo looked grim. I tried consulting the Makarov family that runs the dark web, but they don't have exact details yet. All they know is that Bai Fu did fall out with the gene primordials, and rumor has it she killed quite a few of their people. Interesting. The president paced back and forth in the lab. No need to raise Bai Fu's bounty anymore. Keep it as it is. Send someone to investigate the reason for her falling out with the gene primordials. Also, issue an order that if our people encounter Bai Fu, they don't need to attack immediately. If she's willing to defect to us, I can forgive her previous disrespect. Bernardo nodded. Understood. President, there's also news from Songshan. Our raid was successful. We've secured the data you requested. Upon hearing that, the cloud over the president's heart lifted completely, and he burst into laughter. Good, good, good. Although we lost Bagaro's base, as long as we've secured that data, everything was worth it. Locked inside the circular machine, Yulia silently listened to the conversation between the president and Bernardo. She wasn't very interested in any of this. Right now, she only wanted to know whether Bai Fu would go to the Goli Desert as promised. She didn't have much time left. If she missed this chance, she wasn't sure if she could ever escape from here. The next day, Bai Fu continued on her journey with Excavation Princess and Anya. She drove intermittently, trying to gather as much gasoline, food, water, and basic materials for crafting prayer cards as possible from the settlements and camps along the way. During her downtime, she wandered through the community to check on the status of players and the gene primordials. In yesterday's operation, quite a few players had died twice. At first, they worried that the lost XP couldn't be recovered, but after the mission settlement, they were surprised to find that not only had the XP rewards compensated for their losses, they'd even gained enough to level up again. Combat. So satisfying. I'm definitely following Fu Fu for the next battle. Wake up. Bai Fu already bailed. You ain't getting that thrill again. Don't worry. Wherever Fu Fu goes, I'll follow. I get it now. Fu Fu is basically the official cheat buff for us button mashers. If I hadn't been following her, my level wouldn't have climbed so fast. Damn, I'm so jealous. Even those who died twice got this much XP. That means Party Big Star and the rest probably leveled up twice. By the way, what about the Iron Rain Guild? Didn't they discover Bagaro's base? How much did they earn? This topic sparked wide discussion. Many guild leaders who had previously been humiliated by Sword Chi Soaring's showboating all flocked in like black bastard of the Hall of Loyalty and Righteousness. They all let Sword Chi Soaring, asking him to come out and show off again. Watching the constant back-end notifications pop up, Sword Chi Soaring just wanted to escape the planet. Rewards? Screw that. He had been tied to a lab bed the whole time. During the mission settlement, he received only the basic rewards. Out of the hundreds of players in the operation, few fared worse than the Iron Rain Guild. What a damn shame. He had only joined the Truth Society because Bai Fu was too popular and the mission rewards for those orbiting her were too limited. He never expected the Truth Society would screw him over so hard. Damn it. Now look at him. Sword Chi Soaring didn't dare show his face. If those guild leaders who were once shown up by him found out how badly he lost, they'd laugh their heads off. Sword Chi Soaring couldn't take that kind of humiliation. Fortunately, he had hidden his personal info when he first entered the game, or he'd already be exposed. But hiding couldn't last forever. Once the new version's ranking list dropped and his name wasn't on it, Black Bastard and the others would instantly know he'd failed at being a show-off. Sword Chi Soaring ground his teeth. Damn that Truth Society, screw your mother. You won't let me in. Then I'll do everything I can to stop other players from joining you. Without players, let's see how you match up against the other factions. An enraged Sword Chi Soaring refused to accept defeat. I control my own fate, not the heavens. He believed he still had a shot. He had just heard that Bai Fu left Lin, which meant there wouldn't be many players by her side for a while. If he could seize this chance to grab a few more missions from Bai Fu, he might just make a comeback before the new version launched. Damn it, it's all about who licks up to Bai Fu better, right? Sword Chi Soaring hurried to contact Excavation Princess. Right now, only she, who had been taken away by Bai Fu, knew where Bai Fu was. Fu, Sword Chi Soaring contacted me just now. He wants to know where you are. He hopes to keep following you. In the vehicle, Excavation Princess turned and said. Bai Fu gripped the steering wheel with both hands, eyes on the road. It's too dangerous now. Let's wait until we're settled in the Goli Desert before telling them. Now wasn't the time to reveal her location. She didn't want anyone interfering with her deal with Yulia. Since she had said so, Excavation Princess had no objections. In fact, she wished the other players would all stay away from Bai Fu, then she could monopolize Bai Fu for her exclusive reports. After speeding through the pollution zone for a day and getting into 2 fights with mutant creatures, Bai Fu finally learned the offensive skill she had been looking for at a large settlement. Psionic Imbue LV1, consumes 5 psionic value. Your next attack deals 100% * base damage plus 5 psionic damage. It was time to test whether she truly deserved the title of White Death. 70. This is the joy of having cheats. After the Battle of Bagaros, Bai Fu's figure temporarily disappeared from the player's view. But her departure not only failed to reduce discussions about her, it actually drew even more player attention. This was thanks to the strong promotion by the Truth Society, Gene Primordials, and the Dark Web. When words like 800,000, 1 million, beating up the Truth Society, and counter-killing the Gene Primordials, were put together, Bai Fu instantly stood out on the Dark Web bounty list, becoming the new generation superstar of the Dark Web. Not only in Shelter Number 7 on the edge of the Goli Desert, but in other places with Dark Web outposts, many were talking about Bai Fu. Have you guys heard? Yeah, it's that Bai Fu. Awesome, seriously awesome. Such lines often drifted into some players' ears unexpectedly. These players who ignored the community and just focused on their own gameplay might not have cared much at first, but after hearing it repeatedly, they couldn't help getting curious. Could this be some important plot clue? Better go investigate. Once these players took action, Bai Fu's fame naturally spread wider. Their involvement made the community discussions about Bai Fu even more intense, with many speculating on Bai Fu's character positioning in the main plotlines of Origin Star. Some players believed Bai Fu was tied to either a hidden storyline or the main plot. Others debated the increasingly popular topic of faction choice, especially in light of Bai Fu's conflict with the Gene Primordials and the Truth Society. Although the game's official team had previously clarified that players could engage in the main story even without joining a faction, and could still progress well even without touching the main story, most players still felt that to best complete the main quests, one had to choose an appropriate faction. The reason was simple: joining a faction granted a fixed promotion path, triggered quests more easily, and included NPC support. The early game experience was clearly better than playing solo. Many players born near the Gene Primordials originally planned to follow Bai Fu, but now that she had fallen out with the Gene Primordials and vanished, they had to consider how to play next. They couldn't just wait for Bai Fu forever, right? I don't want to run around everywhere, I'll just join the Gene Primordials nearby. Fu helped the Gene Primordials so much, but they not only didn't appreciate it, they tried to kill Fu. Damn it, I'm joining the Truth Society to go after the Gene Primordials. Just as players were enthusiastically debating, Sword Chi Soaring and his hired water army were also vigorously slandering the Truth Society, when suddenly someone shouted in the thread. Big news, Excavation Princess has joined Bai Fu's faction. That shout drew massive attention. In an instant, a flood of players rushed into the thread just posted by Excavation Princess. At that moment, she was gleefully answering questions in her post. Joining Fufu's faction wasn't as hard as I thought. I didn't really do much these past few days, just stayed by Fufu's side. Then she suddenly asked me if I wanted to keep accompanying her. Since Fufu said that much, how could I say no? I said yes, and then she gave me a badge and a profession knowledge book. Damn, she actually pulled it off. The incoming players were red-eyed with envy. The sharp-eyed noticed that Excavation Princess had leveled up once since disappearing. Leveling up and getting a knowledge book. This wasn't joining a faction, she basically got herself a beautiful companion to play with. So lucky. Digging treasure, have you forgotten the times we fought side by side? Tell me where you are, I swear I won't tell anyone else. Me too, Digging Treasure, I've been your fan for 10 years. Many players tagged Excavation Princess in the forum, and she received numerous private messages. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but you all know, Fufu is currently wanted by both the Truth Society and Gene Primordials. It's not convenient to reveal her whereabouts. Alright, I'll go ask Fufu and see what she says. After being bombarded with private messages, Excavation Princess turned to look at Bai Fu beside her. Everything was within Bai Fu's expectations. With Excavation Princess's vain and show-off personality, if she didn't go flaunt in the community after joining the Garden of Silence, something would be wrong, and that was exactly what Bai Fu wanted. Since she had already decided to tie players to her bandwagon through factions, seeing them start talking about joining others, she definitely couldn't sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, by the time she was able to reveal her location, there wouldn't be many players left for her to choose from. She invited Excavation Princess to join the Garden of Silence specifically to draw player attention, to stop them from rushing to make faction choices. Everyone, don't rush to join other factions yet, there's still one more faction here for you to choose. But Bai Fu also knew that such a level of publicity could only grab temporary attention. Once enough time passed, players would again consider joining other factions. To maintain the hype, she needed to constantly create new buzz to keep players' eyes on her. And she had already thought of how to do that, make Excavation Princess into a role model. Look at how strong Excavation Princess became just by following me. You players who think you're better than her, aren't you tempted to come over and strike gold? Fufu, there's something I'd like to ask your opinion on, Excavation Princess said. Bai Fu, who had been watching the community, calmly nodded, go ahead. Excavation Princess said, Party Big Star, Sword Chi Soaring, and the others who used to act with us also want to help you. I know we're in a dangerous situation now and can't expose our location, so I plan to turn them down. But they kept begging me, so I had to come ask for your thoughts. Bai Fu pretended to ponder. Excavation Princess quickly said, if it's troublesome, I'll reject them right away. Bai Fu shook her head. It's not really troublesome. The Truth Society and Gene Primordials are in chaos right now and probably won't expend much effort on bothering me, at most they'll send some assassins for minor harassment. Then, I came to the Goli Desert to find something very important to me, not to hide from the Truth Society or Gene Primordial's pursuit. Bai Fu paused. How about this, if they truly dare to face fear head-on, have them go to shelter number 5 nearby. Once I find the item, I'll personally verify their real intentions. For safety reasons, she mentioned shelter number 5 instead of shelter number 7. Shelter number 5 was over 100 kilometers away from shelter number 7, but both were at similar distances from Bagaros. Excavation Princess immediately went to the community to reassure other players and relayed what Bai Fu had just said. This troubled some players. Even though they now had a way to contact Bai Fu, not everyone had the means to reach shelter number 5. Let's wait and see for now. As part of the first batch to arrive at Lin and complete several tasks with Bai Fu, Party Big Star and the others were different. Though they weren't exactly rich now, they could still afford the fare from Bagaros to shelter number 5. After receiving the message, they all rushed to shelter number 5, not a single one chose to back out. Actually, there was a bit of a situation on the Iron Rain Guild side. After Sword Chi Soaring's plan to defect to the Truth Society failed, his personal reputation took a hit. So when he suddenly turned around and proposed defecting to Bai Fu instead, some members of the guild began to hesitate. That pie you're painting looks delicious, but after your previous misjudgment, it's hard to believe that pie is real. In response, although Sword Chi Soaring was quite annoyed, he ultimately adjusted his plan on the spot. How about this, old dog, and I will go find Bai Fu, call it scouting. You guys join the Gene Primordials. That way, whichever side develops better, the other can switch over later. Sword Chi Soaring was betting everything this time. If he lost, he'd be a clown facing off against Batman in Gotham. His position as guild leader probably wouldn't hold. But if he won, he'd win it all. Bai Fu didn't know Sword Chi Soaring had so many twists and turns going on his end. Her full attention was on the group blocking the road ahead. They were 50 kilometers away from shelter number 7, far from any village or outpost. All that could be seen was endless yellow sand and a settlement mostly buried by it. Boss, Fu. Anya and Excavation Princess looked uneasily at Bai Fu. Bai Fu waved her hand, signaling them to stay calm. The data fed back through psionic vision indicated that those blocking the road weren't assassins, just a bunch of ordinary desert wanderers with mediocre strength and gear. The most likely reason they jumped out to block the road was to pull the classic, "This road is mine, this tree is mine, if you want to pass, leave the toll." Bai Fu was unfazed. Even if they went all out, they couldn't shave off more than a sliver of her HP. But one thing did need attention: if her vehicle got damaged in the fight, it would take significant effort to continue on to shelter number 11. She jumped off the vehicle and deliberately walked a few steps further away from it. "Brothers, give me some face. Leave now and I won't hold your rudeness against you." "Who the hell are you? Why should I give you face?" "Be smart and lie down, or I'll shoot you dead." The blocking wanderer was completely rude, raising his gun and cursing. Since he was rude, Bai Fu was even ruder. She drew a gun from her thigh with lightning speed. Psionic Imbue, 5-round burst. All 5 bullets hit the cursing wanderer without a single miss, instantly stacking 5 layers of dark corruption. Then, she calmly began to activate chain reaction. By the time she completed the second bind, the other wanderers around had finally reacted. "Holy crap, you actually dare dash." His words were cut off by a scream beside him. "Ah!" Dark corruption exploded. 3 people dropped to the ground. Besides the wanderer Bai Fu had shot, who died on the spot, the other 2 were still alive but in a far more shocking state than the dead one. Everyone saw clearly that Bai Fu hadn't even touched those 2, yet now they were writhing on the ground as if being scorched by flames, blood oozing from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. "You're a psionic user." The road-blocking wanderers were scared out of their wits. Bai Fu was very satisfied with the power of dark corruption. It might be a bit of a waste to use this move on ordinary mobs, but it was godlike for dealing with slow, lightly armored, low psionic resistance meatheads. Seeing her place her finger back on the trigger, one wanderer panicked and shouted, do you even know who we are? We're from the Red Sand. Even that infamous Black Crow wasn't a match for our boss. If you kill us, you're dead meat." Black Crow. Bai Fu didn't expect to hear Yulia's nickname here. Her interest was immediately piqued. "I heard that under Black Crow's leadership, the Watchers nearly became the strongest force in the Goli Desert. And your boss could beat Black Crow?" "That's our boss." "How did he win?" "Well, The wanderer stammered for a long time but couldn't say anything coherent. Bai Fu instantly understood. This was clearly a live rendition of, after Lu Bu's death, everyone had Lu Bu's courage. Now that Yulia was already dead and couldn't refute anything, everyone came out to brag they were stronger than her. She swiftly dealt with the wanderers, then continued driving. She drove nearly 2 whole days before finally reaching shelter number 11. Shelter number 11 was located in an oasis, but the environment was awful. All over the exterior wall were glaring bullet holes, and the main gate had long vanished. Good thing I have the map function, or I might have gotten lost in the desert. Bai Fu gulped down several mouthfuls of water. Yulia had only told her to come to shelter number 11, not what to do afterward. So she first booked a room at a nearby inn, then began wandering around to gather information. Her first destination was a tavern named Oasis. Taverns were places for drinks and chatter, so they should be hubs of information. When she pushed the door open, the wind chime let out a pleasant sound. In front of Bai Fu stood a middle-aged man with an eye patch, wearing a vest and white gloves. Welcome. The moment she saw him, Bai Fu knew he was a man with a story. Name: disabled, all attributes severely weakened. Template: ordinary. Main class: LV14 subclass. LV10, Wanderer LV10. Subclass: Bartender LV4. HP: 186/. Stats: Strength 11, Agility 4, Constitution, Intelligence 13, Willpower 18, Inspiration. Skills: Talent: Unyielding. Affection level: Unacquainted, 0. Threat level: Green. Total level 34, 5 levels higher than her, but due to his disabled state, all attributes were low. Agility was only 4 points. From how the tavern patrons addressed him, his name was Old Neeson. 2 glasses of water, and one of your most special liquors. Bai Fu sat at the bar. We're drinking water. Anya tilted her head up. Bai Fu flicked her forehead. If not water, what liquor? Anya immediately quieted down. Before long, the liquor and water were brought over. Bai Fu took a sip and smiled as she asked, "Boss, can I ask you about someone?" Old Neeson nodded. He had encountered such requests many times before. But this time was a bit different because the name that came out of Bai Fu's mouth was a very particular one. "Do you know Yulia Viviani?" Old Neeson's pupils contracted uncontrollably. But what truly made Bai Fu realize something was off about Old Neeson was the change in his affection level toward her right after she spoke that name. 15. It seemed that not only did Old Neeson know Yulia, their relationship was anything but ordinary. As for whether that relationship was good or bad, that still needed further confirmation. "I heard that Yulia Viviani was that once famous villain, Black Crow. She was born near shelter number 11. Bai Fu deliberately spoke slowly. As soon as her words landed, she noticed Old Neeson's affection level toward her drop from -15 to -27. "But in my eyes, she's a good person. And a very interesting one at that." In the next second, Old Neeson's affection level rose again, from -27 to -1. Bai Fu smiled slightly. The answer was obvious now. Old Neeson had a positive relationship with Yulia. Still, the joy of having cheats was unbeatable. Without the player interface, just figuring out whether Old Neeson's relationship with Yulia was good or bad would have taken a long time. Old Neeson paused, then suddenly said, "You're not one of Yulia's admirers, are you?" He gave Bai Fu a once-over. A girl her age admiring Yulia wasn't all that strange. Bai Fu gave no clear reply. Old Neeson continued, "If you came here because you heard stories about Yulia and want to trace her footsteps by visiting her birthplace, I suggest you give up that idea immediately. There's nothing here for you, only danger." "What do you mean by that?" "When Yulia was around, shelter number 11 was peaceful. No one dared stir up trouble here. But since her death, the Watchers fell apart. Those wanderer groups that suffered under her and the Watchers started coming here one after another to cause trouble. Lately, it's Red Sand that's been squatting here. They collect protection money every month. If you don't leave soon and accidentally run into them, you'll be in for a lot of trouble." Red Sand wasn't that the organization those people who blocked her on the road belonged to? Bai Fu asked, "Since it's so dangerous here, why don't you all leave?" Old Neeson chuckled, "You think it's not dangerous outside? The Goli Desert is vast and chaotic, full of mutated creatures, wanderers, and raiders. Ordinary folks like us don't dare travel far. We'd likely die on the way. It's a shame, if Yulia hadn't, things wouldn't be like this." Anyway, take my advice, get out of here while you can. Bai Fu's smile grew even brighter. Chaos. She loved chaotic places. Bai Fu felt she had truly come to the right place this time. Even if she couldn't get what she wanted from Yulia, she planned to stay in the Goli Desert for a while, not for anything else, but to develop her faction. To make players wholeheartedly stay in the Garden of Silence, things like immersion, emotional value, and a sense of achievement could wait. The most important thing early on was providing enough quests. If there were quests to do and rewards to get, most players wouldn't bail easily. From that perspective, places like the Goli Desert, crawling with monsters and scum where she could hand out grind and level up quests like candy, were truly rare. Sweep across the sands, seize dominance over Goli, what the Watchers couldn't achieve, let the Garden of Silence do it. What Yulia couldn't fulfill, let the players complete. In the time that followed, Bai Fu drank a little and asked old Nisan all sorts of questions about Yulia. Perhaps believing her to be one of Yulia's admirers, old Nisan's affection and attitude improved, and he no longer avoided her questions. That child was a genius. If she'd had enough time, I believe she could have grown into one of the top experts on Origin Star. What's most commendable is that even with such great power, she still kept a pure heart. Many people in shelter number 11 benefited from her medicine to cure illnesses, food to save lives. She once said her greatest wish was to restore order to the Goli Desert. Unfortunately, she died. Lucky you met me. If you'd told someone else you admired her, you'd probably get cursed. The name Yulia has practically become taboo in shelter number 11 now. Those words piqued Excavation Princess's curiosity. A excavation princess who didn't dig into the story wasn't a proper excavation princess. Why did things turn out like this? Wasn't Yulia a benefactor to shelter number 11? Old Nisan sighed, his lone eye flashing with a cold light. That was in the past. Now everyone sees her as a disaster. If not for her, groups like Red Sand wouldn't be constantly coming to shelter number 11 for trouble. Excavation Princess didn't know how to respond. She had seen plenty of similar situations. As they were talking, a sudden commotion arose outside. What's going on? Old Nisan was puzzled. Someone rushed in, flustered, it's Red Sand. Red Sand people are here. Old Nisan was stunned. Didn't they just come a few days ago? It's not even a full month yet. Why are they back? The man said, they claim someone killed their men. Now they're looking for the murderer not just here, but in other shelters and settlements too. That may be what they said, but would those from the Red Sand Wanderer camp really leave without looting? That would ruin their infamous reputation. Soon shelter number 11 was in total chaos, and it wasn't until midnight that the group finally left. Old Nisan was exhausted. Now you see. Today they just came to make a show. Next time, it might be you they come for. You should leave while you still can. Bai Fu asked, if I'm not wrong, your relationship with Yulia wasn't ordinary, was it? Are you a relative of hers, or a member of the Watchers? Old Nisan didn't expect Bai Fu to say that. He stared at her with a grave expression. Bai Fu waved her hand. No need to panic. Yulia sent me here. She said she'd find a way to contact me once I arrived. You. Old Nisan's mouth fell slightly open. So he knew Yulia wasn't dead. Bai Fu stood up. To prove I'm not lying, I'll present those wanderers from earlier as my greeting gift. You're going to kill them? No need for me to do it. Excavation Princess. Bai Fu's call left Excavation Princess dumbfounded. Huh? I'm fighting the wanderers. She was already level 12, but her actual combat power wasn't even equal to a level 10 mob. Fu asking her to fight those wanderers was a bit much. Don't worry. It's a small matter. Bai Fu tossed a card to Excavation Princess. General card, Psionic Shield, after use, generates a full-body shield with 450 shield points, lasting 5 minutes. Seeing the effect of the card, Excavation Princess immediately felt reassured. There's no way I'm losing tonight. That was the plan. Bai Fu was preparing to make money from players by selling cards. This was the buyer's showcase she had prepared for them. 71, there are countless others as strong as her. Do you think I should save up to go to shelter number 5? Depends on how you feel. I don't plan to keep tossing myself around anymore. It's not really about the money, just that traveling means I won't be able to play for a few days. I'm planning to join the Old Republic nearby. This is killing me. In the Origin Star subsection of the Starplay Society, similar conversations kept happening. As soon as players learned that going to shelter number 5 meant they might see Bai Fu and join the Garden of Silence faction she belonged to, many of them were tempted. But once they confirmed that shelter number 5 was quite far from where they were, a considerable number of them started backing out. Just as this mood began to spread, there was suddenly some activity in Excavation Princess's live stream room. The stream title changed to Excavation Princess teaches you how to grind and level up. Nanny. When they saw this title, both Excavation Princess's fans and the bystanders who came to spectate were shocked. Do you not realize how terrible you are at this game? Even when following guides, you end up fumbling everything. And now you're trying to teach people how to grind and level up. Aren't you being a bit too shameless? Babe, if there's no content, just don't force it. Listen to me change the title back. Seriously, grinding and leveling? Just go back to live streaming Fufu's side profile. A flood of live stream comments scrolled across the screen. Excavation Princess didn't seem to hear them at all. After the comments floated for a while, she calmly started the stream officially. It was late at night. The setting was a vast desert. Thanks to the special night vision function built into her live stream camera, every player lurking in the stream could clearly see the smug smile on Excavation Princess's face. Everyone seems to not believe in me. Excavation Princess rested one hand on her hip. Under the night sky, she somehow appeared a little cool. But that's fine. Today, I'm serious. She turned around and pointed toward a ruin in the distance. Let me explain the current situation first. A while ago, a group of wanderers raided some civilians in the desert. After robbing them, they headed west in a vehicle and are now resting at the place I'm pointing to. Just now, Fufu gave me a mission. The mission objective is to eliminate this group of wanderers. From observation, there are 10 of them, not more, not less. Their average level is 8, and the strongest among them has already unlocked an advanced class. Alright, watch how I operate. Watch how I complete the mission. As she spoke, Excavation Princess drew 2 guns. Her full confidence stance stunned the players in the live stream. Was this really Excavation Princess? Does Excavation Princess have a twin sister? I've been a fan for 2.5 years. I can confirm Digging Treasure is an only child. Then what's going on here? Could it be that Excavation Princess has been pretending to be a noob all along? No, bro, you guys are actually seriously discussing this? Let me put it this way, Digging Treasure is definitely going to embarrass herself big time. We veteran fans have seen this too many times. Every time she gets all passionate and overanalyzes, she ends up getting slapped in the face by the developers. It's only thanks to meeting Fufu that she managed a comeback this time. Wait, if she always gets humiliated by her own analysis, why are you guys still fans? You just don't get it. You think Digging Treasure is a story analysis content creator, but she's actually a breakdown reaction content creator. Digging Treasure, don't go. There's an abyss ahead. Excavation Princess glanced at the scrolling live stream comments and community posts. Heh. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. With the right backing, I'll show you what it means to be the Digging Empress today. She walked forward with a calm face. At that moment, she adjusted the camera angle to behind herself, even locking it into a fixed position. So the scene the players saw in the live stream was a solitary sharpshooter walking toward the enormous shadow in the distance on the windswept desert sands, undaunted in the name of love and justice. If there's no return, then no return it shall be. As they watched that gradually shrinking silhouette, why did it strangely feel touching? Is it possible that Excavation Princess is actually an abstract genius? While players were still questioning Excavation Princess, old Neeson, who was sitting in the car with Bai Fu, also spoke up. It's not too late to call her back now. There's no sign she's trained at all. Letting her face those wanderers is like sending her to her death. Bai Fu smiled and said, no rush. Just watch. Unless Excavation Princess had a Super Scion level death wish, there was no way she could lose with 450 points of psionic shield against those mediocre wanderers. Since Bai Fu said so, old Neeson could only watch. Now blind and crippled, all he could do was pray for Excavation Princess. Bai Fu started the car and slowly followed behind Excavation Princess's steps. Several minutes passed like this until Excavation Princess finally reached the edge of the ruins. 1, 2, 10. Good, they're all here. She switched the live stream angle again to a left side view. Next, I'm going to take on all 10 at once. As she shouted this line, she immediately activated the psionic shield prayer card that Bai Fu had given her. A soft glow lit up from the white card surface, and a white shield bar appeared above her HP bar in an instant. She didn't hesitate anymore, stepping out from behind the wall with both guns raised. Who are you? A wanderer sorting a toolbox noticed her and hurried to his feet. His voice drew the attention of everyone nearby. Before they could surround her, Excavation Princess raised her guns without a word. The one here to kill you. Her voice and expression were equally calm like a truly cold-blooded killer. Damn, that's kinda cool. Digging treasure, are you actually serious this time? The live stream audience was stunned. But the next second, they lost it because Excavation Princess fired her guns. Left hand, right hand, a slow-motion combo. 2 shots, and the bullets grazed right past the toolbox wanderer's feet, leaving 2 deep holes in the ground. Excavation Princess was officially the master of body outline shooting. Bai Fu, old Neeson, live stream players, wanderers. Excavation Princess's eyelid twitched violently. Damn, how did the epic moment she imagined suddenly turn into a tragic one? Just as the live stream comments were about to explode, Excavation Princess had a flash of inspiration and sneered, those 2 shots were just a warning. If you don't obediently hand over all your valuables, the next 2 will hit your hearts. The wanderers were at a loss for words. Wait, are you seriously saying those last 2 shots were a warning? Digging treasure, you might still make it if you run now. Wait any longer and you'll get beaten to a pulp. I've confirmed it. Excavation Princess is indeed a genius. You're such a clever little thing. The players in the live stream room were laughing themselves silly. Even Bai Fu was speechless, but this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Let's just treat it as a demonstration of margin for error. Look at how digging treasure is this much of a noob and still wipes out 10 wanderers. Don't you want to quickly buy the prayer cards I made? Old Neeson got anxious, give me a gun, quick. If I shoot now, I might still be able to. He hadn't finished his sentence when several gunshots suddenly rang out from within the ruins. On the vast sand dunes, these gunshots sounded especially sharp. It's over, completely over. Old Neeson couldn't even bear to look at Excavation Princess's tragic fate. He turned his head away, his shoulders trembling slightly, but before his emotions could erupt, a hand tapped him on the shoulder. Excavation Princess isn't dead. Don't worry. Huh? Old Neeson jerked his head up and saw Excavation Princess still standing tall. Instead, it was the wanderers facing her who looked like they had seen a ghost, their expressions dramatically changed. What was going on? Excavation Princess moved again, left hand, right hand, a slow-motion combo. This time, she got lucky. 2 bullets struck 2 wanderers, and the combination of gunfire and scream stimulated the nerves of the rest. At that moment, they had no time to think about why the previous bullets couldn't hurt Excavation Princess. Kill her. They kept pulling their triggers, wanting to turn Excavation Princess into a sieve. But what was terrifying was that no matter how they shot, the bullets just rolled off her body and hit the ground. Do you even understand what 450 points of shield value means? Excavation Princess didn't need to dodge or aim. She just walked forward and fired instinctively. In the past, there was Brother Ma, dual-wielding through Maple Pavilion in a bloodbath. Now there was Excavation Princess, sweeping through the Wanderer's resting ruins with twin guns. One comes, I kill one. Two come, I kill them both. Because they were so close, even with her terrible aim, most of Excavation Princess's bullets still hit the Wanderers. Not until both gun magazines were empty, not until 5 corpses lay on the ground, not until blood began to soak into the sand, did the remaining Wanderers collapse in fear. A monster, it's a monster. Run. The outcome shocked everyone except Bai Fu, Excavation Princess, and Anya. Excavation Princess wasn't beaten up, far from it. She crushed 10 Wanderers in just over a minute. The surviving Wanderers, terrified out of their wits, scrambled toward their vehicle. But what they didn't know was that Bai Fu had already shot out the tires while they were confronting Excavation Princess. Run. How would they run? This was a one-sided massacre by Excavation Princess. She slaughtered until the live stream room boiled over. She shook old Neeson to his core. And she cleared a wide commercial path for Bai Fu. Blocking bullets with her body, Excavation Princess, and you still say you don't know martial arts. Activated cheats. Where did the streamer get her invincibility hack? Give me one too. Wait a sec, did any of you notice the card digging treasure was holding just now? If I'm not mistaken, Fu used a similar card during her attack on the Baghero's base. Oh damn, no wonder Excavation Princess suddenly got so confident she got a cheat from Bai Fu. A bunch of players kept at ing Excavation Princess, eager to know the exact effect of the card. Having gotten her fill of killing, Excavation Princess generously showed off the card. After seeing the prayer card's effect, every player's eyes turned red. 450 points of shield value. If I had a few more of those prayer cards, I'd dare to storm the mutant insect nests in the wild. Is this card for sale? If yes, how much per card? The players' thoughts were exactly what Bai Fu had predicted. If even Excavation Princess could turn into a war god with a prayer card, then surely those who already had more combat power than her could become gods among gods. They were tempted. It was hard not to be. With the protection of a psionic shield prayer card, there were plenty of missions they used to avoid for fear of death and losing XP. Now they could finally do them. Even though the psionic shield only lasted 5 minutes, 5 minutes was enough to do a lot. Many players who had been hesitating about going to shelter number 5 made up their minds after this. Go. Of course they'd go. Excavation Princess had just joined the Garden of Silence and already received a showing off type of mission. She pulled it off and got the reward. There was no way they'd let her hog all the good stuff. With this wave, Bai Fu's faction and her prayer cards had fully made their name. It had to be you, Excavation Princess. Even Bai Fu started to wonder whether Excavation Princess was pretending to be a noob all along. If it weren't for that sudden round of body outline shooting that added a twist, the live stream likely wouldn't have become this popular. Who exactly are you people? In the vehicle, old Neeson stared straight at Bai Fu, his heart full of shock. If even someone he saw as a rookie Excavation Princess had this kind of strength, then how powerful must Bai Fu be? Bai Fu wore a white blouse on top, with a black tie patterned in subtle designs at her chest, and snug black pants from the waist down. With this outfit, her smiling eyes still carried an elusive, chilly sharpness. Bai Fu said, "We're people who can't see eye to eye with the Truth Society. Yulia wants to use my strength to break free from the Truth Society's control, and I want to get something I need from Yulia. We've reached a cooperation, so that's why I'm here. Honestly, I'm quite curious about your identity too." Old Neeson hesitated for a moment. "I believe what you say. Only Yulia would have you wait here. Before I changed my name and identity, I was the boss of the Watchers camp." This answer did not surprise Bai Fu. Only this could explain why old Neeson's level was so high. How was Yulia captured by the Truth Society? Old Neeson said, 2 years ago, the Truth Society president suddenly came over to invite Yulia to join the Truth Society. The Truth Society has a notorious reputation, and Yulia wanted to help me realize my wish of bringing order back to the Goli Desert, so she refused. The Truth Society president flew into a rage and controlled a giant sandworm to attack the Watchers camp. I was critically wounded and on the verge of death in that battle. Yulia actually had a chance to escape, but she was captured by mistake while trying to save me. Bai Fu asked, why did the Truth Society president want to capture her? I don't know. Perhaps he was after her power. Old Neeson let out a long sigh. Another major plot point. Bai Fu made a mental note. To be able to control a giant sandworm, the Truth Society president must be much stronger than I imagined. Dealing with him will definitely not be easy. Hearing this, old Neeson's expression changed slightly. The Truth Society's power far exceeds your imagination. No matter how much you hate them, do not act rashly. Bai Fu couldn't help but laugh. Yulia said the same thing to me. After all, we've both experienced battle with the Truth Society firsthand. Old Neeson was about to offer Bai Fu a few more words of caution when Bai Fu suddenly said, "Do you think 10 excavation princesses could pose a threat to the Truth Society?" This. Old Neeson shook his head. No. 100. They'd be considered a minor nuisance by the Truth Society. 1,000. They'd want to eliminate them as soon as possible. 10,000. Are you practicing multiplication now? Old Neeson still answered patiently, they would pose a threat second only to the other 4 major factions. That's what I needed to hear. Bai Fu paused. Being on good terms with me means there are countless others just as strong as Excavation Princess, and even stronger. She looked confidently at the crescent moon hanging in the sky. Because players could level up. Staring at that frost-out shining profile, old Neeson was briefly lost in thought. Yulia, it seems you've encountered someone incredible. This person is either an expert con artist or a rare hardcore savage. Old Neeson took a deep breath. I have some things Yulia once entrusted me to keep. I think they'll be useful to you. 72, Unlocking a new class, complete form. Before following old Neeson back to shelter number 11, Bai Fu first made an appearance in Excavation Princess's live stream room. Since she was already here, it wouldn't do not to show her face and boost her popularity. After leaving behind a string of discussions about her new outfit, she and Excavation Princess moved all the loot they'd taken from the Wanderers onto the vehicle. Excavation Princess was also very cooperative at this time. Worried about exposing Bai Fu's location, she apologized a few times to the players in the live stream room and then shut the stream off. Everyone returned to the vehicle together. Just as Bai Fu started the car, old Neeson suddenly said, "It's best not to return these things." What do you mean? Bai Fu turned her head. Old Neeson explained, Red Sand will soon realize their people have died again. They'll definitely send someone to shelter number 11 to investigate. If they threaten someone a bit, it's possible someone might sell you out. I know you're strong and not afraid of these small fry, but Red Sand does have powerful people. They spent big money to hire an A-rank certified assassin from the dark web just to deal with troublesome matters. The dark web assassins were ranked into 4 levels C, B, A, and S from lowest to highest. The strength of an A-rank certified assassin was absolutely not to be underestimated. Bai Fu asked in return, do you know the exact location of the Red Sand camp? Old Neeson was startled, you're not planning to wipe out Red Sand, are you? Correct. However, Bai Fu didn't intend to act alone. She decided to treat this as the first group operation of the Garden of Silence faction, giving the players more of a sense of participation. If she didn't give the players a little benefit now, how would she better make them work for her in the future? Old Neeson said, I only know the Red Sand camp is to the west of shelter number 11. I don't know the exact location. Bai Fu nodded. Not knowing was fine, she could just catch a few live ones and interrogate them. Compared to eliminating Red Sand, she was now more concerned about the item Yulia had entrusted old Neeson to keep. Back at the tavern, old Neeson rummaged around in a storage room on the second floor and finally pulled out a very ordinary-looking wooden box. This was left with me by Yulia before she was taken by the Truth Society president. She told me this was her final trump card. Bai Fu opened the box. Inside lay a slightly worn and somewhat silly-looking rag doll. A rag doll. She looked stunned. Could it be that something was hidden inside the rag doll's body? As Bai Fu reached out to pull at the thread on the rag doll, a voice suddenly echoed in the room. Stop! She immediately recognized the voice. It was Yulia's. The voice had come from the rag doll. So that's how it was. Since Yulia could create a doppelganger, it didn't seem strange that she could leave her consciousness in a rag doll. Bai Fu held the lower half of the rag doll with interest. I've already arrived at shelter number 11 as promised. Now it's time for you to give me the psionic knowledge you promised, right? To Bai Fu's surprise, the rag doll seemed completely unfamiliar with her. Promised? What promise? Who are you? You're really Yulia. Bai Fu used psionic vision on the rag doll. Little Yulia. Quality, orange. Item description: a rag doll made using the innate ability of Black Crow Yulia before she was captured by the Truth Society, containing all her memories. It is a legendary item that can trigger a special mission. Note, though it doesn't feel pain as a rag doll, it also has no combat ability. Please do not bully it. There was once little Runmi, and now there was little Yulia. Bai Fu had a bold idea. She asked, "You don't have any memories of when I met your real body?" Little Yulia muttered, "I've never seen you, but since Uncle Neeson showed you to me, you must not be a bad person." Exactly. How could I possibly be a bad person? Bai Fu turned to old Neeson beside her. Can I have a private word with her? Old Neeson didn't refuse. He simply walked out of the storage room. Bai Fu found a chair and sat down. She said to little Yulia, "Let me explain our relationship briefly. It's a bit embarrassing to say this, but I am your savior." Savior? That's right. Bai Fu smiled with great kindness. We met during a conflict. Under the Truth Society President's orders, your doppelganger was stationed at Bagaro's base. One day, the Gene Primordials launched an attack on the base, and I was part of the assault force. You tried to use this chance to leak intel and get the Gene Primordials to rescue you, and for that, you secretly killed quite a few members of the Truth Society. But you didn't expect that one of their members noticed everything you did and was about to report it to Truth Society headquarters. By the time you realized it, it was too late to stop them. How could I listen to the Truth Society? No, wait, wouldn't that mean the situation got really bad? Little Yulia's voice was filled with tension. Bai Fu said, "Just then, I stepped up. I shot and destroyed that person's communication device, resolving your crisis. That's how we got to know each other. Curious about why you were killing the Truth Society people, I talked with you a bit more. From your doppelganger, I learned you hated the Truth Society just like I did. We hit it off right away and agreed to work together against them. After learning I was also a psionic per-user, to thank me, you said you'd share your psionic knowledge and told me to come find you at shelter number 11, so here I am." Little Yulia didn't respond immediately. She seemed to be thinking about whether Bai Fu was lying. "I have no reason to lie to you. According to rumors, you died 2 years ago. If I hadn't really seen you, and if you hadn't told me personally to come to shelter number 11, how could I have ended up in such a remote place?" Bai Fu's gaze was pure and innocent. That does seem to make sense. Little Yulia accepted the explanation. Thank you. I'll keep my promise. Bai Fu was thrilled inside. After realizing that little Yulia and Yulia didn't share memories, and that she was much more naive, Bai Fu had planned to bluff her. She didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Little Yulia said, "But I don't have arms or legs right now, so I can't write. I can only tell you what I know verbally." Bai Fu waved her hand. "I'm already grateful you're willing to share it. How could I ask for more?" Inside, she was full of anticipation. She hoped to use this psionic knowledge to complete the Apprentice Psionic Illustrator class and the Psionic Knowledge Chain, 7. Even better would be if she could learn some of Yulia's skills. Whether it was manipulating others, creating doppelgangers, force fields, or psionic strikes, they were all god-tier abilities. Little Yulia was moved by Bai Fu's words. "You really are a good person. Let me think, then I'll start with psionic perception." She began to explain. As a psionic genius, Yulia clearly wasn't suited to be a teacher. When she explained things, she spoke like a top student solving problems, often using transitions or summaries like, "It's obvious, as everyone knows, and, therefore." Even with the game's built-in learning function, Bai Fu still found it extremely exhausting to listen. At first, the game prompts looked like this. Little Yulia is teaching you XX. You meet the learning requirements. Current learning progress. But as time went on, the game prompts became. Your knowledge reserve is insufficient. You cannot understand her words. Learning has stalled. Even though Yulia's teaching wasn't very effective, by the end of this lesson that lasted an entire night plus a morning, Bai Fu still gained a lot. She unlocked 2 new skills. Psionic Perception LV1, consumes psionic power to perceive a 10-meter radius. During this period, 2 points of psionic value are consumed per second. Super Burst, consumes 50% of psionic value and 20% of HP to enter a super burst state for 10 minutes. During this time, Strength +7, Agility +7, Spirit +5. Cooldown, 24 hours. Note, this skill cannot be used when psionic value is below 50% or HP is below 30%. One was a perception skill, the other an emergency burst skill. She didn't learn those god-tier abilities, because Bai Fu discovered those were Yulia's innate talents. Without the Child of True Spirit trait, her current knowledge reserve simply couldn't comprehend the mechanics behind those skills. Besides the skills, the knowledge chain and new class she had longed for were finally completed. You have unlocked Psionic Knowledge Chain, 7. Having mastered 2, 4, and 7, her knowledge chain bonuses became all psionic active skill effects plus 60%, psionic resistance plus 50%, psionic regeneration speed plus 2 per minute, psionic enhancement activated. The so-called psionic enhancement was a new ability unlocked after mastering 3 knowledge chains. Just as players of the body cultivation stream could enhance themselves using chi, players of the psionic stream could gain attribute bonuses through mastery of psionic energy. Bai Fu currently had only 225 points of psionic value, so the bonus was minimal, at most 2 points in constitution and 1 point in spirit. But as her psionic value increased, the number of bonus attribute points would grow, and other types of bonuses might even appear, such as an automatically generated shield. Bai Fu closed the description of the knowledge chain and shifted her attention to the new class. You have unlocked the new class Apprentice Psionic Illustrator. Tip: Apprentice Psionic Illustrator is an advanced replacement for psionic per user. Do you wish to overwrite? Yes. Class correction in progress, 0%, 2%. Each level of psionic per user provided 1 point of intelligence, 2 points of inspiration, and 2 free attribute points. Apprentice Psionic Illustrator granted 1 additional free point per level. After the correction completed, Bai Fu received 9 more free attribute points and unlocked a new passive skill. Basic Card Creation LV1, 0/1000 prayer card crafting efficiency and success rate plus 10%. Bai Fu allocated 6 attribute points to inspiration, bringing it up to 45 points, and used the remaining 3 points on constitution. Her attributes became HP, 1670/1670. Psionic value, 255/255. Attributes, Strength 18, Agility 19, Constitution 72, Intelligence 14, Spirit 22, Inspiration 45. In fact, the change in attributes wasn't even the most important thing. After unlocking Apprentice Psionic Illustrator, the biggest change was that Bai Fu could now use the psionic knowledge she had mastered to synthesize prayer card blueprints. This allowed her to create many more types of prayer cards, such as flash cards that worked like flashbangs, or explosion cards similar to regular grenades without being limited to the skills she already possessed. Finally, Bai Fu was in an excellent mood. This way, her combat style would become far more versatile, and she wouldn't have to rely so much on equipment made by mechanics anymore. Next, she had to find ways to gain more XP, level up her class and basic card creation, and then spend the remaining XP on card crafting. Just as Bai Fu was feeling excited, little Yulia's body suddenly began to tremble. The anomaly immediately drew Bai Fu's attention. "What's wrong with you?" A voice suddenly rang out in the room. "Bai Fu! Why are you yelling so loud? What do you think?" "Bai Fu, ha ha ha." Yulia was about to explode from rage. She never expected that just one day of delay in linking to the rag doll would lead to Bai Fu deceiving it. How shameful, Bai Fu even cheating a rag doll. Are you even human? Bai Fu instantly understood, you're Yulia. What do you think? Yulia was gnashing her teeth. Bai Fu had already tricked the psionic knowledge she wanted out of the rag doll. Now, she was in a passive position. It was all because her pre-capture self had been too naive, while Bai Fu was far too cunning. Bai Fu, I'll admit I lost this round. But I don't think you'd want those who follow you to find out what you're really like, would you? If not, then continue cooperating with me and let me study your body. Heh. Bai Fu scoffed. Go ahead. Do you think they'll believe a rag doll of unknown origin, or me? Yulia was speechless. Under the influence of strong psionic power, the rag doll stood up. Bai Fu angrily rubbed the rag doll's head. Although I've already gotten the psionic knowledge I wanted, our cooperation can still continue. Ultimately, your goal is to escape the control of the Truth Society, not to study me. I can help you achieve that so long as you cooperate. Yulia suppressed her fury. How do you want to cooperate? Bai Fu said, be my inside agent. Help me collect intel on the Truth Society. I'll eliminate the Truth Society. Once they're gone, you'll naturally regain your freedom. Yulia said coldly, why should I believe you have the power to destroy the Truth Society? Meals are eaten one bite at a time, roads are walked one step at a time. Let's start by eliminating the Red Sand Wanderer camp and giving old Neeson a safe place to live. You know what happened last night, right? I do. Yulia's tone began to soften. Bai Fu pressed her advantage, excellent. I have a small request. What's the request? After it's done, can you answer a question for me? I want to know why Li Cheng betrayed the gene primordials, and what secret he knows related to the gene primordials. Coincidentally, I know all of that. Then it's settled, isn't it? Bai Fu received a game prompt. You have triggered the hidden mission Yulia's trial. Mission Introduction. Mission Objectives, 1. Eliminate the Red Sand Wanderer camp. Rewards will depend on contribution. Kill the A-rank certified assassin hired by the Red Sand Wanderer camp. Reward, 70,000 XP, one-time skill card. Bai Fu accepted the mission. Yulia said, I can't stay here long, but I've already shared my memories with this rag doll. Unless it's something special, just communicate with the doll directly. After finishing her instructions, she left. The rag doll, having lost a large amount of psionic support, collapsed once again onto Bai Fu's thigh. Bai Fu placed the rag doll back into the wooden box. Time is pressing. I'll first go investigate the exact location of the Red Sand camp. After leaving the tavern, Bai Fu took Excavation Princess and Anya, and drove straight to shelter number 5. 3 days ago, when she revealed her whereabouts through Excavation Princess, some players who received the message had already set off toward shelter number 5. By heading out now, she should be just in time to meet the first batch of players arriving at shelter number 5. Of course, Bai Fu's goal wasn't just to pick people up, she also planned to buy some basic materials for crafting prayer cards at shelter number 5. A large truck drove into shelter number 5. After the vehicle stopped, over 20 players jumped off in succession. Sword Chi Soaring, Starfish Bro, and Convert to My Fu were among them. Finally here. Looking at the architecture around them, which was vastly different from that of the Lin settlement, Sword Chi Soaring let out a long sigh. To him, this journey was a huge gamble. If he lost, he would likely have no face to remain in the Iron Rain Guild. However, nothing unexpected had happened on the way, perhaps that was a good omen. What should we do next to find Bai Fu? Let's ask Excavation Princess. Starfish Bro opened the Friends interface and started to private message Excavation Princess. Before he could say much, a few people suddenly walked out from the alley beside them. What do you want? Sword Chi Soaring and the others immediately became alert, sensing hostility from the newcomers. Sure enough, the thin man at the front asked, you came here looking for Bai Fu, didn't you? Convert to My Fu was baffled. How do you know that? The skinny man said, someone was selling intel on the dark web. He showed me your photos and said you knew where Bai Fu was, and that you'd arrive at shelter number 5 today. I bought that intel. Honestly, at first, I thought the guy was a scammer. Didn't expect him to be telling the truth. Damn. Sword Chi Soaring instantly understood. Some player had sold their movements to an assassin who wanted to kill Bai Fu. He didn't have time to worry about which player had leaked the info. He needed to tell Excavation Princess what was happening and get her to warn Bai Fu to stay away from shelter number 5. The skinny man sneered. Tell me where Bai Fu is and I'll let you go. If you won't say, that's fine too. I'll lock you up. Bai Fu won't just ignore you. You're right. At that moment, a voice familiar to every player rang out. Sword Chi Soaring, Starfish Bro, and Convert to Bai Fu all turned their heads and saw Bai Fu walking out from the end of the street. She held an assault rifle in her hands. Her finger pulled the trigger, and with the vibration of the muzzle, several bullets hit the skinny man squarely in the head. The effect of dark corruption hadn't even had time to activate before the skinny man collapsed peacefully to the ground. Fu. Convert to Bai Fu was beyond thrilled. After more than 10 days apart, he finally reunited with Bai Fu. Sword Chi Soaring also suddenly felt at ease. Since Bai Fu dared to show herself now, she must be completely confident she could handle these assassins. Things were looking up. That message he'd just sent to Excavation Princess should have scored him a lot of favorability with Bai Fu. He had just reattached himself to this powerful leg. 73, Bai Fu, unfathomable. Bai Fu's sudden appearance caught the assassins trying to capture the players completely off guard. By the time they snapped out of it, the skinny assassin had already collapsed to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. They were startled, but after all, they were professionals. Over the years as assassins, they had faced all kinds of dangers. Once they regained their composure, they immediately spread out, each finding cover to begin a counterattack. According to the dark web intel, Bai Fu is a psionic prayer user. It's widely known that psionic prayer users have very fragile bodies, not much stronger than regular people. However, psionic prayer users do have some self-defense capabilities, and Bai Fu is no exception. This was evident from the intelligence revealed during the Bagaros battle. To make sure we can take her down, it's best we act separately. 2 of us will use those outsiders as bait from the front to attract Bai Fu's attention, while the other 2 circle around to launch a surprise attack. We can't drag this out too long. Shelter number 5 is Gao family's territory. If we cause trouble here and get discovered, we'll be in deep trouble. The 4 assassins communicated rapidly through the walkie-talkie. While speaking, they kept firing outward, trying to delay Bai Fu's advance. Soon, they finished dividing the roles. Just as the 2 assassins assigned to the flanking attack were about to move, a figure suddenly peeked out from above their cover. Are you looking for me? Crap. The 2 assassins were so startled by the sudden voice that they fell back onto the ground. They didn't even have time to think why Bai Fu was here, because right after greeting them, Bai Fu pulled out 2 guns and began firing. Bullets poured down like a waterfall. One of the assassins was killed on the spot, while the other roared and used chi to shield his body, scrambling into a nearby alley. Run. They had to run, now. Seeing this, the other 2 assassins hiding on the other side lost all interest in thinking about the high bounty they could earn for killing Bai Fu. They turned and fled. But what they didn't expect was that just as they reached the car, a piercing pain exploded from their chests. It felt like being run through by the Gungnir. The 3 assassins simultaneously dropped to their knees. Immense fear surged in their hearts. Now they regretted it. Sure, the bounties offered by the Gene Primordials and the Truth Society were high, but you had to be alive to claim them. Don't come any closer. If you want to kill me, be ready to be killed. Bai Fu finished off the nearest assassin with 2 more shots, then quickly walked toward the other 2. Soon, the crisp and pleasant system prompt sounded again. You killed. You killed. Bai Fu calmly put away her guns. From her entrance to the end of the fight, it had taken just over 2 minutes. In the past, this would have been unimaginable. Even with battle etiquette to hard control her opponents, it would have taken her quite a bit of time to eliminate 4 fleeing assassins. But times had changed. She was no longer just Bai Fu, she was Super Bai Fu now. Using psionic perception to lock onto the precise positions of enemies behind cover, shielding her already durable body with the psionic shield, then charging at the enemy at sprinting speed. Facing enemies with weak constitutions, few skills, and average levels, once she managed to stack 5 layers of extra-dimensional corruption on them, the battle was practically over. The key was killing as easily as slaughtering chickens. Still, Bai Fu wasn't completely satisfied. If her use of psionic perception were more proficient, she could have shaved off another 10 seconds from the fight. Damn! Only when Bai Fu began checking the XP she had gained did the surrounding players finally snap out of it. Fast, too fast. Even faster than the wine-slashing Hua Xiong story. Several players had wanted to start a live stream, but by the time they finished setting the live stream room title, the battle was already over. The players flooding into the live stream room were stunned. What the heck, bro? Wasn't this supposed to be a live stream of Bai Fu versus the assassins? Where were the assassins? Where was the fight? We already pulled our pants down and now all we see is Bai Fu posing on camera. Sure, her face was stunning and this new outfit looked sharp, but we didn't rush in here for that. Clickbait title, huh? Why hasn't it started yet? Convert to Bai Fu held it in for a long time before finally saying, no, it's already over. A stream of question marks flew across the screen. Convert to Bai Fu was very glad he had started recording early. Otherwise, there'd be no way to show other players just how amazing Bai Fu was. As a hardcore fan who only supported Bai Fu, he couldn't miss this chance to expand the Fu's sex influence. Just watch it yourselves. There's no way to explain this in a few words. Watching is better. He began playing the video in the live stream room. Just a few minutes of footage left the viewers stunned. Damn, this is just like me playing a single-player game with God mode on. Confirmed we're not playing the same game. I'm playing Ninja Gaiden, Bai Fu's playing Dynasty Warriors. Stop it. Bai Fu is an NPC, you're a player. And you still want to compare yourself to an NPC god? Get real. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I remember Bai Fu wasn't this strong before. Is her injury healing up more? Terrifying. Just how powerful is Bai Fu's true strength? Doesn't matter. I'm joining the Fu sect right now. With this kind of power, once she fully recovers, she'll easily crush the Truth Society and the Gene Primordials. Only by joining the Garden of Silence early can we win big. Most players in the live stream room began to celebrate wildly, but a small handful were nearly fuming. These assassins were truly useless. So much intel had been given to them, even the movements of Convert to Bai Fu and others, and yet they still failed miserably. The moment they met Bai Fu, they shattered like glass. Seeing Bai Fu walking toward him, Convert to Bai Fu quickly shut off the live stream. Long time no see. One day apart felt like 3 autumns. Convert to Bai Fu and Sword Chi Soaring squeezed their way forward with all their might. Among players, no one treasured Bai Fu more than these two, except for Excavation Princess. If you have something to say, get in the car first. Bai Fu took 2 steps forward, then suddenly stopped. Can any of you drive? My car can't fit all of you. Better to take the assassin's car. Sword Chi Soaring immediately stepped up. I can. The cars in the game were similar to real-life vehicles, and the game even came with tutorials, so this wasn't a challenge for him at all. A few minutes later, 2 vehicles sped away from shelter number 5. A few more minutes passed, and an armored vehicle that looked somewhat aged stopped at the place where Bai Fu had just fought. Several heavily armed men jumped out of the vehicle. They checked the surroundings while using their walkie-talkie to contact their superior. Boss Gao, the targets are gone. Their speed was just too fast. I couldn't find any extra signs of combat nearby. It looks like it was a one-sided slaughter. There are 5 corpses, and I recognize 3 of them. They're assassins registered on the dark web. They recently took on a mission to kill Bai Fu. So you're saying the person who killed them might be Bai Fu? I can't say for sure, but that's definitely a possibility. Boss Gao, should we contact the Gene Primordials? No need. We're not subordinates of the Gene Primordials. Boss Gao rejected the man's suggestion. Remember this, we're businessmen. As long as someone doesn't disrupt our business, they're our friend. And friends should be treated courteously. The man nodded repeatedly. Boss Gao meant that Bai Fu had killed cleanly without affecting anyone else, so there was no need to interfere. I'll clean up the corpses now. Go ahead. Boss Gao waved his hand. Was the killer really Bai Fu? If so, then her strength was even greater than when she had taken out the assassins the Truth Society sent not long ago. What an unfathomable woman. On the road away from shelter number 5, Bai Fu drove while speaking to the players in the back seat. If you insist on following me, things like what just happened will occur frequently. And that was just an appetizer. The trouble we'll encounter in the future will be even scarier. Although you're heroes of legend and can resurrect, I still suggest you train on your own for a while before doing anything else. What, just by following you, we can automatically trigger all kinds of missions. Now the players had even less reason to leave. We're not afraid. I love fighting. If I don't fight for even a day, I get uncomfortable all over. Bai Fu said, since you've made up your minds, I'll be upfront. I need to test your strength. If you don't meet my standards, I won't bring you along no matter how much you insist. She suddenly turned serious, making Sword Chi soaring and the others instinctively sit up straight. What kind of test? I'll tell you once we get to the rest stop. Bai Fu deliberately kept them in suspense. Her faction was still too small right now, and the rewards it could offer for missions were very low. She planned to have Old Neeson issue another wave of missions to the players once they reached shelter number 11. 2 missions stacked together, plus the XP from eliminating the red sand itself, should be enough to entice them. After all, this was the first battle since the faction publicly started recruiting players, and Bai Fu wanted to make it a big one. Otherwise, how could she attract more players in the future? Since there were many players on board, Bai Fu floored the gas on the way back, completely unconcerned about any dangers on the road. If anything really happened, the players could just serve as cannon fodder. And just like that, Bai Fu returned smoothly to shelter number 11 in a little more than half a day. Take a rest here first. In a few days, we'll head out to eliminate a nearby wanderer camp. If you don't understand something, ask Anya, an excavation princess. Bai Fu called Anya over again. Anya, you're in charge of hosting them. After giving her instructions, Bai Fu went to report the situation to Old Neeson, but that wasn't her only goal. Since it would still be some time before Red Sand came knocking again, she decided to use the opportunity to make some prayer cards. After explaining things to Old Neeson, Bai Fu returned to the inn she had booked. Step 1. Raise the level of Psionic Illustrator from LV9 to LV10. Considering her stats and physique were already very high, and the success rate for creating prayer cards was closely related to inspiration, she once again put all 3 extra attribute points into inspiration, bringing it straight up to 50 points. Step 2. After leveling up, she still had 22,700 XP left. She invested it into the newly unlocked skill basic card creation, raising it to LV5 and increasing the bonus from 10% to 14%. Let's start with some psionic shield cards. Bai Fu opened the card creation interface. It displayed the prayer card blueprints she currently knew and the success rates for creating them. Generic card, Psionic Shield. Proficiency, 10/1000ths. Success rate, 60%. Counting the bonuses from basic card creation and her lucky talent, Bai Fu's success rate for making Psionic Shield cards was 84%. That was already quite high and would continue to rise with increased proficiency. Before she unlocked the class Apprentice Psionic Illustrator, her base success rate for making Psionic Shield cards was only 25%. Before the assault on Baggeros, she had spent a ridiculous amount of money on materials just to create 5 Psionic Shield cards. Just thinking about it made her want to cry. Fortunately, she made it through. Now it was time to earn all that money back from the players. Bai Fu began crafting cards. Since these were to be sold to players, she didn't invest as much psionic power into them as she did for her personal use. A 560-point shield was still too extravagant for players at their current level. After all, the players wouldn't really die. Giving them 50 or 100 points of shield to help them tank a few more hits in battle was enough. This way, her psionic bar could also be stretched to create more prayer cards. Bai Fu planned to offer psionic shield cards in 3 versions for sale: 50, 100, and 200 shield value. The 50-point version could be purchased by any member of the Garden of Silence faction. The 100 and 200 versions, however, would require the player's faction reputation or spending level to meet certain thresholds. This approach would raise the perceived value of the rather abstract Garden of Silence reputation, a stat she could define however she wanted. In the future, if she couldn't afford to give out rewards, she could use reputation as a way to coax players into working for her. To achieve this, Bai Fu also made distinctions in pricing the prayer cards. Assuming the 50-point version sold for 100, the 100-point version would be priced at 195, and the 200-point version at 380. To the players, it would seem like higher reputation gave them access to better prayer cards at a discount. But in reality, Bai Fu earned more from the higher tier cards since the cost of materials dropped. In short, it was a win-win. You successfully created generic card, Psionic Shield, Proficiency +2, XP +500. You successfully created. Card creation also granted XP. This was a mechanic designed to support life skills focused players who didn't enjoy combat. But this method of leveling had a major downside: it was very costly. Average players didn't have the funds to buy large amounts of crafting materials and psionic recovery potions. Only life skills players supported by guilds could use this method to quickly level up. Regular players had to grind it out slowly. Right now, Bai Fu could be considered a little rich girl, but even tens of thousands on her could be spent quickly. She still had to find a way to earn more money. She thought of the bounty offered on her by the Truth Society and the Gene Primordials. That money, maybe she could find a way to get it into her own hands. Just as she was thinking about this, old Neeson suddenly knocked on her door. Did something happen? Don't tell me Red Sands people are already here. When she opened the door, Bai Fu saw deep confusion in old Neeson's single eye. The people you brought are now wandering all over the shelter. So it was about that. Bai Fu looked indifferent. They were players. If they didn't explore every corner after arriving in a new place, that would be strange. Most likely those players weren't just wandering, but were also helping people everywhere. Ever since Yulia was captured, shelter number 11 had been bullied constantly. The residents there might actually be frightened by the players' enthusiasm. As expected, that's exactly what old Neeson was talking about. I just wanted to carry something upstairs, and suddenly 2 people rushed over saying they'd help me. That half-broken sign at the entrance has also been fixed by them. A young girl even told me to go rest, said she could tend bar since she knew how to mix drinks. I've never seen people so enthusiastic. I think you should go talk to them, tell them to rest and conserve energy. Don't let them tire themselves out before Red Sands people even arrive. Bai Fu chuckled. That's just how they are. They love doing things. If they don't stay busy, they get uncomfortable. You'll get used to it. Old Neeson was utterly baffled. What the heck? Were there really people in this world who liked doing chores? Bai Fu explained, let's just say they have some sort of illness where they die if they don't keep working. So to help them recover, just hand over whatever you need done. Just offer a little reward. They'll sometimes refuse, but most of the time, they'll accept without complaint. Old Neeson was stunned. He had never encountered people like this in his life. Where did you find such a group of cattle and horses? No, such a group of people. Old Neeson caught himself in time, but he still let a bit of his true thoughts slip. Bai Fu's mouth twitched. That's hard to explain. Just treat them normally. Oh, and unless absolutely necessary, don't provoke them. Most of the time, they're gentle, but if they do get angry, the consequences will be severe. Even I might not be able to stop them. Old Neeson nodded solemnly. Even as he left Bai Fu's lodging, he was still dazed. Having been disturbed, Bai Fu suddenly remembered something she hadn't done. She immediately contacted Anya and asked her to have the players return all the items Excavation Princess had taken back earlier to the residents of Shelter Number 11. The next morning, just as the excitement began to wear off and the players were recovering their stamina at Old Neeson's tavern, the roar of vehicles sounded from outside the shelter. 3 cars barreled into the shelter like tanks, almost knocking a passerby flat. The passerby was about to curse them out when he saw the badge on the hats of those inside the vehicles. His face turned pale with fear. Aren't those people from the Red Sand camp? What's going on? Didn't they just come here a few days ago? The first to jump down was a burly man with a face full of flesh. Following him was a woman with a tattoo on her chest. That woman had a particularly fiery temper. She grabbed the passerby by the collar. Frodo came here to investigate a few days ago. Since then, he's gone completely missing. Speak. Did you people kill him? Staring down the black muzzle of her gun, the passerby almost wet himself. You're wronged. The Red Sand Camp is famous and mighty. We wouldn't dare harm your people. His wailing did nothing to soften the vicious woman's attitude. Instead, she grew even more violent. Still talking tough, huh? I want to see whether your mouth is tougher, or my bullets. The passerby burst into tears out of sheer terror. The vicious woman frowned, then flung the passerby onto the ground with great force and kicked him a few times. Useless garbage. She turned to the burly man. Looks like he really doesn't know. The man said, if he doesn't know, then question someone else. In just 10 days, we've already lost 2 squads. We've lost all face. If we don't find the culprit, the boss will never let us off the hook. You know what he's like. The vicious woman seemed to remember something, and her body trembled involuntarily. She quickly led her people to investigate within the shelter. The wanderers from the Red Sand Camp rampaged through the shelter and soon forced the truth about the players from the residents' mouths. According to them, those people arrived just days ago. Not only did they help out, but they even returned stolen belongings. Oh. The burly man raised his eyebrows. Have we met desert saints? Interesting. They're not afraid of us Red Sand at all. I wonder if they'll still be smiling after they meet my gun. Under the burly man's lead, the Red Sand wanderers began searching the shelter for traces of the players. Before long, they arrived at Old Neeson's tavern. The vicious woman kicked the door open. Then she swaggered in with her gun raised. Non-essential personnel, get lost. Outsiders and the tavern owner, stay put. In an instant, dozens of gazes turned toward her. Bang! Bang! The vicious woman fired 2 shots at the ceiling, grinning broadly. You outsiders sure are bold, daring to make a move on people from Red Sand. Just as she finished speaking, all the players seated in the tavern stood up. There were more than 20 of them, quite a sight. The vicious woman shouted, "Where's your leader? Tell him to get out here." The players glanced at each other, then started arguing in front of her. There's only one of her. Not enough to go around. Let me take her. I just learned a new skill a few days ago. Perfect chance to test it. I need XP to level up. Let me have her. First come, first served, bastard. The vicious woman had no sense of danger. Seeing that the players completely ignored her, she fired another shot at the ceiling. Delay 1 more second and the next shot goes right into dash. She was cut off halfway by a player. Stop arguing, stop arguing. She's not the only one. The other players all turned their heads just in time to see more people from Red Sand entering from outside. Then what was there to hesitate about? Charge! Starfish Bro took the lead, and the other players followed closely behind. In just an instant, the Red Sand wanderers who had walked in from outside were overwhelmed by the players. Old Neeson, standing behind the bar, was dumbfounded. What, this wasn't how fights were supposed to go. The other side had guns, for crying out loud. He cast a glance at Bai Fu, who was calmly drinking water beside him. Bai Fu first shouted to the players, telling them to leave 2 alive, and then said, "No need to worry. They'll handle it." This long chaotic Goli desert. It was time for the players to cleanse it. Old Neeson opened his mouth to speak but stopped. He thought he was beginning to understand Bai Fu, but the more he interacted with her, the more unfathomable she seemed. 74, Death Reaper of the Desert Bai Fu appeared 5.7k. Under the players' assault, the Red Sand Camp wanderers who had surged into the tavern were quickly routed. Unable to retaliate or flee, and too frightened to compete in ferocity, they turned pale and ultimately had no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy. If you want to live, then obediently tell us the exact location of the Red Sand Camp and their internal situation. Facing the players' threat, the two surviving wanderers spoke freely, holding nothing back. The player compared their statements and, seeing no lies, reported the gathered intel to Bai Fu. The Red Sand Camp is the largest wanderer camp nearby. Just its core members number over 200, plus many peripheral members eking out a living in the Golii Desert under their wing. Recently 2 squads died in succession, which infuriated the camp leader Marco. He sent most of his people out to investigate. Only about 60 to 70 residents remain at the camp, but they're not weak, they're Marco's elite enforcers. Besides them, 3 individuals in the camp are noteworthy: Marco himself, Rattlesnake, an A-rank assassin hired by Marco, and a doctor. Marco is a martial artist proficient in melee combat. Rattlesnake is a psychokinetic with mental abilities. The doctor's strength is average, originally a cosmetic surgeon, but Marco forced him into the camp because he knows how to make various poisons. A cosmetic surgeon? Bai Fu suddenly thought of an interesting strategy, deciding to strike the Red Sand Camp even harder. She nodded as she listened and said, "It looks like now is the best time for us to act. And that doctor, let him stay, I have a great plan for him." With that, she turned to face old Neeson standing nearby. "Yuan Fong, what do you think? Your assessment is accurate. Now is indeed the best time. But..." Old Neeson's brow furrowed. "In my view, the wisest choice is to abandon the attack on the Red Sand Camp. I know you're powerful, you'll likely overpower even that A-rank assassin Rattlesnake. But they..." His gaze swept over the players. Although these players seemed untrained, their combat ability was solid. They thrived on fearlessness. But being fearless doesn't mean invincible. Letting them fight the Red Sand small squads was manageable. But if they directly stormed the camp, a small mistake could lead to total annihilation. Emotionally, old Neeson hoped Bai Fu and the players would wipe out Red Sand, but he didn't want these somewhat foolish yet charming players to die in vain. Still, he knew he couldn't change their decision. So he changed his approach. "I'll go with you. Despite my blindness and lameness, I can't help directly in the front, but as the founder of the Watchers, I'm experienced in planning tactics. I'll do my best to minimize casualties and improve our odds tactically. You don't need to go that far. Never mind, nothing compares to seeing their shock in person." Bai Fu deliberately teased. This mission would shock old Neeson in a big way. To her, he was worth recruiting not only because of his relationship with Yulia, but because he had extensive experience managing a faction. At present, the Silent Court had few player members. She could manage them all. But when the Silent Court grew, she needed a pro like old Neeson, or she'd have no time to upgrade herself. In the end, raising player favor and building the faction were all means to become stronger. Only by being strong enough could she survive the chaos of the 4th disaster. They scheduled the operation for night. While waiting, old Neeson locked himself in a room to meditate on his tactics, and players flocked to Anya. Now players considered Anya to be the Silent Court's newbie guide and shopkeeper. Through her, players could buy some common firearms and the psionic shield card, a miraculous tool Anya had shown off before during Sister Excavation's livestream. But as a one-use item, the psionic shield card's price stung the players. They had no steady income yet, making money only by doing small tasks. Yet because this mission was crucial, most players, after checking their pockets, still bought at least one psionic shield card loaded with 50 shield points. Bundling store items with faction missions forced players to spend money to complete missions. This was a form of product bundling strategy. This move earned Bai Fu over 2,000 in revenue. Not huge, but a good start. Her main problem was her psionic energy capped her card-making speed, and players' wallets constrained their purchase capacity. We need to provide players with ways to earn money after destroying the Red Sand Camp. Bai Fu thought briefly. Ideally, she'd send players all to the Black Factory to grind for her. But no matter how close players were to her, they wouldn't accept grinding real jobs in real life just to keep playing a game where both play and grind. That would defeat the point. She recalled a trade market by Shelter 5 where someone bought materials dropped by mutated sandworms. She could have players hunt mutated sandworms outside, collect materials, and she'd buy them. Then she'd sell to Shelter 5's buyer at a slightly higher price. In that way, she'd profit from the spread. Players would have a steady income, they'd spend money with her. Money would cycle right back to her. The only issue was finding a buyer for the mutated sandworm materials. By nightfall, once everyone was ready, Bai Fu and Jian Chichong Tian each drove a vehicle toward the Red Sand Camp. Along the way they were attacked by sandworms several times. Old Nissan's strength emerged. Despite having just one eye, after grabbing the sniper rifle Bai Fu handed him, he easily picked off the approaching sandworms one by one. It was the calm of a seasoned old artist. Back in my prime, I'd have taken them out 10 seconds faster. Old Nissan proudly shrank back into the car. The two captured Red Sand Camp lackeys had hoped for rescue upon arrival at the camp. But seeing Old Nissan's prowess as an old master, their hearts sank. They were doomed. Just what kind of monsters had they provoked? 3:30 a.m. Their vehicle stopped at an open ground 2 kilometers from the Red Sand Camp. Old Nissan began explaining the strategy he'd spent the whole day devising. Most of Red Sand's members are out, but there are still 60 to 70 inside 3 times our number. So a frontal assault is unwise. We must lure some out first, then eliminate them in waves. My plan is to use the corpses of those 2 prisoners as bait for the first wave. After we wipe out the scouts, we'll split into 2 teams, a few retainers up front to keep baiting, while the others flank from the rear. If this raid doesn't break the camp, we'll move to step 3 and lure their people into traps. Old Nissan pulled out the diagram he'd drawn in advance and pressed his pen against the trap location. At the very start, if we try to bait them into the trap, they might not fall for it. But if we ambush them twice and repel them on the second attempt, they'll likely get hot-headed and charge right at us. After saying this, he paused and looked around. What do you all think of this plan? Patrick Starr nodded. Not bad. Convert to my Fu chimed in, very thorough. Old Nissan smiled slightly. Then it's decided. This plan will minimize casualties. Hold on a second. Just then, Sword Chi Soaring stepped forward, clearly eager to prove himself. I have a suggestion for this plan. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously toward Sword Chi Soaring. Sword Chi Soaring was the leader of a major guild. He often commanded players in other games, so his suggestions were worth hearing. Honestly, I think overly complex tactics don't mean much for us right now. We haven't received professional training, and we've barely coordinated with one another. It's easy for accidents to happen. And if the plan fails because of a mishap, we'll waste a lot of time getting back into position. The players all nodded in agreement. They were gathered only because of Bai Fu. They'd barely coordinated in the past, so asking them to execute complex tactics flawlessly was asking too much. So my plan is to ditch those complicated bait strategies. Instead, we'll drag those 2 captives straight to Red Sand's people and demand answers. Once they get close, we'll throw the venom sacs from the mutated sandworms at them. That'll definitely cause chaos at the Red Sand Camp. Then we can either launch a direct attack or lure them into the trap, whichever works best. Venom sacs. That immediately reminded Patrick Starr and the others of the task to collect venom sacs at the abandoned cooling plant. This idea's actually not bad. We're not afraid of mutation. If we're lucky and hit Marco or Rattlesnake, the mission would be a wrap. The players all started praising the plan. None was more excited than Black Tiger Ah Fu. This was what gaming was about. Forget complicated tactics, just rush B. But if that's the plan, we'll need to gather some venom sacs first. That might delay things a bit. By the time we're ready, the sun might be up. Not a problem at all. The old dog from the Iron Rain Guild pulled out a bag filled to the brim with venom sacks. Sword Bro and I spent the whole afternoon farming sandworms. These should be enough. Seeing the venom sacks, the other players' eyes lit up. Awesome. Damn, only Sword Bro could think ahead like this. Some of the solo players had been wary of Sword Chi Soaring and his group, afraid they'd steal the mission rewards and leave them with nothing. But now their opinions had completely changed. With a high-level player like Sword Chi Soaring leading, everything became a lot easier. Surrounded by admiring gazes, Sword Chi Soaring was in high spirits. This was his comeback. Truth Society, those bastards just wait. One day, I'll follow Bai Fu and storm your headquarters. This was a classic case of love turning into hate. While Sword Chi Soaring celebrated, old Neeson was far less pleased. The plan itself was already outrageous. What really unsettled him was that Sword Chi Soaring and Old Dog had dared to handle venom sacks for mutated sandworms with just some tattered gloves. If any venom leaked out, whoever touched it would be in serious trouble. Bai Fu, on the other hand, remained calm. For NPCs, checking venom sacks for damage required a close inspection. But for players, they only needed to look at the name. If intact, it was labeled as XX Venom Sac. If damaged, it showed as XX Venom Sac, damaged. Simple and straightforward. Since the decision is made, let's prepare for action. At Bai Fu's command, the players began disembarking. Soon, only Bai Fu, Anya, and Old Neeson were left in the vehicle. Old Neeson grew anxious. What kind of plan is this? That's a suicide tactic. How can you dash? Bai Fu said just one sentence, even if they die, they can revive. What did you just say? Old Neeson looked at Bai Fu, then at the excited players setting up the trap, wondering if he had misheard. Revive? If the dead could really come back to life, why would the world still be plagued by the pain of separation through death? Bai Fu took out little Yulia, who had been stuffed in her pocket. You've probably noticed already, haven't you? Yulia had long severed her link with little Yulia, but now this little Yulia carried her full memories, so she knew what Bai Fu meant. Half of the people you brought, I saw them at Bagaros. A few of them, I clearly remember dying back then. But now they're alive again. Question mark. Even little Yulia confirmed it. Old Neeson couldn't help but believe it, though that only made it more bewildering. Resurrection was not something ordinary people could achieve. Just who were Bai Fu and these people? Thick mist clouded Old Neeson's eyes. He tried to find answers from little Yulia, but she was just a cloth doll, showing no emotions on her face. In reality, little Yulia was quite stirred inside. Her interest in Bai Fu had only grown. She had broken free of her enslavement, increased her power many times over in a short span, and commanded a group of resurrecting freaks. What other surprises was Bai Fu hiding? Even if not for the sake of escaping the Truth Society, as a doctor, she now had a strong desire to study Bai Fu. After getting off the vehicle, the players spent 20 minutes setting up a trap simple yet hard to detect. They buried a small grenade and several venom sacs inside. When the grenade exploded, the sacs would burst, spraying venom all over anyone nearby. Once the trap was set, they gagged the two captives and dragged them toward the red sand camp. Bang! With a sharp gunshot, even in the most drowsy hour before dawn, the red sand camp immediately stirred. Who's shooting in the middle of the night? Something's going on. Marco leapt up. At his shout, the elite wanderers left in the camp rushed toward the entrance. They're coming. Get ready. Bai Fu gave a brief word to Anya and Old Neeson and set up her gun in the vehicle. This battle was meant to test the players joining the Silent Court, though she didn't really expect them to defeat Marco and Rattlesnake. Level disparity was too great, it wasn't realistic. To deal with Marco and Rattlesnake, it had to be her personally. A few seconds later, the wanderers rushing out from the depths of the camp confronted the players. They lowered their heads and saw a comrade's corpse lying on the ground. Then, raising their eyes, they saw two other comrades tied up by the players. You dare kill one of our Red Sand members? You must have a death wish. Sword Chi Soaring laughed. You burned, killed, and looted our place, and now you're asking what we're doing here. I came all this way for one reason, to damn well end you bastards. Gun muzzles peeked out from behind the two captives. Enemy attack. Sensing danger, the wanderers shouted. To their surprise, as their attention focused on Sword Chi Soaring, he didn't fire. Instead, the others around him began throwing things at them. Is this a joke? They didn't even have proper weapons. Did they really think rocks could kill them? Just as the Red Sand Camp wanderers were about to laugh, one of them who got hit realized something was wrong. They're not rocks. They're venom sac sandworm venom sacsam hit. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Those nearby clearly saw a ruptured venom sac fall to his feet. The moment the venom touched his skin, it reddened and began to rot. Get back. Move. The wanderers panicked. Venom infection could cause mutation, and even if not, the acidic venom would corrode and rot the skin. It was agony not easily endured. Kill them. Ha! Eat my blade. Black Tiger Ah Fu gathered his energy, wielded a massive blade, and charged into the wanderers. His reckless dash instantly broke their formation. Damn it! Despicable! They want to drag us down like water ghosts. The chaos continued until Marco appeared. Marco wasn't ordinary. He was a veteran martial artist. As long as he imbued his body with chi, he could resist the venom with ease. The moment he appeared, he struck 3 venom sacs away and landed right in front of Black Tiger Ah Fu. Troublemakers must die. His fist, as big as a sandbag, smashed into Black Tiger Ah Fu's face like a hammer. With a miserable scream, Black Tiger Ah Fu was slammed against a wall. Hitting someone like hanging a picture, this move stunned the other players. Too strong. Unbeatable. Retreat first. Sword Chi Soaring shouted, signaling the others to execute the second plan. No one hesitated, they rushed toward the trap they had set up earlier. Think you can run? Marco roared in fury, charging across the sand like a tank. The players felt a chill on their scalps, but eventually, Marco's aggression got the better of him, and he stepped directly onto the player's trap. Boom! The grenade exploded with a thunderous roar. Sensing the danger, Marco quickly gathered chi to protect himself. The blast sent him tumbling. Venom splashed all over him, but thanks to his hardened body skills, he barely escaped disaster. Heh! Marco let out a cold laugh. Just a bunch of desert rats using dirty tricks. Now that your tricks are gone, let's see how you jump around. Is that so? Bang! A gunshot rang out from afar. A sniper round pierced Marco's shoulder blade, blowing a large hole through it. Marco collapsed. As he gasped and tried to get up, he suddenly noticed a pair of boots in front of him. You! He looked up and saw a girl in a white shirt and black tight pants. Bro, mind if I borrow your head? Bai Fu pulled out a grenade launcher and fired it at point-blank range. Marco lost it. A maniac? Why were all the enemies today maniacs willing to die with him? Under the grenade's blast, Marco's chi was shattered. He coughed up blood violently. Just as Bai Fu prepared to fire a second shot, a figure suddenly flashed by and dragged Marco aside. It was a masked man. His eyes were sharp, like a venomous serpent. Who are you? He asked. Bai Fu turned to the players. Leave this to me. Go handle the rest of the camp. Then she smiled at the masked man before her. Rattlesnake. You may call me the Death Reaper of the desert. I'm here to send you on your way. There were some heavy weapons in the Red Sand camp. Even Bai Fu wouldn't dare take those head-on. But now that the players had lured Marco and Rattlesnake out, things would be much easier. 75, 200,000 XP, the perks of being kept by the rich lady Yulia. Rattlesnake had a total level of 30, possessed a special psionic enhancement template, an agility talent, and multiple single-target and area of effect psionic attack skills. Whether it was moving like a killer in the dark or acting as support to break through on the front lines, he excelled at it all. But like most psionic-type classes, he had a glaring weakness: his body was extremely fragile. Knowing his own shortcomings well, Rattlesnake launched an attack at Bai Fu the moment he failed to get the answer he wanted from her. An invisible pressure swept across the sandy terrain beneath the night sky, carving a distinct trench in the fine sand. The psionic shock was incredibly fast. Even though Bai Fu had been prepared, she still couldn't dodge it. It was as if a bomb exploded deep inside her brain. The intense pain, like being crushed under a heavy tank, assaulted Bai Fu's nerves. Her vision and hearing were suppressed to their lowest, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Immediately afterward came the game's prompt sound. You have suffered a psionic shock, HP -109. You are in a brief dazed state. Rattlesnake's psionic attack had bypassed the psionic shield and directly affected Bai Fu's body. The over 100-point damage was the highest single hit Bai Fu had taken recently. This showed just how troublesome psionic mutants could be. Seeing Bai Fu frozen in place, a relaxed smile appeared on Rattlesnake's face beneath his mask. You don't seem like an ordinary person, but when faced with my psionic abilities, no matter what tricks you have, you won't be able to use them. He panted lightly. That psionic shock just now, meant to incapacitate Bai Fu in one blow, had drained quite a bit of his stamina and psionic energy. He quickly drew a gun from his waist. Though it looked like a regular Human Alliance-made RS-1917 pistol, its bullets had been modified by the doctor whom Marco had captured. Each bullet was coated in a different type of venom. Although many strong individuals in this world had high resistance to toxins, with so many different venom types, surely one would suit Bai Fu's constitution. Time to go. Don't mess with people you can't afford to mess with in your next life. Rattlesnake raised his gun. Before he could pull the trigger, a strange force suddenly acted on him. He found himself unable to move. No, it wasn't just that his body began turning against his will, completely exposing his back to Bai Fu. For an assassin, showing one's back was the greatest taboo. What was going on? As he was turning, Rattlesnake saw a small piece of power armor standing on a distant vehicle. He wasn't sure if this change was related to that, but right now all he wanted was to break free of this restraint. Psionic energy surged. While gathering power, he was pleasantly surprised to find he could move again. Wait, wind noise from behind. Bai Fu, enduring the pain in her head, launched a grenade right at Rattlesnake's exposed back. Boom! Sand and dust filled the air, obscuring visibility. Without pause, Bai Fu activated psionic perception and dashed straight into the dust cloud. She had only heard Marco's death prompt, not Rattlesnake's. Since that was the case, there was only one option: charge forward. One must never show mercy to enemies. In the nick of time, Rattlesnake had pulled Marco in front of him to take the fatal hit. He survived. Marco died. Killing his own employer would severely damage his reputation. Now, he had even more reason to kill Bai Fu. I've never suffered such a huge loss before. Not even when I was assassinating key members of the Truth Society did I get forced to this point. Looks like I have to use that move. Rattlesnake struggled to climb up from the ground. Just then, he suddenly saw the yellow sand split apart, and a black and white figure dashed toward him like a sports car. He had no time to react. His heart sank. The next second, a fist wrapped in black gloves brutally struck his nose, sending him flying like he'd been hit by a dump truck. Damn! While mid-air, Rattlesnake hastily unleashed a second psionic shock, but before it could hit Bai Fu, she had already fired another grenade. You have suffered a psionic shock, HP -65. You have slain Rattlesnake. Contribution 98%. After level adjustment, gained 39,200 XP. You have completed Mission Yulia's Trial, Objective 2. Reward, 70,000 XP, one-time skill card. Bai Fu's head still hurt, but her mood was excellent. Rattlesnake had been strong, but he never would have expected her to give Anya a battle etiquette card before the action began. Your psionic shock is strong with hard control, but my battle etiquette isn't weak either. Had she fought Rattlesnake alone, she would have lost at least a few hundred HP. While that wasn't fatal for her with an HP of 1670, a cleaner victory was always better than unnecessary struggle. Bai Fu first spent some XP to upgrade her increasingly handy psionic perception to LV5. With that, the base sensing radius became 30 meters, much more useful than thermal imaging. After leveling the skill, she opened the newly acquired one-time skill card. Rattlesnake, Psionic Omen. Rarity, Purple. Item description, a one-time skill card recording Rattlesnake's skill Psionic Omen. Additional effect, deals psionic shock to targets with psionic less than 50. Damage depends on the difference in psionic values. High chance of causing daze. Affects a radius of 20 meters. As expected, it was something similar to a prayer card. Bai Fu was very satisfied. This Psionic Omen skill card was an excellent reward. In encirclement situations or for targeted breakthroughs, it could be dozens of times more effective than battle etiquette. She slotted the card into her tactical backpack and stepped forward to loot the bodies. As an NPC who had once been a player, looting was a habit she had cultivated well. Although both Marco and Rattlesnake's faces were blasted to bloody shreds, she still found 2 intact items. You have obtained Rattlesnake's ID card. You have obtained Kirilenko's electric knife. The ID card was what Rattlesnake had used to access the dark web. With it, she could now freely log into Rattlesnake's dark web backend. As for Kirilenko's electric knife, it was a special weapon that Marco hadn't had time to use. Its rarity was purple. Made of a special alloy, it possessed far greater durability than ordinary swords. Installed at the hilt was a fusion core similar to those used in power armor, producing ultra-cool effects of sparks and lightning arcs with each slash. Of course, it wasn't just for looks, the damage was considerable. Ordinary people wouldn't survive a single slash. Only those with special abilities could resist it, such as martial artists like Marco who could endure using chi. Bai Fu casually spun the knife a few times. This electric knife perfectly made up for her lack of melee weapons. This red sandworm camp really has an insane drop rate. Bai Fu was in love. She slung the knife casually on her back, then called Anya and old Neeson to head together toward red sandworm camp. With Marco and Rattlesnake dead, the remaining underlings were no longer a threat. She only had to make sure she didn't get hit by the heavy weapons inside the camp. However, under the second wave of assault by the players, the wanderers in the camp had no time to operate the heavy weapons anymore. They were desperately calling Marco and Rattlesnake to return for support, but all they got back was the rustling of static. Damn it, don't blame me for what comes next. A wanderer grabbed some valuables from the camp and bolted. With one person leading the way, the psychological defense lines of the others also collapsed. By the time Bai Fu entered the camp, only the wanderers trapped in the camp's laboratory were still resisting under the doctor's command. Out of over 20 players charging in, only 6 were still alive. They couldn't break into the lab, and the wanderers inside didn't dare rush out, fearing an ambush. Upon arrival, Bai Fu first had Anya spray bullets into the lab for a full minute. The sudden increase in firepower left the people inside stunned. What the hell was this? Then Bai Fu led the players to charge the lab head-on. She stood at the front, turning herself into a wall, blocking every bullet so the players behind could just fire and harvest XP freely. Holy shit. This is awesome, Fu is literally boosting us up the ranks. Damn, I'm so jealous I could die. At this moment, the players lounging in the spring of shelter number 11 and watching the siege through shared view were red-eyed with envy. But no matter how envious they were, they could only watch. They didn't have the means to fly from shelter number 11 to the red sandworm region. A monster. The wanderers in the lab fired desperately, but the ridiculous part was that even after emptying their magazines, Bai Fu charging at the front was completely unscathed. Even more absurdly, her clothes weren't even wrinkled. That was the power of the psionic shield. As Bai Fu officially stormed the lab, the extermination battle against Red Sandworm Camp came to a close. Except for the doctor named Shui Jiming, all other wanderers were swiftly turned into XP by the players. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Shui Jiming fell to his knees in surrender. Bai Fu checked his stats. His level was low, and his attributes weren't remarkable, but he had a very rare talent, drug sensitivity. This sensitivity didn't mean allergic reactions. It meant he had an extraordinary gift for pharmaceuticals, with alchemy bonuses far beyond the average person. No wonder Marco had captured him to make poison. Now that Garden of Silence had a newbie guide and merchant, Anya, a soon-to-be persuaded logistics and operations commander, Old Neeson, having a pharmacist was a perfect addition. Next, I just need a merchant who sells guns and ammo, and the framework for a proper faction will be mostly complete. That was no trouble for Bai Fu. The Wanderers of Red Sandworm Camp certainly didn't make their own guns. They must have a supplier. She just needed to locate that source and negotiate. Bai Fu pointed a shotgun at Chui Jiming's head. If you don't want to die, answer every question I ask. Got it? Chui Jiming nodded like a woodpecker. After an interrogation, Bai Fu had the players dig out all the hidden supplies in Red Sandworm Camp, and she also learned who supplied them with weapons, the famous Gao family from Shelter No. 5. The Gao family had close ties with the Makarov family who ran the dark web. Not only did they sell weapons to wanderer groups across the Goli Desert, they also purchased materials from those same groups. That resolved two of Bai Fu's problems at once. Looks like I'll need to have a talk with them next time I bring in a new batch of players. Fu, I need to remind you of something. At that moment, Excavation Princess suddenly stepped forward. What is it? I've said before, not all Undying Ones are trustworthy like us. Some would rather see you dead. They'll secretly leak your location to the Truth Society or the Gene Primordials. They'll pretend to be your allies, get close, and steal intel. Ah, so that's what she meant. Of course Bai Fu already knew this. But she still pretended not to and thanked Excavation Princess for the warning. She believed that not only would some players do this of their own accord, but as the Truth Society and Gene Primordials recognized the strength of players, they would also send players as undercover agents to infiltrate her ranks. She already had a countermeasure in mind. Strike first. You think you're the only ones who can send undercover players? So can I, and I'll do it better and faster. Not only will I plant players among you, I'll also deal heavy blows to your reputation, dragging your image down in the minds of players. After packing everything looted from the camp into the vehicle, Bai Fu led the players back en masse to Shelter No. 11. She had gained a lot from this operation. Guns and weapons aside, she even found a stash of money in Marco's treasury perfect for building the Garden of Silence base. By the time they returned to Shelter No. 11, it was already morning. Everyone, including Bai Fu, was a bit hungry, but what the players looked forward to even more than food was something else. Before the operation, Bai Fu had said that destroying Red Sandworm Camp was a trial. Now that the camp had been wiped out, they had passed the test. Could they finally join Garden of Silence? Bai Fu did not disappoint them. In fact, she took it to the next level. She personally held an awarding ceremony, having the players line up as she handed out the custom Garden of Silence, Eye of Heaven, badges she had ordered from Shelter No. 5 to each one. The ceremony had few spectators, only Excavation Princess, Anya, Little Yulia, Old Neeson, and Chui Jiming, but the ceremonial vibe was off the charts. Excavation Princess stood off to the side snapping pics non-stop, capturing the excited expressions of the players, and the shocked faces of Old Neeson and Chui Jiming as if they'd seen a ghost. After the attack on Starfish Bro and the others by assassins, she had cut the live stream, mainly to avoid revealing Bai Fu's location. But as a content creator, she still needed traction. If not live streaming, then she would make videos. And now, with a big batch of players flocking to Bai Fu, she already knew what video to make next. That's right, it would be Garden of Silence News Express. Excavation Princess planned to turn Garden of Silence's developments and the local happenings into a video series. The idea came to her after watching other players star news daily. She believed this segment would definitely attract a large number of viewers because the content was simply too rich. Whether it was Bai Fu quickly killing an assassin at Shelter No. 5, or beating down Marco and Rattlesnake at Red Sandworm Camp, or charging into the lab with players, or the medal awarding ceremony happening now, all of it was enough to spark massive discussion. I'm such a genius. Excavation Princess continued filming Bai Fu from various angles. She planned to release the first episode within a day or two. By now, she was fully bound to Bai Fu and Garden of Silence. The more players joined Garden of Silence under the influence of her videos, the more content she had to film. And the more content she had, the more players she could attract. Now that was a virtuous cycle. Bai Fu only returned to her residence after seeing off every player. She first tallied up the mission rewards. You have completed Mission Yulia's Trial, Objective 1. Contribution, 51.9%. Reward, 77,850 XP. Investing all that XP and her prior savings into basic card creation, it reached max level LV10 with 28,820 XP remaining. Basic card creation LV10, plus 20% efficiency and success rate for creating prayer cards. Perfect. Now her success rate for crafting psionic shield cards was 90%. With a bit more practice, she'd hit 100% in no time. Once I complete my new plan, I need to sweep through every wanderer camp in the Goli Desert. Bai Fu estimated that this sweep alone could raise her 4 or 5 levels. An advanced class seemed to be waving at her. After closing the game interface, she pulled little Yulia from her bag. I've cleared out Red Sandworm Camp, the one that could threaten old Neeson. Now it's time for you to uphold your end. Tell me why Li Qing betrayed the Gene Primordials and what secrets he knows about them. Little Yulia didn't play any tricks and answered truthfully. The Truth Society president once showed Li Qing part of his memories. I don't know the exact content, only that it was from his past. In that past, Li Qing learned the cause of the World War and the truth behind the leak of the pollution source that led to the contamination of the entire world. The Li Qing you know is different. He may have been a government official's son, but he was extremely driven. Although he received some preferential treatment, everything he achieved at school and training camp was earned through his own efforts. The way he later became the person you see now is definitely tied to those memories shown to him by the Truth Society president. Bai Fu nodded. You mean his faith collapsed? Maybe, little Yulia didn't say definitively. He doesn't know that much. If he did, the Truth Society president wouldn't have allowed him to remain in the Gene Primordials as an undercover agent. Bai Fu asked, so what caused the World War, and what is the truth behind the contamination? An extraterrestrial visitor. One day, before the World War broke out, a strange pod fell onto the southern continent of Kolodo. From that day on, the world began to change. Eventually, the profits brought by that extraterrestrial visitor led to the outbreak of war. I overheard all this from Dr. Ed, who was guarding me. Bai Fu frowned slightly. Well, she had made up a cosmic being identity for herself and it turned out there really were cosmic beings. But was that all? That couldn't be it. If that was all, would the Gene Primordials go so far as to hunt her down? Little Yulia said, that should be all Li Qing knows. Maybe he knows more details than I do, things shown in the Truth Society president's memory. But the Gene Primordials might not see it that way. They'll think Li Qing knows far more than he actually does, and that he's told you everything. Makes sense. Bai Fu received a game prompt. You have completed mission secrets hidden in the heart. Reward, 50,000 XP, 0.2% origin star plot exploration. After completing the mission, she triggered a new one, the origin of the Truth Society. Mission description, we still don't know the origin of the Truth Society that we saw that day. It remains a mystery. Even within the Truth Society, it seems very few people know the president's real name. Mission objective, discover the true identity of the Truth Society president. Reward, 300,000 XP, exploration. Hidden reward. Note, completing this mission will unlock a new mission. Bai Fu grew thoughtful. This appeared to be the Truth Society's exploration mission. The one she triggered from Xia Shi, source of psionic power, was likely the Gene Primordials exploration line. These exploration missions seemed tightly tied to the main story. She glanced at the newly obtained exploration value. The game explanation mentioned that higher unlocked exploration meant deeper engagement with the plot, and at certain thresholds, it would yield very rare rewards. Is this one of those dream seller setups? Still, even if it was, Bai Fu decided to eat the pie anyway. The base reward for the new mission was already 300,000 XP. The hidden reward couldn't be bad either. Bai Fu looked at little Yulia. So, can our cooperation go a little deeper now? She still had the unusually generous mission Shadow of Truth unfinished. That mission's objective was to destroy the Truth Society, so she needed intel from little Yulia. Help me rescue some people, said little Yulia. As long as you get them out, I'll do whatever you ask. Where are they? I don't know. But I know who does. Graham, the deputy director of the Truth Society's Special Operations Division. He operates near the Railway Guild. I only know the general area, not the exact location. If you can pinpoint his position, not only can you find the people I want to save, but you'll also deal a heavy blow to the Truth Society. Bai Fu received a new mission. Little Yulia's request, 1. Mission description. Mission objective, find Graham. Mission reward, 100,000 XP. The reward was surprisingly generous. Before this, she had already earned over 200,000 XP through Yulia's trial and secrets hidden in the heart, which made her feel like she was being kept by little Yulia. If this kind of sponsorship was on the table, Bai Fu was more than happy. Who wouldn't want to be sponsored by a hot, rich lady who didn't force you to scrub with steel wool? What she didn't know was that little Yulia did want to see her scrub with steel wool. Of course, it was purely to test her physical resilience and recovery ability, nothing perverted about it. Bai Fu placed little Yulia back into her bag. One day later, shelter number 5. Bai Fu pulled out Rattlesnake's ID card, logged into the dark web backend, and contacted the Truth Society using Rattlesnake's identity. I've killed Bai Fu. How do you want to verify it? This message immediately shook the Truth Society. 76. Is your Bai Fu realistic? Truth Society, Combat Unit. Yue, who was responsible for monitoring the dark web, as always, logged into his back-end system after the meeting. The first thing that came into view was the inbox marked with 99 plus unread messages. For him, the main task each day was reading the inbox, categorizing the messages, and submitting them to his superiors based on importance. Most of the time, the messages in the inbox held no value and could even send the president's blood pressure soaring. For instance, not long ago, Bai Fu had repeatedly thwarted the Truth Society's assassination bounties, which had infuriated both the president and the minister of the combat unit, and even those of them who handled grunt work had suffered as a result. Fortunately, Bai Fu had recently fallen out with the gene primordials. For the time being, there shouldn't be any more tricks from her, and he no longer had to worry about her news. For the time being, like hell. As Yue skimmed through the messages in the inbox, he was horrified to find Bai Fu's name once again appearing on the screen. What a disaster. Could it be that Bai Fu had attacked another base of the Truth Society? Lately, the president had been clashing with the gene primordials and was extremely volatile. If news of Bai Fu causing trouble again reached the president, Yue dared not imagine what sort of treatment he would face. Trembling, he clicked on the new message. To his surprise, the message was sent by a dark web A-rank assassin with the codename Rattlesnake. The message was short, but packed a nuclear bomb-level shockwave. I've already killed Bai Fu. Damn! Yue shouted and jumped up from his seat. What the hell are you screaming about this early in the morning? His outburst quickly drew discontent from those nearby, but once they came over and saw the screen, they echoed his reaction. Damn! One damn followed another. Amidst this wave, the minister of the combat unit, Bernardo, quickly sensed something was off. What the hell are you damn? Staring at the message on the screen, Bernardo's eyes nearly popped out. Although the president had ordered him to stop pursuing Bai Fu after her fallout with the gene primordials, if a real opportunity presented itself, how could the president possibly not want to kill the one who repeatedly sabotaged the Truth Society's plans? Li Cheng's capture had left the Truth Society silently seething. The destruction of the Baghero's base and Guido's death had left them tasting filth. These were genuine grudges. If Bai Fu was truly dead, it would be incredible news, worth hosting an internal celebration banquet. Pull up Rattlesnake's file. Bernardo forced himself to remain calm. The authenticity of the situation still couldn't be confirmed, so he couldn't report it to the president just yet. After reading Rattlesnake's profile, he nodded slightly. No one has ever seen TA's real face, but TA is a psionic type ability user and an A-rank assassin. With TA's ability, if it was a surprise attack, it's indeed possible to take down Bai Fu. This message is very likely to be real. Contact TA and have TA send over a few photos. Yue immediately followed orders. About 10 minutes later, Rattlesnake came back online and sent over 2 photos. One showed Bai Fu pressing her hand against her forehead, standing in place, looking dazed. The other showed Bai Fu lying on the ground, eyes shut tight, her abdomen soaked in blood. That face is definitely Bai Fu's. Bernardo had seen photos of Bai Fu no fewer than 1,000 times, so he recognized her instantly. Ask TA how Bai Fu was killed and where TA is now. Tell TA that if TA hands over Bai Fu's corpse, the 800,000 will be transferred to TA's account immediately. Yue clacked away on the keyboard. TA said TA was hired by a wanderer organization in the Goli Desert. A few days ago, Bai Fu had a conflict with that wanderer group. TA recognized Bai Fu and launched a surprise attack with a psionic shock while Bai Fu was distracted. Even so, it still cost TA dearly to finish her off. After killing Bai Fu, TA temporarily left the Goli Desert and is now near the Alina settlement within the Railway Guild's territory. The Railway Guild, huh? Judging by Rattlesnake's message, Bernardo couldn't find any signs of lying. He thought briefly and said, "Send Graham to handle this. Make sure to bring Bai Fu's body back intact." Yes. The Truth Society quickly sprang into action. Bernardo looked around, feeling elated. Bai Fu, oh Bai Fu, this is what you get for going against the Truth Society. So what if you're skilled? Didn't you still get crushed with ease? Meanwhile, on the other end of the dark web, Bai Fu smiled as she read the replies on the screen. Looks like little Yulia's intel was correct. There really is a Truth Society base near Alina's. The reason she impersonated Rattlesnake to contact the Truth Society was partly to find the location Graham was hiding, as mentioned by little Yulia, and partly for the bounty the Truth Society offered. Everyone wanted to trade her life to the Truth Society or the Gene Primordials for bounty money. What a coincidence she wanted to as well. That was 800,000, after all. Even for her current self, it wasn't a small sum. Why should others be able to earn it, but not her? To ensure she could secure the money, after learning that Chui Jiming had once been a plastic surgeon, Bai Fu began scheming. In fact, even if Chui Jiming couldn't do it, she could find a doctor at any other settlement for the same result. It was just cheaper to let Chui Jiming handle it. Bai Fu's plan was to have Chui Jiming perform plastic surgery on a player to make them look like her, and then use this player to deceive the Truth Society. Yesterday, before coming to shelter number 5, she had shared her plan with the players. Of course, she deliberately left out the part about earning the bounty and only said she intended to use this method to lure out the Truth Society operatives hiding in the shadows. Upon hearing there was a quest to do, and that it not only increased Bai Fu's favorability but also awarded several thousand XP, all the female players stepped forward. Bai Fu chose one called Rice Immortal, a female player whose build most closely resembled hers. While she came to shelter number 5 for business, the player had taken Chui Jiming back to the Red Sandworm Camp's lab for surgery. So far, everything was progressing smoothly. Next, she only needed to wait for the surgery to finish and then head to the Railway Guild to collect the money with the player. After extracting the Rattlesnake identity card from the terminal, Bai Fu swiftly cut off the network connection. Her next destination was the Gao family's external office at shelter number 5. However, this time she didn't plan to appear in person. Instead, she would have Sword Chi Soaring bring Old Dog and the others to negotiate with the Gao family. This would prevent her from being exposed and also give the players more engagement, making them more loyal followers. Bai Fu had learned from conversations between the Excavation Princess and other players that the Excavation Princess had recently been preparing a video series called the Garden of Silence News Express. This had greatly piqued her interest. Wasn't this essentially her becoming the external publicity window of Garden of Silence? She decided to add a bit more exciting material to the first episode of the video series. Just think about it, when other players were still slaving away for NPCs, they'd suddenly discover that the players who joined Garden of Silence could now communicate on equal footing with high-status NPCs. How would they react? Envy and jealousy, of course. Everyone agreed to be pals together, and you secretly went off driving a Land Rover? I'm screwed. If she didn't come up with some visible benefits and contrasts, Bai Fu wasn't confident she could get the players to willingly become undercover agents to steal intel from other factions. She randomly picked a shop by the roadside to sit and quietly waited for the results of Sword Chi Soaring's negotiation with the Gao family. About 20 minutes later, her personal terminal rang. The contact was Sword Chi Soaring. "Boss, the Gao family's boss Gao wants to speak with you directly." Since Bai Fu's name couldn't be disclosed externally, Sword Chi Soaring always addressed her with the generic title, "Boss," when outside. "Let him speak to me." "Wait a moment." Shortly after, Bai Fu's terminal rang again. This time, the contact was a stranger. "I'm Gao Yuan. I heard you eliminated the Red Sandworm camp and want to replace it in working with our Gao family." "No, I think you misunderstood." Bai Fu corrected immediately. "I don't intend to replace Red Sandworm camp, I want to open a new trade route for your family." Gao Yuan showed interest in her words. "You speak quite boldly." Bai Fu asked, "When Red Sandworm camp was working with you, how much supplies did they purchase from you annually?" "Around 200,000. "How much was the value of the sandworm materials they sold you?" 2 to 3,000 when it was low, 5 to 6,000 when high. Bai Fu chuckled. "Let's not talk about the firearms for now. I mean, if I increase the quantity of sandworm materials sold to you by 10 times, even 100 times, can you handle that volume?" "What?" The usually composed Gao Yuan was so shocked that his voice involuntarily rose. He suspected he had misheard. 10 times? 100 times? That's not a funny joke. How many people would it take to gather that many materials? How many would die? Even if you mobilized all the wanderers in the Goli Desert to hunt sandworms full-time, the efficiency wouldn't last long, soon most of them would flee out of fear. Do you even know what you're saying? Bai Fu replied, "I'm very clear-headed. I only want to know whether you can absorb that much sandworm material. After all, it's not a small amount." Gao Yuan answered, "As long as you can deliver it, I can take it. I'll deliver the first batch soon. By then, you'll know I wasn't messing with you." Bai Fu chatted with Gao Yuan for a few more minutes. She had him send a batch of weapons to Red Sandworm Camp, which would soon serve as Garden of Silence's temporary headquarters. She also asked him to transport the new wave of players arriving at Shelter Number 5 over there. This wave had quite a few people. Just in the community, there were 30 to 40 posts claiming they were on their way, so the real number could be double that. With the current transport resources under Bai Fu's control, there was no way she could move that many players at once. So, she had to rely on the Gao family for now. After reaching an agreement with Gao Yuan, Bai Fu also purchased some materials at Shelter Number 5 to craft prayer cards. Next came the dreaded gamble card phase, feared by all cursed luck types. So-called gamble carding was the act of using XP and current psionic knowledge to synthesize new prayer card blueprints. It was a unique ability of the apprentice psionic illustrator, and also the core of this card-centric class. Generally, an apprentice psionic illustrator could acquire new prayer card blueprints in 3 ways: buy, learn, or gamble. Among them, gambling was undoubtedly the most thrilling and commonly used. Take a shot, your bike might turn into a motorcycle. Even cursed luck types couldn't resist trying their hand, let alone Bai Fu, who possessed the lucky talent. The infuriating part was that in Beyond the Stars, the gamble card system had no pity mechanism. In other games, drawing characters or weapons at least came with a hard or soft pity. But in Beyond the Stars, if you couldn't draw it, then tough luck. However, Beyond the Stars also didn't use card pools. Players could pick the type of prayer card they wanted to draw at any time, then invest XP and known psionic knowledge to gamble card. There was no fear of missing a limited pool and having to wait ages. The most important thing was XP was free. As long as you had the grind, you were good. My turn, draw. Synthesis failed. Synthesis failed. Synthesis successful, you obtain generic card, visual fog. Synthesis failed. After 5 more failures, Bai Fu finally got the group control type prayer card she had been aiming for. Generic card, spatial distortion, causes the target to fall into a special state where up/down, left/right, and front/back are completely reversed. Covers a radius of 10 meters. Duration depends on the difference in inspiration between both parties. Cooldown for the same target, 10 minutes. Judgment target, prayer card creator. Though the effect of this prayer card was far inferior to the skill card dropped by Rattlesnake, it still made up for Bai Fu's lack of group control methods. It would be very useful for her upcoming operations. The only issue was she had spent over 24,000 XP in that one round. When you needed XP, you always found yourself short. Bai Fu rubbed her temples. Whether for leveling up, skill upgrades, or gamble carding, it all required tons of XP. She had to complete more missions. She even felt like dragging out little Yulia for an interrogation. What was she dawdling for? Hurry up and release more missions already. But considering they were still in the honeymoon phase of their collaboration, it was better not to go overboard. One sugar mama isn't enough for me anymore. I need to use these perceptive eyes of mine to find a few more sugar mamas. The first person Bai Fu thought of was Xiaoshi. It seemed necessary to have the players make contact with Xiaoshi, to see if they could squeeze something out of her. Once everything was done, Bai Fu filled the car's tank and took the players back to Red Sandworm Camp. Cui Jiming's plastic surgery operation had concluded successfully. Players healed much faster than NPCs. Although not to the exaggerated degree of breathing to heal like in COD, non-fatal wounds like this healed within a day. Even so, Bai Fu still gave Rice Immortal a bottle of recovery potion to speed up her recovery. Several hours later, looking at Rice Immortal who was bouncing around after the bandages were removed, Cui Jiming was dumbfounded. Was this a monster? How could a normal person possibly recover so quickly? He had originally been thinking of running away during this time, but now he completely gave up that idea. Little Yulia, who noticed the situation, became excited. If Bai Fu's tagalongs had this kind of ability, did Bai Fu have it too? If she did, then there would be no need to hold back when studying Bai Fu's body. She could play however she wanted, and even if something went wrong, it would automatically heal. Truly thrilling with every expectation. Nice work. Bai Fu looked at herself in the mirror, then at Rice Immortal standing beside her, and gave high praise to Cui Jiming's technique. Realistic, this was damn realistic. Aside from the chest size being a bit inferior, Rice Immortal now looked almost identical to her. Fooling the Truth Society with this was going to be a piece of cake. Railway Guild, Elena's settlement. It took Bai Fu more than 2 days to arrive here. Unlike the Gene Primordials, the major settlements of the Railway Guild were all connected by rail. The convenient transportation made the Railway Guild's trade very prosperous, and the Dark Web's largest office was located within their territory. Thanks to this thriving trade, the Railway Guild generally disliked getting involved in the disputes of other factions. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Graham dared to hide within the Railway Guild. Bai Fu didn't waste time. She had a player who had never dealt with the Truth Society before deliver Rice Immortal's corpse to the Dark Web's Elena's branch. Hurry up and inform the Truth Society to come and verify. I even spent money to buy a freezing device to preserve Bai Fu's corpse. They better reimburse me for that. The player disguised as Rattlesnake impatiently complained to the Dark Web staff. As he did, he handed over Bai Fu's Dark Web identity card. I found this on her body after killing her. It's enough to prove her identity. The Dark Web staff replied respectfully, please don't worry. We will notify them immediately and pass on your requests to the Truth Society. Even if they breach the deal, we will cover the bounty ourselves. That's the best. The player nodded with a pretentious air but was inwardly impressed. No wonder the Dark Web had grown so big, this service was top-notch. He turned and left, then relayed everything to Bai Fu who was hiding in the shadows. Now we just have to wait for the Truth Society's people to show up. While waiting, Bai Fu idly browsed the community, and a new post instantly caught her eye. Exclusive news, Bai Fu is dead. She clicked on the post. The poster claimed to be a member of the Truth Society and said he had just heard from his superior that a killer named Rattlesnake had killed Bai Fu in the Goli Desert. Just a while ago, Bai Fu's corpse was delivered to the dark web office in Alina's. Our base commander Graham ordered it to be retrieved immediately. Players who opened the thread were stunned. Wait, are you kidding? How could Bai Fu be dead? Sword Chi Soaring and Starfish Bro were still with her, weren't they? Many players privately messaged Sword Chi Soaring and Starfish Bro, but no matter how they asked, they got no replies. Could it be? The poster laughed. I told you, Bai Fu is dead. How are they supposed to reply? Don't doubt me, my info is 100% authentic. If you don't believe it, watch the video I just recorded from the NPC who gave me the info. Haven't you noticed even the Excavation Princess stopped live streaming and hasn't appeared in the community? It's not like she doesn't want to show up, but Bai Fu is dead, how could she? It makes sense. After all, Bai Fu did provoke the Truth Society, one of the most powerful factions on Origin Star. No matter how well she hid, how many assassination attempts could she survive? Brothers, take my advice, join a major faction. Otherwise, who knows when your faction might collapse, and all your investments will be wasted. At this point, even skeptical players had to believe it. The video was right there, and the poster had also proven himself to be a member of the Truth Society. It's over. Bai Fu was really dead. The community exploded. Bai Fu? ? No doubt about it, this player was clout chasing, using the moment to promote the Truth Society. But man, your timing was perfect. With this guy creating buzz, once everyone found out she had faked her death to trap the Truth Society, the effect would be nothing short of explosive. Promote the Truth Society. Promote to everyone that they should never join the Truth Society. 77. The scheming Bai Fu. Under the embellishment of the player who had joined the Truth Society, for a while, players who frequented the community all learned the news of Bai Fu's death. As they caused a ruckus, some NPCs who overheard their in-game conversations or exclamations also came to know of Bai Fu's death. Is that true? Some didn't believe it. Some did. Some, holding a skeptical attitude, began to inquire about it from the Truth Society through various means. Thus, before the personnel sent by Graham even reached the Alina's settlement, the Truth Society president had already received the message relayed up through the levels. He immediately summoned the minister of the combat unit, Bernardo. What's going on? Now the whole outside world is spreading the news that Bai Fu is dead, and you're currently dispatching people to verify the situation. Bernardo looked completely baffled. He had specifically given strict orders to prevent the news from leaking for the time being, so how did the president find out? This is what happened. He hurriedly explained the situation. The president frowned deeply. Could it be that there was indeed a traitor inside this time? Otherwise, how could the news of Bai Fu's death have leaked? Now the Gene Primordials were already looking for trouble with the Truth Society due to the previous attack incident. To avoid being backstabbed at a critical moment, it seemed necessary to conduct another internal purge. But considering a high-ranking member had accidentally died during the last purge, this time it had to be conducted with even greater caution. Temporarily setting aside these tangled thoughts, the president ordered Bernardo to contact Graham immediately and confirm the situation. Half an hour later, the accurate information came back. The dark web side has already verified it. Our own people just arrived and confirmed it as well. The corpse delivered by Rattlesnake is indeed Bai Fu. Good, good. Ha ha ha. The president was overjoyed, slamming the table beside him with force. He had once wanted to recruit Bai Fu into the Truth Society, but if he could eliminate this arrogant little bug, that was also a rare delight. Bernardo, spread this news. I want all those who dare to disrespect the Truth Society to take a good look. This was the Truth Society. Anyone who dared to oppose the Truth Society, whether a commoner, an extraordinary being, or even a renowned faction, would ultimately meet annihilation. After sending Bernardo off, the president summoned all members involved in psionic research at headquarters. Bai Fu's power had grown too fast. Whether it was because she had previously concealed her strength or had grown rapidly afterward, it was certain she was a psionic genius. I will have her corpse brought back as fast as possible. You all prepare yourselves. Do your utmost to find out what makes her body different from ordinary people. This concerns the future of both myself and the entire Truth Society. One by one, the researchers became excited upon hearing the news. Nowadays, it was not easy to find someone with extremely high psionic talents for research. The Truth Society had successfully captured Yulia, but Yulia's abilities were too complex, and they couldn't conduct effective research. They had to lock her up for now. If Bai Fu's corpse was brought back intact this time, it would greatly accelerate their research progress. Under Bernardo's supervision, the news of Bai Fu's confirmed death spread. To make his statement more convincing, he even had the team of Truth Society members responsible for escorting Bai Fu take several photos of her corpse alongside her dark web identity card. This became the most powerful piece of evidence. Even the most unwilling to admit it had to believe that Bai Fu was truly dead. Life is unpredictable. As intelligence officers, the Division 4 members of the Gene Primordials Intelligence Bureau were the first to receive the news. After Bai Fu fell out with the Gene Primordials, those who had a good relationship with her like Su Hong had been secretly praying for her safe escape from their assassination bounty. Who would have thought she had escaped the Gene Primordials kill order, only to fall into the hands of the Truth Society in the end? On the other side, Xia Shi also received the news immediately. Looking at the photo of Bai Fu lying peacefully in the freezing device, she became momentarily dazed. She vividly remembered how, after their parting, Bai Fu had her follower comfort her, saying things like, "Any time, any place, if you're in trouble, you can come to me." And now what? Bai Fu was dead. Where was she supposed to go? It had been so hard to find someone she could speak her heart to, and in the end, she was left with nothing. It was all the Truth Society's fault. Although she was no longer with the Intelligence Bureau, she would still burn everything she had to destroy the Truth Society. Aside from the Division 4 members, others who saw the news released by Bernardo mostly marveled at the Truth Society's dominance. Bai Fu may have embarrassed the Truth Society many times, but no matter how many times she humiliated them, she couldn't truly harm them. On the other hand, the Truth Society only needed a single opportunity to send her into eternal damnation. Speaking of which, that bastard rattlesnake really got lucky. So many people couldn't find Bai Fu, and in the end, he just ran into her. That's 800,000. Actually, the money isn't even the most important part, it's the fame and status boost he'll get from this. He even killed off wealth itself. Next time we have a high difficulty mission, maybe we should give it to him. Damn, why did he hand the body over to the Truth Society instead of the Gene Primordials? He could have earned another 200,000. Who knows? The Gene Primordials were also puzzled. They strongly suspected the Truth Society had secretly promised Rattlesnake greater benefits, just to step on them. Lately, the Gene Primordials and the Truth Society had been at each other's throats, both placing bounties on Bai Fu. The Truth Society was definitely capable of such underhanded tactics. Damn Rattlesnake. Notify everyone at the Intelligence Bureau next time we see him, beat him to death. The Gene Primordials were fuming, whereas Bernardo was in a great mood, but he hadn't let joy cloud his judgment. Now was exactly the time not to relax. If Bai Fu's corpse got intercepted halfway, they would lose all face. He quickly contacted Graham, ordering him to send more people for reinforcement. In the afternoon, a warm breeze blew. The vehicle carrying Bai Fu's corpse sped across the wilderness. As he drove, the driver suddenly noticed something strange: someone's following us. Through the rearview mirror, he vaguely saw the dust kicked up by other vehicles. The psionic on the passenger seat sneered. Commander Graham's worries were not unfounded after all. We don't know where the leak occurred, but someone truly intends to launch an ambush on us midway. The driver laughed. If they had just laid an ambush, that'd be one thing, but they actually want to catch up to me from behind? What a joke. With a shout of "hold tight," the vehicle accelerated across the wilderness filled with pollution sources at a shocking speed. With just 2 beautiful drifts, the driver successfully lost the tailing car completely. Do they really think the top-tier driving skills I've honed over 20 years and my familiarity with this region are just for show? He took a sip of water, but before he could swallow, he was stunned to find that the same car had appeared again in the rearview mirror. Pooh! How is that possible? I clearly... Wait! His pupils shrank suddenly. He noticed that when he turned left and right to avoid the pollution sources, that car had not turned at all, it had gone straight over the pollution sources. So it was perfectly reasonable for the car to catch up, but the actions of the people inside were not normal. Who in their right mind would drive like that? Were they really unafraid of infection? Even if they managed to catch up and steal Bai Fu's corpse, wouldn't they likely die on the way? Unless... They're death warriors. The psionic in the passenger seat turned pale. To be able to deploy death warriors, they could not be from any ordinary faction. They were lucky Graham had sent reinforcements earlier, otherwise, they might not be making it back today. After a chase, the Truth Society's vehicle was eventually forced to a stop. Bullets from behind had blown out the tires. Hurry, reinforcements will arrive soon. We must not let Bai Fu's corpse fall into their hands. The two vehicles halted in the wilderness. Members from both sides leaped out and began shooting at each other from a distance. One side consisted of well-trained Truth Society special agents, the other of players who followed Bai Fu. Both sides exchanged fire evenly. In fact, this was exactly the scenario the players wanted. Before this mission, Bai Fu had instructed them that the goal was not to kill the Truth Society members, but to uncover the Truth Society base hidden near the Alina's settlement. So they couldn't kill the Truth Society's people right away, nor could they let themselves be killed. A deadlock like this was the best outcome. Stall. Just stall. After more than 10 minutes, cheers full of joy suddenly rang out from the enemy's side. They're here. Reinforcements are here. Ha ha ha, kill them all. The dust clouds in the distance proved the Truth Society had not been bluffing. Seeing this, the players exchanged glances. This was their chance. Sword Chi Soaring immediately gave orders. We'll drive. Infiltrating the Truth Society base is up to you guys. They had prepared two plans before coming. Plan A, get captured intentionally by the Truth Society and be brought into the base. Plan B, if Plan A failed, Sword Chi Soaring and the others would find another way to track the Truth Society and locate the base. As soon as the reinforcements approached, Sword Chi Soaring signaled Old Dog and the others to run toward the vehicle. Trying to run. Humph, stop them quickly. With the arrival of reinforcements, the Truth Society special agents were emboldened and formed ranks to launch a rapid assault. Facing their attack, the players who stayed behind fought while retreating, putting all their acting skills to use. Finally, after 5 minutes of encirclement, 3 of the 6 players were killed. The remaining 3 ran out of ammo and were surrounded. Run. Why aren't you running now? One special agent sneered and shot one of the players in the foot. Then, with a firm wave, he commanded. Capture them all. The 3 players barely resisted before being beaten down and thrown into the Truth Society's vehicle. Though they would surely die once in this mission, it wasn't a big issue. As long as they found the Truth Society's base location, the XP gained from exploration would compensate for the loss, not to mention all the follow-up quests that would be triggered. Commander Graham, we've already rendezvoused with the team retrieving Bai Fu's corpse. Yes, we were ambushed, but we repelled the attackers and captured 3 of them alive. They're death warriors. Don't worry, we'll bring them back immediately. After repelling the players, the Truth Society convoy encountered no more incidents on the return trip. Still, for safety, they took a longer route back to the base. Unlike the Bagaros base, this was not a military base but a special agent station. Few in number, but every one of them formidable. After confirming with his own eyes that the freezing device indeed held Bai Fu, Graham ordered the corpse to be sent to headquarters immediately. He personally began interrogating the 3 players. The players had already prepared for this. Capturing us is useless. This is just a warning. Sooner or later, the Gene Primordials will throw the Truth Society into the trash. Long live the Gene Primordials. Graham's expression turned extremely grim. So it really is those gene primordial scum? Still up to their tricks. He summoned the interrogation special agents, instructing them to extract as much intel from the 3 players as possible, but in the end, all 3 players were killed, and they got nothing. Graham was deeply regretful, but the thought of Bai Fu being dead lightened his mood. By now, Bai Fu should already be on a helicopter to headquarters, right? He tried to contact Bernardo. How's the situation? On the other end, Bernardo laughed heartily. She arrived 5 minutes ago. The escort is pushing Bai Fu's corpse into the lab as we speak. Graham, you did very well this time. The president will surely commend you. Graham replied humbly, just doing my duty. Bernardo said nothing more, following behind the escort team as the freezing device containing Bai Fu's corpse was wheeled into Lab 1 at headquarters. Inside the lab, 7 psionic researchers stood on both sides. Careful. Open the freezing device. I want to check her psionic affinity immediately. Under the operation of a lab assistant, the freezing device was opened, and Bai Fu's corpse was transferred to a testing apparatus. Watching the fluctuating numbers on the screen, everyone was tense. What would it be? Then, something strange happened. Bai Fu's corpse vanished into thin air like an illusion before everyone's eyes. What? Those standing in front of the device thought they were hallucinating, but when they frantically opened the machine, Bai Fu's corpse had indeed disappeared. Vanished into thin air. That was impossible unless it had all been a trick from the start. Bernardo broke into a cold sweat. He immediately tried to contact Rattlesnake, but every message he sent sank like a stone into the sea. What did you say? The Truth Society president was stunned upon receiving the report. They had been tricked. Ha ha ha. Completely tricked. He gradually understood everything. Yes, it had to be Bai Fu, Rattlesnake, and the gene primordials colluding to set him up. Otherwise, why would Rattlesnake turn down the gene primordials 1 million and come to them? He was such a fool. Truly. He had wondered why the gene primordials and Bai Fu suddenly fell out. It was all staged. The gene primordials had planned this just to humiliate him. Births. The gene primordials were a bunch of births. Bai Fu was a birth too. The Truth Society president fell into a rage. Just then, Bernardo arrived again. President, bad news. Bai Fu just uploaded proof on the dark web that she's still alive. Bai Fu. Gene primordials. The president's roars echoed from his office. On this day, every member of the Truth Society at headquarters was silent as the grave. 78, the value of the player, second enhancement. The Truth Society president was nearly choked with rage. He had been contending with the gene primordials for 20 to 30 years. Though he had suffered some minor losses during that time, this was the first time he had ever been toyed with by the gene primordials like this. If he hadn't spread the news himself, he could have endured it. But before this, he had already made a huge announcement to the public, claiming Bai Fu was dead only for Bai Fu to jump out and slap him in the face halfway through the broadcast. If stabbing a voodoo doll could work, the president would have loved to stab Bai Fu and the gene primordials into porcupines. Bai Fu and the gene primordials move was equivalent to suddenly smearing a clump of Oreos on the opponent's face in the middle of a life-or-death brawl. In terms of physical damage, it might not be much, but damn if it wasn't disgusting, the kind of disgusting that sticks with you for life. Be born already. The president was burning with fury. Bernardo, standing beside him, trembled and asked cautiously, President, should I send someone to hunt down Bai Fu immediately? The president clenched his right fist tightly. Raise Bai Fu's bounty directly to 3 million. That figure should be enough to send S-rank assassins to escort her to the afterlife. As for ourselves. He had thought it through now. No matter the situation, priorities must be clear. Bai Fu and the gene primordials were both hateful, but the most detestable of all were the gene primordials, because all of this had been orchestrated by them in the shadows. Bai Fu was just an executor. If they stubbornly focused on Bai Fu, the executor, they would be falling into the trap set by the gene primordials. Those old bastards from the gene primordials are truly calculating. Unable to find us, they purposely threw out bait to cause us trouble. A cruel smile appeared on the president's face. Unfortunately, no matter how well those old bastards calculated, they could never figure out his true identity. In the face of absolute power, no amount of scheming mattered, and coincidentally, he would soon obtain that very absolute power. Immediately convene a combat meeting. The president had decided this insult must not be swallowed. The gene primordials had to be taught a lesson. Under his command, the Truth Society began operating at full speed, preparing for a retaliatory strike against the gene primordials. At the same time, the outside world was in chaos over the news of Bai Fu's resurrection. In the community, informed players began sharing the intel they had just obtained. Ah! Didn't they say Fu died? How come she revived on the spot? The news that Bai Fu died came from Rattlesnake in the first place, right? Now the Truth Society's face is thoroughly lost. Damn you, Rattlesnake, you really screwed us over. I was heartbroken for so long. I heard all the NPCs are saying this was a setup planned by Fu, Rattlesnake, and the Gene Primordials to trap the Truth Society. So that whole thing about Bai Fu falling out with the Gene Primordials was just a show. Seems like it. Tons of NPCs are saying Fu was actually the Gene Primordial's ace agent and had been acting ever since the abandoned cooling plant. Then is that stuff Fu and Anya said about being extraterrestrial visitors true or not? Who knows? I'm totally confused now. Let's see what the Gene Primordials say. Why are all these NPCs so cunning? Of course it's true. Fu could never be a bad woman. I like bad women. While players were arguing non-stop, many factions also tried to probe the Gene Primordials for Bai Fu's true identity. I heard Bai Fu was an ace agent cultivated by the Gene Primordials. Can you confirm this? The Gene Primordial members who were questioned all looked utterly confused. What? Wasn't Bai Fu a fugitive with a bounty from the Gene Primordials? When did she become an ace agent? You people have such wild imaginations. The news traveled up the chain and eventually reached the ears of the general who had ordered Bai Fu's elimination. General. The general was certain Bai Fu was not an ace agent of the Gene Primordials. But outright denial likely wouldn't be believed by outsiders, and denying it might even be embarrassing. Bai Fu alone had thrown the Truth Society into turmoil. What the hell were the Gene Primordials doing? If they couldn't even match her, why did they drive away someone that capable? After a round of discussion, the Gene Primordials finally decided to play dead. Neither confirm nor deny, just let outsiders speculate all they wanted. After all, they had nothing to lose. In this clash, the only ones hurt were the Truth Society. All they had to do was enjoy the benefits brought by Bai Fu. Bai Fu closed her personal terminal. The Truth Society had raised her bounty on the dark web to 3 million. From 800,000 to 3 million, this was a leap. But she didn't care. The Goli Desert was so vast, even if the Truth Society wanted revenge, they wouldn't be able to find her anytime soon. She could now enjoy the 80,000 they had already transferred to her. She took out a small portion of the money to share with Sword Chi Soaring and the others. Most of the rest would go toward building the Garden of Silence base, and a smaller part for buying materials to make prayer cards. To her, only money spent was truly useful. After sorting out the funds, Bai Fu opened her quest log. A new notification popped up. You completed the mission Little Yulia's Request, 1, and received a reward of 100,000 XP. She had already found the location where Graham was hiding. Next, she needed to extract information from him about where the Truth Society was holding the people used to threaten Yulia. That was the content of Little Yulia's Request, 2, which had a reward of 150,000 XP, a generous amount. Let's go back first. Bai Fu wasn't in a hurry to go after Graham. Given her current strength and the number of players following her, attacking that base and capturing Graham alive was too difficult. She planned to return to Shelter Number 11 first to regroup, then bring more players along to ensure the mission's success. On the way back to Shelter Number 11, Sword Chi Soaring and the others glanced at her several times but held back from speaking. Though they said nothing, Bai Fu knew what they wanted to ask. It was nothing more than the rumors outside saying she was the Gene Primordial's ace agent, that all the extraterrestrial visitor stuff was made up. Hearing these things too often naturally led to doubts. Let them guess. The more wild guesses the players made, the better it was for her. As the vehicle entered the Goli Desert, Bai Fu suddenly received a new notification. The contribution value for damaging truth unknown had risen from 1.19% to 1.83%. Remembered that the last time this contribution percentage had also suddenly jumped from 0 to 0.28%. What was going on? Could it be that this progress bar would automatically rise by a segment every now and then? After browsing the dark web and the player community, Bai Fu finally figured out the situation. It turned out that while she was on her way back to shelter number 11, the Truth Society had dispatched many people to launch a new round of attacks against the Gene Primordials. Because this round of assault came so suddenly, the Gene Primordials suffered considerable losses. However, since the Gene Primordials were one of the 5 major factions, their counterattacks also caused a certain degree of loss to the Truth Society. The Truth Society attacked the Gene Primordials because I provoked them and then suffered losses, so even indirect destruction counts toward the contribution value, huh? Bai Fu's mind immediately became active. It seemed her grand spy plan could be implemented. She would use players to scout out the locations of the Truth Society's bases, then publicly reveal those base locations. She only needed to sit back and profit. A few days later, Bai Fu returned smoothly to shelter number 11. Under Gao Yuan's arrangement, the second wave of players who came to join her had already been settled at the Red Sandworm camp. During this period, the Gao family's convoys made several trips, performing a basic repair on the Red Sandworm camp. Their first cooperation could be described as highly successful. Considering that the number of Garden of Silence players had already exceeded 100, Bai Fu didn't have enough mission rewards to distribute among all of them. So she decisively proposed deepening cooperation with the Gao family. What kind of cooperation are you suggesting? If I remember correctly, your family occasionally takes commissions and then assigns them to wanderers in the Goli Desert, right? Bai Fu explained her thoughts to Gao Yuan. No matter how efficient ordinary wanderers were at completing commission tasks, they could never match the players. Rather than going through the trouble of working with other wanderers, the Gao family might as well hand over this entire business to the Garden of Silence. Once word of mouth spread, the Gao family could fully imitate the Makarov family's dark web model to build a commission platform, take on more commission tasks, and assign them to the players. One had to admit, this pie looked delicious. The Gao family worked under the Makarov family, and Gao Yuan knew very well just how profitable a well-established platform could be. He was moved. Over the past few days, he had gotten a glimpse of the players' strength and realized that Bai Fu hadn't been exaggerating when describing their power. The only problem was he wasn't sure how many players Bai Fu could actually recruit. If it was just the current 100 or so, then proposing to build a commission platform might be a little too fanciful. Let's try it first. Even if it doesn't work out, you don't lose anything. Bai Fu remained very optimistic about the prospects of the commission platform. Once she really set up this platform, even if there were no main missions on her side, she could still easily draw in a large number of players. The reason was simple: players who joined other factions or acted solo had to find missions on their own. But those who joined the Garden of Silence wouldn't have to lift a finger, missions would come to them, and they could even pick the ones they liked. Full marks for gameplay experience, right? After much consideration, Gao Yuan eventually reached a preliminary agreement with Bai Fu. The two sides agreed to discuss the establishment of the commission platform further once Bai Fu eliminated a few more wanderer camps. After sending off Gao Yuan, Bai Fu went to meet the newly arrived players. Damn, it's really Bai Fu. Bai Fu didn't die. I'm crying, everyone you don't know, I chased all the way from the abandoned cooling plant, and I finally caught up today. Bai Fu received an enthusiastic welcome. A few players even asked if she was the Gene Primordial's ace agent. She pretended not to hear and instead redirected their attention with another matter. Trial mission. As soon as they heard that, the eyes of the players present lit up. They had already heard from Starfish Bro and others just how awesome the previous trial mission was. This time, let's wipe out the other 2 wanderer camps that previously caused trouble at shelter number 11. Upon hearing this news, old Neeson couldn't help but be stunned. He recalled those days long gone. Back then, he too had passionate aspirations to unify all the wanderer camps in the Goli Desert and bring a peaceful, prosperous future to that chaotic region. But just as his dream was about to be realized, the Truth Society came, Yulia was taken, the Watcher's camp was scattered, and he became a cripple living under a false name. That pain, etched into his bones, was something he would never forget. "What's wrong?" A voice rang in his ears. Old Neeson turned his head and saw that it was Bai Fu asking. He shook his head. "Nothing, just remembered something." Bai Fu said no more. After making sure the new players were ready, she led them out. Over 70 players boarded 4 vehicles and set off in a grand procession toward the depths of the Goli Desert. Because she had already gotten the locations of those wanderer camps from the Gao family, Bai Fu didn't need to capture any prisoners this time. Just charge in. You killed. You killed. You completed the hidden mission Eliminate Camp 1. This was when the players' value showed again. With players clearing the way, Bai Fu's efficiency in eliminating those 2 camps drastically increased. Even with travel time included, the whole operation only took a day. If she had done it alone, it might have taken 3 or 4 days if it even succeeded. In the end, Bai Fu successfully gained 120,000 XP. She did a quick count. There were over a dozen well-known wanderer camps in the Goli Desert. If she could eliminate all of them, she could gain at least another 600,000 to 700,000 XP. Combined with the XP she had already saved, that would be enough for 3 more level-ups. Total level, 33. With 200 to 300 players and a large number of prayer cards, this setup should be enough to take down Graham. The path to an advanced class doesn't seem so distant anymore. Just as Bai Fu was calculating where to find 2 psionic knowledge chains, a new announcement was posted on the game community. The much-anticipated version 1.1 was about to be released. After the update, features like the leaderboard and arena would be unlocked, and more newbie villages would be added for new players to explore. These features didn't really concern Bai Fu. Since it was just a minor functionality update, players wouldn't be offline for long, so it wouldn't affect her plans. However, Bai Fu still underestimated the impact of this update. At midnight, when all players were forcibly logged out, she suddenly received a game notification. Plot participation verification, 0%, 20%, 100%. Current plot exploration progress on Origin Star, 0.2%. Character role correction in progress, 0%, 6%. Character role changed from passerby to key hidden plot participant. Character profile correction in progress, 0%, 4%. What the dash? Bai Fu's eyes widened. In the next second, joy overflowed from her eyes, completely uncontrollable. After all this time, she had finally ushered in her second enhancement. 79, from elite mob to area boss. Bai Fu waited for nearly 10 minutes before the progress bar of character profile correction rose from 0% to 100%. With the crisp and pleasant prompt tone ringing out, she distinctly felt that her body had undergone some changes. What followed was a series of in-game notifications. With anticipation in her heart, she began reviewing each of her new changes post-correction. Correction 1, hair color corrected to silver white. This correction didn't have much practical effect, but for Bai Fu, it was definitely good news. She had used lies and superb acting skills to construct a persona. Using this false persona to move the players, under the adoration of the players, the fabricated character was eventually acknowledged by the developers and turned into an official setting. This path really worked. For a moment, Bai Fu was filled with limitless visions of her future. Suppressing her excitement, she continued reading the other corrections. Correction 2, Template Correction, Blood of Evolution Template corrected to Blood of Evolution, Perfect. Blood of Evolution, Perfect Special Template, Strength +4, Agility +4, Constitution +7, Mind +2, Inspiration +5, Constitution to HP conversion rate increased by 100%, mutation infection resistance plus 50%, unlock special skill psionic boil. Bai Fu glanced over it. The effect of psionic boil was still the same as before, but the perfect version of Blood of Evolution provided her with 11 more stat points than the regular version. Normally, she'd have to level up at least twice to gain that many stat points. This bonus was no small thing. Next was Correction 3. Passive skill, Extradimensional Erosion, corrected to exclusive talent Extradimensional Erosion. When she first obtained Extradimensional Erosion, the skill description had indicated that it could be transformed into an exclusive talent. Bai Fu had originally thought it was just a normal change in classification, but after reading the talent description carefully, she realized she had underestimated it. The passive skill version of Extradimensional Erosion would only cause damage to the target itself upon detonation. But the exclusive talent version of Extradimensional Erosion would deal damage in a 2-meter radius centered on the target. Single target damage had instantly become an AoE skill. If paired with chain reaction, it would be like throwing 3 psionic bombs into a crowd during combat. Things are looking up. Bai Fu was exhilarated. She had always been troubled by her lack of AoE skills, and now it felt like someone had delivered her a pillow just when she wanted to nap. Correction 4, Unlock Talent Psionic Affinity. Psionic Affinity, your affinity with psionic power is beyond the norm. Inspiration to psionic value conversion rate increased by 100%, psionic recovery speed plus 2 per minute. With the enhancement of psionic affinity, Bai Fu's maximum psionic value nearly doubled, greatly boosting her overall power. More psionic value meant greater endurance in battle, and that a single psionic bar could be used to craft more prayer cards. Whether it's my HP bar or psionic bar, my stats are no worse than a boss of the same level now, right? Bai Fu opened the next notification. Coincidentally, this new notification was precisely about the correction to her power ranking. Correction 5, Character Power Rank corrected from Elite Mob to Area Boss, Goli Desert. Finally. Bai Fu took a deep breath. More than 3 months had passed since she arrived in this world. She had finally shaken off her designation as a background character and become a glorious area boss on the starter planet. The adjustment to her classification was a recognition of both her strength and her efforts, worthy of a proper celebration. What surprised Bai Fu was that there were still 4 more correction prompts afterward, but these 4 didn't involve her strength. Correction 6, Garden of Silence, Faction Management Interface has been enabled. Bai Fu hurriedly opened the faction panel. To her delight, a management interface had been added. In it, she could assign roles to NPCs and players, and issue faction quests, including but not limited to daily quests, challenge quests, faction quests. The XP rewards of these quests were tied to the faction's reputation, development, and influence. Currently, Garden of Silence had low stats in all 3, so the daily quest XP rewards were quite limited. But that didn't trouble Bai Fu. She had already introduced commission quests via her collaboration with the Gao family. These alone were enough to keep the players well fed. Correction 7, Anya corrected to Garden of Silence Quartermaster Newcomer Guide. After this correction, Anya's status was officially acknowledged by the system, just like Bai Fu's own promotion from a background character to a key hidden plot participant. Unfortunately, Anya's strength wasn't directly enhanced, but Bai Fu didn't feel too disappointed. Following Bai Fu everywhere was too dangerous. Assigning Anya to manage the incoming players seemed just right, especially since Anya had already earned the players' recognition. Correction 8, Shelter number 11 in Goli Desert will be set as the newbie village in version 1.1 Tide of the Dark Moon. Correction 9, Goli Desert Regional Main Quest Elegy of the Watchers will be unlocked in version 1.1 Tide of the Dark Moon. These 2 corrections were quite interesting. Shelter number 11 is actually becoming the newbie village. To Bai Fu, this was fantastic news. This meant she could attract more players to work for her more easily. The newly unlocked regional main quest Elegy of the Watchers was originally a hidden quest for the Goli Desert region. But with Shelter number 11 becoming the newbie village, it was upgraded from hidden quest to regional main quest. Bai Fu skimmed through it. The quest continued the rise and fall of the Watchers camp established by Old Neeson, and transitioned into a new era of clearing the Goli Desert to fulfill the mission Old Neeson never completed. The entire quest line was far richer than the main quest of the abandoned cooling plant. Interesting. Bai Fu felt like she had grasped the crux of the matter. Increase popularity plus increase plot exploration equals power up. This model made perfect sense. To raise her character role, she had to fight for it. Even if she had originally been a nobody, if she performed better than the protagonist, and her influence surpassed his, who could say she wasn't the real protagonist? Who could deny that what she did wasn't the real main plot? Elegy of the Watchers being elevated from hidden quest to regional main quest proved her belief was correct. This game world was dynamically changing, and the developers had always encouraged players to actively shape the story and create their own unique gaming experience. Feels like fighting for fate in a cultivation world. Bai Fu felt her whole body boiling with passion. She invested her XP, upgrading Apprentice Psionic Illustrator from LV10 to LV11, and put all 3 newly gained stat points into Inspiration. Her constitution was already very high, so there was no need to raise it further for now. After leveling up, Bai Fu's stats became HP, 1730/1730. Psionic value, 600/600. Stats, Strength 20, Agility 21, Constitution 75, Intelligence 16, Mind 24, Inspiration 57. Looking across the entire Goli Desert, probably no NPC stronger than her could be found. Only those large, thick-skinned sandworms with innate infection abilities could pose a fatal threat to her. No matter, those sandworms would die at the hands of players sooner or later anyway. Bai Fu closed the character panel. She should be able to defeat Graham now, but it was still safer to go with the players. There was still some time before version 1.1 Tide of the Dark Moon officially launched. It was the perfect opportunity to make preparations for the arrival of more players. The next morning, she left the inn early. Since the Red Sandworm camp had been wiped out by her and the players, shelter number 11 had undergone a dramatic change. The once desolate streets were now gradually bustling. Even early in the morning, 2 children could be seen chasing and playing in the streets. This would have been unthinkable in the past, as people were always fearful of the wanderers from Red Sandworm camp suddenly showing up and causing trouble. Bai Fu knew this was only the beginning. As time passed, more and more people would come here, bringing shelter number 11 back to its former prosperity or even beyond. Who wouldn't want to live in a stable environment? Soon, Bai Fu arrived at Old Neeson's tavern. The tavern was quiet. Other than Old Neeson who was cleaning glasses, there was only one young man with a scar on his left cheek. "You're here." Old Neeson smiled. Before Bai Fu could reply, the young man stood up excitedly. "You're the famous leader of the Garden of Silence, right?" "Leader? Since when did I have that title?" Bai Fu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "You're looking for me." She cast a psionic vision on him and saw that he was nothing special, just an ordinary scavenger with a total level of 21. Stronger than most players, but still limited. The young man glanced at Old Neeson, who introduced, "His name is Sean. He used to be a resident of shelter number 11. 2 years ago, when Red Sandworm camp attacked the shelter, his parents were killed in that battle. After that, he left and had been seeking a chance to take revenge. When he heard you eliminated Red Sandworm camp, he rushed back immediately. Favorability, 71. Looks like the info was accurate. I am. You." Before Bai Fu could finish, Sean suddenly dropped to his knees. Tears welled up in his eyes, but his smile could not be hidden. "Thank you. If not for you, I might never have found the chance for revenge before I died. Thank you." Old Neeson didn't stop him. He understood Sean's feelings better than anyone. When he was born, shelter number 11 was even more chaotic, and the tragedies that chaos brought were several times worse than now. He had struggled through those tragedies, enduring countless separations and reunions, before finally conceiving the idea of founding the Watchers to restore order to the Goli Desert. Sadly, even though he had paid a great price and even drew an SSR card like Yulia, the Watchers still ended up as eternal sentinels in the sand, never achieving their goal. Because when faced with the Truth Society, they were simply too weak. That was an insurmountable chasm. The Truth Society barely lifted a finger and trampled their lifelong dream into the dust, leaving no hope of recovery. Truly pitiful. Bai Fu consoled the emotionally overwhelmed Sean. Being appreciated like this wasn't a bad feeling, but now wasn't the time to indulge in it. I have something I want to discuss with you, she said to old Neeson. Old Neeson replied, let's go to the second floor. Sean, please watch the tavern for me. The two of them headed upstairs, one after the other. Bai Fu got straight to the point. I want to invite you to join the Garden of Silence. Old Neeson hesitated for a long while, then shook his head. I'm a useless man abandoned by the old era. All I wish now is to run this tavern well and for Yulia to return safely. It was my fault she was taken. If I hadn't invited her to join the Watchers, she wouldn't have been captured by the Truth Society. A lie. Bai Fu saw through it instantly. Really? If I told you joining the Garden of Silence could realize the Watcher's unfinished dream, would your answer still be the same? Old Neeson's mouth parted slightly. Bai Fu said, at first, I came here just to fulfill my deal with Yulia. But now I've decided to stay longer. My plan is to first complete the deal with Yulia, then eliminate all disobedient wanderer camps in the Goli Desert. After that, I'll rebuild the abandoned settlements and use them as bases to gradually wipe out all nearby mutant creatures. It's a grand plan. As a former Watcher, are you not even a little tempted? Old Neeson had to admit, Bai Fu's vision was large and enticing. Back when he led the Watchers, his goal was merely to eliminate the wanderer camps and restore order. But Bai Fu was aiming to cleanse the mutant creatures as well. If possible, he'd certainly want to see it realized, but could it really be done? Before the war, the Goli Desert was just a small desert. War and pollution caused the sandy region to expand drastically. Come now, the reborn Goli Desert needs your administrative talents. If you truly had no lingering feelings, you would have left this place of sorrow long ago, said Bai Fu. I'm just an outsider, I can't stay here forever. When the time comes, I will leave. The Goli Desert belongs to you, its people. A long silent heart reignited. Eyes long clouded turned bright again. Old Neeson raised his head. What is it that you seek? That's obvious. The world stage is vast and beautiful. I want to stand at its center. But saying that would probably make her sound like a Chinibu. Bai Fu said, to become strong enough to never again be at the mercy of the Truth Society or the Gene Primordials. Is that even possible? Old Neeson once more recalled the time when the Watchers were crushed by the overwhelming power of the Truth Society. In the end, he nodded. He was unwilling to give up. So when the opportunity appeared, he decided to try once more. With old Neeson recruited, Bai Fu also brought Sean into the fold. Sean had roamed the Goli Desert for 2 years and was very familiar with the terrain. He would be perfect for leading new players on lower-risk missions. Bai Fu left the tavern. She still had to ask Gao Yuan for some manpower. Outside the tavern, the sunlight was brilliant. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Just one more day until the players returned. While walking, Bai Fu idly browsed the community and happened to see that Excavation Princess had finally released her long-prepared new video. Garden of Silence News Express, Episode 1. Author notes. Current stats for Bai Fu. Age, 20. Race, human. Template, Blood of Evolution, perfect. Main class, Apprentice Psionic Illustrator LV11 Subclass, Psionic Apprentice LV10, Unemployed Drifter LV5, Gunner LV5. Subclass, None. HP, 1730/1730. Psionic Value, 600/600. Stats, Strength 20, Agility 21, Constitution 75, Intelligence 16, Mind 24, Inspiration 57. Prayer Card Compendium, Generic Card, Visual Fog, Spatial Distortion. Skills, Fanaticism LV3, Hardening LV3, Psionic Vision, Psionic Perception LV5, Innate Psionics LV1, Intermediate Psionic Specialization, Basic Shooting Specialization, Basic Psionic Toughness, Precision Shooting LV3, Basic Card Creation LV10, Power Surge, Inferior, Multiplier Boost, inferior, psionic boil, psionic imbue LV5, super burst, chain reaction, battle etiquette, psionic shield. Talents, lucky talent, tough body, extra-dimensional erosion, psionic affinity. Knowledge chain, psionic knowledge chain, 7+4+2. Titles, Wildfire, Shadow of Truth. Faction, Garden of Silence, faction reputation max. Equipment, Kirilenko's electric knife. 80. Could it be that Bai Fu is the new version's protagonist? Shortly after Beyond the Stars officially launched, video uploaders began releasing segments like the Game Express and Beyond the Stars news broadcast. In these videos, the uploaders compiled interesting events happening in and outside the game, presenting them to viewers in a news-style format. This type of video became extremely popular among players. Every beginner planet opened in Beyond the Stars was different. Even different newbie villages on the same planet provided players with completely distinct experiences. How big were the differences? Some players might be navigating corporate mind games in a cyberpunk world, others might be exchanging blows in a steampunk and martial arts crossover, while some could be acting as heroes in a world where psionics and spiritual power intertwined, fighting to defeat a demon king. Most players were naturally curious. They wondered how players on other beginner planets were playing and what recent events they encountered. Yet, most players were also lazy. They wouldn't even actively search for game guides, let alone dig through the community for other players' shared experiences. This gave video content creators room to shine. The most popular uploader gained 100,000 followers in just 3 days. Excavation Princess realized this and finally made up her mind to switch from delving into game plots to focusing on game news content. But deep down, she still felt uneasy. She only covered news from the Garden of Silence, and she wasn't sure if this niche had any long-term potential, nor did she know whether the Garden of Silence would produce enough newsworthy content to sustain her videos. In any case, her plan was to try 2 episodes first. If the response was poor, she'd follow the lead of that once-renowned gaming industry legend, GFAT. 3. What's 3? I can't count that far. When Bai Fu clicked on the video posted by Excavation Princess, the first thing to appear was a lively piece of music and a self-made, refined opening sequence, stitched together from various game clips. After the intro, Excavation Princess appeared in the center of the screen. She sat at a desk adorned with a game-setting compendium, a tiny custom Bai Fu figurine, and an Eye of Heaven badge from the Garden of Silence. After all, she was an uploader with 2.5 years of practice under her belt and wasn't the least bit camera shy. Hello, players. I bet it's been a while since you last saw me in the live stream room, right? Actually, these past days I've been. After over a minute of introduction, she finally got to the main topic. Because it was the first episode, Excavation Princess focused on introducing the Garden of Silence, the Goli Desert, and the entire journey she and Bai Fu took while fleeing to the Goli Desert. This content also laid a foundation for her future videos. The material was substantial enough to fill a full 20 minutes. In truth, just introducing the Garden of Silence and the Goli Desert should have only taken a few minutes. Excavation Princess's main effort was put into comparing the Garden of Silence with other factions. For this purpose, she specifically interviewed quite a few players from other factions. Now, let's hear what these players have to say. The screen showed players with their names hidden in black bars covering their eyes. I came from a newbie village in the Old Republic. I'm from the Human Alliance. I joined the Railway Guild. These players came from different newbie villages and had joined various factions, yet their complaints were strikingly similar. I thought that even if I wasn't treated like a savior, I'd at least be seen as a promising newcomer, right? But nope, they didn't even treat me like a person. Guess what I was assigned to do? Office secretary. My daily tasks were just serving tea and water. I quit after 2 days. I served tea in real life, now I'm serving tea in a game too. What's the point then? And when I left, the Railway Guild's favorability dropped to -20. What the hell? This game is super realistic, and I love that, but because it's so realistic, life skills players like me have an awful time in big factions. The big factions already have logistics personnel, so our skills go unrecognized and even looked down upon. These complaints received strong support in the livestream comments. For skilled players, joining any faction in the early game wasn't too different, but for those who weren't good at combat, it was miserable. The screen cut back to Excavation Princess. Lately, factions have become a hot topic among players. The most discussed issue is, which faction should you join? Here, let me give a grand introduction to the Garden of Silence. Though it's a newly formed faction, it offers a unique gameplay experience that most other factions lack. Joining the faction meant being promoted directly to a core position, with the faction leader personally guiding missions. Since the faction still had very few members, joining now came with the exclusive perk of a personal conferment ceremony. Alongside the introduction, Excavation Princess also aired interviews with players from the Garden of Silence. These included Sword Chi Soaring, convert to Bai Fu, and a few recently joined players. Naturally, these beneficiaries had only good things to say. The best is yet to come. The contrast between their smiling faces and those miserable expressions created a striking visual impact. Bai Fu nodded in satisfaction as she watched the video. The new version was about to launch, and Excavation Princess's promotion came at just the right time. Surely, a wave of new players would be drawn to shelter number 11, becoming premium vegetables in her chives field. But clearly, not all players agreed with Excavation Princess's comparisons. Both the livestream comments and the video's comments section were in an uproar. Compared to many unknown small factions, the Garden of Silence is indeed a decent pick. But to say it's better than the 5 major factions? That's just laughable. If Bai Fu weren't an NPC, I'd suspect Excavation Princess was bribed by her. Of course, I get why she's hyping up the Garden of Silence. It's Bai Fu's faction, after all. Any player who's been following this journey knows that Excavation Princess is deeply tied to Bai Fu now. Let me talk about what Excavation Princess conveniently omitted the Garden of Silence's disadvantages. First, and most important, it's located in the Goli Desert. For an average player to get there takes at least 2 days, and the travel cost is at least 1,000. Can you afford that? Second, Bai Fu isn't a main storyline character. If you join the Garden of Silence, you'll have to accept that there are no main quests to do. Many think that's fine, you can just do daily, side, or hidden quests. But you're way too optimistic. Small factions issue fewer quests and have lower reward caps. Right now, there are few members, so everyone can level up fast by doing quests. But if a large influx of players joins, it'll be a case of too many monks and not enough gruel. Progress will stall. The top comment in the comments section struck right at the heart of the matter. Bai Fu noticed that Excavation Princess was active in the comments as well, but when faced with these issues raised by the comment, she had no way to respond directly. Although she had analyzed many times that Bai Fu was a key plot figure and part of her speculation had already been confirmed until the official reveal connecting Bai Fu to the main storyline of Origin Star, her theory remained just that, a theory. And theories were hard to defend in the face of such criticism. However, as a master of shamelessness, Excavation Princess had her trump card. Just wait and see if I'm wrong. During the days when she was digging into the game plot, she had used this move countless times to respond to other players' doubts. Although she lost every time, she was never afraid. There it is, now that's the Excavation Princess I know. Seeing this scene, the onlooking players burst into laughter, especially those who enjoyed the drama. They didn't care who was right so long as there was a fight, they loved to watch. Bai Fu shook her head silently. What a pity. If she could speak in the community, she would definitely jump into the fray now and fish like crazy, harshly disparaging herself and the Garden of Silence, stirring the controversy to an even hotter boil. That way, when the official update announcement dropped, she and the Garden of Silence would gain even more attention and popularity. At the same time, Sword Chi Soaring received a private message from Black Bastard, the president of the Hall of Loyalty and Righteousness Guild. Didn't you smugly tell me before to watch the rankings and the arena? Now that the new version is about to go live, no need to keep hiding, right? Tell me, what kind of shady tricks are you playing? Sword Chi Soaring twitched his mouth. Shady tricks. It was all for showing off. He had originally planned to join the Truth Society, monopolize all of their quests, rocket to the top of the level rankings, and become the first to emerge in the arena. But the Truth Society turned out to be unreliable, and his whole plan collapsed. Although he clawed his level back up by returning to Bai Fu, aiming for the number 1 spot on the level rankings was already impossible. Damn it, he couldn't reply to that. Sword Chi Soaring could only learn from the exemplary senior of the Garden of Silence, Excavation Princess, and her superior tactics. Just wait and see. Black bastard, oh ho. I really want to see what kind of hand you've been hiding. Sword Chi Soaring. Play dead, then. Recently, there had been rumors that Bai Fu was actually the ace agent of the Gene Primordials, and the idea of her being a cosmic being was a lie she made up to deceive others. He didn't know if it was true, but he believed Bai Fu's real identity was anything but ordinary. Even if there were no immediate benefits, maybe in a few more versions the situation would reverse. Individual strength determined many things, but the version determined the ceiling. Sword Chi Soaring closed the chat window with Black Bastard. At that moment, Old Dog suddenly sent a message. Details of the new version update and the launch trailer are out. Go check it now. This message immediately caught the attention of countless players. They all rushed to open the official game website, flooding the update announcement comments and trailer livestream comments section to the brim. Even before this update arrived, the officials had previewed version 1.1 Tide of the Dark Moon. Yet amidst the dense lines of update details, one small line still caught many players' attention. Version 1.1 adds a new newbie village. Origin Star, Shelter Number 11 in the Goli Desert. A main quest was guaranteed to exist in every newbie village. This was a fact confirmed by players who experienced version 1.0. Shelter Number 11 in the Goli Desert. Isn't that where the Garden of Silence is? Origin Star only launched this one newbie village. Holy crap, was this made specifically for the Garden of Silence? Could it be Bai Fu really is tied to the main storyline? Sword Chi Soaring and Excavation Princess both widened their eyes. When they started watching the newly released trailer, their excitement only grew. The first half of the new trailer introduced features like rankings and arena. The second half showcased some breathtaking landscapes of Beyond the Stars and several popular NPCs. Among those from Origin Star were the Gene Primordials and Railway Guild's capitals, the Goli Desert, some story-related NPCs from the Gene Primordials and Railway Guild, and Bai Fu. WOC, it's Fu. In the video, Bai Fu had dyed her hair black and was sitting in a car, driving deep into the Goli Desert along a road slowly being swallowed by yellow sands. The car kicked up thick clouds of dust, and in the dust behind, a sandworm gave chase at full speed. Without a doubt, this was a promotional segment made to coincide with the addition of the new newbie village in the Goli Desert. But most players wouldn't see it that simply. Especially after Excavation Princess launched her counterattack. Ha! I told you Fu's storyline wasn't simple. It's very likely tied to the main plot. Now do you believe me? Certified by the official trailer. To be honest, I think Fu isn't just connected to the main storyline. She might be the main protagonist of this version. Don't doubt it. Do you know what Shelter Number 11 is? That's right, it's now the headquarters of the Garden of Silence. With Excavation Princess's analysis, the reply from that commenter under the video was instantly downvoted into oblivion. All the previous doubts became a joke. On the contrary, Excavation Princess's analysis was hailed as divine. Many players began to believe that Bai Fu was truly the protagonist of the new version. Excavation Princess, you're amazing. Excavation Princess, spill it. Do you have connections with the Beyond the Stars story developer? How else could you guess Bai Fu's plotline so accurately? Awesome, awesome. So what is Bai Fu's true identity anyway? Is she really a cosmic being, or not? Looks like I've got to join the Fu sect now. Just then, Sword Chi Soaring received another message from Black Bastard. Damn it, did you know from the start that Bai Fu was a key plot character in the new version? Sword Chi Soaring calmly replied with a smiley face. Say nothing, act like a pro. Damn you, trying to use your relationship with Bai Fu to seize the new main quests and grab the top of the level rankings, huh? Just you wait. As soon as the servers open, I'm bringing my crew over. Heh, too late. Sword Chi Soaring laughed out loud. He truly didn't expect things to turn around like this. So this was the Fu sect. This time, he could honestly say, believing in Bai Fu leads to eternal life. With the faction reputation he had farmed earlier, no matter how hard Black Bastard and the others tried, they wouldn't be able to catch up in a short time. Launch already, will you? I want to see Black Bastard tailing behind me so bad. It wasn't just Sword Chi Soaring. Many players on Origin Star were eagerly waiting for the game to go live. With both the promotional push from Excavation Princess's video and the official announcement, many previously hesitant players had now made up their minds to throw in their lot with Bai Fu. Never mind that Bai Fu might be the protagonist of the new version. Even if she wasn't, following her was still better than slaving away in their old factions. The officials had already indirectly refuted the rumors through the update announcement and the new promotional trailer. There was no need to worry about not receiving quests after joining the Garden of Silence. Charge! Well done, Excavation Princess. Bai Fu was in an excellent mood. Excavation Princess's line about her possibly being the protagonist of the new version was simply a stroke of genius. According to her initial estimate, she had expected to recruit a few hundred players thanks to the newbie village. But after that declaration from Excavation Princess, there would surely be wave after wave of players chasing the main plot coming from all over to join the Garden of Silence. 1,000, 2,000. Bai Fu didn't know where the upper limit lay. She only knew that with 100 players, she'd dare to go cause trouble for Graham. With 10,000, she'd challenge the Truth Society head-on. You call yourself the Truth Society, huh? Standing before you now is Bai, apprentice psionic illustrator, new regional boss, 4th Calamity's Guide, Fu. Bai Fu wasn't worried at all that players lured in by the word, protagonist, would end up disappointed once they reached the Garden of Silence. She might not be the protagonist now, but that didn't mean she wouldn't grow into one as she got involved in more and more plotlines. Besides, she still had the newly unlocked regional main quest in the Goli Desert, Elegy of the Watchers, in her hands. The protagonist of the Elegy of the Watchers series wasn't old Neeson, then it was Yulia. Now one had joined the Garden of Silence, and the other, her main body, had been imprisoned by the Truth Society while her doppelganger was tucked away in Bai Fu's pocket like a toy. Holding both the biggest faction in the newbie village and the regional main quest. If she wasn't the protagonist, then who was? Before the players arrived, Bai Fu immediately contacted Gao Yuan and told him to open several player-facing shops in shelter number 11. She also urged him to quickly dispatch representatives to handle commission assignments and purchase sandworm materials. Stop hesitating. Miss this chance, and you'll miss your opportunity to shine across the entire world. Bai Fu was pushing him hard. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth and agreed. He was now the Gao family's decision-maker, but he hadn't been in the position for long. To earn respect, he needed results, so he decided to bet everything on Bai Fu. One day later. At shelter number 11, Gao Yuan and Bai Fu stood atop the roof of old Neeson's tavern. With the official launch of version 1.1, Tide of the Dark Moon, a massive crowd of players suddenly surged outside shelter number 11. A rough count showed at least 200 people, and the number was still climbing. Where did all these people come from? Gao Yuan quickly turned to Bai Fu and found her as calm as ever. But he couldn't stay calm. His heart was filled with awe and questions about Bai Fu's true identity. Who exactly was she? Welcome to shelter number 11. As the newbie guide, Anya walked over to those players logging into the game for the first time.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.